Chapter 391 The Beginning of the Night Banquet. Ah! Seeing the white fox-shaped Jiaozi swimming leisurely in the bathing pool, it was obvious that he had already exited the business mode and entered the leisure mode. After defeating the Daoyu family trio and the Red Earth Mountain God, Hu Lian returned to the inn and looked at all this in amazement. What happened? I went out to suppress the evil spirit of peeping. Why are Su Yin and the mermaid swimming in the bathing pool? Weren't you kissing each other just now? Hu Lian straightened her messy hair, wiped the dust off her fair skin with a bath towel, turned around and jumped into the bathtub and walked to Su Yin, looking at Su Yin lying on his back and floating on the water to start his leisure life, and said, "You? Weren't you kissing just now?" "Yes. Can you give me 2 cups of tea time? Let's talk about it next time." "Sister Hu Lian, I'm tired." As the question and answer, Su Yan's fox legs kicked in the bathtub and floated away from Hu Lian. Su Yan didn't feel tired. He just found an excuse to perfunctory Sister Hu Lian, because he and Sister Nanwu actually felt similar, and each of them did not get a good experience because of the special factors of the demon body. Some things really shouldn't be done too early. Su Yan now really experienced it personally. Sister Sheer said, although the boundary between the human race and the demon race in Xiaoyu is vague, the demon race and the human race have been determined physiologically. There is really no need to force yourself to create anxiety for some things. Sister Sierra said this because during that period, Su Yan's friends were making breakthroughs in their cultivation, but he was still lingering in the foundation building stage. So she spoke to comfort Su Yan and told him not to worry. The words of comfort at the time are still applicable and very appropriate now. After having tried and been fooled, Su Yan no longer has any anxiety in that regard. Watching Jiaozi kicking away in the water, Hu Lian reached out his hand to cover his aching head and rubbed it, looking helplessly at the group of people playing in the bathing pool. Originally, there were only Su Yan, Hu Lian, and Jiao Nanwu in the bathing pool, but now there are the shameless Daoyu family trio in the bathing pool. After being captured, they had no sense at all and ran into the bathing pool to play in the water with Su Yan and Jiao Nanwu. Although Daoyu's family and Wanhua Valley were not on good terms, they were basically just quarrels and disputes of arrogance, and they did not reach the point of killing the disciples when they met them. After capturing the 3 female monks of Daoyu's family, Hu Lian was able to obtain a considerable ransom from the heads of the 3 Daoyu's family. Although the 3 major demon sects had disputes from time to time, because their respective leaders knew each other, they did not touch on principles, ideological differences, and deep-seated interests. So no matter how noisy and quarreled they were on weekdays, no one was killed. Seeing that Su Yan had closed his business, Hu Lian had no better solution. He could only shake his head and go to the shower area next to him to wash his body and wash off his slightly messy hair that had been made a little messy during the fierce battle just now. Although monks have cleansing techniques, those techniques are only for emergency use. It is not comfortable to encourage the internal spiritual energy to burst out and dispel the dust on the surface of the body. Hu Lian really likes taking a bath, especially when soap is applied on her fair skin. The smooth and delicate touch makes her unable to let it go. She even wishes she could put a non-fogging mirror next to her when taking a bath so that she can admire her plump, beautiful and sexy figure. As the time gradually approached the evening, the ant who had not appeared for a long time suddenly teleported to the door of the inn rented by Hu Lian. As soon as the ant arrived in front of the door, her attention was attracted by the creature lying upside down in the incense burner beside her. He was smashed into the incense burner, and his head smashed the incense burner and embedded in the ground, like an umbrella used in rainy days, sticking straight beside the door. "Don't look at me. I'm a mountain god." I was beaten. The Redland mountain god seemed to notice that someone was looking at him, and silently moved the incense ashes around him to his front, burying his face tightly, as the Redland desert mountain god. Before the West Sea Dragon King's rage destroyed the area of thousands of miles and turned the hilly area into a blood-red desert, the mountain god's strength was still good. He killed the cultivators in the fusion stage one by one, and the human cultivators in the middle stage of the refining void stage could fight a 1-for-1 record. But with the destruction of his own land, the cultivation of the Redland mountain god has now fallen to the early stage of the fusion period, and he is only a little bit away from falling to the half-step earth immortal. He can't even use his own magical powers, but he dare not speak out about these grievances, for fear of attracting the attention of the West Sea Dragon King, who is still angry, and being pinched by the Dragon King and pressed to the ground until his soul is scattered. The West Sea Dragon Mother died on the land under his jurisdiction, although the mountain god did not participate in it. The cultivation world has never been a place where reason is used. He was lucky enough to save his life from the West Sea Dragon King. And the Redland Mountain God had nothing to complain about. He could only do business to earn spirit stones to restore his cultivation. And think about finding an uninhabited area and changing places, so as not to be bullied as a mountain god in the Redland area. So what if you are a mountain god? You are so aggressive. Andy glanced at the Red Mountain God and was immediately displeased by his reply. She raised her hand and waved to get the landscape stone, and put it on the Red Mountain God's upright feet, saying with a look of disgust, "You deserve your spiritual veins to be dry and barren." After snorting, Andy walked into the courtyard where Hu Lian rented a house. She could see a group of beautiful women sitting in the courtyard. Seeing such a scene, Auntie's face froze slightly, and she muttered, "My little nephew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to bear it. There are so many witches from the southern state." When Annie saw Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu, she learned that they all had some entangled relationship with Su Yin. So she took the initiative to make room for Su Yin to realize his dream. Not to let Su Yin die here. When Andy saw Su Yin, curled up on Jiao Nanwu's legs and sleeping, she felt heartbroken. "Little fox. Wake up. Wake up quickly. Are you okay? Do you need me to take you to see a doctor?" Aunt took Su Yin into her arms, woke up Su Yin, who was tired from playing in the water and fell asleep, and said worriedly, "Children are willful and want to save face. They know they can't bear it, but still act like a fool." "Ah?" Su Yin looked up in confusion and saw his aunt. He was about to ask her if she was okay, but when he heard the words from her aunt, he immediately interrupted her and said, "Aunt, I'm not that outrageous. I just got tired from playing in the bathtub and took a short rest. Is everything really okay?" Aunt was suspicious and looked at the area covered by Su Yan's tail with an inquiring look on her face to see if there were any signs of burning or something like that. But Su Yan covered it too tightly, and his aunt couldn't see the details inside with her naked eyes. "Aunt!" Su Yan jumped up, raised his fox paw, pushed away the suspicious face of his aunt and said, "I'm fine. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me." Seeing Su Yan's firm attitude, the aunt didn't know what to say, so she said, "It's getting late now. When I was strolling in the market just now, I met the father of the mermaid clan. He invited us to have dinner in the coastal city." "Ah," Jiao Nanwu, who was originally sitting aside, subconsciously exclaimed after hearing what the aunt said. "Oh no." After being interrupted, "I forgot to inform Aunt about dinner through the sound transmission Jade. When it comes to inviting banquets, if you can see the host, you must invite him personally. If you can't see him, or the two places are too far apart, you can use letters or sound transmission to notify him. Invitations must be polite, because the mermaids are in the shipping business. They pay special attention to some etiquette. But the confused Jiao Nanwu had forgotten this. But now she suddenly remembered it, and the whole Jiao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, she recalled the fear of her mother controlling her with bamboo when she was young. And the Jiao's big buttocks ached slightly. Chapter 392 Blind Date. Swoosh, little fox. Do you want to play in the sea? The coral reef bed at my big sister's house is quite large. It was evening, and Su Yan followed his aunt and Jiao Nanwu to the coastal city to keep an appointment. The coastal market was also closing time. The vendors who looked like humans turned into sea beasts and walked from the dock coast to the endless sea. A Ji with a human body and a white, smooth, scaleless fish tail in the lower body poked his upper body out of the sea and lay on the roadbed of the dock. There was no other clothing on his chest, only 2 starfish attached to it to cover his shame. The Jiu tribe member emerged from the sea and looked at the white fox walking on the sea, with an ambiguous look on his face. He raised his right index finger and thumb and made a circle, making some very tempting movements to invite Su Yin. Su Yin saw Sister Jiu and stopped for a moment, with a slightly subtle expression on her face, saying, "Children really can't handle this. Thank you for your kindness, young lady." "Is that so? What a pity. This is the first time I've seen such a well-proportioned fox. I'm tired of seeing those desert foxes with big ears and big faces." Jiu turned around with a face full of regret, looked at the dim sea reflecting the moonlight and shouted, "Sisters, the little fox said that he can't handle it at his age. So let's go." Su Yan looked at Jiu with astonishment, as well as the dolphin girl and 2 killer whale girls who emerged from the seabed, feeling as if he had seen such a scene somewhere. The lazy fish must have been paid to solicit customers. The aunt picked up the stunned Su Yan and complained. "Aunt, Hurry up. Dinner is about to start. Jian Nanwu, who was walking in front, turned around on the steps of the arch bridge and shouted to the aunt and nephew, who were standing on the bridge pier and complaining about the Ji tribe. The mermaid dinner was held in the post station, located in the southern suburbs of the coastal city. One by one, young talents with mermaid girls and friends of the mermaid tribe arrived. Su Yin jumped out of his aunt's arms and turned into a human form. They sat down in front of the long table that could accommodate dozens of people. The long table was placed in the center of the banquet hall, mainly for the Earth Immortals and their families to sit together. The traditional round table can accommodate almost 20 people. It takes half a day to eat a bite of food. Although the long table is weird, there are many people sitting on it, and there are servants to help the guests bring dishes to the front. The rest of the banquet hall is normal, with large round tables. Dad. Su Yin just sat on the chair. Hu Li, who had been staying in the mermaid tribe, raised his hand with a smile on his face, looked at Su Yin and said, Lo, I have already established connections in the mermaid tribe. How about we go to the city to have fun after dinner? Let me, the eldest son, also be filial to my parents. The mermaid tribe is well informed. They know where there are fun places in the coastal city and the surrounding areas, but they won't tell unless there is a special situation. I am worried that the several major branches of the Jiu tribe will secretly abduct the young talents that the mermaids have found from all over the place. Poochie, Hu Li shouted, attracting the attention of the other guests, and immediately couldn't help laughing. The eldest son invited his old father to play in the brothel. It is not unheard of in reality, but if it is said openly, the other guests have really never seen it. After they saw Hu Li, they looked across and saw an old father who was younger than Hu Li. The guests sitting at the long table looked even more strange. I appreciate your kindness. Su Yin covered his cheeks and waved his hands repeatedly to reject the invitation from the fool Hu Li. I really can't handle it. Dong dong dong. However, the guests at the long table had not yet made any further reaction to the situation of the strange father and son. A slight tremor came from the ground from far to near, and a sound similar to drumming was faintly emitted from the ground. A giant with a height of no less than 4 meters and a body as huge as a mountain covered his body with black clothes, and slowly came to the banquet hall with the help of the clan father of the mermaids. The mermaids put out a special giant recliner from the storage room and put it on the main seat of the long table. The mother and father of the mermaids worked together to help the city lord of the coastal city, Lao Tao, to sit down. Ha! Don't pay attention to me. I just came here to join in the fun and have a free meal. The old glutton moved his body slightly, found a comfortable sitting position, stretched out his arm covered with white scales, and waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to pay attention to his existence. He just came here to the mermaids to have a delicious meal. As he said, the old glutton also cast his eyes on the aunt and Su Yin, who were sitting in the 4th and 5th seats on the left, raised his hand, and politely greeted the aunt and nephew. The guests are all here. Let the guys in the kitchen prepare the dishes. After the exaggerated entrance of the old glutton shocked the monks, who had never seen the old glutton, the mother of the mermaids turned around and gave an order to the mermaids beside her, clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention and said, try to eat with an open mind. There will be plenty of wine and delicious food at the banquet. Just enjoy it to your heart's content. There is no need to say too much. The mermaid girls know in their hearts that the real purpose of the banquet is to let everyone sit together and communicate and get familiar with each other, so that they will not be too shy to let go of their posture when the winter festival comes, and the mermaid girls will waste time to enlighten them. Moreover, now that all the young talents are here, the girls can have the opportunity to choose again. If you are not satisfied with your partner, you can choose your favorite one now. And when the winter festival starts, after you have dealt with what you brought, you can go directly to the male beast you like. Before the banquet began, the clan mother had already explained these things to the children, so there was no need to say more in front of outsiders, so as not to offend others. Everyone, please express yourself freely. Thank you for the kindness of the dragon mother for your gift to us. After the clan mother finished her opening speech, she and the mermaid clan father moved behind the old glutton, took out 3 incense sticks about the thickness of a thumb, and lit them in front of a white jade-painted female statue before returning to their seats. Even the greedy old glutton did not touch the dishes on the table before inserting the incense sticks into the incense burner. White jade statue. Is it the West Sea Dragon Mother? Su Yin leaned back slightly, lifted the front feet of the chair off the ground and looked at the statue on the altar, and asked with a little curiosity to Jian Nanwu, Since Su Yan came to the West Sea area, he has heard the term West Sea Dragon Mother no less than 100 times. He knows that the West Sea Dragon Mother exists. But this time is the first time he has seen a statue of the West Sea Dragon Mother. From some conversations with others, Su Yan could roughly know what kind of dragon the Dragon Mother of the West Sea was. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not care about the creatures on land. He was mainly thinking about reproduction and giving birth to dragons with mutated and atavistic blood. But the Dragon Mother of the West Sea was a gentle dragon. She would control the ocean climate to protect the creatures on land, so that the people living on the mountain could live a good life and pick wild game from the hills and mountains to get rich. It could also prevent the fishermen who went out to sea to catch fish from being attacked by bad weather in big waves, and bless them to go home safely. Under the influence of the magic power of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, the people lived a life of plenty and clothing, and did not need to worry about the bad weather and making them lose their harvest all year round. It can be said that the Dragon Mother of the West Sea fed most of the people in this area and turned the desert into hills. But with the death of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, everything went back to its original form. The creatures living here still missed the Dragon Mother when she was alive, so they still believe in the former Dragon Mother, hoping to gain the forgiveness of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea with their devout faith, so that the dry and withered land here can once again welcome the living gods of the Dragon Clan. But it is a pity that since the death of the Dragon Mother, the Dragon Clan of the West Sea has never paid attention to the dry land. Well, the goddess enshrined on the altar is the faith of the creatures in our West Sea area. Whether it is the creatures who have been blessed by the Dragon Mother, or the creatures with the blood of the Dragon Clan, they are full of respect for the Dragon Mother. After swallowing the food in her mouth and rinsing her mouth with a big mouthful of water, she answered Su Yan's question about who the sculpture on her expression was, and casually told Su Yan about the deeds of the gentle and kind Dragon Mother. After hearing what Jianan was said, the other sea beasts who were eating at the same table did not say anything. What she said is a fact recognized by the West Sea Dragon Mother. The old glutton paused for a moment while eating, and his shoulders, which were covered in black robes, moved slightly, as if something round inside was moving, and turned to the statue behind him. Chapter 393, Banquet with Earthly Immortals. Can crabs walk straight? After the father and mother of the merman tribe paid tribute to the Dragon Mother, the banquet officially began. The maids brought dishes with good taste and color to the table. One of the crab dishes was placed in front of Su Yan. In Su Yan's surprised eyes, the crab on the plate shook off the yellow ice on its body, and crawled out of the plate in a straight line, holding up a pair of crab claws with mottled patterns, spitting foam to intimidate him. Drunk crabs like to walk straight. Jianan glanced at the drunken crab on the table, poked it with the tip of her chopsticks, and threw it back into the wine plate, looked at Su Yan, and said with a smile, "The meat of live drunken crabs is glutinous, and tastes slightly like rice wine and crab sweetness. But now, they are not completely drunk. Here, this is my favorite spicy and fried shallow sea shark belly." Jianan stretched out her hand and put a chopstick of her favorite dish in Su Yan's bowl. "You look tired in the afternoon. Eat more to replenish your energy." Jianan did not leave the banquet hall like other mermaid girls after entertaining their companions, holding a wine glass and a wine pot to look for a partner of their choice. Su Yan was already very beautiful in terms of appearance or blood cultivation, so Jianan would naturally not do those meaningless things. But some mermaid girls, who didn't know Su Yan's inside story, but were attracted by his handsome appearance, walked towards Su Yan silently. And the mermaid girls who came were all older sisters in age. "My little girl, Jiao Ji, I hope you can do me a favor and drink a cup of friendship wine together." The mermaid came to Su Yan, poured 2 cups of spirit wine from the wine pot in her hand, handed Su Yan a cup with a smile on her face, and drank the other cup of wine in her hand. Although the girl said it was a friendship wine, there was actually a trace of her scent in the wine. If Su Yan drank the wine handed by the girl, then Su Yan would have a trace of mermaid scent besides Jianan. After smelling the scent, the other mermaid girls knew how many people had reserved the handsome boy in front of them. When the number reached a limit, the other mermaid girls would no longer come forward to chat. But Su Yan didn't know these things. He really thought that the mermaid girl in front of him was here to make himself familiar. So he drank the wine in the glass without thinking. "Come, I'll toast you too." After Jiao Ji turned and left, the mermaid ant came out from somewhere and invited Su Yan to drink a glass of friendship wine with her with a smile on her face. As a mermaid who knew Su Yan's dragon bloodline, the ant who hoped to have a son and become a dragon naturally could not escape the common customs. She had the idea of reproduction for the first time in a long time and ran to mark Su Yan. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the number of mermaid girls who came to taste Su Yin gradually decreased. Every winter festival is related to the development of the strength of the future members of the mermaid group. Although Su Yin is handsome, handsomeness cannot be eaten. In addition, he did not show any characteristics of his own group. The mermaid girl naturally paid attention to those males who looked like they could fight. Go. 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 You're going to vomit after drinking so much. He showed off his tiger ears and tiger tail, and was given special attention by the mermaid girl. Considering his strong body, he had more than 30 mermaid auras, so he should be able to spend a fulfilling winter at the winter festival. Huli ate and drank a lot. After he was full, he looked at his mother, who was sitting beside him, and was unhappy. He also looked at the terrifying city lord, who was sitting on the main seat, biting a shark more than 3 meters long with his bare hands. Surrounded by powerful seniors, Huli was afraid of touching the taboos of the seniors, and didn't dare to move around casually. But now, he was full, and had no interest in sitting in the banquet hall to drink. He wanted to go to the porn site or the brothel to find some fun. But he didn't dare to cross the border to the opposite side of the long table, and drag his father to run outside the post station to enjoy. But nothing is absolute in the world. Huli seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up immediately. He went under the long table and crouched, and quietly ran to the side of Su Yin's seat. Huli poked his head out from under the table, and inserted it straight between the seats next to Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu, so that the prawns that Jiao Nanwu had just peeled and were about to send to Su Yin's mouth were directly inserted into Huli's head. But Huli didn't care about these details. He reached out his hand to pick up the prawn stuck in his hair, and put it directly into his mouth to chew. He didn't forget to look at Jiao Nanwu and thank her. Thank you for your kindness, stepmother. I will borrow my father's time for a while. Why did you come to my place without eating? Su Yin looked at Huli squatting beside him with a strange face. I was full, and wanted to go out for a walk. 2 streets away, there is an auction of stolen goods that we magic cultivators love the most. I thought that I was bored and had nothing to do now, so I might as well take my father to the next door to pick up bargains, and then spend all the spiritual stones earned from picking up bargains on the girls in the brothel. Huli said his plan with a straightforward face, and looked at Su Yin to ask his father for his opinion. Su Yin is not interested in brothels at present, but he is a little interested in the stolen goods auction that Huli mentioned. However, he is now attending a banquet hosted by the mermaids. It would be very rude to leave suddenly if there is no urgent matter. No problem. But you need to go around the venue a little when leaving, so as not to affect other guests, and you need to be back before the end of the banquet. In response to Su Yin's concerns, the sturdy merman father sitting in the first seat on the left side of the long table smiled and replied, It's just a simple meal for everyone to gather together. There are not so many etiquettes. You can just treat it as eating in an inn. The guests who can sit in the chair are either cared for by parents in the Earth Fairyland, or their bloodline has special features to sit at this table. They all have backgrounds in power, so naturally they don't need to care too much about etiquette. Then please allow me to be rude. Su Yin looked at his aunt after hearing this. Got a promise. Then looked at the merman father and apologized, and then left with Huli from his seat, walked straight to the side hall of the banquet hall, and prepared to go around the back door to the main door. Don't worry, Dad. I've been in the southern states for so many years, so I still have some face. When the time comes, we won't cause trouble. But we're not afraid of it. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll kick him in the air. Bang! Huli walked in front carelessly, trying his best to please Master Yazi, talking nonsense, and promised Su Yin that he would protect him all the way. But just as he was approaching the main gate, Huli turned his head and didn't pay attention to the road at all, and crashed directly into an invisible and immaterial air wall. The impact was so strong that Huli's nose and mouth were crooked, and he fell to the ground with his face covered. Ouch. What is this? Seeing that Huli seemed to have hit something, Su Yin, who was 2 steps behind because of his short legs, stopped immediately, and reached out his hand with a surprised face to touch the place where Huli hit the wall. It seems that there is a transparent wall. A band? Su Yin raised his hand and pressed it on the invisible wall, moving his feet, and he could still touch the existence of the wall when he walked out of a range of more than 10 meters. I'll give it a kick. Huli, whose nose was almost broken, wiped away the tears that flowed from the pain of his nose bridge, raised his foot with anger, and kicked the invisible wall directly. Crack it for me. Bang! The invisible wall did not move at all. But Huli's cheeks quickly heated up after kicking with all his strength, and it started to turn red from his neck to the top of his head. It hurts. Huli fell to the ground, covering his swollen feet affected by the recoil force and rolling around. Use spirit to turn into water. Su Yan's face changed, and he retreated 2 feet directly. He raised his hand to attract a trickle of water and held it in his hand, and aimed it directly at the invisible wall in front of him. As Su Yan raised his arm, and the water column gushed out, he finally measured that the invisible wall in front of him was like an inverted bowl, encircling everyone in the mermaid trade station. Auntie! It's dirty again. Chapter 394 Unfinished Sacrifice. Aunt. Something's wrong. As Su Yan summoned Shui Ling and drew a cross in front of the side hall door, Su Yan immediately felt something was wrong, because it was normal to have restrictions because of the goods in the post station. But Su Yan summoned the water gun and pulled it up vertically, and found that the restriction seemed to be in the shape of an inverted bowl. It was actually normal at this point. But when Su Yan sprayed the water column horizontally, the water column in the water gun could just spray to the main entrance area of the banquet hall. A banquet was being held in the banquet hall, and the main entrance and exit had been blocked by a layer of restrictions. Such a thing was beyond the scope of understanding, and it was definitely not a normal thing. So, when he thought of it, Su Yan turned around without even a little hesitation and sent a voice transmission to his aunt and Jia Nanwu, who were sitting in the banquet hall, telling them that the Jiren post station was blocked by restrictions. Someone has surrounded us. The aunt who was sitting in the banquet hall was stunned when she heard the information Su Yan told her. After looking around, she frowned. There was nothing unusual in the banquet hall. Dishes were served one after another. The guests continued to play music and dance happily, and laughed with the girls of the mermaids. The acquaintances on the main table drank and talked about the interesting things that happened recently. The mother and father of the mermaids were entertaining the gluttons. Everyone present behaved normally, and did not emit abnormal spiritual power fluctuations. Come back to me for now. The aunt looked around and retracted her gaze. She sent a voice to Su Yan in the side hall, pulled up Jia Nanwu, and notified Hu Lian, who was sitting opposite and unhappy, to meet in front of the door of the side hall. And there is a band in the shape of an inverted bowl in the 3-meter area outside the post station, which covers the entire post station. Even a full-strength attack from a Jindan stage demon cannot shake it at all. Su Yan turned his head and pointed at Hu Li, who grimaced in pain and limped behind Su Yan to the door of the side hall and the main hall. There is nothing unusual in the banquet hall. The band you mentioned may be a formation, Anne said her guess with helplessness on her face. To put it simply, a band is a simple formation that needs to be maintained by cultivators directly providing mana. It is used for temporary emergency situations, or to arrange some simple formations. Only formations with real formation eyes do not need to be directly supplied with mana by cultivators to maintain the operation of the formation. The escape technique cannot be transferred to the outside world. Hu Lian looked at the entrance area of the side hall and raised her arm. A golden glow emerged from her fingertips. The cicada goo, which could not be observed by the naked eye, grew rapidly until its body reached the width of 2 fingers. It stretched out its transparent cicada wings and flapped them into a golden beam of light that hit the door of the side hall. Boom! The golden cicada goo turned into a beam of light and hit the formation barrier directly. The azure blue ripples rippled on the barrier. The moment the golden cicada hit the formation barrier, its body was scattered into golden debris all over the ground and died directly. The impact caused by the collision between the two turned into a violent wind that swept the entire banquet hall, destroying the side hall of the mermaid tribe station and most of the banquet hall. The dishes on the table and the weak cultivators were all blown away. At the moment when Hu Lian attacked, the earthly immortals in the banquet hall sensed the strong fluctuation of spiritual power. They were not affected by the strong wind and protected the younger generation of the family beside them. But at this moment, the earthly immortals at the main table did not delve into Hu Lian's sudden attack. They also saw the ripples on the energy barrier, and a large formation quietly trapped everyone. Jiao Cheng. The earthly immortals subconsciously looked sideways at the same time, and took a stance to look at the host of the banquet, the father of the Merman clan. Pa. The food in the hands of the old glutton of the city lord of the coastal city fell onto the tabletop of the long table. Hundreds of kilograms of grilled fish smashed a corner of the long table directly, causing the long table to collapse. Zizizizi. The head of the city lord Lao Tao of the coastal city did not turn, and the bulges on both sides of his shoulders were slightly squirming, making a rustling sound. The sharp points on his left and right shoulders were aimed at the father and mother of the Merman clan respectively. The father and mother of the clan changed their faces and quickly spoke to comfort him. Lord, calm down. We don't know what happened now. Now we are just holding a banquet to entertain the talents as in previous years. The reception banquet has been like this every year. And it has never changed for thousands of years. We, the Merman clan, are just looking for the renewable resources in the crotch of everyone present. It is impossible to make enemies with the clans or tribes behind you. Lao Tao did not speak. Of course, he knew that the formation above the post station had nothing to do with them. But as the strongest person in the banquet hall, when he spoke, other cultivators would honestly shut their mouths and wait for him to speak. Lao Tao's move was actually to help the Merman clan excuse themselves. The banquet hall was in complete chaos. Hu Lian and the ant took advantage of the chaos and evacuated directly from the side hall door to a corner of the side hall, completely away from the crowd in the banquet hall. No one knew what was happening now. They only knew that there was a formation that suddenly trapped them while they were having a feast in the post station. There was no mastermind behind the scenes to jump out and explain triumphantly. They trapped everyone silently. It perfectly blocks the spiritual energy. It can't be broken or escape through the spiritual energy exchange. The ant raised her hand and touched the barrier, frowning and said, "At present, we only know that the formation belongs to the water element. We won't run into the nightmare town again by chance. Right? Now the coastal city is a mixed bag. In front, there is the mermaid tribe's usual son-in-law recruitment event. And in the back, the demons hold a stolen goods auction here. In addition, the sea beast tribes that originally gathered here. The species in the coastal city are unprecedentedly rich. My aunt has not forgotten that the mother of the mermaids once told me that the exterminated people of the nightmare town in the western state have a tendency to revive and make a comeback. Therefore, my aunt has every reason to suspect that the sex of the nightmare town in the western state, taking advantage of the mermaid's marriage recruitment, arranged a so-called stolen goods auction behind the scenes to attract the monks of the demon sect, and instantly gathered a large number of monks in the coastal city. I remember that the sects of the nightmare town in the western state are good at plundering lives. Are those guys planning to sacrifice the coastal city to retaliate against the dragon clan and plunder the mana of all the monks present?" The corner of my aunt's eyes twitched slightly, and she subconsciously looked up at the only entrance and exit above the coastal city. A subtle feeling surged into her heart. Sure enough, the entrance and exit have begun to show signs of leakage. The entrance and exit above the coastal city is actually nearly 20 meters above the sea level. But the circular pipe exposed on the sea surface is invisible. The reason why the entrance and exit are specially raised is to prevent the backflow of waves and rainwater. The arch bridge at the entrance is also built to facilitate everyone's entry and exit, and to worry that the monks often hit their heads when entering and exiting. But even at such a carefully built entrance and exit, when my aunt looked over at this moment, she could actually see that there were faint drops of water falling between the entrance and exit. Obviously, there was a problem with the formation that maintained the existence of the coastal city. Chapter 395. Ant. I can't hold it anymore. Drip. Drip. In the entrance and exit above the coastal city, the scene of water drops dripping gradually became more and more obvious. The earth immortals and guests in the banquet hall were suspicious of each other, and they spontaneously formed groups with their acquaintances to be vigilant against the strange monks around them. The originally lively banquet hall became more and more weird after the formation suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere of suspicion and distrust spread in the formation circle. Boom boom. The small groups formed by each began to use their own means to break the formation and escape from then on. However, with the power of the Earth Immortals, it was useless to hit this layer of azure water formation. The Earth Immortals were even backfired by the formation's recoil force, causing their bodies to shake. Gather water with spirit. Su Yan, who was in a corner of the side hall, raised his hand and touched the energy barrier of the formation. He used his dragon clan's innate magical power of controlling water to try to interfere with the formation in front of him that was classified as water-based. Your power can't affect it. The best solution at present should be to find the hidden eye of the formation. The ant looked around the scene with her hands on her hips, trying to find the energy core point that must exist inside the formation. But what happened next surprised the ant and Hu Lian. Su Yan just stroked the barrier for a moment, turned around and shouted, and kicked the energy barrier in front of him with a whip kick. The heavy blow wrapped in white spiritual power directly kicked a crack in the energy barrier. There is also a way to achieve both in the world. Su Yan observed the barrier through the Dragon Clan's water control, found the energy node inside the formation, and used the Bai Zai's secret method that could offset or even annihilate the spiritual energy to kick it hard, slowing down the energy of one of the nodes for a moment. so that a crack appeared in the formation that even the Earth Immortals could not break. But it was just a crack. And as the energy of the siege formation circulated, the crack kicked by Su Yan instantly completed self-repair without leaving any traces. You kicked the formation apart? Auntie stiffened her neck and looked at the little fox, who kicked the formation apart with an incredible look on her face. You know, the energy barrier in front of them is something that even earthly immortals can't do anything about. Su Yan's exaggerated behavior really shocked my aunt. More than a year ago, the little fox was still not very proficient in magic and magical powers, and was just a child who relied on his dragon clan's innate magical power to juggle. And now, he can kick open the energy barrier that he can't do anything about. How can my aunt not be surprised? I didn't kick the formation. Su Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, just like Huli, who kicked the formation angrily before, covering his feet that were injured by the recoil force, and rolling on the ground. Su Yan looked at his aunt, who asked him the question, and said with embarrassment, "It's just that I was rewarded with 3 life-saving methods by the Grand Master. Aunt, you know that I have accumulated some things after being hunted down by the Nightmare Town many times. There are also things in the world that can achieve both." And Su Yan can't say it through words. Once he is about to say the name of Bai Zai's secret method, a thunder tribulation will strike Su Yan. The method against the sky is only an exception. The rules do not allow it to be widely spread and popularized. And the name of the secret method cannot be mentioned. Zheng zheng zheng. Just when my aunt had just started to hope, the strange formation that surrounded the Mermaid Post Station gradually lit up with complicated and dazzling formation patterns. At the same time, the same azure formation patterns were lit up in the block where the stolen goods auction was held, the Mermaid Tribe's land, the City Lord's mansion, and the settlements of various sea beast tribes. It was not just the banquet hall of the post station that was attacked. There were countless inverted nets covering the coastal city, which basically caught all the creatures in the coastal city in one net. Buzz buzz buzz. The azure formation pattern lit up, and the resonance between the formation patterns burst out with powerless sound waves. The powerful Earth Immortals were the first to be hit. The Earth Immortals who were irradiated by the sound waves were unable to support their bodies. The mana in their bodies completely lost control and turned into mists of different colors, which spread in the area covered by the formation. Su Yan's mana was also agitated, and streams of deep blue mana turned into mist, escaping from the pores of his skin. And there was no way to stop it. Purple mist was escaping from the body of the ant, and black mist was escaping from the body of Hulian, mixed with the mana mist color of the parasitic insects in his body. The monks in the formation seemed to fall into a millstone, being ground back and forth by the siege formation. And all the mana in their bodies was squeezed out, because of the special physique of the Earth Immortal. When the mana in the body was emptied, they even lost the strength to support their bodies, and all fell to the ground. Boom boom. As the siege formation's squeezing power was activated, the coral reefs in the coastal city began to collapse, and the artificial sky above the city also began to collapse, unable to block the seawater. It's the teleportation array. The Nightmare Town sect in the western state is preparing to destroy the teleportation array of the coastal city. In the banquet hall of the post station, which had been full of quarrels and suspicions, a faint female voice suddenly sounded. The mother of the mermaids saw the collapse of the sky of the coastal city, and finally connected all the recent clues of the Nightmare Town disciples, and came up with an answer that was extremely close to the truth. The Nightmare Town sect is preparing to disconnect the teleportation array so that the coastal city cannot contact the distant sea city. They are preparing to dig out the tomb of the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother of the West Sea did not die a natural death, but was cursed by the assassin with the Nightmare Town method. After the Dragon Mother died, her body had merged with the sacrificial array platform, and her soul and body turned into elixir and gathered on the altar. Because he did not understand the principle of the altar, the Dragon King of the West Sea was worried that if he rashly touched it, the sleeping soul of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea might be irreversibly damaged. Therefore, the Dragon King of the West Sea did not touch the sacrificial altar of the law of robbing lives, but used his divine power to hide the altar, allowing the Dragon Mother to return to the land that he led and developed. Now, the people of Nightmare Town in the western state have returned to this land, preparing to complete the sacrificial ceremony that was stopped by the Dragon King of the West Sea more than 20 years ago. The western state is vast and sparsely populated, with a harsh environment, and there are not a large number of teleportation array resources. This large interstate teleportation array in the near sea city is the only teleportation array in the western state that stores the coordinates to the far sea city. If the near sea city teleportation array is destroyed, It means that the dragons in the Dragon Palace cannot learn about the situation here through any channel or voice transmission. If the earthly immortals want to use the escape technique to report the news, it will take a week without getting lost or encountering any accidents. A week later, a true celestial being might have been born in the sect of Yinjin Town in the western province. With the loss of a large amount of mana, Su Yin finally couldn't hold on to the secret method of immortality that he had been maintaining. His body grew more than 10 centimeters taller, and his 3 tails with black flame patterns at the ends also spread on the ground. And a pair of fox ears with slightly blue edges on the earlobes also popped out. Su Yan's round cheeks also became thinner, and the outline of his fox face could be vaguely seen. With large and narrow eyes, Hu Lian, Hu Li, and Jiao Nanwu were all dumbfounded when they saw the sudden change in Su Yin. Jiao Zi, a little dragon blood fox, grow 3 fox tails. In the world of cultivation, only the 9-tailed fox clan has the characteristic of growing tails with cultivation. Little fox, Su Yin is a 9-tailed fox? An 8-magnitude earthquake broke out in the pupils of Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu. Chapter 396 Sister Sierra helps again. And I can't hold it anymore. After a large amount of mana quickly drained away, Su Yan's long-maintained secret method of immortality was broken. After Su Yan whimpered, his body grew slightly, and a pair of thick fox ears with light blue edges appeared on his head. 3 fox tails extended from his back and spread on the ground. Su Yan's sudden transformation scared Jiao Nanwu, Hu Lian and Hu Li beside him. Except for his aunt, Jiao Nanwu only knew that Su Yan contained dragon blood, but never knew that Su Yan was from the 9-tailed fox clan. Hu Lian and Hu Li only knew that Su Yan should belong to the Jiazi of the East China Sea Dragon clan. After all, the Jinwu clan is located in the area east of the eastern state. It is actually a reasonable guess to guess that Su Yan belongs to the Jiazi of the East China Sea. But after seeing Su Yan grow 3 tails, Hu Lian suddenly felt that things were not simple, and the names of a wanted couple vaguely emerged in his mind. The two were from the North Sea Dragon clan and the 9-tailed fox clan of the Su family, which was famous for its charm and beauty. If you can't hold it, don't hold it, lest you suffocate to death. The ant slumped on the ground. Her body was slightly weak, and she needed to support the ground with her palms to stabilize her body. At worst, it will take you back to your hometown to avoid the limelight. The current condition of the ant is worse than Su Yin, and she reveals a sense of weakness when she speaks. Earth immortals have infinite self-healing abilities and are basically immune to physical damage. But these abilities are based on the ability of the Earth immortal body that has shed part of the mortal body and has become spiritualized. After being sieged by the siege formation and having its mana reduced, the spiritualized body of the Earth immortal became a burden. So the state of the Earth immortal in the mana vacuum zone is actually not as good as that of the low-level cultivators who still maintain their mortal bodies. After removing the magic covering his body, Su Yan, who showed his true self, had already adapted to the weak state of lack of mana in his body. He hurriedly ran to his aunt, shaking his tail, and helped her up, saying, "Aunt, you don't look right. Is your body okay? I have no mana in my body. How can I be well? Other earthly immortals are in the same state as me. Although my aunt was in a weak state, she was just in a weak state. There was nothing wrong. Don't talk about my things. Did you hear what the mother of the mermaid tribe said just now? The goal of the Nightmare Town is to destroy the interstate teleportation array." The ant looked up at the dome full of cracks and asked Su Yin, "Can you still use the move of kicking the energy barrier just now? If you can, try to escape from here and go back to Xiaoyu to get help. Except for the teleportation array in Near Sea City. The teleportation array that can achieve intercontinental teleportation should be found in the weapons sect. The Nightmare Town sect in the western state should have planned for today for a long time. The interior of Near Sea City has been infiltrated and full of traps like a sieve. Now the cultivators in Near Sea City are basically all paralyzed on the ground like cripples. The ant does not expect the cultivators in Near Sea City to form an effective counterattack. Now the only one she can count on is her little nephew. As long as Su Yin can run to the teleportation array and return to the Xiaoyu dynasty, everything will be easy. Whether he goes back to the brothel to find his aunt, or looks for Grand Tutor Jean, he should be able to break the trap set by the sect in Yin Town of Western Province. This time, my aunt felt very frustrated about losing, and she was defeated before she even saw the enemy. Break the energy barrier. Su Yin looked at the barrier of the siege array not far in front of him, which was flashing with azure array patterns, and said hesitantly, "If the energy intensity has not increased, there should be a chance." But Aunt, I have never used a large teleportation array. When Su Yin maintained the secret method of immortality, although his mana did not decay at all, the blood and strength on the demon's body would decay accordingly. Although Su Yin's mana is now empty, his physical strength has reached his current peak. There should be an administrator over there at the teleportation array. You should be able to find someone if you look for him. If you can't find him, just operate the teleportation randomly and escape from here, and then talk about other things. My aunt said. The goal of the Nightmare Town is to destroy the teleportation array. So there should be no siege array around the teleportation array. Otherwise the power of the seawater backflow alone should not be enough to destroy the teleportation array that cost countless resources to build. If Su Yin really couldn't teleport to a fixed point, then the aunt could only say that if she could escape, she would be the one who escaped. When the time came, the little fox should remember to help her avenge herself, or notify the Jiachong clan to come to the western state to collect her body, so that she wouldn't die in vain. Then hold on. Aunt? Hu Li. Su Yin turned his head and looked at Hu Li, who was staring at her back in a daze, with a look of dementia on his face, and said, You kid, come and help take care of Aunt. I'll see if there is any way to break the formation. Okay, Dad. After being called by Su Yin, Hu Li quickly exited his daydreaming state. After responding, he moved his mother, who was full of contemplation, to the side of the aunt, put on a defensive posture, and looked around vigilantly. Jian Nan was squatted beside the aunt, and with a little curiosity, reached out and touched Su Yan's 3 tails, trying to confirm whether Su Yan's tails were real or fake. Jian Nan would touch the base of Su Yan's tail, and then, as if the thin strips of the tail had reacted, the fluffy white tail in the middle slapped Jian Nanwu's head, causing Nanwu to subconsciously let out a cry of pain. Sister Nanwu, stop making trouble. I'm doing something important. Su Yin didn't look back, but continued to search his storage ring and took out 6 pill bottles. Each bottle contained 8 spiritual pills, and a total of 48 pills were held in Su Yin's hands. Although the formation can grind away spiritual power, for a Jindan mid-stage cultivator like Su Yin, the spiritual power that the formation grinds away is just 2 bottles of pills to restore it. The mana that has been restored in the body will inevitably be grinded by the siege formation. But Su Yin is not prepared to store the newly restored spiritual power for a long time. The next moment after swallowing the pill, he must go all out for a thundering attack. Red jade hairpin sword. Su Yin uncorked the bottle stopper in his hand and stuffed all the pills into his mouth. In his heart, he secretly called out to the red jade hairpin sword floating in the sky in the moonlight, preparing to attack from both inside and outside and blast the energy barrier in one fell swoop. Clang! The magic sword responded to Su Yan's call and turned into a beam of light and appeared outside the siege formation. Let's fight here together later. Su Yin raised his hand and pointed to an area on the energy barrier. Because his mouth was full of pills, he spoke a little unclearly, but the red jade hairpin sword could understand Su Yan's words. No problem. Su Yin swallowed all the pills in his mouth, and the pills turned into mist and spiritual energy filled Su Yan's body, and quickly used up the magic power that had just recovered in his body in the formation. Su Yin retracted all the fox tails and ears on his body, held his breath and concentrated on the spot to take a bow step, accumulating the magic power of his body in his feet, and kicked at the energy barrier node. Just as Su Yin kicked, a white fox phantom suddenly floated out from behind Su Yin, standing behind Su Yin like a legendary Dharma image, amplifying the power of Su Yin's kick. Boom! The sword energy swung out by the red jade hairpin sword intersected with Su Yan's white foot shadow at the same position, and hit the operation node of the energy barrier heavily. The siege formation that was originally so solid that even the earth immortals could not hurt it at all instantly broke into a large elliptical opening. Su Yin didn't even think about it, and rushed out directly, and the magic power that was rioting in his body instantly calmed down. After sliding out of the siege formation, Su Yin twisted his body in the air and condensed a ball of water in his hand. When he turned around, he sprayed a sticky water column, which flew into the formation through the oval opening, ready to drag all of his aunt and her group out. But the oval opening kicked out by Su Yin did not last too long. The rope he threw out was cut in half by the rapidly closing energy barrier just as it crossed the energy barrier, losing power and falling to the ground. Hu Li, Sister Nanwu, I'll open a new exit for you here. Su Yin greeted the people inside, preparing to open a passage for them again. But at this time, the red jade hairpin sword beside him made a series of sword sounds. as if reminding Su Yin something. However, the excited Su Yin did not notice the reminder and warning issued by the red jade hairpin sword, and kicked the energy barrier with all his strength. A strong recoil force emerged, directly vibrating into Su Yin's body, and directly bounced him away. The turbulence of the mana in his body made Su Yin unable to maintain his human form. The three-tailed fox, which was 2 meters tall at the shoulder, drew an arc in the air and landed on all fours, sliding several meters away. Buzz! The sword of the red jade hairpin sword swayed continuously, as if complaining that Su Yin did not listen to his advice. No matter what formation it is, the energy barrier on the outer layer of the formation is definitely the most solid part, and even the defense and counterattack capabilities are full. Su Yin was able to kick the energy barrier from the inside because the inner barrier was relatively fragile, and Sister Sierra quietly helped him when he kicked. Otherwise, Su Yin would need to use the double full method to bombard the energy barrier node, and would need to attack continuously to open an opening for only his little fox body to pass through. How could he kick out a 3-meter-high passage with one kick? Chapter 397 Xiatong Wanling Xingmu. Hiss. Su Yin, who was attacked by the energy barrier, paused slightly after landing. After suppressing the oscillating spiritual power in his body, he looked at his aunt in the energy barrier and said, "Aunt, wait for me for a moment. I will definitely bring reinforcements back later." Su Yin reappeared in human form, grasped the scabbard of the red jade hairpin sword, turned around and faced the seawater pouring down from the broken dome, and flew straight to the teleportation square next to the city lord's mansion in the coastal city. I am really envious. Looking at Su Yin, who was leaving, Hu Lian, who was in a weak state, showed envy on his cheeks, looked at Jian Nanwu beside him and said, "Nine-tailed fox Yazi Bloodline, you must have had a very happy time in the bath this afternoon?" Who? Jian Nanwu showed a puzzled expression, not understanding what Hu Lian was sighing about. After all, she felt that she was just practicing the contents of the book with Su Yin. She was just surprised that Su Yin actually had the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and did not think of something more profound like Hu Lian. "So, I said that my father is reliable," Hu Li said to his mother with pride, as if he was really Su Yin's biological child. The aunt and her group in the side hall did not continue to do anything after watching Su Yin leave, because of the existence of the grinding magic array, except that Su Yin relied on unreasonable secret methods and cooperated with the innate magical powers of the Dragon Clan to force open a door. At present, the Earth Immortals in the grinding array are basically paralyzed on the ground and unable to struggle, and the cultivators, who can jump up, do not have the ability to force the door open. The city lord of the coastal city, Lao Tao, also fell to the ground and hid under the black robe, and the eyes on his shoulders quietly looked at the direction where Su Yin leapt. The blood of the nine-tailed fox? The father of the merman fell to the ground, leaning on the food that the old glutton had just dropped from his hand, and looked at Su Yin's departing figure with a sigh on his face. "I am so proud of my son. He can actually bring the offspring of the nine-tailed fox home. Whether you have the blessing or not is another matter. You should think about whether there is a way to overcome the current difficulties. You can't just rely on Su Yin to bring back reinforcements. You are not unaware of how counterintuitive the operation of the teleportation array is," said the mother of the merman with a sigh. "The operation of the teleportation array is not complicated. As long as you invest enough spirit stones, it can be activated. But the real tedious thing is that you need to manually input the precise coordinates of the space jump. And measuring the coordinates requires special study in the Qi Zone. The manufacturing process of the super-large teleportation array is currently mastered by only a few major forces, and the Qi Zone is the only force that sells products for building teleportation arrays. But when selling the teleportation array, the Qi Zone deliberately complicated some operations that could have been simplified, intending to earn additional training fees and after-sales fees in addition to the products. Clang! The sound of swords colliding and breaking rang out on the streets of the coastal city that was about to be destroyed. Su Yin held the red jade hairpin sword and swung it, directly cutting the attacking Nightmare Town members and puppets in half. Nightmare Town members from the southern province. Su Yin, who was on his way to the city lord's mansion, looked at the corpses of the Nightmare Town members he had killed on the street, and slowly spit out the origins of the group in front of him. Su Yin had contact with the Nightmare Town sects in the 5 continents of East, West, South, North, and Central, but he had not had direct contact with the Nightmare Town sect in the southern province. He had indirect contact with those guys in the Nightmare Town sect in the southern province when he was the county magistrate in Flower City. The magic way is prevalent in the southern province, and they are all evil people, or people with completely free temperament. Therefore, when the magic cultivators have nothing to do, they like to raid the homes of the Nightmare Town disciples and stage bloody exterminations in order to prevent themselves from being slaughtered like pigs by the demon sect followers. The Nightmare Town sect in the southern province basically formed small groups by breaking up the whole into pieces. The Eternal Life sect that Su Yin had contacted at the beginning was a cult that created wedding dress puppets. They were a small branch of the Southern Province Nightmare Town sect. The Southern Province Nightmare Town sect has a complicated tradition, but the Nightmare Town spell is basically related to vitality. They can make instruments with the magic skills they have seized, and use them for themselves or place them on the living spirit puppets refined by the monks. The situation here is getting more and more chaotic. Su Yin glanced at them, and didn't ask what the guys from the southern state were doing here. Now that the coastal city was about to fall, Su Yin couldn't stand there and think about the reason why the southern state and the western state Nightmare Town sects united. Su Yin didn't continue to fly on the sword. Just now, when he was flying on the sword in the city, he was shot down by the cannons of the Nightmare Town hidden in the city. If it weren't for the red jade hairpin sword to resist the attack, Su Yin, who was running at full speed without any defense, would definitely be injured. The city is not safe, and it is obviously not a good idea to continue flying on the sword in the city. I see it. Su Yin jumped over the roof and ran 2 miles in a straight line. Finally, he saw the city lord's mansion in the center, and the teleportation square next to the city lord's mansion. It was really as my aunt guessed. There was no formation here, and the monks who controlled the teleportation formation were still alive. However, they seemed to have stepped on a trap when running towards the teleportation array. Half of their bodies sank into the ground, and their arms were turned into wedges by the azure spiritual power, nailing them to the ground and unable to move. Hey, you guys. Su Yin jumped from the roof to the ground of the square, looked at the dazed staff, and prepared to go forward to rescue. But as soon as Su Yin stretched out his arm, goosebumps suddenly appeared on his fair skin. A strong killing intent spread from the city lord's mansion, and a sense of crisis of life and death came to his mind. Su Yin didn't care about the monks who were nailed to the ground by the wedge. He turned around and crawled and rolled to smash a wall and hide in the house. Boom boom. A scarlet light column spewed out from the city lord's mansion, and the square in front of Su Yin was instantly annihilated. The scarlet light column penetrated the coastal city with undiminished power, and opened a circular hole with a diameter of 40 meters on the city defense array. The surging sea water rushed in frantically from the newly opened hole, and the hole was stretched larger and larger with the high pressure on the seabed. Su Yin looked at the square in front of him with a face full of shock. The teleportation array and the unconscious monk that had originally stood there were all submerged in the scarlet light column, leaving only a gully that exuded a rotten stench in front of Su Yin. Die! The old glutton in a black robe flashed out of the city lord's mansion, holding a metal cylinder in his hand. In an instant, he moved to the front of the house where Su Yin was hiding, and hit Su Yin's head with a club with all his strength. The metal rod weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds was swung down with a force that broke the earth. A wave of air exploded with the point where the metal rod touched as the center. The buildings within a radius of 2 kilometers were instantly broken. The ground sank, and countless broken building debris flew all over the sky, expanding the affected area by more than 2 times like arrows. A swing of the rod hit hard, like a meteorite hitting. What is the evil way? The old glutton moved the iron rod away with a look of surprise, and looked at Su Yin, a gened stage cultivator who stood on the hot ground without any injury after being hit with his full strength. Su Yin also looked surprised, looking at the red jade hairpin sword in his hand that exuded emerald green brilliance. The red jade hairpin sword seemed to be taking drugs at this moment, in an extremely excited state, and a huge amount of spiritual power, which could not be described as immeasurable, gushed out crazily in front of Su Yin to form an invisible shield, helping Su Yin to resist the full force of the old glutton. Moreover, the emerald green spiritual power was transmitted to Su Yin through the red jade hairpin sword as a transit station, strengthening his physique. The long-lost infusion of the great fox's spiritual power made the red jade hairpin sword extremely excited, as if it had returned to the time when it fought side by side with the Emperor Wusheng to kill ancient beasts. Old glutton. Su Yin glanced at the trembling hairpin sword in his hand, and secretly sighed in his heart. Although this sword was a piece of cloth, its power was really worthy of being one of the national treasures of Xiaoyu. It could even withstand the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the earthly immortal realm. No! Seeing that Su Yin was not dead but still had the energy to roar at him. Lao Tao. who was covered in a black robe, spoke in a calm tone. It was not a conspiracy led by me. And I did not intend to hurt you. I don't even want to care about this mess of souls. If you stay in the grinding slave array obediently, don't try to escape. And then you will do it for the sake of your old classmate. But it's a pity that you escaped and tried to escape through the teleportation array to inform on me. I had to come out from the dark to stop you. You know my identity. So I have to kill it to keep the secret. Looking at the little fox adopted by his old classmate in front of him, Lao Tao showed regret on his face, and told Su Yin the reason why he wanted to kill him in the same tone as talking to a younger generation. Lao Tao wanted to destroy the teleportation array to prevent the monks from telling on him. Lao Tao did not want to get involved in this matter. But because of the order of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, Lao Tao had to obey his mother's order. Set up a siege, extract the magic power of the earth immortals for energy, and destroy the teleportation array to prevent the dragons from knowing. In order to hide his existence, Lao Tao never exposed his existence. Even when he destroyed the teleportation array of the coastal city, he secretly destroyed the coral reef pillars and prepared to drive the power of nature to destroy the teleportation array. Everything was just to get out of it. However, Su Yan's unexpected move destroyed Lao Tao's plan, forcing him to jump out of the dark and stop Su Yan, who was about to activate the teleportation array to escape from the coastal city to inform. Sorry, Fox. Lao Tao raised the metal rod again. But he did not use his spiritual power to worry that someone would notice his existence. He simply used his physical strength to lift the iron rod and swung it at Su Yan, who was in the deep pit. When you die, I will find a replacement to give to my old classmate so that she won't be too sad. Chapter 398 Taotia's Magical Power. When you die, I will find a replacement for my old classmate so that she won't be too sad. Lao Tao smashed down with a heavy stick. Seeing that Su Yan was unharmed under the protection of the spiritual weapon in his hand, he swung the stick again without hesitation and hit Su Yan's head with all his physical strength. Lao Tao didn't want to be exposed to the sun and wanted to hide himself, so he didn't use his spiritual power. But his spiritual sense was always firmly locked on Su Yan. In Su Yan's spiritual world, Lao Tao was not just 3 or 4 people tall, but like the innate demon gods in the legend. He stepped on the ground and his head was on the top of the 9 heavens. The metal stick in his hand was like a big axe that created the world. Affected by Lao Tao's consciousness, Lao Tao turned into a monstrous demon shadow and swung his weapon to smash down Su Yan, whose 5 senses and the instinct of the demon race to perceive danger were all affected, was completely unable to judge where the demon shadow that covered the sky and the sun would attack him. And naturally there was no way to dodge. Red Jade Hairpin Sword. Hold on. If you survive today, I will take you to the princess's mansion for vacation every day in the future. Su Yan, who had no way to avoid or dodge, could only pin his hopes on the Red Jade Hairpin Sword, hoping that it could continue to withstand the full force of Lao Tao's demon body, just as it had blocked Lao Tao's heavy blow before. Cut! Holding the hairpin sword with a bright green light, Su Yan's vision was affected by Lao Tao's consciousness, and he could not recognize whether the demon shadow in front of him was Lao Tao's entity. However, Su Yan believed in his intuition and chopped up a green light curtain mixed with white with the sword with both hands. The hairpin sword, which was blessed by Sister Sierra's power, chopped out a dazzling green light curtain. The darkness in Su Yan's vision completely faded away, and the towering demon shadow transformed by Lao Tao shrank back to its normal shape. Ding ding clang clang. Lao Tao took a step back, and the metal rod in his hand suddenly broke, turning into irregular metal blocks flying all over the sky and falling to the ground, making waves of metal and stone collision sounds. He slashed out a green light curtain and rushed straight into the sky, hitting the artificial sky of the coastal city and gradually dissipating. This is. Su Yan succeeded in one blow, but did not take the opportunity to crawl out of the pit, turn around and run away immediately. Instead, he showed an uncontrollable shock on his cheeks, looking at the damaged Lao Tao body, and fell into panic. The Lao Tao beastman is about 4 meters tall, covered with fine white snake scales all over his body, but the beast head on his neck is a sharp-edged polyhedron, with no organs such as eyes, ears, and nose on it, and a huge mouth occupies the face. 4 pairs of thin arms droop down where the ribs should have been. There were snake-like things growing on the shoulders, and 2 rows of deformed eyes blinked on both sides of the chest. Waves of real pressure similar to dragon might emanated from the snake monster in front of him. The orc-shaped Lao Tao was not fat. The big belly under the black robe that Su Yan saw earlier was actually the arms hanging down from Lao Tao's chest. Those arms propped up the black robe and gave others an illusion. Ka. The 4 pairs of arms hanging down in front of Lao Tao's chest slowly and strangely stretched and straightened. And then the arms were retracted to hug his chest to block Su Yan's view of his chest. And also block the vertical concave opening in the center of the chest. This is also a mouth. I am used to attracting the attention of other creatures through my arms, so that they all think that the vertical line of my chest is a weakness. Lao Tao saw Su Yan looking at his chest. So he explained to him, "You are a good person." Su Yan complained in his heart. His body did not move at all. His eyelids drooped, and his eyes moved to the red jade hairpin sword in his hand, which still emitted emerald green light. He gradually felt the confidence to fight back. Su Yan's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Lao Tao. With Lao Tao's strength, the saliva sprayed out by a big sneeze could kill a row of Jindan stage monks standing relatively close in front of him. Su Yan was able to withstand Lao Tao's 2 moves, relying entirely on the mighty and powerful red jade hairpin sword. Now seeing that the red jade hairpin sword was still mighty, Su Yan, who held the hairpin sword with both hands, had the idea of counterattacking in his heart. Of course, the so-called counterattack defined by Su Yan is not really to fight to the death with Lao Tao, but to take the opportunity to find an opportunity to escape through counterattack. Moreover, Su Yan now does not know how long the red jade hairpin sword can be strong, and it is meaningless to entangle with Lao Tao. Once the red jade hairpin sword withers, Su Yan may even lose the opportunity to evacuate. Hairpin sword should be more powerful. Our next move is to aim at the formation in the sky that is almost unable to hold on, so that the sea water will flow back into the city and hit Lao Tao hard. Seeing the strange shape of Lao Tao in front of him, no matter how you look at it, it should be inherited from Tao Tai. Tao Tai is a land beast, and its agility in the sea water can never beat the Dragon Clan. Cut! Su Yan held the red jade hairpin sword with both hands, watching Lao Tao step forward fiercely, stretching his body with great force and stabbing out a sword shadow that merged with his spiritual power. The sword shadow just left the sword body like a jade dragon, roaring and biting Lao Tao not far away. Facts have proved that Lao Tao really did not lie to Su Yan. Facing Su Yan's sharp sword, Lao Tao did not dodge or evade. The 4 arms wrapped around his chest opened, and a spiral-shaped mouth opened in the vertical concave part of the middle of his chest, with a large number of fine canine teeth mixed in the squirming flesh and blood. Lao Tao opened his 4 arms and both arms in front of his chest, allowing the sword shadow to stab his chest. Su Yan stared at all this with wide eyes, and could not understand what Lao Tao was doing at all. In this sword, Su Yan integrated the power of the double comprehensive method, based on the principle of hurting Lao Tao if he could hurt him. And if he could not hurt him, he could also severely damage the artificial sky and let trillions of tons of seawater pour in. But he did not expect that Lao Tao would not dodge or evade, and opened his chest to eat his sword shadow. Gulyalu. After completely swallowing the sword shadow, the worm-like mouth on Lao Tao's chest closed instantly, and streams of white light gathered from his chest to the dragon head on his neck. The old glutton slightly bent down, and the multifaceted dragon head opened its throat to gather a scorching ball of light. The compressed beam of light containing the power of the double full method was sprayed from the dragon head of the old glutton at Su Yan. What kind of monster is this? Su Yan held the sword in front of him with both hands, urging the red jade hairpin sword to exert more force. He also gathered all the spiritual power in his body on the blade to condense a sword light that also contained the power of the double full method to resist the white beam. If you die, you die. Bite your teeth. The bright light illuminated the entire coastal city. In this strong light, Su Yan couldn't help but close his eyes and stand the sword straight in front of him. Ziz easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 fluffy fox tails extended from behind Su Yan, as beautiful as blooming summer flowers. The 9 fox tails went around Su Yan's body and gathered into a ball in front of him, completely covering Su Yan in the foxtail protective layer. Sister Sierra emerged from Su Yan's body, raised her hand and stroked Su Yan's eyes, giving him a temporary blindness effect, and then intervened to help Su Yan resist the Taotia's devouring beam bombardment. Still inexperienced, Taotia's innate magical power is extremely difficult to deal with. Taotia's innate magical power is extremely simple and crude. That is, it can accumulate energy by eating, and can use the power of magical power to extract the characteristics of swallowed objects, and use its own power to amplify and counterattack this characteristic. In simple terms, As long as Tao Tai can resist the power of your magic, he can extract the essence of your unique skill by swallowing it, and after amplifying it by dozens or hundreds of times, return it to you in the form of a light column. The characteristic of the double comprehensive method is soul-breaking, and the soul-breaking power amplified by Tao Tai's magic is no joke. If Su Yan continues to hesitate and does not take action, facing the counterattack of Tao Tai, he will die. Chapter 399, Changes in the Earth and Sky in the Red Desert. Zizizizi. The devouring light beam spewed out directly from the dragon head, heavily bombarding the protective layer formed by the fox tail. As the tail sank inward, the energy beam began to accumulate into a ball of energy above the depression formed by the fox tail. Dong. The inward concave fox tail suddenly bulged, directly bouncing off the devouring light ball spewed out by the old glutton. The light ball fell to a corner of the coastal city with a terrifying mass, and a white spiral air wave burst out, turning the surrounding area of the landing point into nothingness. The power of the Tao Tai's magical power is getting difficult to deal with. Sierra emerged from Su Yan's body and personally intervened in Su Yan's combat power, blocking the ultimate move spewed out by the old glutton for him. Those with Tao Tai bloodline have thick skin and flesh, and possess extremely terrifying defensive counterattack capabilities. If one's cultivation is insufficient, and one cannot kill with one strike, it would be an extremely torturous and painful protracted battle against Tao Tai alone. During this period, one must not use magic to attack Tao Tai. Otherwise, Tao Tai will devour the magic to restore its own mana, or devour the magic to analyze the essence of the magic, and use Tao Tai's own power to madly amplify the characteristics of the moves, and return it to the attacker in the form of a beam. Sister Sierra slowly retracted her tail, looked at the stunned Lao Tao in front of her, raised her hand, and directly grasped Lao Tao's body in the air, and raised her hand violently, using Lao Tao as a cannonball to smash directly into the artificial dome. Bang! The artificial dome above the coastal city instantly cracked into a large pit of hundreds of square meters. The dragon head of Lao Tao, which had no eyes, ears or nose, collided with the coastal city defense formation. After only a moment of contact, the dragon head of Lao Tao was squeezed by the terrifying impact force and exploded on the spot, turning into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The dead Lao Tao's body began to disintegrate, and no flesh and blood remained. All turned into spiritual energy and dissipated. The Lao Tao who jumped to block Su Yan's escape was not actually Lao Tao's real body, but Lao Tao's external incarnation that he specially arranged in the city lord's mansion before going to the mermaid banquet to eat, just to worry about encountering an unexpected situation like Su Yan, and running to inform the dragon clan after escaping. The Lao Tao's real body was still in the mermaid banquet hall. With the death of the external incarnation, the consciousness inside the external incarnation returned to the Lao Tao's real body with memories. Heh. Sister Sierra broke up the incarnation of Lao Tao, looked up in the direction of the offshore market, sneered, and showed a disdainful expression on her face. Fancy things? If you want to get over it, wouldn't it be easier and faster to cut your own neck with a sword? I've never seen a guy who commits suicide with such a big show. Sister Sierra's consciousness seemed to have detected what happened on the land, and she mocked the mastermind behind all this with a little disdain. After mocking the naivety of Xiatong Wanling Xingmu, Sister Sierra quickly shrank back into Su Yan's body. If the situation had not been critical, and had really threatened Su Yan's life, Sister Sierra actually had no intention of taking action herself. At most, she would quietly give Su Yan some spiritual help like at the beginning. Sister Sierra made such a decision for two reasons. First, it was late now, and the Lord of the Night might come to Su Yan's side to spend the night at any time. Sister Sierra does not have Empress Dowager Su. She only has one of the 9 ghosts of Empress Dowager Su, but she does not have the ability to fool the Lord of Darkness from a strength perspective. Once the Lord of the Night catches her, then the big trick of Empress Dowager Su will be completely lost. Without the Lord of the Night's night protection, Empress Dowager Su will feel a little uneasy when she sleeps. The second reason is naturally because of Su Yan's feelings. Su Fox weighs 1 pound and is rebellious. If Su Yan knows that there is an old woman living in his body who peeks into his life from time to time, Empress Dowager Su thinks that Su Yan may not be able to bear the stimulation and do some extreme or exorcist behavior. There are not many opposite-sex containers, like Su Yan, who belong to the same race and contain the blood of the dragon race. If Su Yan is lost and he finds a suitable container, the dragon boy may jump up and point at his nose and curse. So Empress Dowager Su kept a low profile as much as possible, and chose to play dead before her strength recovered to its peak. Boom boom. Su Yan, who was blinded by the light of the old glutton, held the red jade hairpin sword tightly in his hand, and took a defensive posture to resist the glutton beam that could hit him at any time. However, the expected scorching light and the high weight brought by the high-density energy did not come to him as expected. Instead, a bitter seawater with a salty taste and the clearness hit all parts of Su Yan's front body. Su Yan fell into the backflowing seawater, and his eyes and spiritual consciousness gradually recovered. Gulyalu. Su Yan fell into the waves, choked on several mouthfuls of cold seawater, and quickly manifested his three-tailed fox body, using his hands, feet and tail, and turned into a white shadow to shuttle through the vortex of the waves full of debris. Drowned, Su Yan stood in the sea, looking around with suspicion, looking for the figure of the old glutton. Su Yan was blinded by Lao Tao and Sister Sier, so he didn't know what was going on. He had been alert to the beam of light that Lao Tao spewed out, but the beam of light strangely disappeared, and the dome-shaped city defense formation of the coastal city disappeared completely instead. The huge amount of sea water filled the coastal city in an instant. Although Su Yan didn't know what happened to him during the few seconds when he was blinded by the beam of light, it was obviously a very good thing for him that Lao Tao didn't stop him and tried to kill him. Su Yan took a last look at the coastal city, looking at the city submerged in the seawater, and the large, independent, undamaged grinding formations of different sizes in the city. "I'm going to report you now," Su Yan secretly complained in his heart, and his three fox tails swam up and down, ready to go to the shore. "Inquire about which clan nearby has a teleportation formation. Go to Qizong through the interstate teleportation formation, and return to Xiaoyu to get help to save his aunt and the mermaids." "Huh?" Su Yan leaped up from the sea, and the being manifested a human form, holding the hairpin sword beside him, preparing to fly with the sword, and went to the coastal market to find a monk to ask for directions. But when Su Yan wiped the seawater covering his eyes and looked in the direction of the coastal market, Su Yan was completely stunned by the red jade hairpin sword, not knowing what words to use to describe what he saw and heard. The coastal market has fallen into a raging fire, and the vendors and wandering monks inside are fighting fiercely with a large number of monsters with white jade bones. The cultivation of those white bone spirits is not low, and they are frantically slaughtering monks and sea beasts, devouring their flesh and blood. Every time they devour a monk, the white bone spirits will grow flesh and blood, and gradually transform into their appearance before death. The sea near the coast has turned into a blood-red sea. Corresponding to this is the red land in the distance. The original red desert is now gradually transforming into a yellow desert. Soil has appeared on some deserts, and emerald green vegetation has reappeared in the desert area. The dry river channel has become moist again, and water stains have appeared on the riverbed. A wave of mana that is stronger than Lao Tao and faintly comparable to Ao Renlin is transmitted from the depths of the red desert to the coast, emitting a strong and crazy blood-red malice. Seeing this, Su Yan fell into silence. Lao Tao, this snake monster, is quite honest. It turns out that the person who led the incident in the coastal city is not him. He is at most an accomplice. The real owner is now digging the grave of the dragon mother of the West Sea. Chapter 400. A mountain god, like you will be beheaded. The coastal city has fallen into a sea of fire. In the distance, the blood-red dry land and the strange dead trees are reborn, emitting powerful and crazy spiritual fluctuations. When Su Yan saw this scene, the whole fox was dumbfounded for a moment. In the time it takes to eat a meal, the bones on the land have become spirits running around, holding knives and chasing the merchants and monks in the coastal city to kill. Hey, 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 come here, little brother. Hurry up. Just when Su Yan was flying in the air and looking at the scenery inside and outside the coastal city, a group of monks wearing black cloth, blending into the night sea environment, waved to Su Yan cautiously and gently, reminding him, "Don't wander in the sky. There is a nightmare town in the coastal market. Be careful that they will find you." Several thousand dead and white bones of the nightmare town have come back to life and slaughtered the monks in the coastal market crazily. The monks who were hiding their presence on the sea surface had just escaped from the coastal market. They didn't even dare to fly in the air, but chose to swim to escape as much as possible to hide their spiritual power fluctuations. "Where are you going?" Su Yan fell from the red jade hairpin sword to the sea level and asked the group of monks who were stronger than him. "Of course, we should go to the coastal city to find the great immortals. The coastal market has been completely occupied. The people of the nightmare town are holding a carnival party inside. Don't go there, lest you attract those crazy people to our side." The leading monk looked at Su Yan helplessly, asking Su Yan to be low-key and not let those crazy people in the coastal city find his whereabouts. It's fine for him to do it himself, but it would be bad if the people of the nightmare town were attracted here. You want to go to the coastal city? Su Yan shook his head and said, the commotion there is more fierce than on land. The whole city has fallen to the bottom of the sea to feed the big fish. I advise you not to go. The people of the nightmare town have destroyed the teleportation array, intending to prevent all monks from escaping through the teleportation array. I escaped from there, and was going to find the indigenous clans to borrow the teleportation array to go to the weapons sect. Although the coastal market fell into the sea of fire, Su Yan did not sense any strong people. The mastermind behind the nightmare town sect in the western state was in the sandy desert. But there are gluttons in the seabed. Who knows what they will do later? As a courtesy, Su Yan also informed the group of monks who were escaping in the sea that it was dangerous to go there, and told them not to go to the coastal city area, where a large number of Earth Immortals and Demon Sect followers were now imprisoned in the seabed. Something big must have happened there. Ah! The leading monk was stunned when he heard this, and their fluke mentality made them a little unable to accept such an explanation. You can do it yourself. I'm leaving. Su Yan didn't learn anything from the monks, and jumped onto the red jade hairpin sword with a little disappointment, turning into a stream of light, and flying straight towards the red desert where dead trees are coming back to life. My aunt and the others were still trapped in the grinding formation, and the rescue time was every second. It was impossible to get any useful information from the monks at this time, so Su Yan naturally had no time to waste with them here. Although the red desert in front of him was weird and inexplicable, Su Yan had to bite the bullet at this moment. While maintaining his own safety, he found the teleportation array as quickly as possible and returned to Xiaoyu to ask Grand Tutor Jean or Princess Wuxi to bring reinforcements. Crimson Mountain God. Come out! I am the son of the North Sea Dragon Clan and the Yusa Nine-Tailed Fox. If you don't want my blood to be spilled on your land, come out immediately. Su Yan, riding a sword, ran to the inn where he stayed with Jiao Nanwu and Hu Lian in the afternoon in a flash. He kicked the door of the inn on the edge of the desert and shouted angrily. Although Su Yan had been hiding all the time, he was always worried about being castrated by the Fox Clan elders, or being caught by the Dragon Clan and tortured until the bells broke due to metal fatigue. But these did not affect Su Yan's identity, as long as Su Yan made a compromise. His bloodline could be registered in the genealogy of any of the two clans. If Su Yan died here, the Nightmare Town's followers might run away without a trace. But the Mountain God could not run away. The revengeful foxes or black dragons would not let the Mountain God go. Who made the Mountain God belong to this land? He is one of the most well-informed creatures. Coming! Coming! The Mountain God, who was threatened by Su Yan, crawled out of the flower bed, with a face full of complaints, and a hint of resentment in his tone. The Redland Mountain God had witnessed the horror of the West Sea Dragon Clan, facing Su Yan, who showed his nine-tailed fox tail and his water control power. The Redland Mountain God did not want to be pressed to the ground and rubbed by the two major beast tribes, and then dragged into the sea by the dragon tribe to continue rubbing crazily. Although Su Yan's cultivation was low, the Mountain God could not afford to offend the two bully tribes behind Su Yan. Let me make it clear first. I am powerless to stop what is happening in the Red Desert, nor do I dare to stop it. The Xiantan Wanling, Holy Mother of the Yinjin sect in the Western State, has reached the terrifying realm of the crossing tribulation period. At my peak, I was just at the threshold of the refining void period. What's more, my cultivation has plummeted now, and I am not even as good as the cultivators who have just reached the earthly immortal realm. So don't expect a useless person like me to do anything. The Red Mountain God looked at Su Yan with a sincere face, and almost knelt on the ground to ask the immortal to withdraw his magical powers and not die in his own home or within a radius of 10,000 miles. He really didn't want to be beaten by the Dragon Clan or other divine beasts. Whether it is the Dragon Clan or the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, they are famous for their murderous nature in the history of the cultivation world. Don't waste time. Take me to the force with the teleportation array. I'm in a hurry to save people now. After I'm teleported away, I'll die outside and can't harm you. Su Yan interrupted the nagging of the Red Land God and said his request. I want to return to the Xiaoyu dynasty. After a moment of silence, the Red Land God pointed at himself, who was covered in sweat, and said, My lord, think about it carefully. If there is a teleportation array within a radius of 30,000 miles, with my strength, I need to hide in the fertilizer pile? Wouldn't I have fled long ago? As a mountain god here, you actually want to run away? The answer of the Red Land God stunned Su Yin. The mountain god controls the spiritual veins of a place. And accordingly, he also shoulders the responsibility of protecting the creatures and water and soil of a place. The old mountain god in the flower area, facing the opening of the Hebo Cave Mansion and the pressure of the 5 elements, Karen tried to go to the starting point to close the Hebo Cave Mansion, thoroughly interpreting the responsibility of a land god. The red mountain god in front of him actually wanted to run away, and he ran to the people he protected. This is an evil god. In Xiaoyu, a mountain god like you would be beheaded by the court. Is there anything inappropriate? The red land mountain god showed a puzzled look on his face, looked at Su Yin, and said as a matter of course, "Anyway, I can't do anything. This land used to be under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mother. The man from the demon sect came here every year to take a vacation and treated me as a waiter. The Taoist sect and the Dragon Clan directly ignored my existence. I didn't have any sense of existence. Why are they still looking for trouble? Mountain gods are different from mountain gods. The Redland mountain god has no sense of existence at all. He is a mountain god but cannot control the wind and rain. The wind and rain here are controlled by the Dragon Clan. If you touch it, you will be beaten. The people on the land all believe in the Dragon Mother. The Redland mountain god doesn't even have his own temple. Every year, he is bullied by the man from the demon sect and works like a cow and a horse. He already has no sense of existence. The people of Redland were besieged by the Nightmare Town. No one ran to the Redland mountain god to seek the protection of the mountain god. He naturally felt that the people here didn't need him. So, when the Xiantong Holy Mother attacked, the first thing the Redland mountain god thought of was to run away. In other words, all the portals were blocked. Otherwise Su Yin would not be able to see him even if he came here. Chapter 401 Yesterday reappeared. The Holy Mother Xiantong is not an ordinary person. She escaped the pursuit of the Dragon King of the West Sea. We cannot guess how careful and rigorous she is in doing things. Hide with me honestly. With a burst of luck, you may be able to escape. The Red Mountain God advised Su Yin, with a matter-of-fact look on his face. The Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling? Su Yin muttered the name of the leader of the Yinjin sect in the western state. The Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling should be the fourth big figure of the Yinjin sect that Su Yin has met. The previous ones were the Holy Mother Yuhua Wanling Shifang, the leader who turned into a black dragon to attack the Wuxing Emperor, and the Taoist Wanling Jinjuan encountered by the Beast Control sect. In the Yinjin sect, anyone with the word Wanling in their Taoist name is basically not easy to mess with. Every time they meet, they can be chased away like Samoyeds from hundreds of miles away. The meaning of the Dao name in the world of cultivation can actually be seen as a name on the road of cultivation. And this name basically contains one's own interpretation of the Tao or one's own ambition on the road of cultivation. Not just a random name for oneself. Such a reckless guy will end up like the true Lord burning heaven and see being beaten into the true Lord hatching chicks. Yuhua Wanling Shifang Holy Mother. A great female cultivator who breeds something and ultimately benefits all living beings in the world. Dao Hua Wanling True Lord. The word Dao means a cultivator who creates all living beings from nothing to something. Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother. Su Yin has not seen her perform her magic for the time being, and is not sure how to punctuate her Dao name. But if it is interpreted as before, then the two words Xiantong literally mean mixing things of different natures together. Or it can be interpreted as, all things are mysteriously forgotten in the Tao, and the living beings of heaven and earth become one. Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother is quite crazy. Well, from her Taoist name, you should be able to feel her madness. But this is actually related to her past experiences. The Red Earth Mountain God saw that Su Yin seemed to have calmed down and had no intention of forcing his way into the blockade area. So he hurriedly continued to tell him about going to the Xiantong Holy Mother. The Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother is our Red Earth demon. Of course, this place was not called Red Earth before. Her father is a member of the West Sea Dragon Clan, and her mother is our Great Snake. Although she was born noble, she did not inherit her father's talent, but inherited the snake demon talent from her mother, which led to her having a bad childhood in Yuanhai City. You also know the blood class system in the demon clan. How cruel. It's okay for foreigners, but in front of the same race, a blood difference of a little bit is discriminated and despised. The Red Mountain God paced in the yard, moved to Su Yan's side without a trace, and continued to speak. Snake demons should be like snake demons, and should not covet things that do not belong to them. After she became an adult, she left Yuanhai City and returned to her mother's hometown. But it was also here that she went crazy. Because of the painful memories of her childhood, she spent all her family property to find Tao Tai, one of the four evils. when she was reproducing offspring. She wanted her children to have a strong body, and noble and powerful magical powers. Well, the result is naturally that the child has no talent at all after being born with his mother. At that time, the Western state was different from now. There were a lot of nightmare-suppressing people in the East. Well, the nightmare-suppressing methods are addictive. The former snake demon gradually turned into a demon-like monster. Even her child died in her crazy experiment. She became more and more crazy and wanted to create a world of universal peace. Swallow all living beings into the body, and turn them into the cornerstone of the existence of the mysterious mother of all spirits. The Red Earth Mountain God sighed, and then suddenly turned around and punched Su Yan's head. Bang! Su Yan, who was thinking about the past of the mysterious mother of all spirits, did not expect the Red Earth Mountain God to attack him. So he basically did not take any precautions against him. But even if Su Yan took precautions, it would be useless. After all, the earthly immortal is the earthly immortal. The Red Earth Mountain God turned around and punched as fast as thunder. After hitting Su Yan's cheek, he straightened his body and made a set of movements. If you don't observe it through the divine sense, you can't see the mountain god's extremely smooth movements just now. Su Yan's body was spinning in the air after being hit. After flying 3 or 5 meters away, he fell to the ground and rolled over on the flower bed. Alas, the little ghosts nowadays are really troublesome. The Redland Mountain God shook his head with emotion and said, "Can't you be more stable like me? Chi admits that your threat is very useful. But don't you think about Chi's current situation? Compared with you, the Xiantong girl is a more terrifying existence." Su Yan used his identity to oppress the Redland Mountain God and forced the Mountain God to take him to find the teleportation array. But there was no teleportation array within a radius of 30,000 miles. All of them were destroyed by the Xiantong Holy Mother and her. If you want to find the teleportation array, you must set foot in the desert area blocked by the Xiantong Holy Mother. Going to the desert area will inevitably lead to death. That crazy guy can even transform his own flesh and blood. Isn't it going to die now to set foot in the desert? Therefore, the Red Earth Mountain God chose the third way and directly punched Su Yan hard, knocking Su Yan unconscious as fast as thunder, and then took him to hide, and threw him to Xiaoyu after the chaos on the ground was over. In this way, Su Yan would not die on his own territory and attract the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Dragon Clan. And he would not have to face the terrifying Xiantong Holy Mother. "You evil god," the Red Earth Mountain God thought with a smug look on his face. But he misjudged a little. Although Su Yan was only a small cultivator with a cultivation base of only the middle stage of the Golden Core, he now had the life-saving power blessed by Sister Sierra flowing in his body. Su Yan, who was suddenly attacked by the Red Earth Mountain God, covered his cheeks and looked at the mountain god with red eyes. The red jade hairpin sword in his hand burst into a brilliant light, and the strong pressure frightened the Red Earth Mountain God so much that cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Su Yan did not know what the Red Earth Mountain God was thinking about when he suddenly attacked him. But out of caution, Su Yan regarded the Red Earth Mountain God as surrendering to the Xiantong Holy Mother. Therefore, the moment he regained consciousness, Su Yan drew his sword in anger and prepared to stab the evil god to death. The emerald green sword shadow light curtain cut through the night sky. The Red Mountain God was shocked by the powerful sword shadow and abnormal defense power swung by Su Yan. But the accuracy and capture of Su Yan's attack were still too poor, and it was impossible to hurt the Earth Immortal cultivator without the power of suppression. "You can't catch the Earth Immortal. Kneel down." Although Su Yan did not defeat the Red Mountain God, the Red Mountain God still surrendered quickly, raised his hands high, and said with an embarrassed face, "I will take you to find Ludaxian. Please stop your magic. If you attract Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, we will both die miserably." The Red Mountain God now realized that there were no two options before him. There was only one option before him: death. If you offend Su Yan, you will die. If you offend Xiantong Xingmu, you will die. It's a matter of time. If Su Yan continues to fight here, he will definitely attract Xiantong Xingmu's attention. You can't escape. A familiar voice came from the void, and the water molecules in the night sky condensed into a black and red mist. The low voice of the old glutton came from inside. Chapter 402 Xiantong's Sacrifice. You can't escape. A ball of black and red mist condensed in the void. The moment Lao Tao's low voice came out of the mist, a huge polyhedral dragon head appeared at the same time. A red light ball had condensed deep in the throat of the dragon head. A beam of light with the smell of blood spewed out from the polyhedral dragon head, aiming directly at Su Yan and the mountain god, who were less than 20 meters away. and bombarded from the top of their heads from top to bottom. After the devouring beam spewed out from the mouth, Lao Tao did not stop there at all. He used the escape technique to instantly evade to the maximum distance of the escape technique, and evaded to the secret formation that had been prepared deep in the sea. Boom boom. The scarlet light illuminated the sky, and the area of 100 miles around the inn turned into flat land. The earth sank deeply, and countless sands were thrown into the sky with the air waves. Lao Tao crouched in the secret formation, with 4 legs on the ground and his eyes closed. His strong and powerful tail swayed behind him, and he focused all his spiritual power on exploring the area where Su Yin was. Because he had experienced the death of his incarnation, Lao Tao did not underestimate Su Yin this time, and even treated him as an opponent of the same level without the ability of a terrestrial immortal. After accumulating enough power in his mouth, Lao Tao once again activated the power of escape, and his figure teleported from the bottom of the sea to the sky above Su Yin, and spit out beams again, bombarding Su Yin's position with magical powers. The moment the beam was spit out, Lao Tao's figure disappeared from the void and returned to the depths of the desert, crouching in another secret formation, and began to accumulate power. In about 4 seconds, Lao Tao's figure went back and forth in the void 3 times, and spit out 3 beams of devouring things. In just over a second, Lao Tao could complete the process of getting in place, bombing, and evacuating. After gathering, exploring, and confirming that there was no danger, Lao Tao would teleport to the place and use magic to carry out saturation bombing at a fixed point. Starting the cycle, the red jade hairpin sword still shone, but Su Yin was already more than 700 meters underground. There was no place around him that was good. The red magma was like quicksand, carrying him underground. Su Yin could no longer withstand Lao Tao's bombing and the red fluid containing toxins around him. His hands tightly grasping the red jade hairpin sword were powerless to loosen. When he leaned back and fell, he turned into a 3-tailed fox again. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted in the deep pit. Hey! 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 The red mountain god hiding behind Su Yin, after seeing Su Yin's death, was panicked and supported Su Yin to prop up an energy barrier to block the red poisonous fluid that was falling everywhere. You are down now. What should I do? The old Tao's cultivation is not weak, and he is now using a rogue style of play. The red mountain god has no ability to stop the old Tao's infinite flash. Now when he saw the meat shield fall, the red mountain god's face suddenly showed a panic expression. For the monster above the cultivation level of the void refining stage, it is relatively easy and fast to kill him alone in his prime. What's more, he is only in the fusion stage now. Boom. Just when the red mountain god was thinking about whether to use the escape technique to go to the desert and die in the hands of the holy mother of Xiantong, or to be tough and fight with the old Tao to the end, the old Tao suddenly appeared behind the mountain god, holding up a metal rod wrapped in red light, and made a decision for him. A heavy blow of a stick hit the bottom of the pit, and the blast wave directly expanded the 700-meter deep circular pit into an elliptical shape. The mountain god couldn't even hold onto Lao Tao's hammer, and was directly hit out of the body of a demon clan, turning into a strange fish with hard armor, and rolling its eyes, and falling into the deep pit. After a stick was hit, Lao Tao's figure instantly flashed away from the original position and disappeared. After a while, Lao Tao's figure turned back and touched the corner of Su Yin's clothes, and took him from the deep pit to the depths of the red desert. But Lao Tao's figure disappeared again. After waiting for a while, without seeing the guy who killed his clone instantly, Lao Tao picked up Su Yin again, and moved with the escape technique. Lao Tao also picked up the red mountain god, whose body was hit out by himself. After flashing back and forth in the red desert 3 times, Su Yin and the old mountain god came to a palace. The palace was extremely simple inside. On the walls around the hall, there appeared a series of old colored paintings. The pictures on them were connected to piece together the story of a demon girl who was bullied because of her low bloodline. Therefore, when the demon girl grew up, she decided to build an equal world. Su Yin and the red mountain god were thrown by Lao Tao onto the ground covered with quicksand. What did you pick up? A woman in white plain clothes, long hair, and no makeup on her cheeks had already stood on the altar in the center of the palace, kneeling in front of a beautiful lady with closed eyes, who was floating in the air, and wearing gorgeous brocade robes. Blood and flesh sacrifice. Lao Tao's figure slowly emerged, looking at the Xiantong Holy Mother, who was kneeling in front of the West Sea Dragon Mother, holding the Dragon Mother's arm, and kissing the Dragon Mother with infatuation, guilt and greed, and said with a cold expression, The Holy Mother Xiantong glanced sideways, not caring about the mountain god in Su Yin, and hugged the waist of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, who had long lost her ability to turn into elixir. Her face was full of fascination, and she rubbed her cheek against the Dragon Mother. The old glutton retracted his gaze, and looked at the three-tailed fox Su Yin lying on the ground. The polyhedral dragon head, with a cold look, showed a slightly disappointed expression. Is she unwilling to come out? In the palace at the bottom of the quicksand. After the Holy Mother Xiantong responded softly, it fell into silence. Now, everything is ready except the east wind. The Holy Mother Xiantong is waiting for the arrival of the flesh and blood sacrifice to break the strange array restriction attached to the body of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. Go and urge those dead souls. I can't hold back my excitement. Seeing that the old glutton did not leave, the Holy Mother Xiantong stopped rubbing, touching, and kissing, frowned, and drove the old glutton under the altar away. Xiantong Yang Yang. The polyhedral dragon head of Lao Tao opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end, he did not say what was in his heart, and said, the energy to break the seal has been gathered, and the blood and flesh sacrifices have arrived at the outer area of the Red Land, and are coming. Fearing the majesty of his mother, Lao Tao did not speak his mind, but talked about the progress. He did not agree with what his mother did from the bottom of his heart. But as a child, Lao Tao had no position and identity to blame his mother for what she did. Without Xiantong Yang Yang, he would not even be born. Therefore, Lao Tao has always obeyed his mother's instructions. Now that the plan has reached the final stage, Lao Tao's guilt and helplessness are rolling in his heart. Congratulations to Yang Yang for realizing her great ambitions. And the land of equality of all spirits is coming soon. But is it really worth it? After a long time, Lao Tao still said this sentence. But the response to Lao Tao was Xiantong Yang Yang's soft voice. Chapter 403, The One Who Returns All Things to One. Is this really worth it? When the plan reached the final stage, Lao Tao's thoughts were extremely complicated, and he couldn't help but ask a question to his crazy mother on the altar. Right or wrong doesn't matter, because Lao Tao, as a child, knows everything about his mother, and knows that his mother is actually responsible for becoming like this. He has no position or identity to blame his mother. The expectation of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu before practicing the method of nightmare is actually very simple. It is because she has suffered blood bullying before, so she doesn't want her child to repeat the same mistakes. So she turns her attention to the taboo method that is not allowed in the world of cultivation. Xiantong started thinking that he would stop after reshaping Lao Tao's bones and blood. However, Xiantong is really very talented in this aspect, and the method of nightmare seems to have a demonic nature. It will seduce living beings and make them involuntarily go to self-destruction. Although Lao Tao was young at that time, he still remembered his mother's temperament when she was young. Although his mother looked exactly the same as the Holy Mother Xiantong, her inner essence had undergone tremendous changes. Therefore, watching his mother kneeling in front of the corpse of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea with a greedy look on her face, Lao Tao couldn't help but have extremely complicated thoughts in his heart. The Dragon Mother of the West Sea had given a lot of help to the mother and son, and even lent a large number of spiritual stones to the Holy Mother Xiantong so that she could find a Taotai vaccination. Lao Tao had not experienced that period, but before the Holy Mother Xiantong was completely possessed by the devil, she often smiled and talked about the goodness of the Dragon Mother, with a look of longing. However, the Holy Mother Xiantong took advantage of the Dragon Mother's trust, fooled and provoked those fools behind the scenes, and used their greed to instigate them to ask for more from the Dragon Mother. But the Dragon Mother clearly rejected the greedy demands of those fools, and after she had resentment and hatred in her heart, she brazenly launched a sacrifice to give the former benefactor, the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, a fatal blow. My mother has gone completely crazy, and now the plan has reached the final stage. Once, the Holy Mother Xiantong remotely controlled those fools, and completed the feat of assassinating the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. She hid in the southern state, and sold the sect and fools in the nightmare town of the western state, completely avoiding the pursuit of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea. After the storm has completely subsided, she will return to prepare to complete the sacrifice. As long as the Holy Mother Xiantong dares to touch the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, she will have to face the entire Dragon Clan in the future. The horror of the Dragon Clan. Lao Tao is very clear. In front of the Four Seas Dragon King, whether it is himself or the Holy Mother Xiantong who has just arrived at the Heavenly Man realm, they are all humble existences as small as ants that cannot attract their attention. Heavenly Man is just a respectful title. which belongs to the imaginary phrase of cultivators for cultivators in a certain realm. Just like the cultivators in the three major realms from the fusion stage to the tribulation stage are respected by others as earthly immortals. The difference between heavenly men and heavenly men is sometimes greater than the difference between people and dogs. The identity of the Four Seas Dragon King is equivalent to the most powerful heavenly man in the Four Seas. On land, the Four Seas Dragon Kings are equivalent to the man of the demons sect in the southern state, the Emperor Wuxing in the central state, the leader of the Qi sect in the western state, the Yin-Yang Immortals and Taoist Tai in the eastern state, and the sky-supporting tree in the northern state. The Holy Mother Xiantong, who has reached the heavenly man realm, will inevitably be strangled by the top people in the cultivation world. In front of them, the Holy Mother Xiantong has no ability to resist. The cultivation world does not allow the existence of the Nightmare Town method. This is the iron rule set by the top masters of the cultivation world. They will not care about small fish and shrimps, but they are willing to use the power of thunder to kill the Heaven Realm Nightmare Town disciples and severely strike the Nightmare Town sect. Lao Tao looked at his mother, who was gradually heading towards destruction, and said a word of advice. Is it really worth it? Although Xiantong made Lao Tao lose his father, and the dragon mother, who was very kind to him, now even his mother is about to self-destruct. He blamed everything on his lack of talent. And Lao Tao, who disappointed his mother and caused all the subsequent events, could not help but speak out and give his mother a sincere advice from the bottom of his heart. Xiantong Holy Mother responded softly, but she did not even turn her eyes to her former child, and still looked at the West Sea Dragon Mother with greed, infatuation, and longing. The ugly and humble self is about to put on the noble and gorgeous clothes of the Dragon Mother. The Xiantong Holy Mother has no intention to care about others now, including Lao Tao, who is already a dispensable existence in her heart. She is about to become the real Xiantong Holy Mother of all spirits. Embrace the cultivation world full of malice and injustice. Spread the kindness and goodwill hidden under the meanness. And let the cultivation world usher in true fairness, justice and goodwill. All things are mysterious in one. Forget each other in the Tao, and replay nature. It is unknown how much time has passed. Su Yan, who has been unconscious for a long time, wakes up slowly in the underground palace. Before Su Yan could open his eyes, he felt his body's surface was cold. When he opened his eyes, he saw a desolate palace. The surface of the palace was covered with red quicksand, but because people often walked on it, obvious footprints could be seen. In front of him was a round stone platform, with incomprehensible array patterns engraved around it. A beautiful lady in luxurious clothes closed her eyes and floated without any support or life. On the edge of the stone platform stood a lady in simple clothes. She did not put on any makeup on her face, but there was a very light purple eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes and mouth, which made her eyes and lips look particularly narrow and long. The fierce and arrogant old glutton still maintained his strange snake body, holding a boning knife and slaughtering the monks in a long line. Those monks stood in a long line in the underground palace with dull eyes and no thoughts. They took turns to come to the old glutton, and he pinched their heads, stabbed them in the chest with a knife, cut open their stomachs, and threw them around the underground palace. Su Yan's hands were tied with red ropes, and he was hanging naked on the sacrificial stone platform at 12 o'clock. Su Yan, who realized that he had no clothes to wear, subconsciously twisted his legs and moved them, trying to cover something. Hey, are you awake? At the 3 o'clock direction of the sacrificial platform, a black fish with a particularly wide chest was hanging upside down. Its scales were shining and sparkling like gems under the candlelight of the underground palace. The big fish was tied upside down by the red rope, and said with a happy face, "Why don't you recognize me? I am the mountain god. We are all hanging on the sacrificial platform now. It's just that you are ranked first. The order of sacrifice will be to kill from the front position, and then kill all the way to me counterclockwise," the Redland Mountain God said, and nodded to the lady in plain clothes to signal Su Yan to look at the sacrificial long knife in her hand. The sacrificial knife is more than 2 meters long, with an arc-shaped blade. It is made of stone instead of iron or copper, but it can reflect the scenery. "Ah," Su Yan explained in astonishment. "I woke up naked and became the fox meat on the chopping board of the Nightmare Sect." Chapter 404 Dragon King of the West Sea. Before I fainted, I had clearly restored my three-tailed fox form. Why did I turn back to human form? Su Yan, whose arms were tied and hung on a wooden stick, was frightened when he learned that he was about to be used as a sacrifice, and began to struggle frantically. Su Yan pinched the red rope and turned around. He didn't care that he was not wearing any clothes, and kicked the wooden stake with his feet to use the force to break free from the red rope. But when Su Yin kicked with his feet, he didn't break the red rope as expected. But his feet became numb. It's useless. The magic power and physical strength in our bodies have been suppressed. To some extent, they are not as strong as ordinary people. The Red Land God had a leisurely look on his face, and explained to Su Yin the role of the red rope. The Red Land God should have made the effort before Su Yin woke up. Now he had no choice but to lie down. Silence. The conversation between Su Yin and the Red Land God attracted the attention of the Holy Mother Xiantong. The Holy Mother Xiantong shifted her attention from the sacrificial field being set up, looked at the two people hanging at the 12 and 3 o'clock positions and ordered, "It's not your turn yet. You just wait quietly for a while. Quiet as H.L. The knife is on my neck." Seeing the woman's calm attitude, Su Yin couldn't help but curse no matter how well-mannered he was. "If you have the guts, put me down and fight me. What's the use of children's pants while I'm unconscious? If you have the guts, remove the restrictions on me and let's fight." "Well, Xiantong," the Holy Mother responded softly, turned her head back to look at the sacrificial site being arranged, and said, "You may feel angry, but there is no need. In your impression, being a sacrifice means death and pain. But you are not only sacrifices, but also the first residents of the equal world I created. You can live in a brand new and happy world in the future. There is no need to be angry, afraid, or terrified. You will not die here, and you will not feel darkness." Su Yin could not understand the words of the Holy Mother Xiantong, but instinctively felt a chill in his heart. The extremely strong malice emanated from the plainclothed woman, oppressing Su Yin to the point that he could not breathe. The equal world created by the Holy Mother Xiantong can actually be seen from her Taoist name. It is completely impossible or unrealistic to want complete fairness and equality. But it is not a delusion for the Holy Mother Xiantong. All things are mysterious, and look at each other in the Tao. As long as he devoured the world of cultivation, and let everything and everything merge into his body, billions of living beings, with the Holy Mother of Xiantong as the carrier, blended into one, becoming an existence that can live forever and be immortal. Wouldn't it completely create a fair, just, and kind world? Who would deliberately treat themselves badly? At the same time, the Lord of the Night, who had just finished a day's work in the Wanyao city of the eastern state, sat in front of the office of the academy and sorted out the documents slowly. Sorted them all out and put them on the bookshelf. The bookshelf, which was 3 meters long and about 2 meters and 3 meters high, seemed like an insatiable black hole. No matter how many documents the Lord of the Night stuffed into it, they could all be stored. After finishing his official duties, the Lord of the Night raised his hand and pressed it on the void, gently pushing open a door, preparing to go to Su Yin's side, pull him to his spiritual spring pool to take a bath, and practice his skills. But, as soon as the Lord of the Night pushed out his palm, the space gap that should have appeared above the void seemed to be blocked by something, and the Lord of the Night's arm bounced directly from the void. Su Yin is in the universe space? The Lord of the Night looked at his palm that was bounced back, and his expression on his cheeks changed slightly. A red blood moon rose from behind the Lord of the Night. The boundless blood-colored world collided with the deep blue hurricane ocean world, and the completely different universe world was divided into half of each person. For cultivators in the realm of heaven and man, when fighting, it is not only a contest of Taoism and magical powers, but also a confrontation between the small worlds of rules evolved from the magical powers. Two heavenly people fight in the universe, and the size of the universe will change with their different states. The celestial being who disappears first in the universe will die without a burial place. The Lord of the Night opened his own universe, and connected to the universe that enveloped Su Yin. In the deep blue hurricane universe, there was a thin man with long white hair falling on the sea, leaning on the small tea table, and drinking by himself. "Would you like to have a drink? Fine wine from the West Sea." The Dragon King of the West Sea slowly turned his head, and looked at the Lord of the Night standing in the blood moon space, raising the wine glass in his hand to invite the sudden visitor. "Your universe blocked my way." The Lord of the Night was not interested in saying more, but simply told the Dragon King of the West Sea the reason for his appearance here. "Then I'll say sorry for now. I need to occupy this place for a while. If you are not in a hurry, come back later." The Dragon King of the West Sea turned his eyes back to the front, drinking by himself and looking at the light screen that appeared in front of him. On the light screen in front of the Dragon King, the scene in the underground palace in the Red Desert was being played. At this moment, it was played when Su Yin was cursing the Holy Mother Xiantong. Su Yin? Although separated by the universe, the Lord of the Night still saw the scene being played on the light screen through the tilted shoulder of the Dragon King of the West Sea. On the screen, Su Yin was hung up and dangled naked, and even his whole appearance of the bell was exposed. The blood moon space behind the Dragon King of the West Sea suddenly changed its position. The figure of the Lord of the Night appeared on the left of the Dragon King of the West Sea and looked at the light screen and asked, "What happened up there? Do you know him too?" The Dragon King of the West Sea showed a slight surprise on his cheek and asked the Lord of the Night. The Dragon King of the West Sea was not familiar with the Lord of the Night, but at the heavenly banquet held every 10 years, the two had greeted each other hundreds of times, and the Dragon King of the West Sea had a certain degree of understanding of the Lord of the Night. After knowing that the Lord of the Night had lost her husband and son, she became more autistic and completely distrustful of outsiders. She would get furious when the beast-taming sect and things related to the beast-taming sect were mentioned. Therefore, when the Dragon King of the West Sea saw the Lord of the Night, who seemed to know Aorinlin's cub, he felt slightly surprised. This autistic old woman could make friends? The Lord of the Night nodded in response to the Dragon King of the West Sea, looking at him with a sidelong glance, asking him to explain what was going on now. Su Yin was still sitting on the boat yesterday, sleeping on the wooden board at night, hugging his thighs, murmuring about the soft pillow after a dream, and feeling dizzy from the boat ride. Today, in the blink of an eye, how could Su Yin be stripped naked and hung on the altar? Nothing. I just want to see the people of Nightmare Town go from ecstasy to hysteria, and then be beaten to death by a lonely old dragon. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong, and a smile gradually appeared on his cheek. The Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling is unexpectedly bold and timid, making me wait here for so long. Chapter 405 Straw Dog. She is unexpectedly bold and timid. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at the image of the Holy Mother Xiantong, with a smile on his face, and said, "I have been waiting here for 20 years, and now I can finally appreciate her hysterical and collapsed face." The Holy Mother Xiantong was very brave. So brave that she dared to kill the wife of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The dragon race has been educated since childhood that reproduction is more important than anything else. When they reach maturity, they will go out to find all the female beasts that can reproduce and give birth to cubs. Day after day, year after year, when they are exhausted, they return to the tribe and marry the female beasts of the same tribe. In general dragon marriages, emotional factors and personality factors account for a very large proportion. The Dragon King of the West Sea set an example and forced the dragon race of the West Sea to reproduce, allowing those real dragons with eyes on their heads to contact the outside world. His marriage with the Dragon Mother of the West Sea was basically due to the attraction of each other's personality. Looking at the beautiful lady all day, exuding kindness and mercy that he did not have, the Dragon King of the West Sea felt that he owned the whole world. Mother Xiantong was born in Yuanhai City, so it was impossible for her not to know about these things about the Dragon Clan. But she was still bold enough to plan to assassinate the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, and even thought that she could escape the pursuit of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea. Then, let her escape. Let her spend countless efforts to complete her stupid plan. When everything comes, when she thinks she has succeeded, come out and take away everything from her. For this reason, the Dragon King of the West Sea closed the Dragon Palace and blocked most of the information channels, so that Mother Xiantong could better perfect her method of becoming an immortal. But the timidity and caution of Mother Xiantong exceeded the expectations of the Dragon King of the West Sea. He waited here for nearly 20 years. During this period, Mother Xiantong basically did not set foot on the territory of the Western State, but only let her son and the Nightmare Town under her command to lay out here. A male beast with a bad character. The Lord of the Night spoke slowly, commenting on the man in front of him who showed his intention to kill, and said, "Did you refuse the heavenly feast because of this matter before? The heavenly feast is a banquet for the gods, held every 10 years or so. The strongest gods from the 5 major states and the 4 seas gather together to discuss and exchange opinions and decide the development of the cultivation world in the next 10 years, so as to avoid the chaos of the 10,000 races caused by communication problems. The Dragon King of the West Sea has not attended for 2 sessions. So the young dragons of the Dragon King of the West Sea went to read the handwritten letter of the Dragon King of the West Sea at the banquet to explain the West Sea area. The Lord of the Night thought that the Dragon King of the West Sea was also keen on exploring the mysterious land of Guishu like the Dragon King of the South Sea. But he did not expect that the Dragon King of the West Sea refused to attend the most important banquet in the cultivation world in person because of his wife's affairs. It's not difficult to kill her, but it's hard to let go of the hatred. And she still has some uses. The Dragon King of the West Sea slightly restrained his smile and said, although my love for the imperial concubine is evident to all, the amount of knowledge required to break the curse is not something we can access. I don't want to be a straw dog. Although the Dragon Mother of the West Sea is dead, the Dragon Clan can live again because of the Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, when the Holy Mother Xiantong planned to assassinate the Dragon Mother of the West Sea, she had already expected that the Dragon King of the West Sea would arrive the moment the assassination was successful. So she divided the method of becoming an immortal into 2 stages. The first stage has been completed. The next step is to wait for the dragons to relax their vigilance, and then kill them back to complete the second stage. The moment the West Sea Dragon Mother was assassinated, the Dragon Soul should have instantly entered the Dragon Ball to read the bar and revive. But the Dragon Soul was sealed by the Xiantong Holy Mother while it was moving. The West Sea Dragon King needs someone to unseal him. Ordinary people in the Nightmare Town cannot unseal the Xiantong Holy Mother. And he and the dragons cannot touch the Nightmare Town method. All living beings who touch the Nightmare Town method will die. But after death, they will not really reach the end, but become the straw dog of the person behind the creation of the Nightmare Town method. This is the case with Bai Zhe and the musicians. The other 10 witches of the Undead Kingdom cannot escape. After death, they still stay in the world waiting for an opportunity. After I get the Dragon Ball, it's time to end this long race. The West Sea Dragon King narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding all the things about the nightmare suppression method in his mind. No longer recalling those terrifying and cruel contents, raised his hand to pinch out a wine glass and handed it to the Lord of the Night, saying, really don't want a glass. Drinking alone is really boring. No, the Lord of the Night said lightly. The wine is indeed good, but it is also because of the good wine that the Lord of the Night will not drink it. She will go to Su Yan's place later to wait for the fox to wake up. The smell of such a good wine will not dissipate for 3 to 5 months. At this moment, the picture on the light screen has progressed to the final stage of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu's plan. The blood sacrifice array and the energy of the 27 Earth Immortals all gathered on the altar of the underground palace, instantly breaking the seal that the West Sea Dragon King placed on the Dragon Mother. Clang! The Holy Mother Xiantong turned around and looked at the altar, where the 12 creatures were tied to the 12-hour positions. She waved the sacrificial long knife in her hand and said, the sacrifice begins. The Western States' method of snatching lives seems to be omnipotent and can swallow anything in the eyes of outsiders. But such a method still has some flaws. When swallowing a creature that is far more powerful than itself, it is necessary to use the power of the sacrifice to borrow the power of the stars of heaven and earth to tear open the elixir and swallow the essence inside. The stars returned to their positions. The Holy Mother Xiantong raised the sacrificial knife with both hands and pressed it against Su Yan's chest at noon. The blade entered the heart of Su Yan's chest and slid down, allowing Su Yan's chest to open completely and reveal his internal organs. Su Yan looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong with astonishment on his face, and looked down at his scratched arm. Is the knife crooked? Or is it just cutting the arm to take blood? In Su Yan's vision, the Holy Mother Xiantong placed the knife on her shoulder, leaving a not too deep cut on her shoulder. But in the vision of others, Su Yan had been disemboweled by the Holy Mother Xiantong, and all his organs were hanging out of the wound. However, because Su Yan had the physique of a demon race and the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, he did not die, but kept wailing in pain. After Su Yan's death, a deep blue star lit up above the pillar where Su Yan was hanging. The Holy Mother Xiantong held the long knife in both hands, turned around and looked at the offerings at 1 and 2 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, the offering was stabbed in the shoulder by the long knife, and the muscles of the offering's arms were completely cut open with a continuous knife to expose the bones, and a large amount of blood sprayed out uncontrollably from inside. The second sacrifice was cut in half, but the spine was not cut off and was still connected. The flesh on the waist was turned outward, hanging like a wrinkled skirt. Hey, why are you getting more and more cruel? Didn't we agree to kill counterclockwise? The Red Land Mountain God was horrified, watching the increasingly cruel and bloody killing of the Xiantong Holy Mother. Su Yan died cleanly, with a knife piercing his heart. The first sacrifice bled to death. The second sacrifice was cut in half, and now it is still struggling to die. Now it is at the 3 o'clock position. Isn't it going to be more painful? Clang. The Xiantong Holy Mother did not speak, but came to the side of the Red Land Mountain God, used the sacrificial knife to tease the mountain god to the right position, and then performed the immobilization technique, and placed the sacrificial knife on the fish tail of the Red Land Mountain God. Scratch. Scratch. The sound of metal clashing sounded, and the Xiantong Holy Mother directly sliced off half of the fish scales of the Red Land Mountain God. Then, under the control of the Xiantong Mother, the Red Earth Mountain God turned over and revealed the other half of his body. All my scales. The Red Earth Mountain God fluttered wildly. But because of the immobilization, he could not move at all, and suffered the skinning inflicted on him by the Xiantong Mother. If I have to die, let me die quickly. Do you remember who lent you the spiritual stones when you had no money to eat and no spiritual stones to buy supplements for the child in your belly? After cutting the fish scales on both sides of the mountain god, the Xiantong Mother turned and walked to the front of the Red Earth Mountain God, raised the sacrificial knife, and scraped off the fine scales on the head and cheeks of the Red Earth Mountain God. But when she heard the Red Land God begging for mercy, the Holy Mother Xiantong paused slightly and said calmly, "Borrow 500. Return 700. The actual weight of the spiritual stones in my hands is only 400 kilograms. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Use your flesh and blood to make up for the missing 100 kilograms. If I hadn't given my entire fortune and borrowed spiritual stones from you, I might not have been injured, and the fetus in my belly would not have been injured." The Red Land God's words irritated the Holy Mother Xiantong, causing her face to show resentment. 200 kilograms of meat were dug out of the Red Land God. Su Yan, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. "You are responsible for this woman's madness. No wonder you hid it in the fertilizer pile." "What is fertilizer?" "It is fertilizer made from excrement and kitchen waste through a certain process." At that time, Su Yan was wondering how this mountain god could hide in the fertilizer pile. It turned out that this was the problem. Chapter 406, Ascension. Ah. Hiss. Cannibalism among the same clan. Is this something that an underage fox like me can watch? Su Yan, hanging on the wooden stake, felt the increasingly weird atmosphere in the air and wanted to break free. But because of the influence of an external force, he couldn't even move now. He could only hang on the wooden stake and watch the weird scene in front of him, and complain in his spare time. Su Yan's complaints did not affect the Holy Mother Xiantong, and the life-stealing sacrifice had begun. The Holy Mother Xiantong, who swallowed the Dragon Mother of the West Sea in big mouthfuls, gradually condensed from a cloud to a solid body. But the Holy Mother Xiantong, who envied her own body, was no longer the plain-dressed woman before, but a weird demon. She was shaped like a snake, with 4 limbs and 2 tails, and the scales on her body were colorful. The snake head was greedily sucking the remnants of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea in the closed space, and 2 flesh and blood plants gradually grew on her shoulders. Flower buds bloomed on the fleshy branches, and a gluttonous sheep head without eyes, ears, or nose grew out from the shoulder of the Holy Mother Xiantong. On the other shoulder, a white but kind-looking female dragon head grew out. "It's done!" The Holy Mother Xiantong, who was undergoing alienation and deformation, roared up to the sky, and the thick snake scales on her body stood up one by one. Black and red viscous liquid slowly flowed out of her body. After the liquid landed, it created black waves that surged outward, shaking the space and causing ripples that made extremely harsh noises. 3 bodies become 3 flowers. The sound of the great Tao floats, riding a phoenix and a crane, covered with brilliant divine light. The body of ice and jade that is invulnerable to all methods is manifested, causing the spiritual energy to condense into nectar. This old woman has indeed succeeded. The dying Red Earth Mountain God, seeing that Xiantong Wanling Xingmu failed to cultivate immortality and fell into the state of evil, immediately gloated over the pain of excessive blood loss and scraping flesh, and opened his mouth to correspond to the scene of the immortal, mocking this evil demon. "It's done. It's done." The ecstasy on Xiantong Xingmu's cheek gradually turned into obvious dullness and confusion. A large number of cysts began to wriggle out of the heavenly body that had just manifested. A bulge appeared on her back, and the bulge suddenly burst and extended a ferocious dragon head, looking up and roaring. "Xiantong bitch. I want you to die. Did you ask me if you wanted to become an immortal? You stinky mother. You used your beauty to cheat me of my secret wealth." The bulge on the chest of the Holy Mother Xiantong burst, and a female cultivator's head emerged from it. She smiled and looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong and said, "I hate it. But I don't hate you for killing me and eating me alive. I just hate why it was you who became an immortal instead of me. The disciples of our demon sect are narrow-minded. Seeing that you are living better than me is even more painful than cutting me into pieces." One by one, the pills that had been swallowed by the Holy Mother Xiantong took advantage of the Holy Mother Xuantong's ascension to the immortality and attacked the Holy Mother Xuantong's foundation for enlightenment and her sea of consciousness. Everyone. Don't live. Ha 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 ha. The Holy Mother Xuantong's body gradually twisted and expanded, evolving into a large pool of white rotten meat, filling the ground of the underground palace and emitting a foul smell. One by one, the heads, transformed from the remnants of the soul into entities, attacked the Holy Mother Xuantong crazily. Some of those who were not good at speaking used a few blood vessels to support their heads and began to eat her flesh and blood. Some abnormal heads have something similar to reproductive organs, which are aimed at the Xuantong's fake head and cast spells crazily. The ugly world is displayed on a body, and the crazy shouting voices fill the underground palace. Seeing this, Lao Tao on the side wants to step forward to rescue and disperse the evil spirits condensed by the mother's magic power. But the evil spirits are originally the Xuantong Holy Mother herself, and their power is not something that Lao Tao can resist alone. The head on the rotten meat swung and hit Lao Tao, who was about to step into the carnival land, directly injuring him. TSK. 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 In the originally noisy underground palace space, a teasing voice suddenly broke in. It's really an ironic scene. I thought you would be bitten to death by them, but I didn't expect that they actually resented your injustice. A beautiful man with long white hair and blue eyes, whose robes were loose, exposing his shoulders, chest and abdomen, kicked his left hand inside his open robe, and walked leisurely from the outside of the underground palace to the sacrificial field. He looked relaxed and teasing, raised his foot, stepped on the rotten meat evolved by the Holy Mother of Xuantong, ignored the ugly scenes of the world, slowly squatted down and raised his hand to tear open the body of the Holy Mother of Xuantong, exposing one of the incompletely developed cysts, so that the dragon pearl of the dragon mother of the West Sea hidden inside was revealed. The dragon pearl broke away from the flesh and blood, and the little white dragon inside saw the man in front of him, with a face full of grievances, and circled around the man and made a low dragon roar. West Sea, Dragon King, the Tao, who was lying on the ground, showed a look of fear that he could not hide when he saw the person coming. Swish. The West Sea Dragon King looked disgusted, pushed away the dragon ball with blood and grease on his body, summoned a stream of water, and took out a piece of silk to wipe the stains on his wife's body. The West Sea Dragon King heard the Tao's murmur, looked at the Tao with a smile, blew a whistle to signal the Tao to raise his head, and explained to him in a very good mood. I didn't do anything here. I really just sat aside and watched quietly, watching your mother diligently and hard rushing towards the road of death. The method of nightmare is simply the method of killing and seizing. After death, the living beings do not completely disappear from the original place directly, but will leave the foundation of cultivation and extremely strong resentment. Ordinary cultivators would not touch these things, but the disciples of Yinjin could become strong quickly because they devoured the cultivation foundations and resentments of others, and used the cultivation foundations of others to make up for their own shortcomings and strengthen themselves. These resentments are imperceptible, and they will only appear when the disciples of Yinjin become immortals, or when they are dying, and snatch the bodies of the disciples of Yinjin. Such things have happened many times, and the most famous one is what happened in the nine-tailed fox family. A leopard beast took over the body of a little nine-tailed fox, but the leopard beast could not swallow it, and instead let the nine-tailed fox take over its body, and became a nine-headed and nine-tailed beast that plagued the world. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not hinder the Holy Mother Xuantong, but just watched her die with amusement. Once he intervened, it would not be beautiful. Maybe the Holy Mother Xuantong would come to complain that she harmed her, and that the Dragon King of the West Sea had done something to kill her. Now the failure of the Holy Mother Xuantong is entirely her own fault, and she cannot blame others. Get up. The Dragon King of the West Sea raised his hand and waved it. The scenery inside the underground palace suddenly changed. The red sand gradually faded from its dry and withered color and turned into an ocean. The rotten meat lying on the ground stopped decaying, under the influence of the power of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The evil spirits that kept clamoring were suppressed back into the body of the Holy Mother Xuantong. The Holy Mother Xuantong gradually reshaped her body into a snake monster with 3 beasts and 4 legs. The Dragon King of the West Sea, holding the dragon ball in his hand, looked at Su Yin, who was hanging naked on the wooden stake, raised his hand to put Su Yin down, and threw a set of clothes to him. Don't use your things to identify this king. Chapter 407. I'll do this, and then I'll do you later. Don't point your little thing at me. After appreciating the ugly appearance of the Holy Mother Xuantong, the Dragon King of the West Sea looked sideways in the direction of Su Yin, helped him untie the red rope that bound his arms and suppressed his magic power, and threw a set of clothes for Su Yin to wear immediately. The position where Su Yin was hanging was very straight, facing the gate of the underground palace. In addition, when the Dragon King of the West Sea was in human form, his height was about 1.9 meters, and when he looked straight ahead, he could just see Su Yin's small rocking bell. If it were in the past, the Dragon King of the West Sea would not care about Su Yin's manners at all. But today was the festive day for the Dragon King of the West Sea to welcome his wife back. The Dragon King was here to reminisce with his wife and express his longing for her. But Su Yin was hanging naked on the side, and from time to time, he was tossing on the wooden stake, swinging back and forth, trying to break free from the red rope that bound his arms. Such a scene that ruined the scenery really made the Dragon King of the West Sea unbearable. I might as well put Su Yin down first, so that he wouldn't hang there while I was talking, making it seem like he was too big to fit in my pants. Wow. Su Yin, who was hanging on the street lamp, was wrapped in a new set of clothes when he fell to the ground. Su Yin almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Su Yin fell on the altar, looked at the West Sea Dragon King who was glaring at him, and then looked at the little white dragon in the dragon bowl, and said with an awkward smile, "Please forgive me. The two immortals. I was helpless before, and had no choice. I apologize to the two immortals here, and get out now." Su Yin saw the West Sea Dragon King and the Dragon Queen, and he was scared in his heart, and he secretly cried out that it was not good, and he was dying. Su Yin smiled flatteringly, and clasped his hands together. After apologizing to the Dragon King of the West Sea and the two dragons, he transformed himself into the white fox form that he usually used to beg for food, and prepared to slip away along the edge of the altar with his fox form. When he was in danger before, Su Yin thought of many possibilities in his mind, such as the possibility that the fox mother and dragon father would come to avenge him after he was killed, and that his body and soul could be hidden in the semi-finished dragon ball after his death. He also thought that in the moment of crisis, the dragon father, who had transformed into the dragon of time and virtue, could sense that he was about to face the danger of death, and hit him with a palm in the air to save himself, who was on the verge of death. Among so many possibilities, Su Yin had never thought that he would meet the Dragon King of the West Sea to save him. Su Yin did not forget that he could not fall into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Once he was caught, it might directly affect the Dragon Father's plan to merge blood, and it might even be so exhausting that the metal fatigue of the small rattle broke. Although it was better than falling into the hands of the fox, it was only a little better. No matter if the Dragon Clan or the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan directly arrested him, his future fate would be that he would need to squat to pee. The only difference was the time. So the moment Su Yin landed on the ground, he apologized loudly without saying anything, then lowered his presence and hid in a corner, preparing to quickly escape by taking advantage of his small size. But Su Yin might not have expected that the Dragon King of the West Sea had actually been watching this land. From the moment he set foot in the Red Desert, all his words and actions were exposed to the eyes of the Dragon King of the West Sea, including Su Yin's identity. He was known as soon as he set foot in the Red Desert area. "Wait for me for a while." Just as Su Yin was escaping, the Dragon King of the West Sea signaled Su Yin to wait for a while. After he dealt with the enemy's business, he had something to find him. Su Yin's identity is not simple. The Dragon Clan has been chasing Ao Renlin for so long, but couldn't catch him. Unexpectedly, Ao Renlin and Su Qing's child came to him by himself, twisting around in front of him naked. The Dragon King of the West Sea will not let Su Yin go. Using this bait to catch Ao Renlin should be very effective. No need to look at me with hatred. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked sideways again, looking at the Xiantong Holy Mother, who was saved by him and transformed into a human form, and said, "Because you will die later. The reason I help you suppress the evil spirit is because I am going to beat you to death myself." The Xiantong Holy Mother, who was struggling to support her body, no longer had the previous calm and hypocritical compassion on her face because her plan had completely failed. She truly revealed her emotions and temperament in her heart. The Holy Mother Xiantong showed resentment on her face, staring at the Dragon King of the West Sea who indirectly caused her tragic life. "I have nothing to say. The heart-wrenching and blood-shedding appearance of a despicable weakling like me is not worthy of your eyes, and the eyes and ears of strong people like you cannot tolerate our existence. I curse you deeply, and I hope that one day you will also end up like me, so that you can also experience the days of crying blood on the streets, and no one paying attention to you. I wish you will become a mount after the Jedi Tiantong is opened." The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong quietly, smiled and said to her, "You just said that you are despicable?" "No. The shameless and despicable person is actually standing in front of you. On your road to becoming an immortal. I am the despicable one. The words of the Dragon King of the West Sea made the Holy Mother Xiantong frown slightly. What do you mean by this? Did you do something to me? No. As I said before, I just watched your affairs from the side. Never intervened privately. And even provided you with help. Say hello to the man in the western state. Otherwise, why do you think you can rule the southern nightmare town? I only did one thing. That is, after I learned that you assassinated my wife. The Dragon King of the West Sea said slowly, assist you in pursuing your dream. Because I know that the moment when the nightmare town method is cultivated to perfection is the moment when the practitioner welcomes his own death. And his soul and foundation become a straw dog of a certain upper world. To be honest, I am very busy and have no time to manage the Dragon Clan. The internal affairs of the Dragon Clan are all taken care of by my wife and the elders of the clan. I don't even have time to manage the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. Why do you think I will pay attention to the situation in Yuan Hai City? If you had the fighting spirit now, you could have come directly to me. If a ruthless person like you really annoys me, I would be very happy to add another nightmare town under my command. The Dragon King of the West Sea smiled and told the truth. A truth that the Holy Mother Xiantong could not accept at all. No. It's impossible. The method of nightmare was created by the human race to resist injustice and oppression, and to overthrow your rule. How could it be a method of death? Xiantong Holy Mother loudly refuted the words of the Dragon King of the West Sea. Death is already a foregone conclusion. She has been attacked by the evil spirits in her body. If it weren't for the universe of the Dragon King of the West Sea helping her suppress the backlash in her body should have begun to fail. Xiantong Holy Mother is not afraid of death. When she was planning to become an immortal, there was an option of death. What really broke Xiantong Holy Mother's defense was the words of the Dragon King of the West Sea. She resented the injustice of the world. If her mother had not abandoned her and eloped with Yalong, if she could inherit the blood of the Dragon Clan, if the Dragon Mother of the West Sea had chosen her when she selected the maids, all this would be different. She would not settle in the coastal city, would not borrow money, and would not go out to earn spirit stones to pay back the money when she was pregnant with a child, which would hurt her vitality. The method of nightmare is a method created by the human race to resist the demon race and oppression. The human race succeeded. From being an unknown, fertile group, they have become the absolute mainstream group in the world today. As long as the method of nightmare is spread in the world of cultivation, there will still be opportunities for the Holy Mother Xiantong. What she hates is the injustice of the world to her, and that she has never been pitied. Death is impossible. As long as the method of nightmare is still spread in the world of cultivation, there will definitely be people who challenge the heavens in the future. In the endless years, as long as one person succeeds, her wish will be fulfilled. You don't need to see it with your own eyes, because this is the established reality. Otherwise, the few celestial beings who are now at the top of the world would not have blocked the Nightmare Town method and interfered with people to prevent them from practicing the Nightmare Town method. Rule? Ha ha ha. The Dragon King of the West Sea laughed and said, as the uncrowned king of the West Sea and the West Coast, how can you have the time to show off your power here? If it weren't for the people of the West Coast who insisted on building a temple and casting a golden body for me and my wife, and the whole prayer and worship made me upset, would I care? Why didn't the Nightmare Town sect send out celestial beings? Because the celestial beings of the Nightmare Town sect died at the last step. The former Emperor Xia Yu was secretly supported by the North Sea Dragon Clan and even contributed a longevity. But Emperor Xia Yu died. And his daughter, the 10 Directions Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling, almost fell. If it weren't for her brother's life and blood, replacing the polluted spirit with his own flesh and blood, she would have fallen. What they couldn't accomplish. Why do you think you will be an exception? Wow. This is killing people and destroying their hearts. Su Yan, who was hiding on the side, saw that the Dragon King of the West Sea was not in a hurry to kill the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, but was telling her the truth about the method of nightmare. He immediately realized that the Dragon King of the West Sea was preparing to kill people and destroy their hearts. Chapter 408 Revenge. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Dragon King of the West Sea used a method of killing people and destroying their hearts to directly kill the dream of the Holy Mother Xiantong, so that she could learn the most essential and fundamental information about the method of the Nightmare Town. Why can't the Nightmare Town sect produce celestial beings? Because the limit of the Nightmare Town method is the tribulation period. Any Nightmare Town that crosses the line will be punished and die as a straw dog sacrifice. This is not what the Holy Mother Xiantong thought before. but that the celestial beings at the top of the cultivation world secretly encircled and suppressed the Nightmare Town sect. When the monks of the Nightmare Town sect reach the tribulation period, if they show excellent characteristics, they will actually receive a recruitment invitation from the local celestial beings. Or the local celestial beings will collect the bodies of the Nightmare Town disciples after their death and transform them into the undead country for other purposes. According to the principle of affiliation, the Holy Mother Xiantong, who made her fortune in the Nightmare Town sect in the Western State, has the right to recruit in the rules of the Celestial Circle. Before the Dragon King of the West Sea gave up, other celestial beings who were interested in the Holy Mother Xiantong could not be recruited. Of course, Dao Huazhenjuan was an exception. His identity should be a captive, a slave captured by the Empress Dowager Su and Emperor Wusheng. He really has a white face and a black heart. This old dragon of the West Sea must be very narrow-minded. Su Yan, who was unable to run away and was forced to watch the Dragon King of the West Sea persecute the Holy Mother Xiantong, secretly marveled at the thick blackness of the Dragon King of the West Sea in his heart, and told cruel truths one after another while talking and laughing. The Dragon King of the West Sea has never hindered the Holy Mother Xiantong, but the absence of obstacles is the biggest obstacle. The top celestial beings like the Dragon King have an intelligence network that ordinary creatures cannot imagine. The top-level celestial beings should have a secret communication channel and share some secret intelligence in the world of cultivation. At least, Su Yan vaguely sensed the meaning of the words from the words of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The Dragon Clan had also studied the method of nightmare suppression, and it involved the founding Emperor Xia Yu. No wonder when the body of Emperor Xia Yu turned into a corpse, it actually took on the form of the North Sea Black Dragon Clan. The secret information in the world of cultivation is all in the hands of these bigwigs. Now, I'm here to take back your ownership. The Dragon King of the West Sea slowly raised his right hand and pointed it at the Xiantong Holy Mother whose Taoism heart had collapsed. Under the resentful look of the Xiantong Holy Mother, he condensed a green spiral airflow and pointed it at the chest of the Xiantong Holy Mother and said, "The first one." Before the airflow shot out of the barrel, the Dragon King of the West Sea slightly tilted his eyes to the left side of the underground palace and glanced at Lao Tao. The spiral airflow shot out, and dark red blood was thrown on the deep blue universe. Ahem. Lao Tao's figure flashed through the escape technique and inserted into the path, where the Dragon King of the West Sea and the Xiantong Holy Mother were confronting each other. The huge body of more than 4 meters. Under the attack of the West Sea Dragon King, the chest and abdomen were all turned into mincemeat and scattered on the sea surface. The Xiantong Holy Mother, who was blocked by Lao Tao behind her, did not die, but was only hit about 100 meters away by the aftermath of the airflow. Wu, seeing Lao Tao's death, the West Sea Dragon, who had been in the Dragon Ball, let out a soft sigh. Bai Tao is a pretty good child, but it's a pity that he is too honest and obedient to his evil mother. Bang! Lao Tao fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes could not help but turn to the Holy Mother Xiantong. His mouth opened and closed, and the blood flowing back from his head blocked his trachea. A large amount of dark red blood gushed out of his mouth, and he did not have time to say his last words. If the earthly immortals in the universe space do not obtain the protection of the strong people of the same level, they will not be able to show the various magical features of the earthly immortal realm. They will die if they are fatally injured like ordinary monks, and they can't even delay their own death or escape. The Holy Mother Xiantong, who was stared at by Lao Tao, lay on the ground without any reaction. "You are really unruly. You said that this guy's stubborn temper. Why didn't you show it at the beginning? If you were bullied, you should fight back hard. Make a fuss to death. And make a fuss in the Dragon Palace. It's the mud in the ground. What do you care about? If you are not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of?" The Dragon King of the West Sea glanced at the dead Lao Tao, and then looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong, who fell to the ground and did not move. At the moment when the Dragon King of the West Sea attacked, the Holy Mother Xiantong had already gathered the last bit of strength in her body, cut off her soul and vitality, and launched her final revenge on the Dragon King of the West Sea by committing suicide. She didn't want to die in the hands of the Dragon King of the West Sea, and didn't want to see the Dragon King of the West Sea succeed in revenge. This was the most powerful and firm revenge Xiantong launched against the Dragon King of the West Sea. It was also the only thing she could do. Apart from that, she really had nothing. She insisted on pursuing for half a lifetime, but found out that it was a dream bubble. Such a big blow has completely broken the heart of the Holy Mother Xiantong. Rather than letting the Dragon King of the West Sea taunt and beat her to death in an embarrassing way, It would be better to leave a little dignity for herself and take revenge on the high and mighty Dragon King and disobey his will. She lives in her own world and doesn't trust us at all. Naturally, she doesn't think we can lend her a helping hand. The Queen of the West Sea Dragon looked at the dead mother and son and said to the Dragon King of the West Sea, "The trend of comparison has been repeatedly banned. We may still need to strengthen education in this area in the future." The former Holy Mother of Xiatong could not contact the Dragon Clan. She could only contact the 3rd and 4th generation Dragon Clan and the sub-dragons with mottled blood and no dragon majesty. Bloodline is strength and potential in the Demon Clan. And it also represents the height of the starting point of a Demon Clan. The Bloodline system is not deliberately established by anyone. But the spontaneous show-off and comparison mentality cannot be banned. Over time, a stable Bloodline system will be formed. Such a system is prevalent in Yuanhai City. But there is no such trend after approaching the Dragon Palace. As the first generation of true dragons, and as the second generation of dragons, as the 9 sons of the dragon. They are all listed in the family tree. Their ancestors have made contributions that no one can erase for the continuation of the Dragon Clan. If you really want to trace their bloodline, you may find interesting things in the family tree. Damn it. If my ancestor hadn't rescued your ancestor, would you have the time to discriminate against me for being born here? You want to die, don't you? Come on. Draw your swords and slash at each other. If I take a step back, it won't be a slap in the face. Come on. Come on. Damn it. The elders of the clan wouldn't intervene in such matters. They are all human beings. And it's wrong to favor anyone. The elders of the clan either pretend to be dead and run to the side, or use their authority to disperse. The real dragon is the face of the Dragon Clan. But the 9 sons should belong to the inner core of the Dragon Clan. If there were no 9 sons to govern such a large sea area, it would have been in chaos long ago. If the Holy Mother Xiatong had been so stubborn and went to the Dragon Palace City to make trouble, the ending might have been different. I didn't get it myself. Madam, you won't blame your husband for being incompetent, right? The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at the dragon ball beside him and smiled and teased himself for being slow. Do less things that hurt the world. Otherwise you won't be able to find your eyes when you give birth to a child. The Dragon Queen of the West Sea looked helpless. How is the child now? Is he doing well? Has he been retaliated by your enemies? It hasn't hatched yet. The Dragon King of the West Sea spread his hands and said, "Huh?" Chapter 409 Arrested on the spot. Su Yen was caught. Huh? Our child hasn't hatched yet? The Queen of the West Sea looked at her husband with surprise. And she couldn't believe the information the West Sea Dragon King told her. The dragon egg had been in the belly for 300 years. And it had been more than 20 years since it was born. But it hadn't hatched? What nonsense are you talking about? What can I do if you are in a bad mood? Forget it. Let's not talk about raising children for now. The situation is very complicated. You will know when you go back to the Dragon Palace with me later. The West Sea Dragon King recalled the dragon egg at home. And a subtle and strange look gradually appeared on his cheeks. He agreed very much with what his wife said, asking him to do less immoral things, whether the child will have eyes or not. The guy hasn't come out of the egg shell yet, so it's not known for the time being. But the guy's character is quite bad. The Dragon Palace maid who was beaten in the dragon egg turned red. And when he was born in the future, he might be a genius among the Lu dragons. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not dare to tell his wife the truth about these things. She and he probably only have this one child in this life. The child's temperament is so perverse, violent, and obscene before he is born. It is really hard to imagine what it will be like when he is born. Let's not talk about the child for now. I have more important things to deal with now, the Dragon King of the West Sea said, turning his head and looking at Su Yen, who was embarrassed in the corner of the underground palace. Little guy over there, you may need to go to the Dragon Palace City with me. There are some things I need to ask. But I won't hurt you. Su Yan's existence involves Ao Ren. And Ao Renlin is a relatively powerful individual in the North Sea Dragon Clan. He has already realized the winter power of the North Sea Dragon Clan. He should be the pioneer of reproduction and the leader of cubs in the North Sea Dragon Clan, setting an example for himself and other dragon peers. But Ao Renlin chose to rebel against the Dragon Clan and mixed with the nine-tailed fox, who had few children and good upbringing. He is simply smearing the North Sea Dragon Clan, corrupting the atmosphere in the Dragon Clan and betraying the method of ancestors. Ao Renlin must be severely punished. Otherwise, how can we rectify the evil spirits and irresponsible attitudes? And Su Yen, this little Jiuzi, who has never appeared in the sight of the Dragon Clan before, is the biological child of Ao Renlin and Su Qing. There is no doubt that he is already a top magic weapon used by the Dragon Clan to fish for Ao Renlin. Tie up your son. Can you not come out? Can I not go? I'm a little seasick. Su Yan subconsciously glanced around and found that the surroundings were still in the universe space. Su Yan looked at the West Sea Dragon King and spoke of his little difficulties. Let's go through the space gap. The West Sea Dragon King appeared beside Su Yan, bent down and picked up Su Yan, who was lying on the ground and ready to run wildly with all 4 legs. That's right. The Dragon King of the West Sea picked up Su Yan, held him in his arms, looked at the Dragon Queen of the West Sea with a happy face and said, as we meet again after a long time, I have a small gift for you. The Dragon King of the West Sea held the dragon ball in his left hand, and Su Yan in his right hand through a space gap, flashing from the depths of the underground palace to the sky above the red desert in an instant. The hazy night was gradually fading, and a fish belly white appeared in the sky. Collect. The universe owned by the Dragon King of the West Sea was spreading at a terrifying speed, and in less than a while, it had completely covered the red desert. But Su Yan noticed a strange scene. The ocean hurricane world, which should have been dark blue, now had colors other than dark blue. It was like a world without an ocean floor. When it overlapped with the red desert terrain, the ocean had an ocean floor. As the West Sea Dragon King said the word collect, the ocean hurricane universe space disappeared directly, and a world with birds singing, flowers blooming, mountains undulating, and endless green mountains and waters, and people coming and going, appeared in front of the West Sea Dragon Mother and Su Yan. I know you like the fireworks here. So when I wiped out the Nightmare Town sect, I used my universe to cover the west coast for thousands of miles and eliminated all the Nightmare Town disciples inside. The scenery, old acquaintances, and time here. Everything is stuck in the moment you fell asleep. The mortal time of those who admired you was frozen at that time. I gave them some gifts to reward their piety. The West Sea Dragon King showed a soft look on his face, looking at the West Sea Dragon Queen who was in the resurrection reading state and said, the Dragon Queen likes the mountain scenery on the west coast of the West Sea, and also likes the cultural atmosphere here. Whenever she is in a bad mood or has a dispute with herself, she will come to the local area on the west coast to stay for a while to relax. When he learned that his wife was murdered, the Dragon King of the West Sea did have the idea of destroying this place. But thinking that after the Dragon Queen is resurrected, she may feel sad that things have changed and time has passed. Therefore, after killing all the 9 families of criminals involved in the assassination of the Dragon Queen, the Dragon King of the West Sea stayed here without leaving, covering the west coast area with his universe, guarding the safety of the Dragon Queen, and waiting for the return of the Holy Mother Xiantong. Selfish ghost. Looking at the area where time is resumed, the Dragon Queen of the West Sea looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea with a face full of astonishment. You actually imprisoned the people of the west coast for 20 years. Do you know what 20 years means to those mortals? Do you think this king cares? They should have been executed for their poor support. Now they have saved their lives, and can get my 100 years of protection. They should be happy. The Dragon King of the West Sea said nonchalantly, explaining the truth to the Dragon Queen of the West Sea. Okay. The Dragon Queen of the West Sea showed a speechless expression. She was speechless about the fact that her husband might have caused many people and relatives outside the world to be unable to see each other for 20 years because of his own selfishness, and might even be separated by yin and yang. But she also understood her husband's character, which was so lawless and great. The Dragon Queen poked her head out of the dragon ball and kissed the Dragon King of the West Sea gently, expressing her thoughts with actions. Turn your head away. When being intimate with his wife, the Dragon King of the West Sea did not forget to turn Su Yan's body in a different direction, so that Su Yan's head was facing the mountain behind him, instead of seeing his wife's beautiful face with a rosy blush. Yes, you are right. Su Yan rolled his eyes with a bad face. If you two want to be intimate, can you put me in a safe place? And I won't hinder you. Su Yan, who had been arrested, spoke in a less polite tone than before, and began to contradict. It was a strange thing that Su Yan could show a good face to the Dragon King of the West Sea who arrested him. Let me go quickly. I don't want to follow you to the Dragon Palace. I want to go back to Xiaoyu with my aunt. The desert terrain named Red Land is actually the bottom of the ocean in the universe of the West Sea Dragon King. Since Su Yan and his aunt set foot in the open universe, they have actually been targeted by the West Sea Dragon King. After knowing these things, Su Yan has been secretly cursing the West Sea Dragon King for not being a martial artist. When he ambushed the Holy Mother Xiantong, he included a little friend of his in his revenge plan. Return. After we find your father, I will personally send you back to Xiaoyu. Of course, you can stay in Dragon Palace City. After all, I have never seen such a sticky Jiuzi. Well, Jiuzi that can grow so many tails. We have never seen it in the history of the Dragon Clan. Su Yan immediately started to talk nonsense when he heard it, with a face full of indignation, condemning the wrong adjective used by the West Sea Dragon King on himself. You might as well say that I am fat yourself. Chapter 410, There are some things that the younger generation cannot do. Damn Woji. You are not as fat as me. The Dragon King of the West Sea and the Dragon Queen of the West Sea expressed their feelings to each other. After a long time, the Dragon King of the West Sea looked at Su Yan, who was clamped in his right hand, and after a moment of silence, he warned, "Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I will break your rocking bell alive." Considering the fearlessness of the Jiuzi, the stubborn character of not looking back on something, and the murderous and fierce nature, the Dragon King of the West Sea felt that Su Yan, who was captured by him, might urinate a yellow puddle on him, or secretly give him something hard. So, the Dragon King of the West Sea hereby warned that he would not care if Su Yan urinated and defecated anywhere. But if Su Yan dared to run to him and urinate and defecate anywhere, the Dragon King of the West Sea would definitely give Su Yan some strength. "Let's go!" After warning Su Yan, the Dragon King of the West Sea raised his hand and pushed on the void in front of him, opening a space gap leading to the coastal city. He took the Dragon Queen of the West Sea, Dragon Ball, and Su Yan to the coastal city to do some things. The coastal city has been destroyed, but for the Dragon King of the West Sea, rebuilding is just a matter of moments. Therefore, before returning to the Dragon Palace City, he plans to deal with these trivial matters first, and take Su Yan's aunt to the Dragon Palace City as a guest, to prevent this big insect from turning around quietly and running to the nine-tailed fox to say something. Bang! The Dragon King of the West Sea and the Dragon Queen of the West Sea passed through the space gap. But when it was Su Yan's turn to pass by under the Dragon King's armpit, Su Yan's body seemed to be blocked by something and hit the space gap directly. Su Yan's foxy face seemed to hit a wall, and his face was crooked and his mouth was crooked by the space gap. His body was tightly attached to the invisible wall and slid down bit by bit. The space gap disappeared without a trace in an instant. "It hurts." Su Yan squatted in the air, holding his nose tightly with his two foxy hands. "You little guy," in the void in front of Su Yan. The space gap opened by the magic power of the Dragon King of the West Sea opened again. The figure of the Dragon King of the West Sea came out and looked at Su Yan squatting on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after looking around, he said, "Is it fun to sneak attack with all these little tricks?" Su Yan naturally had no ability to fight against the Dragon King, but the person who had been hiding behind the scenes just now saw Su Yan about to enter the space gap and took action. A solid object condensed in front of Su Yan to block his space gap. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not expect this move, so Su Yan fell to the ground. "Come!" The Dragon King of the West Sea grasped in the air, and the invisible force of absorption was applied to Su Yan, intending to grab him. Su Yan's figure did not move at all, still holding his nose that was hurt by the collision, but retreated 3 meters in the air, just enough to avoid the grasp of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The Dragon King of the West Sea turned his hand back and stabbed the void in front of him, through the means of folding space. He made Su Yan appear in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab him. As a result, Su Yan lowered his body and avoided the grasp of the Dragon King of the West Sea. At this moment, Su Yan had become a prop in the fight. The Dragon King of the West Sea wanted to capture Su Yan, but the person hiding behind the scenes grabbed Su Yan's body, dodging and moving around, and each time he escaped a little from the capture area. In terms of spatial power attainment, the Dragon King of the West Sea is not as strong as the man hiding behind the scenes. This is also what the man meant, wanting the Dragon King of the West Sea to know how to retreat when faced with difficulties, and to ignore Su Yan's matter as if it could not happen. Universe. After failing to capture him again and again, the Dragon King of the West Sea felt a little angry, and he opened up the universe space again, directly covering Su Yan. Boom boom. The dreamlike ocean hurricane world unfolded, which should have covered Su Yan, but the ocean universe was connected to a cold iceberg forest, and everything was silent, revealing a strong malice and bloody ice world. The two universes merged with Su Yan as the center point, collided with each other, and devoured each other's universe. The dragon with black and red lines on its body was azure blue, and the dragon with wings on its back slowly swam from the edge of the sky, flapping its wings to emerge from the ice and snow, and landed on the ground. The dragon of time and virtue. The moment he saw the azure dragon, A long-standing title gradually emerged in the heart of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The power of time and virtue emerged. Hovering on the eternal ice layer and looking at the Dragon King of the West Sea. Opening his mouth and speaking slowly. There are some things and some words that I don't want to do or say so much. If the ancestor is stubborn, don't blame the younger generation. Ao Renlin once told Su Yin that as long as he completed the blood fusion, he would come to pick him up in person, take Su Yin and himself to the Nine-Tailed Fox Mountain Gate, and take the Fox Mother back home for a family reunion. At that time, Dragon Dad put a positioning mark on Su Yin's body. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find a little fox in such a large cultivation world. The breath of the West Sea Dragon King activated the hidden positioning mark on Su Yin's body, allowing Dragon Dad to witness everything that happened here. He also knew that the West Sea Dragon King intended to kidnap Su Yin and return to the Dragon Palace to contact other Dragon Kings, planning to force him to return to the Dragon Clan to admit his mistake and give birth to a cub. Dragon Dad has always known about it. But at this moment, the blood fusion is almost complete. So he did not show up to stop the West Sea Dragon King through some small means, so that he could retreat when he knew the difficulty, and not do something that would embarrass everyone. Is there something I can't do? The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at Ao Renlin in front of him, and a strange look gradually appeared on his cheeks. He said, "What are you afraid to do? You actually used your own body as a branch to forcibly contain the power of the 5 elements Qilin and the 10-headed Phoenix bloodline to replay the power of time and space." The fact that he could see the power of Ingsherinda was really beyond the expectations of the Dragon King of the West Sea. He never thought that Ao Renlin, who was hunted by the Dragon Clan, would be so crazy and barbaric to use the method of nightmare to forcibly merge the blood of the 3 clans of the same origin and replay time and space. The original Ingsherinda dragon mastered the power of time and space in the world when it was born. Even if the world grew up in the later period, the Ingsherinda dragon lost control of time and space. But it was only a loss relative to the previous one. The Ingsherinda dragon still has the power to travel through the long river of time. Only the guardian who mastered the power of the law at the beginning of the world can be on par with him. The power of Ingsherinda dragon is beyond doubt. Otherwise the dragon race would not have gone to war against the gods under the command of Jiotin Xuannu, because they could not accept the death of the dragon ancestor. Dad Long looked at the West Sea Dragon King and gradually revealed a fierce look. The ice and snow world was covered with a layer of black shadow. The powerful spatial force distorted and blurred the boundaries of the 2 universes, allowing the ice and snow world to directly cover the universe of the West Sea Dragon King, interrupting the West Sea Dragon King's words of ridicule. "This is what I said. I don't want to do it. I respect you and call you the ancestor. If I don't respect you, I can even tie a knot in your dragon body like a hemp rope in front of your wife." West Sea Dragon King. Indeed, this thing really can't be done. Chapter 411 Investment and Return. Interesting. Facing Ao Renlin's stern warning, the Dragon King of the West Sea, standing in the world of ice and snow, couldn't help laughing. "If you respect me, call me ancestor. If you don't respect me, call me old master. You are indeed a guy who dares to disobey the Black Dragon King." The tone of his speech is really perverse. It's so arrogant. Don't blame me, ancestor. Ao Renlin looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea and spoke lightly. He didn't intend to use force. He said, "The junior is just fighting for the life he has set in his mind." The 4 Sea Dragon Kings can be ranked at the top of the 4 seas. Naturally, they have their own magical places. If the situation is not at the most tense level, Ao Renlin will not take action. He is still a little short of fully integrating the power of the 3 clans' bloodlines. I'm really curious about how you're going to end this. The deadlock of the nightmare suppression method is irreversible. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not say polite words. He superimposed a layer of red desert in the ice and snow world to block the spacetime universe world displayed by Ao Renlin. He looked at Ao Renlin with a slightly strange expression and said, "The Dragon Clan's nightmare suppression method was first verified and studied by your North Sea Dragon Clan. You can't be unaware of the deadlock trap of the nightmare suppression?" Ao Renlin's ability to transform into a dragon ancestor was indeed beyond the expectations of the Dragon King of the West Sea. But when he did so, did he consider the future? The Dragon Clan did not really want to force him to a dead end. It was just a divorce and marrying a dragon wife. Is it that difficult? Will you divorce? Ao Renlin did not answer the Dragon King's question, but instead asked the Dragon King of the West Sea a question. "I definitely won't. My wife is so beautiful, noble and kind. I love her to death. The Dragon King of the West Sea smiled and replied, "The most important thing is that we are all dragons. And the offspring born are the greatest reward and responsibility for the dragon clan. And have you made any contribution to the clan? If everyone is as rebellious as you, what clan is there? Everyone is born, forage, and takes care of their own life. Old age, sickness, and death. I have my own way to deal with it. And my answer is naturally as you said. I will not divorce." Ao Renlin looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea and said, what the Dragon King of the West Sea and Ao Renlin said seemed very confusing in the eyes of non-dragon creatures. But the meaning of the words is actually very simple. The affairs of the Dragon Clan are not individual affairs. The resources and protection given to the Dragon Cubs by the Dragon Clan are not really completely without seeking any return. The Dragon Cubs can reproduce real dragons with their own clans, which is the reward sought by the Dragon Clan. Ao Renlin was hunted by the Dragon Clan. And the problem was not that he married Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox, but his rebellion. The Dragon Clan is now implementing a crazy reproduction policy, asking all real dragons to work together to give birth, giving birth to blood mutants and atavists to carry out blood alienation. All this must be done before the return. If there is really no way, we can only find another way. There are many complaints within the Dragon Clan, but in the face of the responsibility and future development of the clan, the young dragons have to go on even if they bite the bullet and take medicine, and finally return to the clan to marry and reproduce real dragons with the same clan to maintain the number of the clan and maintain deterrence. There were already many complaints within the clan, and Ao Renlin openly announced his departure from the Dragon Clan and bluntly said that the incident of marrying and having children with Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox, may intensify the existing problems in the Dragon Clan. This is also the most fundamental reason why the 4 Sea Dragon Kings ordered the arrest of Ao Renlin. After eating up the resources of the tribe, not only did he not repay, but he patted his butt and ran away. It would be fine if he ran away, but he ran away so arrogantly and provoked the policies issued by the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Since Ao Renlin said that he had his own way to deal with it, the West Sea Dragon King would see what he could do. The Dragon Clan does not need polluted blood. Ao Renlin is now forcing himself to a dead end. Dad. The West Sea Dragon King turned and exited the universe world, leaving Su Yan and Ao Renlin here to reminisce about the past. Su Yan stood up with a fox figure, waved to the azure dragon that was bigger than a mountain, and signaled Dragon Dad to look in his direction. Dad Long looked at Su Yan, who was jumping on the ice field, as if his feet were scalded by the ice, and shook his head speechlessly. Don't ask too much about the method of nightmare control, and the things between me and the high-level Dragon Clan. It involves some things in the original fairy world, but I can guarantee you one thing. I haven't practiced the method of nightmare control, and I won't become a straw dog and become a sacrifice. The method of blood fusion of the 3 clans he performed is indeed the method of nightmare control in the Central Province. But being able to use it does not mean that he has practiced it. As long as there are cultivators who understand it, then they can beat him up, threaten him, and force the disciples of nightmare control to create sacrificial instruments. Of course, such a method does not mean that there are no side effects at all. But Dad Long has not been hiding from XC and digging graves for hundreds of years. Naturally, he found a way to resist the temptation of the magic sound from his blood. Time is running out, so I'll make it short. I haven't fully recovered yet, and it may take another month or so. Ao Renlin stretched out his body again. He now maintained the body of the Dragon of Time and Virtue, not simply to shock the Dragon King of the West Sea, but because he could not fully control his dragon body to transform into a human form, and it may take some time to adapt to the control of this body. During this period, the old dragon should not let you go, but you don't need to worry about anything. Although the old dragon of the West Sea has a perverse and violent personality, he listens to his wife very much. If he is treated unfairly, he will run to his wife's arms. No matter how angry the old dragon of the West Sea is, he can't do anything to you. When the dragon father said the last part, the eyelids of his eyes and facial expressions became uncontrollable, and he gradually returned to a sleeping state. The universe space composed of ice and snow also disappeared after a series of distortions. Su Yan's figure gradually emerged and appeared above the original underground palace of the Nightmare Town sect. The Dragon King of the West Sea stood aside, looking at the gradually emerging Su Yan with his arms folded, and said, "Are you ready to return to the coastal city now?" Yes. I'm going to find my aunt and sister Nanwu." Su Yan was startled by the voice behind him, and quickly turned back to look at the Dragon King of the West Sea behind him, and said, "Oh." The Dragon King of the West Sea nodded, pushed open a space gap to return to the coastal city. "Then I'll go first." The Dragon King of the West Sea raised his step and said, passing through the space gap door to the coastal city, "Leaving Su Yin here." The Dragon King waited here just to see how true or false Ao Renlin's words were. If he really had the confidence to convince himself and other Dragon Kings, or if he could really give away to repay the tribe. Then, the wanted order was not a problem. Seeing that Ao Renlin did not take Su Yin away, then Ao Renlin should be full of confidence now, and can convince himself? Huh? What's wrong with you? Watching the Dragon King of the West Sea cross the space gate and throw himself to the west bank, Su Yin couldn't help but criticize the Dragon King of the West Sea for his boring and childish behavior. He asked me where I was going, and after confirming the same destination, he didn't take me with him. Su Yin complained in his heart, but his eyes subconsciously looked at a collapsed rock building below him. The red jade hairpin sword was still in the underground palace. Chapter 412, Manipulating the Causal Spell. So there are still people outside the underground palace. Su Yin fell from midair to the ground, found the entrance from the crumbling temple, and returned to the underground palace sacrificial site where Xiaotong Wanling Xingmu performed the method of becoming an immortal, ready to retrieve his red jade hairpin sword from the surface of the giant stone temple. The road leading to the underground palace was full of corpses of white-faced people in black robes. They wore white masks on their cheeks to cover their faces, and wore black robes with Xiaotong Xingmu Taoist patterns. Most of the black-robed people who fell to the ground and died were sea beasts and monsters, and a small number were from the human race. When the Dragon King of the West Sea swept in, he took the opportunity to destroy the Xiaotong Xingmu sect, ensuring that the Xiaotong Xingmu sect's Taoist lineage and ideas were completely cut off here. Should I say it or not? Thanks, guys. The location of the underground palace sacrificial site is secret, and Su Yin can only sense the location of the red jade hairpin sword. He has never been to the underground palace sacrificial site in person. When he went there, he was knocked unconscious by Lao Tao and picked up as a sacrifice. When he came out, he passed through the space door opened by the Dragon King of the West Sea. If there is no corpse to show the way, Su Yin may not find the entrance to the underground palace sacrificial site. Su Yin ran into the underground palace. In front of the underground palace door, the body of the Xiaotong Holy Mother was lying on the ground. Looking inside, the huge figure of Lao Tao was lying on the ground. The area at the end was the sacrificial stone platform where Su Yin was hanging now. Old man Chitty, you are not dead yet? Su Yin bypassed Xiaotong Holy Mother and Lao Tao, and prepared to split the wooden stakes without mana blessing, and put down the 11 sacrifices hanging on it so that they could rest in peace. But after Su Yin took a quick look, he saw the Red Mountain God hanging at the 3 o'clock position. He was still breathing rapidly after being scraped off his fish scales by the Xiaotong Holy Mother and hundreds of kilograms of flesh and blood. Ah! The punishment of digging out flesh won't kill me. As long as the mana is restored, I can be cured. The Red Mountain God looked at Su Yin and explained, Great Immortal, please help me untie the red rope on my fish tail. Good people don't live long, and evil will last for thousands of years. Su Yin complained speechlessly. Why don't you continue to hang it up to dry the salted fish? My family has ordered me not to contact conscienceless demons. The Xiaotong Holy Mother resented the world, partly because she was bullied because she had no talent, which made her honest and taciturn character. The real reason that drove the Xiaotong Holy Mother crazy was that after exhausting her wealth to get the seed, she had no spiritual stones to live on and supply nutrients to the fetus, so she could only borrow usury from the Red Mountain God to live. As a result, there was no spiritual stone to return on the repayment date, and the Xiaotong Holy Mother had no choice but to go to the sea to hunt for repayment. As a result, a careless injury caused Lao Tao to have deficiencies in his innate nature, and when he was born, he had no blood talent like the Xiaotong Holy Mother. One of the triggers that drove the Holy Mother Xiaotong crazy was the Red Mountain God, who was doing the lending business in front of him. Swish! Just when Su Yin was thinking about not saving the Red Mountain God or directly slashing him to death, a huge shadow appeared behind Su Yin. The shadow raised his hand and threw a straight-bladed long sword, cutting the red rope that bound the Red Mountain God's wrist and putting him on the altar. Taoist? Seeing the long sword coming out across the void, Su Yin subconsciously turned around and took a defensive counterattack posture. But when Su Yin saw the person coming, he was shocked. The body of Lao Tao fell to the ground, while another Lao Tao stood alive at the entrance of the underground palace. little fox. Lao Tao greeted Su Yin when he saw him, and said, "When my original body died, I told me what happened here. Your storage ring and spiritual sword are in the side room of the underground palace." Although Lao Tao's original body died, the 3 external incarnations released by Lao Tao before his death are still alive. Lao Tao, who came to collect the bodies of himself and his mother and prepare for the funeral, is one of the 3 external incarnations. Before the mana in the incarnation is exhausted, the external incarnation will not disappear. For earth immortals like Lao Tao, when they die, their incarnations will prepare their funeral for them, and the place of burial after death will only be told to the closest people. If the descendants decline to a certain extent, they can also use the treasures buried in the ancestors' tombs, or use the Taoist inheritance of burial to lead the family to rise again. Go and do your thing. I can handle things here by myself. When Lao Tao saw that Su Yin did not move, he urged Su Yin to do his own thing again. He could handle the funeral affairs in the underground palace by himself. Hey, hey, hey. The eyes of the Red Land God gradually widened, looking at the back of Su Yin, who was driven away by Lao Tao. He could not help but say, "Great Immortal, drag me away with you. If I survive the disaster, I will find you a beautiful girl every day in the future." However, the louder the Red Land God shouted, the faster Su Yin ran away. This incarnation is Lao Tao. When I was holding the red jade hairpin sword, I was no match for Lao Tao's incarnation. Now Lao Tao was leaving me, and was obviously ready to seek revenge. What happened when the Red Land God persecuted the young Xiantong Holy Mother? Su Yin had no intention of interfering in the cause and effect of others. Clang. After seeing Su Yin leave, Lao Tao drew the long sword used by the Xiantong Holy Mother for sacrifice on the ground, walked towards the Chitty Mountain God who was showing fear, and stabbed the Chitty Mountain God's fish cheek with a sword. The atmosphere in the underground palace was extremely solemn, and the Chitty Mountain God was looking forward to his death with despair. But the long knife only stabbed into the mountain god's cheek, and did not directly stab into his head. I forgot how to cast a curse. Wait. Don't move around to avoid being swallowed by the curse. Lao Tao stabbed out with a knife, and after a long silence, an embarrassed expression appeared on his cheek, and he explained to the Chitty Mountain God why he hadn't taken action yet. Lao Tao knew the method of Nightmare Town, and his mother was the leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the western state. But it did not mean that Lao Tao himself was also practicing the method of Nightmare Town. You are so cruel. Not only do you kill people, but you also use curses to kill them. The Chitty Mountain God was scared to death when he heard this, and looked at Lao Tao with horror. I didn't say I wanted to kill you. The old glutton took out the Eastern State Nightmare Town sect's book from his storage ring, and found the Nightmare Town spell he was going to cast, saying, I originally said, "Why does my mother have such a big grudge against you?" and ordered those Southern State Nightmare Town followers under her to spit on your face when they pass by this place, and then dig up your roots to cultivate the plants in the courtyard. But those things are in the past, and I have no intention of pursuing them now. After all, my mother and I are both dead now, and killing you will not make my mother happy enough to revive and jump again. So, I'm going to cast a spell on you. The mountain god should look like a mountain god with high morals and respect. I'm going to bind your wealth and blessings to the people here and your moral values. The richer this place is, and the happier the people are, the higher your wealth will be. The higher your morals are, the richer you will be. Conversely, the worse your morals are, the poorer you will be, and the more likely you will provoke powerful people you can't afford to offend. Lao Tao said with a smile what he was going to do next on the Red Land Mountain God. This is the nightmare spell of the Eastern State, which belongs to the top-level method of manipulating cause and effect of the Nightmare sect. My mother committed countless sins during her lifetime, and he couldn't stop her. Now before she dies, Lao Tao is going to do some good things. Cripple those originally vicious and overbearing beasts, and then implant the method of cause and effect binding so that they can protect this land that was affected by the mother. No, don't stab me to death. The horror of the Red Land Mountain God is even greater than before. According to the spell that Lao Tao said, if I was cursed like this, wouldn't I have to work like a cow and a horse for the local people on the West Coast in the future and live a down-to-earth life? I am willing to live a down-to-earth life. Why would I come to be a mountain god? Don't I just want to cultivate by taking advantage of the spiritual veins and the luck of the earth veins here? Hey, don't wow. The screams of the Red Land Mountain God continued, and the dust on the ceiling of the underground palace was shaken off by his screams. When the Xiantong Holy Mother dug the blood and flesh of the mountain god before, the screams of the Red Land Mountain god were not so tragic. Chapter 413, The Dragon Mother of the West Sea. No. Please don't. Kill me. You vicious and cruel Nightmare Town person. Just kill me. Ah! The Red Earth Mountain god wailed and screamed. And it was still clearly heard by Su Yan from a long distance. Su Yan, who was retrieving his weapon, couldn't help but shudder on the spot after hearing it. Su Yan had seen large-scale death scenes before, except for those who died of old age. He had not seen any scenes such as those who were trampled into mincemeat by war horses on the battlefield, and those who were twisted by the Nightmare Town method and killed by livestock. What kind of scenes had Su Yan not seen? But those cultivators who died so miserably did not reveal the despair in the Red Earth Mountain god's wailing. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder what the old glutton had done to the Red Earth Mountain god to make such a desperate and painful wailing sound from the unfathomable earth immortal. Of course, although Su Yan was curious, he did not run directly to the door to peek. The old glutton deliberately sent him away, obviously saying that what was going to happen next was not suitable for children, and could not be shown to Su Yan. Don't ask about the grudges in the rivers and lakes. Hearing too much will easily affect the development of the little fox's shoulder height, Su Yan muttered, and stepped into the side room, where the Xiantong Holy Mother temporarily placed idle items. After looking around, his eyes were fixed on the red jade hairpin sword. On the display shelf in the side room, there were a large number of magic tools that Su Yan could not see the use of. But from their blood-stained bodies, it was likely that they were used by the people of the Nightmare Town in the western state to perform sacrificial magic items. Therefore, after Su Yan glanced around, he walked to the front of the display shelf as if nothing had happened, rescued the red jade hairpin sword that was tied with a red rope, and put his storage ring back on the index finger of his left hand. After retrieving his magic tools, Su Yan did not rush to leave the side room, and was still screaming outside the door. If Su Yan went out rashly now, he was also worried that Lao Tao would stab him twice. But Su Yan did not go out, which did not mean that Lao Tao would not come to the side room. Don't touch those things. They are full of strong resentment, and the books on them are all evil scriptures used in the sacrificial process. Lao Tao's huge figure walked out from the outside, came to the 3-meter-high stone door, bent down slightly, walked through the doorway into the 5-meter-high side room, looked at Su Yan, who was standing in front of the display shelf like sightseeing, and warned, "If you want the treasure, this thing is for you. You can regard it as a gift from your uncle." The voice of Lao Tao made Su Yan look sideways with a face full of doubt. Lao Tao threw the long knife in his hand to Su Yan without saying anything. The material of the sacrificial long knife is not iron or copper, and it is not made of stone as seen from the appearance. Lao Tao didn't know what it was. He only knew that the sacrificial long knife was born earlier than himself. It was not a spell item of the Nightmare Town sect. It had a solid property, and it could also be used to increase the power of Taoism. The sacrificial long knife of the Xiantong Holy Mother was as precious as her own son. Lao Tao gave his childhood shadow to Su Yan, looked at the items on the display shelf, and without saying a word, took out the sacrificial magic weapon and stuffed it into his mouth. Through the power of Tao Tai's innate magic, he destroyed all the magic weapons and Nightmare Town inheritance that might harm the western state area. The Nightmare Town method is a curse in the world of cultivation. Lao Tao was doing his work, looking at Su Yan, who was shrinking in the corner, as if he was worried about being eaten by him accidentally, and said, "It is like a living thing. It can arouse addiction, and tease you with coquettish poses. When walking in the world, you need to be careful and vigilant against the Nightmare Town's tricks. The Nightmare Town seems to have the characteristics of being alive." This is the conclusion that Lao Tao himself came to through observing his mother. As a bystander, Lao Tao can be said to have watched the whole process of his mother's transformation from despair to madness, until she turned into the Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother, from wanting to plan a good life at the beginning to the birth of a great ambition. Rather than saying that the Xiantong Holy Mother was willing, it is better to say that as the Xiantong Holy Mother's strength grew, she gave birth to the ambition of urging herself to self-destruction. The Desire Nightmare Town method can unlimitedly magnify the evil thoughts in one's heart, and the uncontrollable desire has always been ahead of the strength of the Nightmare Town, leading to the final self-destruction. If the method of Nightmare Town is such a thing, then does Lao Tao think that the secret scroll of Shangxian, which is regarded as a holy book in the Nightmare Town sect, also has the magic of amplifying desires? This is a theory summed up by combining the transformation of the Holy Mother of Xiantong and the theory of the self-destruction of Nightmare Town mentioned by the Dragon King of the West Sea. Lao Tao could not verify these things. So he told Su Yin his conjecture and asked him to be more vigilant when he encountered things related to the Nightmare Town sect in the future. If you are not careful, it will be troublesome. I will take you back. After Lao Tao dealt with the sacrificial instruments, he looked at Su Yin and said, as he said that, Lao Tao didn't care whether Su Yin was wary of him in his heart. He put one hand on Su Yin's shoulder and flashed back from the underground palace of the Nightmare Town sect on the west bank to the banquet hall of the mermaids through the escape technique. But at this moment, there was no monk still staying in the banquet hall. The coastal city, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea as the coral reef pillars collapsed, now had a blue light curtain above it to isolate the seawater. The collapsed coral reef pillars also floated slowly from the ground to the air and embedded in their original positions in a very strange way. No, not only the coral reef, but the entire coastal city seemed to be experiencing a time reversal. Everything except the disappearing life forms was recovering to the scenery before the fall of the coastal city. With the return of conscience, Lord Dragon King has become particularly patient with us. Seeing Su Yin shocked by the scenery, Lao Tao explained to Su Yin, the Dragon King has never been a saint. The West Sea Dragon King only cares about the real Dragon Clan and the gains and losses. If the West Sea Dragon King's external conscience had not returned, he would not even bother to take a look at the coastal city. The endless sea lacks nothing but living creatures. The number of creatures dying every day is astronomical. If only a few million creatures died in the coastal city, it would not even cause fluctuations in the average annual number of creatures dying in the West Sea. Besides, not so many sea beasts died in the coastal city. The West Coast human race and the West Sea sea beasts worship the West Sea Dragon Queen for a reason. It is not just because of strength, but also because of her character. She will give a certain degree of protection to the weak. For the strong, these conveniences are nothing. But for the West Coast human race and the weak sea beasts, the West Sea Dragon Queen is simply their reborn parents, giving them the fortune of life. Therefore, on the West Coast and the coastal areas of the West Coast, there is a rumor that the Dragon Mother of the West Sea is the external conscience of the Dragon King of the West Sea. How should I put it? Su Yin looked at Lao Tao with a subtle expression on his face, and said, strange and appropriate adjective. Is the Dragon King of the West Sea cruel? Not necessarily. But it is certain that he only cares about the things he cares about. As the ruler, the Dragon King of the West Sea is indifferent to the common people in his territory, which is no less than a natural disaster that breaks the sky and cracks the earth for those common people. The common people respect the Dragon Queen of the West Sea so much, and even respectfully call the Dragon Queen of the West Sea the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. It is really not a false and polite boasting that comes out of nowhere. Come and go. It's still the Emperor Wuxing who really cares about his own country. Su Yin shook his head, shook off the criticism of the internal affairs of the West Sea in his head, and silently sighed in his heart. Master Wuxing is the best. Go! They are all in the City Lord's mansion. I won't accompany you there. Chapter 414 Return to the Palace. Ante. In the coastal city where time seemed to be flowing backwards, Su Yin walked alone towards the City Lord's mansion. From a long distance away, Su Yin saw his auntie pacing back and forth outside the crowd in front of the City Lord's mansion with an anxious expression on her face. Su Yin put the sacrificial long knife into the storage ring, let go of the red jade hairpin sword in his hand, ran with a smile on his face, jumped into the air, and threw himself directly into the arms of his aunt, saying, Aunt, I'm back. This trip has exhausted me. Let's go. Let's run away now. When the aunt saw Su Yin coming back, the anxiety on her cheeks was slightly reduced, and she started talking about running away. The old dragon of the West Sea came to the coastal city, and he told me with a smile that I don't need to look for you. You should be back to the coastal city later. I suspect that the old dragon of the West Sea should know something. The aunt looked serious, and while stroking the little fox in her arms, she sent a message to Su Yin, telling him the urgency and subtlety of the current situation. Aunt? Su Yin, lying in his aunt's arms, half of his fox hind legs swung out of his aunt's arms, looking a little relaxed, and said helplessly, the red desert we saw when we came here is actually a universe. The Dragon King of the West Sea came to me first, killed the mastermind behind the fall of Nearsea City, and then came to Nearsea City to put out the fire at the suggestion of the Dragon Queen of the West Sea. Su Yin looked helpless and told his aunt the truth about what happened after he escaped from Nearsea City. Su Yin was attacked by the Nightmare Town on the way to find the teleportation array. He was not able to go to Xiaoyu to ask for help. but was involved in a feud between the Holy Mother of Xiantong and the Dragon King of the West Sea that lasted for 20 to 30 years. What? That pervert is so powerful. Nephew, you didn't fool me. Did you? Listening to Su Yan's story. When the aunt learned that Su Yan's arm was injured, she showed concern. But after learning that Long Dad had appeared and negotiated with the Dragon King of the West Sea, the aunt's attention shifted to Long Dad, looking at Su Yan with surprise, and felt incredible about Long Dad's current strength increase. It is unreasonable that Long Dad's strength has not increased. The aunt felt that it should be around the refining void stage. Unexpectedly, Long Dad's current strength has jumped to the top of the cultivation world. This is a very unreasonable thing. I also feel incredible. But aunt? I'm sleepy. Su Yan, who was nestled in the arms of his aunt, yawned with a tired face, shook his head, looked sideways, and buried his head in his aunt's arms and prepared to sleep. Su Yan didn't know much about Long Dad's affairs over the years, so he naturally didn't want to talk about these things, for fear that he would let the West Sea Dragon King in the City Lord's mansion peek and listen, affecting Long Dad's great cause. In addition, Su Yan is really tired now. Last night, Su Yan fought his way out of the coastal city. Even though the red jade hairpin sword fed back his spiritual energy to support Su Yan's squandering, the repeated battles, breakouts, and shocks were a huge drain on Su Yan's mental strength and consciousness. The best way to recover the loss of spiritual consciousness is to let yourself fall into a deep sleep and completely relax your mind. Now in the arms of his aunt, back to a familiar and safe environment, Su Yan, who had been tired all day, finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep. The aunt looked at the fox in her hand and complained helplessly. You are sleeping soundly, but you didn't say anything after you said half of it. Who did you learn this bad habit from? The aunt is confused now. Is your father taking medicine or cheating on an old monster to practice dual cultivation? Tell me. Otherwise, how can his strength be so outrageous? Although the aunt was full of complaints, she didn't disturb Su Yan's rest when she saw the tired look of the little fox sleeping in her arms. She turned around and took him to the current place where everyone was staying and found a bed for Su Yan. The mermaid tribe was built around the coral reef and suffered heavy damage when the coastal city sank. The high-level members of the mermaid tribe are now sitting in the side hall of the City Lord's mansion, waiting for the City Lord Lao Tao and the West Sea Dragon King to speak. And they did not leave casually. After learning that Su Yan's identity had been exposed and that Dragon Dad had stepped forward to withstand the pressure from the Dragon King of the West Sea, the aunt held Su Yan with a nonchalant look on her face, and walked past the main hall of the City Lord's mansion to the side courtyard to find a bedroom for Su Yan. The Dragon King of the West Sea, who was sitting in the main hall, and the Dragon Queen of the West Sea, watched the aunt holding Su Yan passing by. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at his wife and said, "See, I said it was very soft. And once it fell asleep, it became a pool of juicy. Soft and soft. On weekdays, there is no juicy as soft as this one. The blood of the nine-tailed fox is really something." Juicy ranks second among the 9 sons. When doing good things on weekdays, Juicy is basically not seen. But if there is something fierce and bloodthirsty, even if Juicy is not notified, it will definitely arrive on time with a knife. Although Yazi ranks second, it is a notorious beast among the 9 sons. Some guys who usually curse the sour dragon secretly will keep their tails between their legs and shut up when they hear the name of Yazi. Yazi has courage written on his chest and evil engraved on his forehead. His left arm is fierce and aggressive, and his right arm is brutal and bloodthirsty. If he says he will kill your whole family, he will definitely kill your whole family. After killing them, he will also set a big fire and spit. This is the Yazi in the common sense of sea beasts. The male beasts in the sea basically changed their faces when they heard it. Before meeting Su Yan, the West Sea Dragon King had basically the same impression of Yazi. Those guys were particularly strong and brave, and they would draw their swords when they were unhappy. Although Su Yan also knew how to draw his sword, he was different from the Yazi that the West Sea Dragon King knew. Therefore, when he saw Su Yan, the Dragon King of the West Sea quickly pulled his wife, raised his hand and pointed at the already asleep Su Yan, and went to gossip with his wife about Su Yan, the alternative Juicy. Juicy looks fierce, and Su Yan's father is also a famous rebellious dragon in the North Sea. As a result, he gave birth to such a sweet child with a 9-tailed fox Su Qing. Are they now a negative and a positive? The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at his wife, as if to give himself courage, and said with a smile, "So, one of us is positive and the other is negative. So our child should be like our father in the future?" After all, the probability is 50 to 50. The Queen of the West Sea, who was in the Dragon Ball, gradually showed suspicion on her cheeks and looked at her husband, saying, "Why do I feel like you are laying the groundwork for something? I said I would go back to the Dragon Palace to see my child. But you stopped me and said that the people in the coastal city were suffering, and you couldn't bear to see the suffering of the world. So you stayed here to rebuild the formation for the people. Now you are saying something else. What are you hiding?" Facing his wife's scolding and questioning, the Dragon King of the West Sea slowly turned his head away, not looking at his wife's face, and explained, "Actually, there is nothing. It's just that our child's personality is exactly the same as his father. No, at least I didn't jump up and hold down the maids in the palace and torture them when I was in the egg-shell. We seem to have given birth to a demon dragon. A demon of a demon. A dragon of a real dragon. Although it is a bit cruel. It is thick-skinned and black-hearted. There is nothing wrong with pulling out fish and being ruthless. If it is not cruel, how can it stand in the complex and complicated world of cultivation? As the saying goes, like father, like son, it is common for the disciple to be better than the master. Let's go back to the palace." The dragon-head cheeks of the Queen of the West Sea, as bright as white jade, turned darker with the naked eye. "Your personality is already bad enough. I really can't imagine what our child is like." Chapter 415 Yuanhai City. Su Yan, who was originally in a dream, seemed to feel a wave of swaying, like riding a boat, which made him subconsciously wake up from his dream. "Aunt, where are we going?" Su Yan was sleeping on his aunt's legs. The little fox's body naturally curled up. After waking up, he stretched his waist and looked up at his aunt to ask about the current location. Everyone should be riding in some kind of transportation now. The father and mother of the mermaid clan, Jiao Nanwu, Hu Lian mother and son, and some earth immortals that Su Yan did not know, all sat in this van to meditate and restore their magic power. "We are heading to Yuanhai City for a banquet." Seeing Su Yan wake up, the aunt smiled and touched his head, saying, "Well, the Dragon King of the West Sea specially held a banquet in Yuanhai City to celebrate the return of his wife, to announce it to the world. We, as well as the clan leaders of various tribes in Near Sea City, have all received invitations, and are now traveling with the Dragon King of the West Sea to Yuanhai City to settle down." The aunt said this, but she had another idea in her heart, because the aunt knew about the Dragon King of the West Sea, Su Yan, and Dragon Dad. So when the Dragon King of the West Sea invited her to attend the banquet, it was very easy to associate it with bad words such as proton. The Dragon King of the West Sea didn't care about Near Sea City. He ignored the surrender of the mermaids. How could he invite the mud legs of Near Sea City when he held a banquet to invite the world? The real idea of the Dragon King might be that when he took Su Yan back to the Dragon Palace, he was in a particularly good mood because of the double happiness. So he casually invited the clan leaders of Near Sea City to attend the banquet together. Don't worry too much. Auntie hid something in the coastal city. That thing should have set off to Xiaoyu to find Auntie now. Auntie showed a little helplessness on her face. She comforted Su Yan in her arms, and told him not to worry about what would happen next. She would not watch her nephew really become a beast. "Auntie, please relax." Looking at Auntie, who was solemnly transmitting the message to him, Su Yan said with a relaxed face, "Father and mother planned something a long time ago. Now, it's just a time to test the results. We are just a group of spectators eating watermelons and watching the show." From the attitude of the West Sea Dragon King towards Dragon Dad, it can be seen that when Dragon Dad turned into a dragon of time and virtue, the attitude of the Dragon Clan towards him changed slightly. They did not try to arrest Dragon Dad and bring him home as before. The blood of the dragon of Ingshuringda, the powerful cultivation of the heavenly realm. And after the departure of the West Sea Dragon King, Dragon Dad told Su Yan that he had completed the feat of transforming into the blood of the dragon of Ingshuringda without practicing the method of nightmare. You can call it a trump card or a bargaining chip. The Dragon Clan's willingness to talk is a bargaining chip, and the Dragon Clan's refusal to talk is Dragon Dad's trump card. Therefore, when Su Yan learned that he was heading to Yuanhai City, he didn't really have any worries in his heart, and even took the initiative to comfort his aunt who seemed worried. "It's best if it doesn't affect us, but we still have to prepare to avoid being involved in the aftermath of the fight between those guys," Aunt said lightly. "The road of the martial arts world is long and complicated. The big lecherous insect, who has already reached the realm of heaven and man, is obviously ready to confront the Dragon Clan to solve his own troubles, and then go to save the fox mother, who was punished by the Su family, to reflect on herself on the top of the mountain. If everyone talks well, it's good. If not, the next step will be a battle between heaven and man. In the inherent impression of my aunt, the big lecherous insect has never been a black dragon known for his eloquence. Woo! In the compartment, the leaders of various sea beast tribes are meditating and practicing to restore the mana that was cut by the nightmare sex grinding formation last night. Even Huli is working hard to practice, fearing that he will be squeezed like a raisin. The golden elixir will completely wither and die, and his cultivation realm will fall back to the foundation building stage. When my aunt saw Suyin wake up, she also joined the army of meditators to restore her mana after swallowing the elixir. After Suyin yawned, he jumped onto the tea table in the van and ate some cakes. After filling his stomach, he jumped onto the windowsill of the van, raised his hand to open the soundproof gauze curtain, and looked at the outside scenery. Ah! Eyes! Suyin looked at Yuanhai City, the base camp of the West Sea Dragon clan, with hopeful eyes. The construction style of the coastal city is so exaggerated. As the superior city of the coastal city, the construction style of Yuanhai City should be even more exaggerated. Right? But as Su Yan opened the curtains, a glaring sunlight shone directly into Su Yan's eyes. The strong light almost blinded Su Yan. Yuanhai City is not built at the bottom of the sea like the coastal city, but on an island. Su Yan opened the curtains, and the glaring sunlight and noise came rushing in. Su Yan climbed out of the car window directly, no longer standing stupidly by the windowsill with his head up, looking at the sun in the sky, and turned over to climb to the top of the van he was riding in, looking at the scenery around Yuanhai City, the base camp of the Dragon Clan. The long convoy was driving on the wide street. The sea beasts and half-fish and half-human creatures around would subconsciously stop when they saw the convoy and salute the sedan chair at the front of the convoy where the Dragon King was riding. The sedan chair was not covered by anything, just some silver gauze curtains, but it was very large and required more than a dozen huge sea beasts to carry it forward. The West Sea Dragon King sat on the sedan chair with a face full of comfort, sitting arrogantly with his legs crossed, holding the Dragon Ball of the West Sea Dragon Queen in his arms, and walking towards the entrance of Longdong City. Really enough love. Su Yan glanced at the Beast Power sedan chair, then at the long van team, and secretly complained to the soldiers who followed on both sides, wearing shawls and armor. With the cultivation of the Dragon King of the West Sea, it would only take a moment to go home. But he chose not to. He chose the most high-profile way to go home. And he also held the Dragon Ball of the Dragon Queen of the West Sea in his arms. There is no doubt that the West Sea Dragon King arranged this scene just to show his affection. The Dragon King of the West Sea seemed to have noticed something, and subconsciously looked back at Su Yan, who was squatting on the roof of the van, looking around with curiosity. Little Yazi, come here. After seeing Su Yan, the Dragon King of the West Sea threw away the red felt on his legs to set off the Dragon Ball, and waved to Su Yan with a smile on his face, motioning him to come over. What's the matter? Because of the high back chair. Su Yan, who was at the back, did not see the Dragon King of the West Sea throwing the felt thing. Seeing that the Dragon King of the West Sea called him over for something, Su Yan jumped directly onto the sedan chair and looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea and asked, "It's nothing serious." The Dragon King of the West Sea reached out his hand, picked up Su Yan from the sedan chair, shook him, put him on his legs, and then put him in the coiled posture that Su Yan often used when sleeping. Perfect. The Dragon King of the West Sea put the Dragon Ball on Su Yan, and looked at it all with an intoxicated look on his face. The Dragon Queen of the West Sea and Su Yan both looked at the self-intoxicated Dragon King of the West Sea with black lines on their faces. Don't mind it. When Tai Taoist told him his fortune, he said clearly that this old dragon is immoral, and there is no virtue in his body. The Dragon Queen of the West Sea looked at Su Yan and said helplessly, "It's okay. I'm used to it." Su Yan looked at the appearance of the Dragon King of the West Sea, and the voice and appearance of Master Jin, who was also immoral, gradually emerged in his mind. It's just an immoral old dragon. There are also some in the Xiaoyu dynasty. He is used to the tradition of immoral old dragons. Chapter 416 West Sea Monster Dragon Egg. The van convoy, with the West Sea Dragon King as the lead vehicle, started from the main gate of Yuanhai City and circled the city, showing the newly resurrected West Sea Dragon Queen to all the sea beasts in the city. Su Yan suspected that if he was not here, the West Sea Dragon King might have been able to swim with the West Sea Dragon Queen kissing each other all the way. Is this a water amusement park? After circling the city, the West Sea Dragon King showed off his beautiful and perfect wife to all the people, and then came to the central area of Yuanhai City. a building that looked more like a water amusement park than a palace. Su Yan even saw a supergiant water wheel with a cabin and a water slide similar to a Ferris wheel. In the water park, there were a large number of beautiful female cultivators with graceful figures, wearing the traditional exotic dancer costumes of the Western state. But the bras on their chests were not made of silk or cloth like those in the Western state, but LS and starfish commonly found on the seabed. Welcome, Lord Dragon King. The West Sea Dragon King's left hand turned into a dragon claw, and with one hand he held Su Yan, who was holding a dragon ball on his body. He asked the West Sea Dragon King to throw all the monks who were traveling with him out of the door, and casually told the maids of the Bihan Mountain Villa to take them to check in. Along the way, the female monks who saw the West Sea Dragon King basically stopped with stars in their eyes and shouted sweetly, "Welcome Lord Dragon King back." Everything seemed normal, but Su Yan always felt that the eyes of those female beasts contained some meanings that they should not talk about during the day and might give birth to little lives. Is this the Dragon Palace? The scenery of the Dragon Palace city is different from what I imagined. After looking around, Su Yan turned his head and looked at the West Sea Dragon next to him and asked. Su Yan's general impression of the Dragon Palace city should be that it is hidden deep in the sea. Colorful, paved with gold bricks, and night-shining pearls are hung around as lanterns. But now this water amusement park is very simple, and there are no luxurious buildings except for countless beauties. Of course, this is not Dragon Palace City. Dragon Palace City is located in the high-pressure and extremely cold area of the deep sea. Not all cultivators can adapt to the high-pressure and extremely cold area of the seabed. The Queen of the West Sea smiled and answered Su Yan's doubts. Dragon Palace City is located in the high-pressure and extremely cold area of the seabed. Only dragons with strong bodies can survive in Dragon Palace. However, the real dragons are now going around the world to give birth to cubs, and the 9 suns are patrolling the sea. Dragon Palace City has always been deserted. In addition, due to the inconvenience of life, most dragons live in the winter villa on the water. Living in the winter villa is not taboo. Just remember not to run around at night, and don't randomly dig the grass of the winter villa. The Queen of the West Sea thought about it and reminded Su Yan. The winter villa is a pure living area. There are no taboos or particularities. As long as you don't peek into the private lives of other dragons, you basically won't cause trouble. If a small Jiazi like Su Yan offends a Jiazi whose muscles are so strong that they can dance, the Jiazi elders may really need Su Yan on the ground like dough to make him stronger. The word glutinous is more appropriate for Su Yan, who maintains the secret method of immortality. Madam, we are here. The Dragon King of the West Sea took Su Yan and his wife around the front yard and palace complex of the winter villa and came to a palace where a big Jiazi was sitting in front of the door. The Yazi in front of the door has a wolf body, a dragon head and a dragon tail, and a shoulder height of about 3 meters. She holds a sword in her hand, sits cross-legged against the gatepost of the palace, and closes her eyes in meditation. Her slightly bent arms are full of extremely strong muscles. Male? Su Yan was surprised, looking at the slight bulge on the chest of the big Yazi. He couldn't tell for a moment whether the Yazi in front of him, who maintained the form of an orc, had overdeveloped chest muscles or had some problems. Lord Dragon King. When the big Yazi saw the Dragon King of the West Sea, he took the initiative to stop meditating and stood up to greet him. After noticing Su Yan on his left hand and the dragon ball on Su Yan's body, he was slightly stunned and greeted him respectfully. Welcome back, Queen of the West Sea. Female. Hearing the voice of Yazi, Su Yan slightly retracted his body and secretly complained in his heart. Well, nothing happened? The Dragon King of the West Sea walked towards his child's palace and asked him if anything happened during his absence. The West Sea Dragon King's body has not returned for more than 20 years, but his incarnation still often goes to the children's palace. He probably hasn't seen his dragon egg that has been committing sins everywhere for more than 30 hours. Reporting to the Dragon King, the dragon egg's life is the same as usual. He eats on time in the morning, rests at noon, and eats regularly when he wakes up at night. The big Yazi appeared in human form. His skin was healthy wheat color, wearing black loose trousers, a black suspender tube top hanging in front of him, barefoot, holding a black long knife in his left hand, following the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen to report the dragon egg's work and rest. Su Yan, who was standing aside, showed an extremely authentic look of suspicion on his cheek after hearing this. Ah? What are you talking about? Dragon eggs need to eat? Do you think I have never hatched from an egg? L? The yolk inside is enough to feed the life in the egg. L. And even for 2 or 3 weeks after birth. It still has to hold the yolk. As Su Yin, who was hatched from a dragon egg, he also has a say in this regard. He vaguely remembered that after he was born, his umbilical cord was connected to the yolk, and he could still jump around without absorbing extra nutrients. At that time, he even held the yolk with his 4 feet and jumped around like a bouncy ball. It was only after being punished by the fox mother and absorbing the nutrients in the yolk that Su Yin lost something that had accompanied him for decades. Ah! Lord Dragon Egg, walking through the front yard of the palace. A faint gasp like biting lips and suppressing breathing came from the bedroom. The Dragon King of the West Sea raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the big Yazzie beside him. 2 cups of tea time ago. The maid went in to clean the eggs. L for the master. The master might be hungry and held the maid down to drink afternoon tea. Right? Said the big Yazzie. The Dragon King of the West Sea was silent for a moment, and glanced at his wife and Su Yin in his hands. You take care of this little Yazzie for me for a while. Then, everyone retreat. The Dragon King of the West Sea said, raised his hand, picked up Su Yin on the dragon claw and threw him into the arms of the big Yazzie. Then took his wife and pushed open the door of the child's palace bedroom, shook his head and walked in. Su Yin, lying on the shoulder of the big Yazzie, could barely see the situation inside the palace. On a large white bed, covered with a lot of soft and light bedding, a large egg about half a meter high with a white base and azure blue patterns was placed on it. The scene should have been normal, as Long had pressed his maid onto the bed. Invisible touch spread out and wandered inside the clothes. Yazzie? When Su Yin looked over and watched the show, he suddenly felt a force on the back of his neck. De Yazzie's right hand, which was not holding a sword, moved horizontally to his shoulder, pinched the back of Su Yin's neck with his thumb and index finger, lifted him up, put him in front of him, looked at him for a while, and slowly typed a question mark. Hello, Senior de Yazzie. Su Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Senior de Yazzie, who put him in front of him. Su Yin politely shook his little fox paw to say "Lo," looking at the pink pads in front of him. Big Yazzie couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows slightly, looking back through the Yazzie family tree for thousands of years. There should be no one who looks like you. Are you really Yazzie? Yazzie is known for its ferocious deterrence, but the little thing in front of him has no deterrence at all. Where did the Dragon King pick up such a pink and tender little Yazzie, who looks like he hasn't been weaned yet? Hello? No. I'm not feeling well now. Chapter 417 Yazzie. You are angry. Are you really Yazzie? Big Yazzie pinched the back of Su Yin's neck, lifted him in front of him, and shook him slightly. The snow-white and soft fur on the fox-shaped Yazzie began to sway left and right as it was shaking, and Su Yin's fox face seemed to be smiling all the time, which made Big Yazzie wonder if Lord Dragon King had made a mistake. Does this snow fox really have the blood of Yazzie? There is no Yazzie temperament at all. In terms of blood, yes, but because I live with my mother, I actually agree with the blood customs of my fox side. Su Yin, who was shaking in the air and dancing with snow-white fur, responded to Yazzie's question. Do you have the ability to control water? Yes. What weapons are you good at? I know a little bit about magic, fists, and swords. After a round of questioning, the expression on Big Yazzie's face became more strange and subtle. Every question Big Yazzie asked was related to the talents and customs of the Yazzie tribe, except for the fact that Su Yin's body shape and personality did not match the customs of the Yazzie tribe. Other aspects confirmed that the little thing in front of him was indeed a Yazzie. You should not be from the West Sea, right? Big Yazzie asked the final question. My ancestral home is in the North Sea. Su Yin looked at Big Yazzie with a strange expression on his face and tilted his head. He felt strange about her behavior, as if she was looking up the family tree. But these questions were not important, so he just said it. I see. After hearing this, the Big Yazzie's frown suddenly relaxed, as if he was relieved. As long as it's not from our West Sea, I will feel very distressed. The Yazzie tribe is notorious for its viciousness and is vicious. It specializes in killing and arson. It is a fierce existence in the Dragon Clan. The deterrent power of appearance is very important to the Yazzie. Without a bit of fierceness, how can it be used to deter enemies and monks in the sea? For a small snow fox like Su Yin, it is not something that can be solved by acquired training. The average shoulder height of the Yazzie tribe is 3 to 4 meters. Some super giants can even easily reach 8 or 9 meters. When they step on the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters will shake. Su Yin is only 20 to 30 centimeters tall. When he goes to the battlefield to carry the flag and shout battle flags, The enemy's first reaction is definitely not to feel the majesty of the dragon, but may be suspicious. Are the dragons driving child labor? Then the emotion that follows may be, who do you dragons look down on? You actually sent a glutinous rice ball that has not been weaned to challenge me. Bullying me. Right? It is not unreasonable for Big Yazi to be nervous, because Su Yin was thrown to her by the Dragon King of the West Sea and asked her to take care of him. When Big Yazi saw the white Su Yin, she preconceived that he was the cub born by the Dragon King of the West Sea. And now he was brought back to the territory of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea to let herself train him. But with Su Yan's words that his ancestral home is in the North Sea, all the distress and headaches in Yazi's heart disappeared immediately. It's okay if he is not the cub of the Dragon King. In this way, the fox-shaped Yazi will not reduce the deterrence of the West Sea Yazi. You are going too far. My figure and appearance are not disrespectful. Su Yin looked at Big Yazi with a black face, and seemed to be upset about her complaining about his appearance just now. I'm not discriminating against you, but there is no such childishness in our Yazi tribe. Your existence is challenging my common sense, Big Yazi said indifferently. It's okay. Anyway, you belong to the North Sea Dragon Clan, and will not affect the deterrence of our West Sea Yazi. What's wrong with being cute? You can get food and accommodation and salary just by relying on your appearance. If you look too fierce, you will be said to be a mountain Xiaoyu. Su Yan's cheeks appeared black lines, and he wanted to immediately show his three-tailed fox body. Stand up and lick Big Yazi's face in front of him, so that she can see whether her shoulder height is normal. Of course, Su Yin was secretly complaining about Big Yazi's contempt for her shoulder height in his heart, and did not really show his body to bite her. Well, my father is from the North Sea Dragon Clan. Ao Runlin. I, Su Yin, dare to ask for the name of Senior Yazi. Facing the contempt of Big Yazi, Su Yin introduced his father to Big Yazi with a strange face. As for the matter of his parents, it was meaningless to hide at the moment the West Sea Dragon King found him. Only the nine-tailed foxes of the Su family might come overnight to capture Su Yin and castrate him. When other cultivators learned about Su Yin's origin, they would at most be amazed that Ao Runlin could spare time to give birth to a cub with a nine-tailed fox while being hunted by the Dragon Clan. Su Yin was too lazy to show his true form. Arguing about whether he was strong or not would be embarrassing. So he directly told Big Yazi about his bloodline origin, if his experience was not too outrageous, or if most of the witnesses died afterwards. Su Yin could actually prove his strength with an arrogant face. Is Xia Chongming powerful? Master Wu Shengdi, and I just held him down and beat him. Isn't Dao Wazhenjuan awesome? I cried with Sister Shenxian. Yesterday, I was squatting in the center of the battlefield between the Dragon King of the West Sea and the Holy Mother of Xiantong, eating melons. Earlier, I was in Chuanri Street, fighting the beast, and fighting with Aunt Chi against the big fox behind the scenes of Chuanri Street. I fought the Nightmare Town sect from south to north, from east to west, but it was a pity that after each fight, I could hardly find 3 or 5 survivors around. So much so that the leaders of the Nightmare Town sect in Wubuzu had almost died. And no one knew Su Yin. Is your father Ao Runlin? De Yazi looked at Su Yin, and his originally nonchalant expression gradually turned into suspicion and said, Are you drunk? Ao Runlin's name is known to everyone in the cultivation world. Who doesn't know about his rebelliousness and his legendary deeds of being able to jump around even when being hunted by the dragons of the 4 seas? Although Ao Runlin has a bad reputation in the Dragon Clan, his strength is recognized within the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, they would not have hunted down Ao Runlin and let him leave their bloodline. And the glutinous rice ball in front of him actually swore that his father was Ao Runlin. Is this possible? That is a rare evil dragon known as the Cold Evil Dragon and the rebel of the Dragon Clan. From his actions and name, he has a sense of ferocity. Ka. Just when Diazi was full of doubts and was about to question Su Yin further, the door of the dormitory where the dragon eggs were placed suddenly opened, and the West Sea Dragon King walked out with a slightly gloomy face. He was dragging a giant egg in his left hand, and a maid who was sleeping happily with his right hand. You? The Dragon King of the West Sea threw the dragon egg and the maid in the direction of Su Yin. Su Yin? The dragon egg? Yazi and the maid floated in the air of the courtyard, and slowly floated to the door of the palace. All of you get out. Don't disturb the good things of the king and the queen. The dragon egg jumping up and down in the bedroom. Su Yin and Yazi talking and laughing outside the door made the Dragon King of the West Sea patient for a long time. Now he couldn't bear it anymore, and he raised his hand and threw all the noisy guys around him out. Take good care of them, and don't come back before dark. Chapter 418 Dragon Paradise. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of wind-breaking sounds were heard in succession. And the two people in front of the palace, the two people in the house, and the more than 30 servants in the backyard were all thrown out of the palace by the Dragon King of the West Sea. Su Yin spread his arms and tail, glided a distance in the air, landed steadily on the ground with 4 feet, looked back, and swiftly dodged the dragon eggs and other sea beasts that were thrown at him in the air. The servants in the palace did not dare to resist after being thrown out by the Dragon King of the West Sea, and let him fly freely wherever he landed. Throwing dragon eggs too? Looking at the giant egg that hit him and bounced off. Su Yin looked at the palace with a black face and complained. If Su Yin remembered correctly, the palace in front of him was used to place and hatch dragon eggs. As a result, the Dragon King of the West Sea felt that the noise was hindering his love. So he took over the dragon egg that was supposed to live in it and threw it out. Gurgle gurgle. The dragon egg fell to the ground and rolled a distance. The surface of the egg was intact. Instead, it rolled in front of Su Yin, who was talking. The dragon egg stood up and tilted slightly towards Su Yin, inside and outside. It revealed a sense of caution, but wanted to make contact with Su Yin. Hello? Su Yin saw the dragon egg rolling over, as if it wanted to get close to him. So he smiled and greeted him, stretching out his fox paw and placing it on the egg. Be careful. Just when Su Yin came into contact with the dragon egg, Dayazi, who noticed Su Yin's dangerous behavior, couldn't help but exclaim subconsciously, reminding Su Yin to be careful. Ah! Su Yin looked at Big Yazi sideways, and a layer of invisible touch spread out on the surface of the dragon egg, wrapping around Su Yin's fox claws and spreading over him. The invisible touch climbed onto Su Yin's body and began to explore. Don't. The invisible touch teased Su Yin's hair and touched Su Yin's body with its tentacles. As if recording something, the tickled little fox couldn't stop laughing and touched all the points in front of Su Yin. Lord Dragon Egg is special. It doesn't have the vision that we usually use to observe the world. It usually perceives the world through touch. When facing strange things or creatures, it will wrap its invisible tentacles around and touch them to judge what is in front of it. Big Yazi looked at Su Yin, who was being touched up and down and was tickled to the point of crying for help, and slowly began to explain. The life form inside the dragon egg has now reached the end of the incubation stage. The life form has not fully awakened, but has just begun to possess some living instincts, such as an instinctive desire to know the world, curiosity about things, and a desire for food. Dayazi was also attacked by the dragon egg before, but no matter how hard he sucked, he could not get any food. After being fooled 2 or 3 times, the dragon egg stopped attacking Dayazi. Well, if the dragon egg had the ability to think, it would probably secretly scold Dayazi for being superficial and stingy. Hey. No. There is really no food to give you there. Su Yin, who was pulled into the arms of the dragon egg, felt that the invisible touch was lifting his tail, as if he wanted to drill into his belly. Su Yin, who was frightened by this move, could not help but start to struggle, and hurriedly shouted, Senior Yazi, don't just stand by and watch. Come over here and help. There's something really wrong with this dragon egg. My name is Aojin. Dayazi shook his head and turned away, introducing himself to Su Yin and changing the topic of calling for help. Dayazi wanted to save Su Yin, but he was powerless. The body of the dragon egg was so noble that no creature in Yuanhai City dared to push it. The creatures who were entangled by the dragon egg on weekdays could endure it, and the tragic exploration would be completely over. After getting familiar with the dragon egg 3 or 5 times, they could recognize it by touching its face. Dayazi wanted to save Su Yin, which meant that Aojin needed to use himself to replace Su Yin. It would be fine if it was in the palace. After all, no outsiders could see his ugly appearance. But now, he was outside the palace of Lord Longdan, where people were coming and going. Su Yin saw that there was no way to ask for help. So he suddenly showed his 3-tailed fox prototype, and his body swelled up, breaking free from the invisible touch of the dragon egg. The 3 tails rolled up the dragon egg SHL and threw the lecher away directly. The next moment, the power of controlling objects in the air was exerted, and Su Yin put the dragon egg safely on the maid. It was the maid who was entangled by the invisible touch of the dragon egg for most of the day in the bedroom. Dragon eggs are too scary. Su Yin squatted on the ground and wiped the cold sweat, and complained. Are you serious? Aojin saw Su Yin's true form. 3 bright fox tails swaying behind him, and the 60-centimeter-tall Jiazi emitting water-attributed spiritual power fluctuations. And the big Jiazi couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Previously, Su Yin said that his father was Nilong. Big Yazi thought that Su Yin was trying to show off and lied to him. But the 4 seas dragons and 9-tailed foxes, who are known for never getting along with each other, have only one successful matchmaking case. That is the miracle created by Ao Renlin, who married Su Mu, who is known for pure love. The only case of marriage between the dragons and 9-tailed foxes is Ao Renlin and Su Qing. 9-tailed fox-shaped Yazi clearly knew that Su Yin really did not lie to him. Stop! Stop! Su Yin shook his slender body, and his left hind leg was slightly raised because of the stretching of his body. After stretching his body, Su Yin transformed into a young man and looked at Senior Yazi, and waved his hand quickly. I have already been arrested by the Dragon King. It is meaningless for you to capture me again. Yazi looked at him straight in the eyes. Su Yin didn't know what she was thinking at the moment, but he told her clearly that he had been arrested now, and there was no point for her to continue to capture him. By the way, Senior Yazi, do you know where the palace for entertaining guests is in the winter resort? I came here with my aunt and other friends. I want to meet them, and then go around the winter resort. Su Yin looked at Yazi and asked, Reception Palace? There is no such place in the winter resort. Ao Jin shook his head and said, This place belongs to the Dragon Clan's banquet and entertainment. How can we bring outsiders here to live here and affect the efficient reproduction of our Dragon Clan? Su Yin slowly typed a question mark. How efficient can the Dragon Clan's reproduction be? Although I have read few books, I still have common sense. Since my aunt and the others are not here, where did they go? If there are really guests, they should stay in the inn in front of the winter resort, according to the usual practice. Ao Jin raised his hand and intercepted a group of white bubbles floating in the sky, motioning Su Yin and the maid holding the dragon egg to go into the van. The winter resort is like a water park, but the premise for using all the facilities inside is that you need to have the ability to control water or extremely high water-related attainments. Otherwise you cannot use the recreational facilities in the winter resort. Chapter 419 The Man in the Southern State. Ear Rat. Golden Core Ear Rat. I will pay a large sum of money to thank the true Dragon Immortal, Prison Ox Immortal, and Paleo Immortal for their bloodline. And I hope the Dragon Immortal can give me a skill. Ming Bird. God Transformation Ming Bird. The clan is in chaos, and I hope to invite the Immortal Yazi and Chao Feng to the clan to have a talk. Good Turtle. When Su Yin walked out of Dragon Palace City and was about to meet up with his aunt, he accidentally saw a large number of Demon Clan female cultivators gathered in a corner outside the gate of Dragon Palace City, and a small number of Human Clan female cultivators holding plaques in front of the gate and shouting something. It's not suitable for you to go there for the time being. Ao Jin saw Su Yin stop moving, so he followed his gaze and saw the Dragon Clan's blind date corner, saying, Due to the restrictions of the Dragon Palace, those who do not have the ability to control water or tokens cannot move around freely. And some monks without connections will gather in front of the Dragon Palace and hold signs to call for transactions, writing down their basic information for transactions. After so many years of reproduction, the Dragon Clan has some things engraved in their blood, such as Chionyo and Paleo, who were invited by the Ear Rat Mother. They are among the 9 sons of the dragon, who are good at music and civil service. In short, if the Ear Rat Mother can really give birth to offspring with Chionyo and Paleo, then their offspring will have talents and attainments in music that ordinary people can hardly imagine after they are born. Yazi and Chao Feng, who Meng Niao saw it, are among the 9 sons who are violent and fierce in combat. From the perspective of fighting alone, they are not much weaker than the real dragon. But the Mengniu tribe was invaded, so they ran to the dragon tribe to seek help with their sex appeal. There was an endless stream of beautiful demon tribes at the blind date corner, but they were all doing business, and it was still very difficult to get close to the beauty without some strength. Ao Jin did not recommend Su Yin to try, so as not to embarrass himself in the hands of those snobbish demons. Dragons know how to play. Su Yin retracted his gaze, secretly complained in his heart, and said, Is it useful for them to stand here and hold signs? I just walked around the winter resort and didn't seem to see many dragon tribes. Real dragons are rare and hard to find. Married and mature old dragons live in the Dragon Palace City. The 9 sons are often busy outside and are more separated than gathered. Most of the dragon tribes left in the winter resort are young children and female beasts. Is it really useful for them to shout in front of the door? Take your chance. The main gate of the winter resort is the only way for the dragons to go home, Aojin said, and couldn't help complaining. They all said they wanted to take a vacation. If it's not necessary. Living outside is better than living in the winter resort. I understand. Su Yan nodded with a dark face, and immediately understood the resentment in Dia Z's implicit words. The policy of the Four Seas Dragon King encourages more cubs. When you go home, you basically get one-stop service. After working hard like a social animal outside, you have to face the family elders urging to get married or to give birth when you return home. It is estimated that all living creatures can't stand it. For example, there are not many real dragons, and 9 dragon sons in the winter resort. It turns out that they all ran away. Is there still an assessment system? Su Yan thought for a while and said, I feel that with the great lack in virtue of the West Sea Dragon King, he should not let the dragon cubs under his command take advantage of it. Right? Aojin shook his head and said nothing, tacitly agreeing with Su Yan's hypothesis. There is indeed an assessment system in this regard, but the assessment is only for male dragons, and there is no assessment system for female dragons at all. Female dragons make money by giving birth to 2 children, and make a lot of money by giving birth to 3 children. The more they give birth, the more money the dragons as a whole make. As long as the female dragon is willing to give birth, the dragon clan will cover all expenses, including the child's future cultivation resources and expenses. You can give birth as much as you want, and our dragon clan will cover you. The more you give birth, the more rewards the elders will give you. With 1 child, you will become rich. With 2 children, your whole family will be financially free. And with 3 children, you can choose any secret method. If you give birth to 4 or 5 children, the family tree will add a red mark to you, marking your outstanding contributions to the dragon clan. Male dragons and 9 sons are assessment systems, while female dragons belong to the reward system. As long as they reproduce pure-blooded dragon descendants, the elders will reward them to death. The reward system also applies to female 9 sons. And, under Aojin's guidance, Su Yan and the maid holding the dragon egg of the West Sea Dragon King came to the first inn on the main road outside the Bihan Mountain Villa. Su Yan saw people coming from Yuanhai City to have a feast. Don't come over. Seeing Su Yan coming back, the aunt just showed a hint of joy on her cheeks. But after seeing Su Yan and the things beside him clearly, the aunt's face suddenly became extremely subtle. She quickly stood up from the tea table and stepped back a distance, explaining, I can't stand eggs and oviparous. I will get rashes. You stay away from me for the time being. Aunt has a certain degree of fear of unhatched cubs. Seeing such a big egg next to Su Yan, the aunt had goosebumps all over her body, and immediately recalled the little proud insects she helped take care of when she went home. Is there such a strange disease? The mother of the merman tribe showed a look of surprise, looking at the fellow insect who had overturned the tea bowl, and asked a little strangely, Well, aunt, it's okay. This egg is much more delicate than us. There are more than 30 maids who take care of him day and night. Su Yan hurriedly explained to his aunt, and introduced the dragon egg guard next to him, Aojin. Anyway, it sits at the next table. You can tell at a glance that it is a restless big egg, Aunt said with a vigilant face. Aunt admitted that her gambling luck was not very good, and she also admitted that her business talent was average. But she was definitely not wrong when she looked at the egg. The big egg in front of her revealed a sense of restlessness inside and out. Usually, the guys who gave birth to such offspring are basically old monsters with extremely powerful cultivation, and didn't want to be entangled by this egg. By the way, did the Dragon King of the West Sea say when the banquet was? Aunt vigilantly drove the dragon egg away, moved the tea tray on the table to the backyard, and pulled Su Yan directly out of the private hall and ran to the pavilion stone table in the backyard. The little ant breathed a sigh of relief and asked Su Yan if he had found any useful information when he went to Bihan Mountain Villa just now. The little thing has already arrived in Xiaoyu. If you take into account the time when my aunt returns home, it will take about a week for my ancestor to come and redeem it. The little thing that the aunt left in the coastal city was actually a beetle with a message. The aunt said directly that she had a car accident and was abducted by the Dragon King of the West Sea to the Far Sea City, and asked the ancestor to come here to negotiate. As for notifying the nine-tailed fox, the 2 tribes gathered together and did not draw their swords to fight each other, which was already a matter of gratitude. The situation was already chaotic enough, and if we notified the nine-tailed fox tribe to come over, I'm afraid it would be even more chaotic. Therefore, my aunt did not notify the nine-tailed fox and the golden crow at all, but only notified her own ancestor and asked him to come here to negotiate, so as to prevent Ao Renlin from getting into trouble and getting herself and her nephew involved. It didn't say when the feast would start, but it will probably take some time. Su Yin said. The Dragon Ball acts like an egg, and the Queen of the West Sea needs to hatch herself again. The feast will start in half a month. Just as Su Yin was about to tell his aunt about his guess, a frivolous voice interrupted the conversation between the aunt and nephew and said, "Anyway, the invitation I received said that the feast would start in the middle of the month, and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and the leaders of the 5 states would attend. Well, this feast doesn't seem right. I advise you not to give a gift to that old dragon. Just go and eat for free. It's so rude to invite guests. It's normal for us not to give a gift." Chapter 420 The Immortal. This old dragon's feast is not right. I advise you not to give him gifts. He has made a lot of money. Su Yin and his aunt were talking when a frivolous voice suddenly came from above the inn, interrupting the conversation between the aunt and nephew. "Trust me. You are right." Su Yin and his aunt poked their heads out of the pavilion and looked up at the building of the inn. They saw a young man with loose clothes and no collar tied up. His upper body was leaning out of the windowsill of the inn. The whole person was hanging in the air, and his cheeks were slightly red because of the blood flowing back. The distance between the inn and the pavilion where Su Yin was should be about 300 meters. The young man in front of him could eavesdrop on Su Yin and his aunt's whispers at such a long distance. It can be seen that Su Yin and his aunt were actually in the young man's passive perception area. "Senior, you are?" Su Yin asked the weird young man hanging upside down outside the windowsill. "Looking bored. He is just an old man who is not in good condition. Is despised by others. Spends all his savings on prostitutes. And needs to work outside to eat in his later years." Faced with Su Yin's question, the young man did not directly tell his name, but said a series of words to describe his current situation. In short, "Believe me, don't give gifts. And then notify your friends not to give gifts." The old dragon said that the banquet was to celebrate the successful resurrection of his wife. But in fact, he was preparing to fool everyone. Don't listen to his brainwashing with spirit stones. If you throw those spirit stones into the seabed, you can still hear a sound, the young man said, and glanced at the woman in the room. Her face was indifferent and revealed a deep coldness. She raised her hand and said low with a smile, "Long time no see." The woman who came through the space gap looked at the 8-direction demon hanging upside down on the windowsill, silently stretched out her arm, and pushed him out of the windowsill. Woohoo! The woman pushed the young man down the stairs directly, causing him to fall from a building more than 40 meters high. The moment the young man fell to the ground, a cloud of black smoke appeared on his body and disappeared. The young man who fell into the backyard of the inn also turned into a female cultivator. The woman stepped to the windowsill, and after seeing the female cultivator who had fainted, she raised her head and looked at the aunt and nephew sitting in the pavilion with indifference. When Su Yin, who was sitting in the pavilion, saw the woman walking out of the windowsill, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing thought in his heart, and his heart skipped a beat. Is this feeling seeing my great-grandmother? Although Su Yin didn't know the woman in front of him, the dragon blood flowing in his body clearly told Su Yin that the woman in front of him was his direct ancestor, and the generation was at least the first level of great-grandmother. Don't try to find out the name of Jai Lekshan. The moment you recite his name, he will know and sense where you are. Occupy your consciousness, and then use your body to spread plague everywhere. The woman floated across the windowsill, as if unhindered by space, and landed in the courtyard. She looked at Su Yin and his aunt and spoke slowly. The young man who approached Su Yin and his aunt seemed to be very approachable, but in reality, he was the current leader of the Dao Yu family of the Southern State Demon Sect. After receiving the invitation from the Dragon King of the West Sea, the Bliss Immortal came to Yuanhai City and advanced to join in the fun. The name of the Bliss Immortal is a pseudonym. As long as the cultivators know the background of the Bliss Immortal, they will not recite the real name or Taoist name of the Bliss Immortal. Once they recite it, they will be followed by the demons of all directions at best, and at worst, the Bliss Immortal will borrow their flesh to wander around the world. Yes, as long as you recite the name of the Bliss Immortal, you may be invaded by the Bliss Immortal. It is similar to the possession of the body, but it is not the possession of the body. When the Bliss Immortal is bored, he will occupy other people's bodies and enjoy other people's lives as a pastime. Su Yin asked the Bliss Immortal's name, and the Bliss Immortal was naturally very happy to tell Su Yin his name. But the sudden appearance of the Dragon King of the North Sea interrupted the process of the Bliss Immortal saying his Taoist name. Su Yin thus escaped a disaster, and was not fooled by the bliss immortal to recite the Taoist name of this senior. Listening to the admonition of the grandmother in front of him, Su Yan's head gradually understood the meaning of the grandmother's words, and a surprised expression appeared on his cheeks, and his fox eyes widened. Is there such a weird Taoist method in the world? Just chanting the Taoist name can take over the body? The aunt next to him also showed a surprised expression. She never thought that there was such a sensational secret behind that man, the leader of the Daoyu family in the southern province. No one would directly call him by his Taoist name and name. Generally, Jai Lection is collectively referred to as the man in the southern province. The aunt's generation also called him like this. But no one knows why they called him like this. Everyone called the leader of the Daoyu family like this. And they also called him like this. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing hidden behind it. It's not a possession. It's just borrowing. But he has the final say on how long it will be borrowed, the North Sea Dragon King said slowly, sitting on the stone chair in the pavilion, looking at Su Yan on his left. Su Yan looked at his aunt who was sitting opposite him. But when Su Yan's grandmother sat down in the pavilion, his aunt turned her head aside with a nonchalant look on her face. The nephew said that the woman in front of him seemed to be his grandmother. In addition, his aunt could not detect her cultivation at all. And his own backer, the ancestor, did not come. The aunt could only say, "My nephew, use all your skills to stabilize this old monster and try not to anger her, lest she suddenly go crazy." Su Yan, who was frightened back to the form of a little fox, seemed to have received the meaning of his aunt's eyes and gaze. He was embarrassed and remanifested his human form. He fiddled with a tea tray and made a pot of hot tea for his grandmother. "My father Ao Renlin is Su Yan's father. Grandma, please have tea." Su Yan stood up with a nervous look on his face, holding the teacup in both hands, and handed it to the North Sea Dragon King, and introduced himself with a little stutter and nervousness. After the North Sea Dragon King stared at Su Yan for a moment, he retracted his gaze, stretched out his right hand, pinched the teacup handed over by Su Yan with 3 fingers, and said lightly, "I already know your situation. Ao Xiao included your story in the invitation." After the West Sea Dragon King drove Su Yan and his group away, he did not really indulge in lust in the Dragon Egg Palace in broad daylight. After all, the West Sea Dragon Queen is still a Dragon Ball now, and he can't get in. The West Sea Dragon King is sweetly with his wife, writing invitations in the palace hand in hand. As the invitations are sent out through the power of space, the celestial beings have received the West Sea Dragon King's banquet invitations one after another, and they also know that his wife has successfully resurrected and is preparing for the banquet. Jai Lection received the invitation, and happened to have nothing to do in his spare time to occupy a distant sea city. The monks who had recited his name wanted to stroll around and watch the fun. The same goes for the appearance of the Dragon King of the North Sea. The invitation letter written by the Dragon King of the West Sea to the Dragon King of the North Sea included information about Su Yan and Dragon Dad. After reading the information inside the invitation letter, the Black Dragon King put down what he was doing and teleported directly from the North Sea to Yuanhai City to find Su Yan. Chapter 421. The night was very lively. "You should have something to say to me." After explaining to Su Yan that the true peak of the cultivation world is the existence that can be called immortal, the Black Dragon King took the teacup handed over by Su Yan and slowly spoke. "The difference between heavenly beings is like the difference between an emperor and a eunuch. Even if the eunuch has unlimited power, he is still a eunuch. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot cross the gap. The existence that has the name of immortal is not a terror that ordinary heavenly beings can contend with. The bliss immortal is one of them. Tell me, what has Ao Renlin been planning for so many years in hiding? It can even attract the West Sea Dragon King to be amazed and let me come in person." The Black Dragon King looked at Su Yan and asked. Judging from the words and sentences on the invitation, and the context in which the Dragon King of the West Sea wrote the words, Ao Renlin obviously revealed something eye-popping, which made the Dragon King of the West Sea write an invitation in a context that seemed to be amazing and seemed to sigh about something. The Black Dragon King actually didn't care about these things, and was too lazy to pay attention to Ao Renlin's nonsense. But the matter happened to the North Sea Dragon clan, so she had to come out in person. Now Ao Renlin actually came back and dared to say in front of the Dragon King of the West Sea that he would give an explanation to the Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King, who was too lazy to pay attention to these bullshit things, had to come out in person to understand the situation, and then judge whether the so-called explanation proposed by Ao Renlin was reasonable. The easiest way to understand the intelligence is to find the real owner, and the relevant people involved. But there is a shielding life on Ao Renlin's body, and the divine sense detects that it is like a dead object. And the existence of Ao Renlin cannot be detected by non-naked eyes. The Black Dragon King, who couldn't find Ao Renlin, could only settle for the next best thing and find Su Yin to find out the details. Su Yin looked a little quiet, as if thinking. The Black Dragon King didn't urge him, letting Su Yin think. I advise you to tell us everything you know in detail, so that it will be good for everyone. In this way, you can have fewer brothers and sisters when you divide the family property in the future. The Black Dragon King took a sip of tea slowly, and felt that the time was almost up, and said, rebellion against the Dragon Clan can be big or small. In the big sense, it is disrespecting the ancestors and forgetting one's roots. In the small sense, it is just being beautiful and forgetting one's principles, and using lies to deceive ignorant girls. In Su Yan's previous life, disrespecting ancestors may not be a big deal. At most, he would be scolded for being unfilial. However, the ancestors of the Dragon Clan can trace back to the beginning of creation. The Holy Spirit, who was born after bathing in the merit of creation. Once the reputation of disrespecting ancestors and forgetting his roots is established, Ao Renlin will be kicked out of the Dragon Clan's genealogy, and will no longer be able to enjoy the blessings of his ancestors and the blessing of luck. Ao Renlin's bloodline will not be able to obtain the blessings of his ancestors, and he may even need to use his own luck to repay his debts. Ao Renlin comes from the North Sea Dragon Clan. Before he rebelled against the North Sea Dragon Clan, he was known as a genius. The Black Dragon King generally favors Ao Renlin. If he is willing to return to the North Sea Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon King does not want to personally remove Ao Renlin from the Dragon Clan's genealogy. Well, I don't know the specific situation. My father doesn't want me to get involved in these things. At present, I only know two things. The first thing is that my father successfully merged the blood of the three clans and became Insuringda. The second thing is that although my father used the method of Nightmare Town to assist, he did not practice. Nor did he encounter the dead end of Nightmare Town and turned into a straw dog. After thinking for a long time, Su Yin spoke out what he knew. The West Sea Dragon King already knew these things, and it didn't matter whether Su Yin said it or not. The reason why he thought about it for so long was that he couldn't figure out the temper of the Black Dragon King, and didn't know whether these things would affect Dragon Dad's plan, and whether he needed to take the risk of releasing some smoke bombs. After thinking for a long time, Su Yin decided to tell the whole story. If he saw any strange color on the Black Dragon King's cheek, he would immediately tell his aunt to inform the aunt in Xiaoyu City and send a letter to Dragon Dad. But the Black Dragon King's face did not change, but he showed a little bit of hesitation. The origin of the Dragon Clan's study of the method of Nightmare Town was first pioneered by the North Sea Dragon Clan, and it even involved the rise of Emperor Xiaoyu and the chaos of the Xiaoyu royal family. Emperor Xiaoyu made his fortune with the power of the Black Dragon, but he eventually died from the backlash of the Nightmare Suppression method. Speaking of the Nightmare Suppression method with the Dragon Clan, the ordinary Nightmare Suppression disciples are afraid that they will not be able to win the argument against the North Sea Black Dragon Clan, incarnation of the Dragon of Time and Virtue. The Black Dragon King pondered for a long time and asked, "Are these the only things?" "Yes. I don't know the others." Su Yin looked at the Black Dragon King and said, "Hee hee." The Black Dragon King chuckled and shook his head. He had a better understanding of Ao Renlin's cunning, and said, "You can do whatever you want. I have something else to do, and I have to return to the North Sea Dragon Clan." The Black Dragon King left a word, stood up from the stone chair, turned around and walked into the space gap. "She doesn't seem to have any ill will towards your father. She seems to be completely indifferent." After seeing the Black Dragon King leave, the ant looked at Su Yin, who was wiping his sweat, and said, "She didn't prepare to capture you into the Dragon Clan and force you to madly attack the female beast? Maybe my appearance doesn't meet the aesthetics of the Dragon Clan?" Su Yin wiped the sweat off his forehead, and after a little relaxation, he started to complain. When facing the Black Dragon King's grandmother, Su Yin could feel a very great pressure. Not the oppression of strength or momentum, but the feeling of being cramped. What is more nervous and cramped than meeting the current and first love? Su Yin didn't know how to describe it. He only knew that he was easily panicked in front of the Black Dragon King, as if he really turned back into a child facing his parents. Maybe this is the sense of majesty of the head of the family. And the suppression from blood? After meeting with the Black Dragon King, time gradually came to the evening. Su Yin had dinner in the inn. Instead of returning to the winter resort to eat melons, he went directly back to his bedroom in the inn. After a simple wash, he turned into a little fox and lay on the bed to sleep. The meeting with the Black Dragon King made Su Yin feel extremely tired physically and mentally. Su Yin was so tired that he didn't want to return to the winter resort. He didn't bother to pay attention to the possible notice from the West Sea Dragon King. He climbed directly onto the bed in the inn and fell asleep. Sleep so early? At night, the Black Dragon King, who left in the afternoon and returned to the North Sea Dragon clan to handle affairs, came back and located Su Yin and came to the inn, ready to continue asking some questions about Su Yin himself. But when the Black Dragon King came back, he saw Su Yin transformed into a little fox, lying on his back on the bed, lying on his back with his legs spread out, sleeping soundly, so happy. This action made the Black Dragon King stunned. What time is it now? When the nightlife just started, Su Yin actually fell asleep on the bed. Such an unreasonable thing happened in front of him. Black Dragon King? Lord of the Night? Both the Black Dragon King and the Lord of the Night looked at each other with doubts. It's enough for a table of mahjong. In the deep dream, Sister Seer, who was playing kuju with Su Yin, felt the situation outside, turned her head to look at the real body sleeping in the snow mountain, and secretly complained about Su Yin's luck. My real body? This little fox we are staying with is very lucky. It attracts female gods everywhere to recognize him as a godmother and grandmother. If the Queen Mother Su was awake now, she would definitely laugh at Sierra loudly. If Su Yin didn't order anything, would the little dragon have chosen him as a container for temporary residence and recovery? Chapter 422 Heaven and Earth. Lord of the Night? The Black Dragon King came to Su Yin's dormitory, looked at the open space gap beside him, and asked, The Lord of the Night walked out of the space gap and looked at the Black Dragon King in the dormitory, with a puzzled expression on his face, as if wondering why the Black Dragon King appeared here. I'm waiting for someone here. What are you doing here? The Lord of the Night pointed at Su Yin on the bed, explained his purpose, and looked at the Black Dragon King. I'm here to ask a question to the younger generation. The Black Dragon King also spoke out his purpose. The people in the heavens all knew each other, but there might be differences in the degree of familiarity. The atmosphere in Su Yin's dormitory was slightly quiet, and then the Lord of the Night took the lead in asking. I received an invitation from the Dragon King of the West Sea in the afternoon. What are you dragons planning? A banquet is comparable to the level of the heavenly feast. We killed the immortals of the Earth's ruins. The Black Dragon King opened the forbidden barrier in the dormitory and answered the Lord of the Night's doubts. This should have been a topic to be discussed at the heavenly feast next year. But Ao Shao felt that it was better to do it sooner rather than later. And there was a chance. So he specially invited the leaders of various states to come and discuss it in a small circle. It's also good to give everyone time to express their opinions at the heavenly feast next year. The Black Dragon King's tone was calm, and he spoke lightly about the killing of the immortals guarding the separation of the cultivation world. Are you also beginning to feel urgent? The Lord of the Night walked out of the gap in space, raised his hand, twisted a corner of Su Yin's dormitory space to manifest a tea table and cakes, and invited the Black Dragon King to sit at the table and chat slowly. Regarding the return of the cultivation world, the most intense reaction in the cultivation world should be the Dragon Clan, because the cultivation world is not a planet, but a flat continent. The reason why the Endless Sea is called the Endless Sea is because this ocean does not really have an end. The original continent, where the cultivation world is located, is simply a corner of the collapsed original fairy world. As the cultivation world gradually returns to the fairy world and merges into the original fairy world, the Endless Sea area will now sink into the ground and become part of the coastal terrain and water system of the original fairy world. In addition to the enemies that their ancestors had offended, the Dragon Clan has actually been actively preparing from the beginning to the end, not letting go of any opportunity to sneak away and gain power. After noticing that the two immortals were gradually weakening, the Dragon Clan directly attacked the Earth's return to the ruins, dismantling the Earth's return to the ruins as one of the two anchor points, and reopening a passage to the fairy world. Our ideas really coincide. The Lord of the Night smiled and shook his head, saying, some time ago, Emperor Wusheng, Lord of the Sun, and Taoist Tai also went to the heavens return to the ruins, preparing to obtain the spirit energy of the immortals to break the shackles of the heavenly realm. It seems that there will be something to talk about at the banquet next year. Maybe we are really the troublemakers in their eyes? When he said the last part, the Lord of the Night couldn't help but sneer. The original cause of the split of the immortal world was that the holy spirits and gods living in the core area felt that the war was too noisy and affected their lives. So they directly dismantled the barren land and threw away those noisy creatures. After so many years, those noisy guys who were thrown away at the beginning still didn't learn their lesson and still fought for what they deserved. After realizing that there was a problem with the two immortals guarding the place, Emperor Wushing and his entourage attacked the Tianshu fiercely, and the dragons couldn't wait to pounce on it and dismantle the Dishu. Without any communication, both sides wanted to snatch the immortal spirit that only existed in the immortal world. Troublesome people? I'm afraid they are bullying us too much, forcing us to rebel. The Black Dragon King snorted. Those resources and lands originally belonged to our dragon clan. Now, I'm afraid they have been swallowed up by those jackals, tigers and leopards. Take advantage of the transition of our dragon clan and kick us directly to the primitive continent. Who? Su Yin was lying on the bed and snoring, his legs spread out, his hands instinctively folded in front of him and holding his fox paws, completely unaware that a meeting was being held next to his bed. And two great immortals were talking about the secrets of the past in the world of cultivation. Sister Seer, who was hiding in Su Yin's dream, raised her fox ears to eavesdrop on the conversation next door. Empress Dowager Su knew about the past of the world of cultivation. But after so many years, Empress Dowager Su didn't know what the public opinion of the world of cultivation was now. When she was active, the tribes in various places were basically resting and recuperating. The continent was in chaos, and all kinds of monsters and demons were rampant. The tribes had no time to clean the snow in front of their own doors. So naturally they would not discuss returning to the original fairyland. It is better to say that after the original fairyland split, the tribes in the cultivation world were secretly happy. The pressure of survival suddenly returned to the normal index. There was no more bullying by the holy spirits and gods. And they did not have to live in fear, fearing that the tribe would be exterminated one day. It was not until the lack of fairy spirit that the holy spirits and immortals living here fell one after another and lost their former spirits that everyone realized something was wrong. The holy spirits and immortals are very sensitive to the environment. But when they notice it, they have fallen into a weak state and are powerless to save the situation. So the current trend is to first snatch the fairy spirit and then develop secretly, and kick over their bird throne when the power is accumulated to a certain extent. Sister Sierra secretly summarized the key points while eavesdropping. So, Queen Mother of the West is about to wake up. Sister Sierra frowned and began to ponder. She always felt that she had forgotten something very important. But when the original body differentiated itself, it did not transfer all the related memories to her mind. Although it felt very important, it should not be too urgent. Goal. Just as Sister Sierra was thinking, Su Yin on the Kuju field bypassed the players of the enemy team, used the power of water control to wrap the Kuju, kicked it out, and it immediately turned into a dragon ball in the mouth of a giant dragon. The Azure Giant Dragon held the Kuju in its mouth and broke the goalkeeper's goal directly. The goalkeeper holding the sword also bit it and crashed into the goal. Su Yin, who kicked the ball into the goal, turned around and looked at the ant, Sister Seer, and Sister Shixian in the audience, and shouted happily, "See, I said that buying me was definitely right. Let's add a phoenix thigh to dinner tonight. Adding more dishes is no problem." Su Yan's aunt in the dream saw Su Yan saying he wanted to add more dishes after winning the Monk Cup Kuju tournament. So she looked at the Wanming County Lord with a strange smile and said, "I'm afraid that Wanming County Lord is not willing. But don't worry, little nephew. If you win 2 more games, then your aunt will be rich enough to rival a country. At that time, your aunt will directly buy their Xianwang mansion and let Wanming County Lord change different stockings for your nephew every day." Su Yan in the dream slowly typed a question mark in the face of his aunt's rebellious and vulgar remarks. "You are really worthy of it, aunt. I just wanted to add chicken legs to the dinner because I was tired of playing football. But I was afraid that you would say I had no ambition. So I said I wanted lawn bird legs. I'm talking about chicken legs, not Wanming County Lord's thighs." Su Yan covered his face helplessly. Another female character has appeared? Sister Sierra looked at the audience and saw another tall beauty with long legs and a thin waist. She couldn't help but complain, "Are all your friends girls?" Chapter 423 Sacrificial Knife. The first ray of sunlight in the morning came through the windowsill, bringing the hot and humid air into the bedroom of the inn. The sleeping little fox on the bed turned over, slowly raised his buttocks, stretched his hands forward, and stretched out on the quilt. It's so comfortable to sleep. After Su Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, he lay back on the bed with a look of emotion on his face. After being tired, it is absolutely super comfortable to sleep hard. And don't look at the fickle weather at the seaside. In the morning, it is so hot that you can boil eggs directly on the ground. But when the night comes, the sea breeze can dispel all the sultry heat during the day. Last night, when he slept until midnight, Su Yin even felt that his whole body was cold, and he had to cover himself with a sheet. Good morning, Auntie! After staying in bed for a while, Su Yin simply washed up and pushed open the window facing the inner courtyard of the inn. He saw his auntie sitting in the pavilion drinking tea and eating cakes, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Su Yin flipped down the windowsill and turned into a little fox and pounced on his aunt's legs after landing. He asked his aunt for the exquisite pastries in her hand with a smile on his face. You are always smiling. When the aunt saw Su Yin jump into her arms, she rolled her eyes and said, When are you going to get up from the three in the room? I get goosebumps all over my body when I see them fluttering around the room. The three that the aunt said referred to Ao Jin, the maid and the dragon egg who followed Su Yin out of the winter villa. Yesterday, after Su Yin was tired of chatting, he did not stay in the room any longer and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Then the dragon egg, which was originally obedient, started to act up. It was a chaotic night. The aunt looked in from the windowsill and couldn't help but be amazed. She had never seen such a strange thing before. A creature that had not hatched could actually know how to find milk to drink. Even if there was no food, she would squeeze you with two hands, trying to squeeze out what was originally not there. The aunt's eyes were right when she looked at the egg. The dragon egg was really an evil thing. She was right to move her tea tray, teapot, and teacup in advance. No, I am afraid of the dragon egg too, Su Yin said honestly. That thing even tried to find food from me. I can't afford to offend it. Go away. What use is there for you? The aunt threw Su Yin to the seat next to her with a face full of reproach, and pushed the cakes on the table to him. By the way, after eating the cakes handed by the aunt and drinking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, Su Yin ran outside the pavilion, raised his hand, and pulled out two weapons and a metal cylinder soaked in liquid from the storage ring. The red jade hairpin sword flew out of the storage ring, and the scarlet eyes on the blade stared at Su Yin with resentment. The red jade hairpin sword didn't like to live in the storage ring. It was quiet inside, without any vitality. Of course, if it was the storage ring of Emperor Wuxing or Princess Wuxi, it would be fine. Or even better. Su Yin directly ignored the resentment of the red jade hairpin sword, held the sacrificial knife with a strange look on his face, turned around, looked at his aunt and said, Aunt, look, how should I use this thing? The sacrificial knife is somewhat similar to the ceremonial knife, but the overall length of the ceremonial knife is only about 1.7 meters. The strange long knife used by the Holy Mother Xiantong has a single blade length of 2 meters. The length of its handle should be no less than 40 centimeters. And the overall length of the sacrificial knife has reached 2 meters and 5 meters or more. Facing such a strange long weapon, Su Yin really didn't know how to use it. But Lao Tao once said that the sacrificial knife used by the Holy Mother Xiantong has the power of amplifying magical powers and spells. Su Yin naturally couldn't leave such a magical weapon unused. After Lao Tao, who knew the method of nightmare control, but didn't practice the method of nightmare control, held the sacrificial long knife in his hand, he could instantly cast the Eastern State Nightmare Control spell on the Red Earth Mountain god. It can be seen how terrifying the sacrificial knife is in terms of spells. Therefore, as soon as Su Yin had some free time, he immediately prepared to sign a blood contract with the sacrificial long knife, for fear that such a big treasure would slip away from him because there was no blood contract. What is this? Is it suitable? When the aunt saw Su Yin pull out a 2-meter-long sword, she looked a little strange and said, It's not that my aunt said that there is no tall person in your family. If you want to use such a long sword, you must be at least 2 or 3 meters tall. Right? Long swords are not rare. My aunt has seen demon cultivators use swords that are more than 10 meters long. A sword that is less than 3 meters long is not enough to disturb my aunt's Tao heart. But the sacrificial sword is a thin-handled sword. At first glance, it can be seen that it should be customized by a female cultivator. Su Yan's height and body are not suitable for using such a weapon. Su Yan's parents are not tall. Even if Su Yan's bloodline mutates, he should not grow to a height of 3 meters. It's not used for fighting. It is the sword of the leader of the Western State Nightmare Town sect, the Xiantong Holy Mother. After she died, I picked it up. It is said that it seems to have the power to increase the power of magic. Su Yin explained the origin of the long sword to his aunt, and did not mention the matter of the glutton. And he slowly typed a question mark, looked at Su Yin who was looking at her with a questioning look on his face, and angrily said, Didn't I tell you to stay away from the people in Yinjin? You dared to run over to watch them fighting. Aren't you afraid of death? Auntie didn't care about the origin of the long sword. But after learning that Su Yin dared to run to the battlefield between the Dragon King of the West Sea and the Holy Mother Xiantong to squat and pick up leeks, she was immediately furious and pressed Su Yin's cheek and kneaded it. He dared to do such a dangerous thing. Isn't he worried that he would be swept up in the aftermath? Auntie was almost scared to death by Su Yin this time. The fox mother entrusted such a big cub to her. If it was gone, she didn't know where to get another one to compensate the fox mother. Su Yin opened his mouth to explain that he didn't get involved in other people's excitement. He was tied and hung on the sacrificial stake, and was beaten alive by the Holy Mother Xiantong. But Su Yin thought that such an explanation would be better than no explanation. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Su Yin apologized vaguely. As for whether to do it or not, it's up to me. Forget it. The ant looked helpless. Knowing that Su Yin was destined to be in the Nightmare Town, he could just sit at home and not walk around. And the people in the Nightmare Town would come to his house and use the method of taking over his body to put it on his forehead. I guess this unlucky guy must have happened to encounter the battle between two gods when he was escaping. Right? Long weapons like this are usually used by the monsters in their orc form. Its effect is to increase the power of magic. Try to sign a contract with it, and see how it increases the power of magic. If you don't need to use it in battle, you can stick it in the ground as a totem. Then hold the tong-ong in your left hand, and the Hongyu hairpin sword in your right hand to fight. And it's called the Divine Whip. It's a spiritual weapon produced by the Beast Taming sect that specializes in the soul. Really? I think it looks like it specializes in attacking the lower three paths of female cultivators. I thought it was called tong-ong. And waved her hand indifferently, indicating Su Yin to sign a blood contract with the sacrificial knife. Chapter 424 Ant and Jiaochong Patriarch. Why can't I sign it? Su Yin dropped the sacrificial knife on the ground in the courtyard, then cut a hole on his finger, letting the blood and mana merge together, and tapped it on the sacrificial knife, preparing to sign a contract with the sacrificial knife in the form of a blood contract. Although the sacrificial knife is quite special, it does not feel spiritual in all aspects, and is not a spiritual weapon. Naturally, it does not need to obtain the consent of the weapon spirit when signing the blood contract. Moreover, one of the great benefits of signing a blood contract is that as long as the raw materials used to make the magic weapon are not bad, then after years of cultivation by the cultivator's mana, the original magic weapon also has the possibility of giving birth to a weapon spirit and evolving into a spiritual weapon. But after Su Yin used his own blood to write his own blood contract spell on the sacrificial knife, which was neither copper nor iron, but resembled stone, the sacrificial knife had no reaction. Its sword body neither absorbed blood nor reacted to the mana contained in the blood. Su Yin had never seen such a situation before. Maybe the owner just died not long ago, and there is some yin qi attached to this long sword? The yin qi of the original owner has blocked your contract. The ant standing next to Su Yin saw this, and hesitated for a moment before answering Su Yin's questions. Weapons do not necessarily have spirits. But for weapons that can be called magic weapons, there must be spirits. But there are differences in the degree of strength. In some cases, when the owner has just died, and the resentment has not disappeared or attached to the weapon, the spirit of the magic weapon may think that the owner is not dead, and will naturally reject other monks' contracts with themselves. The death time of the Holy Mother Xiantong, all added up, is less than 3 days. The spirit in the sacrificial knife should be able to feel the resentment of the Holy Mother Xiantong, so it believes that it still has a master. So it justifiably rejects the blood contract spell cast by Su Yin. What should we do faced with such a situation? Su Yin, who was new to the world and lacked common sense and experience, scratched his head and looked at his aunt, who was experienced in the world. Aunt, you should have a way, right? Otherwise, those soldiers who came to rob. Bang. Aunt raised her hand and knocked on Su Yin's forehead, and righteously retorted, it's robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich merchants' spirit stones to help the poor children in the mountainous areas. There is no robbing. The arrogant insects know all about business. But when the arrogant insects educate their children, they never say so. The arrogant insects educated in this way are very calm and quick when robbing passing vendors, as if it is natural, without any psychological burden at all. Of course, there are ways to eliminate the yin qi, but I'm afraid you may not be happy with it. Nephew. Aunt raised her eyebrows and said with a strange look, I hope you won't be like your mother, with a stubborn face, and then let Aunt give you a little help. Is this also related to my mother? Su Yin was surprised. Show your true form. The ant did not answer Su Yan's gossip, and asked him to show his fox form and said, stick out your tongue. Su Yan did not think much after hearing this, and directly spit out his bright red fox tongue with a loo. Go. Lick it with the tip of your tongue, and use your tongue-tip blood to smear it on the blade. And use your yang energy to cover the yin energy and resentment on the blade. The ant spoke out a quick way to remove the yin energy. Su Yan, who was standing in front of the sacrificial knife with a majestic face, stuck out his tongue and turned his head back. The little fox's cheeks were full of disbelief. Let me lick the blade? Yes. The blood on the tip of the tongue is full of yang energy. You can definitely sign the contract by writing the blood contract with the blood on the tip of the tongue. The smile on the ant's cheek became more and more weird. She bent down and pinched Su Yan's tongue, trying to pull Su Yan closer to the sacrificial knife to cut the tip of his tongue and take the blood from the tip of his tongue. But Su Yan's face was full of entanglement. The fox's 4 legs firmly supported the ground, resisting the traction, and a stubborn look gradually appeared on his cheeks. The expression of wanting but afraid of pain, but not wanting to wait for several years, was exactly the same as the expression on Su Yan's mother's cheek back then. It's just that the fox mother is bigger than Su Yan. At that time, the ant and several other sisters worked together to help the fox mother sign the magic weapon. The tip of the tongue gently touched the blade, and Su Yan's tongue tip began to ooze bright red. And Su Yan uttered a sharp whimper in pain. You should write the spell quickly. Otherwise, with your recovery ability, the bleeding will stop in an instant, and you will have to cut another incision. And he urged Su Yan to sign the blood contract quickly. Su Yan heard this, his face full of complaints, and he stretched out his tongue tip to write the blood contract on the sword. The folk remedy given by the auntie seemed a little outrageous, but it was very effective. When the blood from the tip of the tongue was applied to the sacrificial knife, the sacrificial knife did not reject Su Yan's contract, but directly absorbed his blood and magic power to remember Su Yan's identity. After Su Yan signed the blood contract with the sacrificial knife, he did not have time to wander around, but squatted in the courtyard of the inn to study the sword of the Holy Mother Xiantong. The old glutton did not fool Su Yan. The sacrificial knife really has a magical effect. It has the power to amplify magic and magical powers, and also has the ability to open a powerful spirit-gathering array. As long as the sacrificial knife is inserted into the ground, a blood-red array pattern will be centered on it, radiating outward to the surroundings to build a powerful spirit-gathering array. The spiritual power within a radius of 5 miles is rapidly condensing here. Long-term expansion can even condense liquid spiritual power. And the array does not consume mana and spiritual stones. The sacrificial knife knows how to draw spiritual energy from the heaven and earth to open the array. However, Su Yan looked at the array pattern of the spirit-gathering array, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere. If he remembered correctly, the pattern of the spirit-gathering array was the pattern engraved on the sacrificial stone platform when the Xiantong Holy Mother was preparing to sacrifice herself and seize the West Sea Dragon Mother. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that the sacrificial knife was strange. And as the number of times he sacrificed, the long knife increased. Su Yan could faintly feel that it might not be a magic weapon, and it might have an independent weapon spirit like the red jade hairpin sword. It should be a living long sword, and it even contains a spell that Su Yan cannot activate yet. The method of taking life? Su Yan does not know yet, and needs to strengthen the connection between the two sides through rituals to explore the secrets hidden inside. Little fox, save me. Su Yan sat cross-legged in the backyard of the inn, with the long sacrificial sword placed on his crossed legs. Su Yan opened his arms and gently pressed at the head and tail to perform the ritual. But with a cry of surprise in the hall, Su Yan slowly withdrew from communicating with the sacrificial long knife and looked at his aunt, who hurriedly ran from the inn lobby to the backyard. Ah? What's wrong with aunt? Is that dragon egg doing evil again? Su Yan asked his aunt, who was running to the other courtyard in a hurry. No. My aunt and the ancestor are here. My aunt's little sweetheart. Go and scout the way for my aunt, and see if they have brought me some special products. The arrogant insect tribe has been plagued by insects recently. The old insects are blooming and giving birth to old trees one by one. After giving birth, they are thrown to the younger generation or the respected elders in the family to help take care of them. With the surging birth tide of the arrogant insects, my aunt felt that when my aunt and the ancestor came, they might really bring some insect eggs or insect treasures with them. Therefore, when she received the notice from her aunt that she and the ancestor had arrived in Yuan Hai City, she did not immediately report her location, but communicated with Su Yan and asked him to go ahead to scout the way. If the situation is really not right, then my aunt might leave her avatar here to receive the guests and run to the next block to quietly observe, for fear that those little bugs will crawl onto her body. Chapter 425. The Proud Insect Ancestor. Go. 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 Remember to keep the sound transmission Jade. And notify my aunt when you see my aunt and ancestor. Aunt ran to the backyard of the inn, pushed Su Yin, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and asked him to go outside the inn to greet her aunt and ancestor. Aunt, I don't know what your aunt and ancestor look like. Su Yin, who was pushed up by his aunt to take charge of the battle, looked at his aunt who was hiding behind him with a look of despair and said, They look quite similar to me. You will know when you see them standing at the door. And did not explain much, but hurriedly urged Su Yin to go to the door of the inn to greet the proud insect ancestor, because there is really no need to explain anything. As long as Su Yin sees his aunt and ancestor, he will definitely recognize the strange combination of one big and one small instantly. The combination of the arrogant ancestor, who looks like a little girl, and the old-fashioned girl can be recognized at a glance in this Yuanhai city. Okay. I'll go to the front door to explore the way. Su Yin propped up the sacrificial knife on the ground to help himself stand up. After putting it back into the storage ring, he walked to the lobby of the inn, ignoring the dragon egg that was jumping around on the table and clamoring for the big breasts of the mermaid mother. Su Yin walked to the door and looked at the main road from Yuanhai City to the Bihan Villa, looking for the strange combination of one small and one big that my aunt mentioned. Where is it? Su Yin stood in front of the inn, holding the sound transmission Jade tightly in his hand with a gossipy face, looking for the aunt and the ancestor who could scare my aunt away. Little fox. Just as Su Yin was looking, a familiar female voice came to Su Yin's ear. Su Yin was stunned and turned his gaze from the front of the main road to the Bihan Villa. And Huayu. Su Yin turned around and saw Huayu Jinren, the owner of Wanhua Pavilion in Xiaoyu City. She raised her hand to greet him with a smile on her face. And beside her, there were female cultivators of different heights and ages. The female cultivator leading behind Huayu Jinren was about 8 or 9 years old, about 1.3 meters tall, and the female cultivator accompanying the girl was about 1.5 meters tall and had a girlish look. Based on Su Yan's understanding of the arrogant insect tribe, the arrogant insect tribe has a strange talent of reverse growth. As long as they walk in the world, they can be sure that the visitor belongs to the arrogant insect tribe. The younger and more immature the arrogant insect is, the stronger and more powerful their cultivation is, and they can kill people with one punch. At first glance, the aunt looked 16 or 17 years old, and the two arrogant insect tribe elders in front of her were 7 or 8 years old and 12 or 13 years old, which showed how strong their cultivation was. You are the Su Yin that Xiao Qiong mentioned, right? The little girl who was being looked at by Su Yin frowned and said, You are indeed handsome. No wonder Xiao Qiong kept a fox man in Xiaoyu City and was reluctant to go home. The Xiaoyu dynasty worshipped all kinds of foxes. Foxes that had not yet become spirits were pleasing to the eye. And there were basically few ugly foxes after they became spirits, because the ugly fox gene had long been eliminated in natural selection. The species would not survive until now. However, any demon clan that can survive to this day basically has a certain source of blessing and luck. So it is not ugly. The fox boy of the ancestor should be the child of Su Qing and Ao Renlin. The girl next to the child rubbed her head and corrected her ancestor's inappropriate words. Xiao Qiong is not capable of doing such a cruel thing. The aunt lived in Xiaoyu for a long time. With the introduction of Huayu Jinren, she roughly knew what the life of the aunt was like in Xiaoyu City, as well as the information written in the aunt's letter later. Therefore, when she saw Su Yin, the aunt immediately knew that he was the protagonist who caused the aunt to write a letter for help. The Jiao insect tribe has been engaged in the plundering business for generations, and they value unity and loyalty the most. Therefore, after receiving the aunt's request for help, the aunt immediately returned to Pingfeng Mountain to invite the ancestor who had long ignored worldly affairs. Little fox, hug me. Huayu came to Su Yin, walked forward with a smug look on her face, gave a big hug to the little fox she hadn't seen for a few days, turned around, raised her hand, and introduced the two great immortals behind her to Su Yin. This senior with a delicate face is the proud insect ancestor, one of the long-cherished wishes of the goddesses of our Wanhua Valley, and the proud insect queen beside him. Grandmaster, aunt. After seeing the two, Su Yin looked at the girl and the young girl with a well-behaved face and greeted them. By the way, he sent a voice message to his aunt, informing her that he did not see the little insect treasure that scared her, and is making tea inside. and specially asked Xiao Yin to come out to greet the two elders. Su Yin smiled and made up an excuse for his aunt's absence without leaving a trace, inviting the three people to come in. In the lobby of the inn, the dragon egg, which was originally noisy and looking for food and women, turned around and jumped into Ao Jin's arms when it sensed someone coming at the door. It can be clearly seen that the dragon egg leaned forward and buried its head deeply in Ao Jin's arms, and occasionally looked back and secretly looked at the arrogant insect ancestor who walked in from the door. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously, making the dragon egg feel a pain in the butt just by seeing the arrogant insect ancestor. So, when the arrogant insect ancestor came in, it ran to Ao Jin's arms with an honest face. Watching the arrogant insect ancestor walk in front of Su Yin and lead everyone to the backyard. Ancestor, aunt. As soon as she arrived at the backyard of the inn, the aunt who was originally preparing to run away sat in front of the tea table, brewed hot tea, pretended to be full of surprise, took 3 or 2 steps forward, and said in front of the ancestor Jiao Chong and the aunt, "I miss you so much." Humph. The ancestor Jiao Chong snorted and said, "I didn't see you come back during the New Year and other festivals. The gifts were not delivered to the mountains. If the little fox and wolf raised by my family had not caused trouble, I might not have contacted the ancestor. It's not that I'm busy with business recently. I just established a foothold in Xiaoyu and have no time to go back to the mountains." Decades of time seem long. But for the ancestor Jiao Chong and the earth immortal cultivators, decades of time are very short in their life cycle. Just as the aunt said, enough for them to establish a foothold in Xiaoyu. "Please sit down. Please sit down." The aunt smiled and took the arm of the ancestor Jiao Chong to invite the ancestor and the aunt to sit down. Without seeing other bugs, my aunt is in a very good mood and speaks very fluently. "Aunt Huayu, how is it?" Su Yin deliberately fell behind and asked Aunt Huayu, "Is there anything?" "No. But the ant bug is pretty good. I thought I would be whipped every day and wanted to spend all my family wealth to help my aunt get rid of it. But it didn't." Chapter 426 Gathering. Originally, I thought I would be whipped, and then I would have to go through untold hardships, spend all my family wealth, and be trapped in a mess before I could get close to my aunt. As a result, my aunt was very nice. When I came to Xiaoyu City, she even invited me to Luoheiju for dinner. Huayu's face was full of emotion. She told Su Yin about her recent events, lamenting that her aunt's personality was a little too good compared to her aunt, which made Huayu feel a little uneasy. She felt guilty if her aunt didn't whip her twice with a small whip. She was so good to her, and she not only coveted the body of her aunt's arrogant insect, but also tried to covet the little arrogant insects, and wanted to invite all of them to the altar to worship them. Su Yin, Aunt Huayu, wake up quickly. Have you forgotten what sect you came from? Isn't arrogant insect a dream for you goo cultivators? Why are you fooled by your aunt to the point of not knowing the directions? The relationship between goo cultivators and goo insects is symbiotic and mutually beneficial. The two have a close relationship like a couple. But now Aunt Huayu has obviously been fooled by Aunt De. In terms of status alone, she is directly inferior to Jiao Chong. What will happen if she really has the opportunity to sign a contract? Aunt Huayu is afraid that she will become Aunt Da's slave, and then be sold by Aunt De to help count the money, and even grumble about the small amount of money. Although Jiao Chong tribe has lived on plunder for generations, there are subtle differences between Jiao Chong. For example, Aunt De is actually a fierce banded Jiao Chong. When she is undecided, she will directly call for support through the sound transmission jade, and make a fortune by fighting side by side. But Aunt De obviously has a different style. She is smiling and friendly to you, fooling you until you can't tell the difference between day and night, and even cheating you out of your pants. If you really believe Aunt Da is evil and lead her on the road, you may be sold to a kiln when you wake up. Su Yin looked at Aunt Huayu with a frown, watching her talk about Aunt De in front of him. Aunt Huayu, please wake up. Su Yin shook his head helplessly, and sat down with Huayu Jinren in front of the tea table in the pavilion, and glanced at his aunt, who looked like a 12 to 13-year-old girl. The general situation is known. The Juchong patriarch continued to speak. Does it mean to take you away? It's not all about the little fox. It's quite complicated. His father should be ready to negotiate with the Dragon Clan, but I'm not sure if he can negotiate well. I'm afraid they will overturn the table and fight while talking. The aunt shook her head and said, Su Yin is really not complicated. It's just that the fight between his fathers involved him. The things that really concern Su Yin are not big. But now it is obviously an opportunity. Su Yin will grow up gradually. It's impossible for him to live in hiding all his life. My aunt thought that it would be better to stay here and see how the Dragon Father and the Dragon Kings talk, and then let the ancestor and his fellow Taoists mediate a little, so that both sides can talk properly and truly solve the problem thoroughly, so that Su Yan no longer needs to be restricted to a certain degree of personal freedom. If the talks really break down completely, then there is nothing to say. Let the little fox go back to the mountains with me, or completely hug the short legs of Princess Wuxi. Is there any problem with the ancestor's arrangement like this? My aunt expressed her thoughts and told the ancestor Jiaocheng. The young-looking Jiaocheng patriarch looked at the aunt, then looked at Su Yan who was sitting beside him, curled his lips, and complained, "The problem is not that big, but I haven't done such a loss-making business for thousands of years, and I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. The Jiaocheng tribe's business is profitable without any investment." Seeing that the aunt is so supportive of the little fox man, she came to ask for help from him. The Jiaocheng patriarch felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. "Grandmaster, the little fox is one of our own." When the aunt saw the expression on the ancestor's face, she roughly understood what she was complaining about. She patted Su Yan's shoulder with a look of tears and laughter on her face, and said, "Although this kid calls me aunt, but considering the relationship between me and Su Qing, the little fox is like a godson. I have watched him grow up since he was a child. As a godmother, now that my son is in trouble and has no help, can I still watch the little fox die? Grandmaster, do you think it makes sense?" "That's right. That's what I taught him." Grandmaster Jiaocheng looked at Su Yan and said, "Is he really one of our own?" "Yes." Being suddenly looked at by Grandmaster Jiaocheng, the man who had been sitting next to him and listening quietly without saying anything, Su Yan was startled and said quickly, "I will never forget my aunt's kindness." "That's right. Ancestor, don't look down on the little fox. He is very motivated to make money, and he has earned this amount for me in 2 years. Aunt raised 2 fingers and said with a strange expression on her face, "It's a full 20 million kilograms of spirit stones. I can awaken my magical powers so quickly thanks to the little fox. 1 million kilograms of spirit stones can be given as soon as he says, which makes me just full. He also promised to support me in my old age and give birth to a little fox to recognize me as a grandmother. Isn't this considered a family member?" Aunt frantically encouraged Su Yan, exaggerating the amount of money Su Yan had accumulated, and said that he earned those spirit stones to make himself free and happy. 20 million kilograms of spirit stones. The look of the Jiaocheng ancestor looking at Su Yan suddenly became a little strange, and the aunt's eyes lit up. 20 million kilograms of spirit stones is a very large number. So large that 90% of the sects in the cultivation world may not be able to accumulate such wealth even after dozens of generations of efforts. He is indeed one of our own. Seeing my aunt leaning towards Su Yan, the proud insect ancestor shook his head and said, "Since the little fox boy is not an outsider, then the ancestor will definitely help him. So, when will you get married and start a family? How old are you this year? The little insects of your clan are planning to lay eggs at your age. Look at you. You are still wandering around and eating your son." Having said that, there is no need to continue talking about Su Yan's problem. After all, the proud insects who put righteousness first, how can they not help their own people when they see disasters? Su Yan's matter is the matter of the proud insect ancestor. So when will you give birth to a little insect? Xiuqiong, look at what your peers are doing. And what are you doing? My aunt was nagging by the proud insect ancestor for an afternoon, basically urging her to give birth to a cub as soon as possible. Cultivators are different from mortals. When they reach the earthly immortal realm, it is very difficult to reproduce. As the cultivation level increases, reproduction has become a matter of constant distress for the strong. What are you doing? Just when the aunt looked bored and leaned on Su Yan's shoulder to accept the ancestor's nagging, a head and 9 tails behind her poked out from the outer wall of the inn, looking at the people in the backyard and said, "I can feel it from outside. There is a strong resentment here that is unwilling to dissipate, and it will not dissipate even after death. And there is even a faint sense of recondensation. Sister Sheer." Su Yan saw a figure poking out of the wall, with a white cloth hanging on his head and a big Shi character written on the white cloth, and his face was immediately full of surprise. "Hey little fox, don't get too close. The environment in Yuanhai City is hot and humid. I don't want to hug the hand-warming fox." Chapter 427 Hard Blade. What treasure did the little fox pick up? It is wrapped in a thick layer of resentment. Sister Sheer poked her head out of the wall, looked at Su Yan in the courtyard of the inn, and said jokingly, "The thing following you is very improper. The resentment after the death of a cultivator is roughly explained as the remnant of the spirit with unwillingness. It will dissipate after a period of time, and will not cause much impact on the surrounding creatures or things. But the resentment on Su Yan's body is not right. It is different from the yin energy transformed by ordinary resentment. It is resentment, which contains the purest breath of the Nightmare Town Law, mainly highlighting a feeling of death, but not stiffness. As the former supreme ancestor of the Nightmare Town sect, Sister Sheer is very sensitive to the breath of the Nightmare Town Law. Hey, sir. Sister Sheer raised her hand and pressed the edge of the wall. She exerted her strength and gracefully crossed the inn wall horizontally. She landed in the courtyard of the inn and raised her hand and said, "It's been a long time since I saw you, old bug." The ancestor Jiao Chong looked at Sister Sheer, who climbed over the wall, and nodded gently as a greeting. What happened? The aunt on the side looked puzzled. She looked at the ancestor Jiao Chong and her niece, and asked in confusion. The Wuxing Emperor Jiuyo both have the invisible characteristics. When Jiuyo does not show his figure, only cultivators with the same blood and strong cultivation can detect the existence of Jiuyo. Hua Yu and the aunt knew that Su Yan and Xia Yu Jiuyo were very close. When they saw Su Yan's happy face and looked at the deserted place and called Sister Sheer, they probably knew that the Jiuyo in the legend of Xia Yu City was coming. Aunt, it's one of Xia Yu Jiuyo who is here. Hua Yuzhenren had a tamed expression on her face. When she saw the aunt's confused expression, she immediately opened her mouth to explain. Little fox, come here. Show me. Sister Sheer greeted the old ancestor Jiao Chong, and then looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by resentment. Finally, she locked her eyes on the storage ring on Su Yan's left hand, and signaled Su Yan to take out the newly acquired treasure. Sister Sheer, are you talking about this thing? Su Yan's spiritual consciousness probed into the storage ring, pulled out the sacrificial knife from the inside, and placed it horizontally in front of him. Yes, that's it. Looking at the slightly curved long knife that Su Yan pulled out, Sister Sheer's face rarely showed a thoughtful look, frowning at the sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hand, and said, "It's a very historical thing. I really didn't expect that there are still sword cultivators now." The sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hand has a mysterious origin. Lao Tao doesn't know its origin, but only knows that the sacrificial knife has a very practical ability to increase magic. The Holy Mother Xiantong had been carrying it with her until she died, when it fell from her hand. Afterwards, it was given to Su Yan by Lao Tao, not long after the blood contract was signed. Sword cultivator? Su Yan looked at the long knife in his hand, confused, because what Sister Sheer said was beyond Su Yan's common sense. Su Yan naturally understood the meaning of sword cultivator. In the novels of the cultivation world in his previous life, sword cultivators were everywhere, and physical cultivators were worse than dogs. However, in the cultivation world where Su Yan was, there were no sword cultivators, physical cultivators, or magic cultivators. Every cultivator was an all-round player, who could use magic to clean up the ground, and could pick up a weapon to do something shocking, and the world would change. The head of the earth immortal was smashed, and a brand new one would grow again in the next second. And then, he would counterattack with a magic and magical power, like a natural disaster. The big guys mainly emphasize one thing. That is, to live long and be free without asking for help. So, when Sister Sierra mentioned the concept of sword cultivation, Su Yan was completely confused. Does our world also have cultivation, and is divided into different categories? It's an old story from ancient times, Sister Sierra said. At that time, the method of nightmare suppression was just beginning to rise, and the human race did not form a unified cultivation method. For a period of time, the cultivation methods of the human race were like the stars, and one of the methods was the school of swordsmanship. It's just that sword cultivation was gradually eliminated by the human race because of its lack of universality. The cultivators who entered the Tao with swords are called sword cultivators. They need to have the power of the metal element, and do not cultivate supernatural powers. When they cultivate to the stage of transformation, they also need to refine their 3 external incarnations into sword blades driven by the will of the heart. The main reason why sword cultivation is not universal enough is the lack of 3 external incarnations. The strength of the external incarnation is the same as that of the original body. The only disadvantage is that the external incarnation needs to be filled with mana, and the final preparations in the early stage are done. Then the 4 can besiege or ambush the enemy. But sword cultivation is not without advantages. The advantage of sword cultivation is that when the 3 hard swords are sacrificed, combined with the unswerving will, they can burst out 120% or even 180% of the tyrannical and domineering combat power. However, once the will is shaken, The power of the 3 hard swords will directly reach the bottom, or even be damaged. The road of life is long. Who has no confusion? Or a moment of frustration in life? If the heart of Tao is not hardened into a steel stick, or the character is silly and optimistic to a certain extent, the sword cultivation will not work. The sacrificial long knife in Su Yan's hand is the hard sword, and it is also a realm above the refining period. The 3 hard swords are refined into a blade of the heart of Tao. As long as you hold an unswerving determination to something, you can cut everything. Of course, this is the effect for the sword cultivator himself. And Su Yan cannot use the power of this will. The existence of the sacrificial long knife is almost equivalent to another Xiantong Holy Mother. It is infused with her beliefs, wishes and hard work, and refined and condensed into a shape. As long as it is given enough time, it can become a weapon spirit. Here, Sister Sia raised her hand and touched the sacrificial long knife. The power of the same source, but different attributes spread out, breaking the restrictions on the sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hand, forcing it to show its true form. The sacrificial knife, which is neither copper nor iron and looks like a stone knife, has something similar to blood vessels growing on the handle, wrapping around Su Yan's arm to form a flesh and blood structure armor that wraps him. The uneven lines on the blade are transformed into white scales, and the tip of the blade is transformed into a white snake head with a compassionate look, looking up at the sky and bursting out a blood-red roar. Bang! At the moment when the sacrificial knife came to life, Su Yan only felt that the knife in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't hold it at all, causing his body to lose stability and fall directly to the ground. In contrast, the courtyard of the inn and the surrounding buildings were twisting. The grass and flowers were gradually withering, and the inanimate objects were withering, with mold growing on their bodies and oozing out corrupt juice. Hiss! The big snake hissed, and the corrupt juice around it seemed to be given new life, forming a group of living creatures made of spirit water, exuding aggressive evil thoughts. Does it contain the method of taking life and plundering? Sister Shear looked at the sacrificial knife that manifested its true form, and had a general understanding of the power contained in the sacrificial knife. It's really a very good treasure. The sacrificial knife is the method of taking life and plundering life. Just swing the blade to devour the enemy, and you can madly increase your own cultivation and plunder others' magic in the battle. The sacrificial knife is a living Yinjin Taoism. There is no need to practice the method of Yinjin yourself. You only need to kill. The holder can absorb nutrients from killing, and finally fall into the dead end of Yinjin, like the Holy Mother Xiantong. Sister Shear looked at Su Yan and said in amazement, "Now the snake and fox are all ready, and all we need is a big pot to cook a pot of tonic soup that can calm the 5 internal organs, benefit Qi and gather the essence of heaven and earth." Chapter 428 Su Yan's Happy Life. It's so heavy. Su Yan took advantage of the sacrificial knife's inattention and suddenly shrank his body back to the form of a little fox, and pulled his arm out of the flesh and blood armor. Su Yan sat down on the ground, looking at the white snake that was constantly twisting, and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It's really terrible. No matter how big Su Yan's imagination was, he could not expect that the sacrificial knife was actually a part of the body of the Holy Mother Xiantong. And at the same time, the sacrificial knife was a living nightmare law. The reason why it has a powerful version of the spirit-gathering array is because of the method of taking life and robbing lives. When it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it also draws the nearby vitality and integrates it into the spiritual energy to increase the effect of the spirit-gathering array. Little Fox. Seeing the sudden change, Su Yan immediately restored his little fox form to get rid of the sacrificial knife. The ant sitting in front of the tea table stood up suddenly and flashed to Su Yan's side to observe the situation of her little nephew. The ancestor Jiao Chong and the ant sat steadily, and did not move because of the sudden change. Obviously, they should know something about sword cultivation, so they were not surprised by the change of the sacrificial long knife. You don't have to worry too much. Sister Sierra saw Su Yan, and pulled her arm away from the sacrificial knife as if she was electrocuted. She smiled and shook her head and said, "Although it is a weapon disguised as a weapon by the Nightmare Town Taoist sect in the Western state, a weapon is always just a weapon. If you can restrain your desire and greed for strength, this sacrificial knife is a very precious treasure. The dead end of the Nightmare Town method is that the inner desires of the cultivators will be unlimitedly magnified, making it impossible for them to turn a blind eye to the temptations generated by the Nightmare Town method. In the end, they will harm others and benefit themselves through swallowing or other spells, and swallow the resentment into their own bodies when they prey on living beings. This is something that cannot be changed. The existence of the Nightmare Town method is to seize the fortune of others, turn it into one's own use, and make oneself a perfect cultivator from inside to outside. This is why Sister Sierra said that the sacrificial knife, the remnant of the Holy Mother Xiantong, is a treasure. The sacrificial knife is already a mature creation of the Nightmare Town. Its existence is the living method of the Nightmare Town. Su Yin does not need to practice the method of the Nightmare Town, and can use the sacrificial knife to drive the method of taking life and plundering life in the Western State Nightmare Town. The method of taking life and plundering life does not necessarily have to take away living souls. As long as Su Yin can restrain the temptation of the Nightmare Town and feed it with spirit stones or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Su Yin can still use the sacrificial knife to cast a powerful spirit gathering array, and can also increase the power of his own magic through the power of spirit stones. Through the power of spirit stones, combined with the foundation of the sacrificial knife, it belongs to a cultivator above the refining void stage. The upper limit of the power of the magic that can be cast is not on Su Yin himself, but on the creator of the sacrificial long knife. That is, the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling. To put it simply, as long as you don't use the sacrificial knife to perform the nightmare suppression method to do evil, and drive it to devour other living beings for your own use, and if you are contaminated with the breath and cause and effect of the nightmare suppression method, the nightmare suppression method will not harm you. If you try to use it to devour living beings, then the cause and effect and the Taoism on the sacrificial knife will all be yours. Sister Sierra smiled and explained to Su Yin, the key is to restrain yourself. The preciousness of the sacrificial knife lies not in other things, but in its ability to avoid the cause and effect of nightmare. As long as Su Yin uses it well, it is a magic weapon. If he shows greed, there is nothing to say. It's a different story whether it can be restrained or not. I'm afraid it will restrain me. Su Yin ran to his aunt's arms with a whimper, looking at the white snake transformed by the sacrificial long knife with lingering fear. After losing its user, the white snake finally twisted its body on the ground and turned into a blade more than 2 meters long, even with the blessing of the magic power infused by Sister Sheer. At the same time, the sacrificial long knife borrowed the power of Su Yin's innate magical power to gather water spirits, and instantly dissipated into corrupt juice and fell to the ground. A cluster of gray-black mold spots grew on the scattered land in an instant, and the bluestone slabs were no longer as strong and wear-resistant as before, and were as brittle as thin paper. The water spirits summoned by the sacrificial knife are more powerful than the water spirits summoned by Su Yin himself, and the whole body is full of the corruption emitted by the death of the Holy Mother Xiantong. Don't waste it. The sacrificial long sword doesn't always exist. When the master's magic power is exhausted or the body is destroyed, the precious long sword in your hand will also disappear. Sister Sheer kindly reminded Su Yin, the sacrificial sword is not eternal. When the magic power in the body of the Holy Mother Xiantong dissipates, the various magical powers contained in the sacrificial long sword will also dissipate. If you want to use it well in 300 to 500 years. Once it expires, the magical powers in the sacrificial sword will never come back. Okay. Su Yin jumped out of his aunt's arms and raised the sacrificial sword through the power of controlling objects. I will seize the opportunity. Sister Sheer's words are very clear. This sacrificial sword has a strong amplification power. Sister Sheer's original intention has always been to let Su Yin feed the sacrificial sword with spirit stones, and use it to perform auxiliary cultivation techniques and formations. The spirit-gathering formation techniques performed by its amplification power are extremely effective. The spiritual energy has even been liquefied, so it is no problem for Su Yin to swim in it. In this way, Su Yin only needs to pay a small amount of spiritual stones to exchange for rich cultivation resources. But the premise of all this is that Su Yin can restrain the temptation of getting rich quickly brought by the method of nightmare. Su Yin put the sacrificial knife back into the storage ring, and then looked at Sister Sierra with a happy face, saying, by the way, Sister Sierra. No. It's hot now. Sister Sierra waved her hand to reject Su Yin's expectant face. Not a hug. Su Yin jumped in front of Sister Sierra, and the whole little fox stood up, and told Sister Sierra about his recent experience, and that the old and disrespectful guy of the West Sea Dragon King actually monitored the West Coast for 20 years, causing his identity that was hidden tightly to be exposed. Who would have thought that there were 2 layers of outrageous things in the world of the West Sea Dragon King? No. There may not be more than 2 layers, because the old dragon's universe is 3-colored. And the universe of the Immortal Emperor and the Lord of the Night that Su Yin had seen before are basically pure colors. Of course, These are all Su Yan's guesses based on the known information. Whether it is true or not, no one should tell him at present. The master will keep a secret when teaching his apprentice. The universe is the exclusive power of the celestial beings. Those big guys will not reveal their details to others. Well, I think I understand what you mean. You don't want to return to your roots at all. You want to keep Xia Yu and ask Sister Sheer to say a few good words to Emperor Wusheng? Sister Sheer thought for a while and said, Actually, there are not so many troubles. When Emperor Wusheng comes next week, you can get under her skirt and hug his thighs, and refuse to come out. Do other cultivators and celestial beings dare to lift up Emperor Wusheng's long skirt? Ah? Su Yan looked stunned and asked Sister Sheer, Can this idea really work? Of course not. I will. I was just talking nonsense to ease the heavy atmosphere. Sister Sierra reached out and grabbed Su Yan's neck, holding him in her arms, and rubbed Su Yan's fox head fiercely. Don't think about indecent things all day long. By the way, I almost forgot that I was here to do business because you, a fox, messed up. The invitation letter for the banquet of the Dragon King of the West Sea was naturally sent to the residence of Emperor Wusheng. There was still about a week before the banquet started. Sister Sierra came here a week in advance just to have fun. Su Yan messed up. And Sister Sierra almost forgot that she was shopping for clothes just now. She just saw a pretty good set. And when she was about to pay the bill, she sensed Su Yan's breath and the resentment he carried. So she put aside the serious business and took a look at the little fox first. After Su Yan's matter was resolved, Sister Sierra would continue to stroll around the street. Chapter 429, The Commotion Before the Banquet. Take off. Although Sister Sheer said that she didn't want to wander around the streets with a fox in her arms because of the hot and humid climate in Yuanhai City, she couldn't help but lift Su Yan up when she saw the fox standing up and talking. Compared with the princess, who cursed when touched, Su Yan was much more polite and didn't refuse to touch. There was no harm without comparison. Although both of them were little foxes, Princess Wuxi believed that she was an adult and her cultivation had reached the stage of transformation. She was only one step away from breaking through to the earthly immortal. Naturally, she refused Sister Sheer's touch and rub. Su Yan didn't care about it at all. He regarded the stroking and rubbing of the hair by acquaintances as a massage. He was also happy that someone helped him to straighten his fluffy snow-white hair, so he didn't need to spend every day to straighten it to ensure that it was not tangled. Sister Sheer carried Su Yan away, holding him in both hands and spinning around as she walked out. Ao Jin and Long Dan in the lobby of the inn looked at Su Yan spinning in the air and flying past them with question marks on their faces. What's the quirk? Ao Jin, who couldn't see Sister Sheer, complained as he looked at Su Yan flying farther and farther away. Long Dan observed Su Yan for a moment, and then continued to lie in the arms of the mother of the mermaid tribe. It was obviously a big egg-shell, but it could reveal a comfortable atmosphere. Sir, don't you watch him? The maid of the Bihan Villa asked in a slightly obscure way. Ao Jin shook his head. We don't need to worry about those things. Our responsibility is to take care of Lord Longdan. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not explain anything, so they naturally shouldn't meddle in other people's business to avoid offending others. Su Yan and Zirji came to the street. Su Yan, who had lived here for a while, lay on Zirji's shoulder with a confident look on his face, led her, and told her what fun places were near the inn. The first stop was naturally the blind date corner in front of the Bihan Villa, where a large number of fairy sisters held up plaques. If it weren't for the need to sacrifice the sacrificial knife, Su Yan could squat here and watch for a whole day without getting tired of it. The blind date corner in front of the Dragon Clan is simply a complete book of the Demon Clan. The female beasts that can appear here are all the most outstanding female beast sisters in each clan. The second stop must be the water amusement park inside the Bihan Villa. Su Yan has the ability to control water, and he easily led Zirji to the main gate. He first called a trackless roller coaster similar to a bubble ball, and took Zirji to experience the high-altitude wind and lightning of Bihan Villa. Then ran to the tea house in front of the water wheel to buy food, and took the bubble on the water wheel to rise to a height of 100 meters to see Yuanhai City. These wife-loving maniacs. Sister Sheer returned to the winter resort for the first time. After riding the water wheel to high altitude, she said with amazement, the scenery here can be compared with the high-altitude wonders in the Xianwang Mansion's territory. The entire winter resort is full of viewing gardens built by water flow and formations. There is a sense of exquisiteness everywhere. It is obvious that someone has deliberately arranged the scenery. The flowing water creations in various parts of the resort sparkle under the sunlight, reflecting psychedelic colors. Other dragon territories are not like this. At most, they build an administrative city to manage marine affairs. Therefore, when Sister Sierra saw the panoramic view of Behan Mountain Villa, she couldn't help but sigh. These wife-loving maniacs are really crazy. In the past, King Xian had no intention of expanding the government affairs of the court, and built his territory into a floating city in the sky, living a life like a fairy couple with his beloved wife. The Dragon King of the West Sea built a shining city on land for his wife, for everyone to visit. As a result, King Xian's wife died of acute illness, and the wife of the Dragon King of the West Sea almost died. The fate of the wife-loving maniacs is surprisingly consistent. So, little fox, you need to pay attention to one thing when you marry in the future. In front of outsiders, don't show that you care too much about your wife, so as not to be remembered by other thieves. Sister Sierra said, whether it is the disaster suffered by the wife of King Xian or the wife of the Dragon King of the West Sea, it is a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster. As powerful as the West Sea Dragon Queen, who was at the peak of the tribulation, she almost died inadvertently. Shouldn't it be? I never offend anyone. Su Yin said with a strange face. It seems that none of those who have grudges against me have ended up well. Names flashed back in Su Yin's mind. Those enemies who wanted to offend him either died on the spot or were recruited, with a dog chain thicker than a thigh tied around their necks. Although Su Yan's strength was low, it was not uncommon for strong people to circle around him. In the early stage, Dragon Dad cleared all the former enemies in Xiaoyu City, so that his children could live comfortably in Xiaoyu City. Then, there were the care of the aunt and Sierra sisters. In the later stage, there was the split soul of the Queen Mother Su sitting in the daytime, and the Lord of the Night sitting in the night. From time to time, some of Fox Mom's girlfriends and aunt's friends circled around Su Yin. It seemed simple to kill Su Yin, but because of his complicated background and his promiscuous behavior, it is as difficult to kill Su Yin as to become an immortal. It is better to pay more attention. Of course, if you find a fierce woman like Princess Wuxi, it will be another matter, Sister Sierra said with a smile on her face. She is not a fierce woman. The princess treats me very well. Su Yin shook his head and spoke well for Princess Wuxi. A few days of leisure time passed. The Dragon King of the West Sea, who had been missing for a long time, took his wife, who had regained her human form, and came to the inn outside the Behan Mountain Villa, which had been booked. The Dragon King of the West Sea, who was temporarily staying in the palace with his wife, did not pay attention to the situation outside at all, and tried his best to help his wife hatch again from the dragon ball. Therefore, when the Dragon King of the West Sea came to the inn with his wife's arm, his eyes twitched slightly and he asked, "What are you doing?" Inside the huge inn, parasites occupied by the Bliss Fairy were gambling all over the ground, and dozens of guys who looked familiar were shouting. But some of them looked like humans, while some had human heads and beast bodies. There was even one hanging on the beam, and if you look inside a little, you can see a girl, a young lady, and a little girl sitting in front of the tea table, holding a lot of account books and using a golden abacus. A ghost with a white cloth covering his face, and the word she written on it sat in front of the long table, supporting his cheek with one hand, watching a fox and an egg performing parkour in the inn. The Black Dragon King sat in the courtyard, talking with the Lord of the Night and a young boy with orange-red hair. Ao Jin sat in the main seat with a reserved look on his face, making tea for the three immortals, who were communicating with each other through voice transmission. The inn was in chaos, and everyone was making a fuss. The Dragon King of the West Sea almost thought he was in a devil's cave, especially his own child, with invisible tentacles extending all over his body, chasing Su Yin, jumping up and down in the inn, running on the table, jumping on the beams, and flying over the eaves and walls on each floor. The scene brought a strong visual impact to the Dragon King of the West Sea. Previously, it only attacked big breasts, but now, it even didn't let go of male little foxes? What kind of evil dragon is in the egg? Child, come to your mother. Seeing this, the Queen of the West Sea looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea, shook her head and sighed silently, and called out to her own dragon egg that was jumping up and down. It's all because of this guy's evil deeds that have brought disaster to his descendants. Chapter 430, The Peak of the Cultivation World. The blissful immortal was enjoying himself. The dragon egg wanted to capture Su Yin and knead him in his arms, and the three Jiao Chong, old, middle-aged and young, were considering the possibility of selling the inn, and listed a price list of the valuable items in the inn. The fox of the Xiaoyu dynasty was instigating his own evildoer to chase Ao Renlin's son. The three celestial beings in the courtyard were silently discussing something behind him, and from time to time, they looked at him with strange eyes. making the Dragon King of the West Sea feel that the veins on his forehead bulged and his temples ached. "Child, come to your mother." The Dragon Mother of the West Sea shook her head helplessly, looked at the dragon egg jumping up and down in the inn, and called out. The dragon egg paused slightly, and fell directly from the 3rd floor to the ground. On the edge, a bright color was clearly revealed. It flew fiercely and crashed into its mother's arms, rubbing against the Huh? Su Yen hugged the load-bearing pillar of the inn, slid down from the pillar to the 1st floor, landed on the table, stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a sigh, finally, "Someone got rid of the dragon egg that was bothering me. Maybe because of blood relationship, or because of the close age. During this period of time, the dragon egg liked to play with Su Yen very much, and used the invisible touch to pull Su Yen onto the edge, to stick to itself. Su Yen didn't mind sticking with it, but the dragon egg's little hands were very dishonest when sticking with it, so Su Yen didn't like to stick with it. Don't think about my inn." The West Sea Dragon King had a black line on his face, and he said to the proud insect ancestor, "With your wealth, can you still look down on a few rotten woods in the inn? Also, when I sent you a letter, didn't you say that there was no vacancy? The inn is not valuable." The proud insect ancestor, who looked like an 8-year-old girl, slowly said, "But in front of the inn, with your name, these broken woods have extremely high value. This inn is the property of the Dragon Clan. The things inside were arranged by the West Sea Dragon King in his spare time. It is mainly used to entertain dragon guests, or for dragon cubs to use as a one-night stand. Shout at the blind date corner next door, and you can turn around and go to the inn to output supercharge crazily, which is extremely smooth. The inn is not valuable, but if the items in the inn are arranged and touched by the Dragon King of the West Sea himself, then the sea beasts who worship the Dragon King will definitely spend a lot of money to take pictures of the items in the inn," the old ancestor Jiao Chong said with reason and evidence, which made the black line on the forehead of the Dragon King of the West Sea thicker. "Okay. If you like it, take it away." The Dragon King of the West Sea shook his head and ignored the unreasonable old, middle-aged and young trio of Jiao Chong clan. He walked to the courtyard and looked at the Black Dragon King and the Yin-Yang immortals of the Demon Clan and said, "Fellow Taoists, are you chatting about something? Why not take me with you?" The Dragon King of the West Sea smiled and sat at the tea table and looked at the Black Dragon King and the Yin-Yang immortals. "Don't you see that we are communicating through voice transmission? I'm afraid you don't want to hear the topic we are talking about." The orange red-haired boy saw the Dragon King of the West Sea coming over, and he didn't say anything polite, and directly retorted to him, "Why would I be unhappy?" The Dragon King of the West Sea chuckled and didn't care too much about the Lord of Daylight's rudeness to him. After all, the entire Golden Crow tribe was full of naughty kids, and it would be a strange thing to hear good words from the Lord of Daylight. "We are discussing your child. After all, when we just arrived, its cleverness surprised us all." The Lord of the Night had no expression of joy or anger, and he complained about the outrageous behavior of the child of the Dragon King of the West Sea. It would be fine if a dragon egg needed to be fed, but it actually chased a male fox to ask for milk. Such outrageous behavior left a deep impression on the 3 people who just arrived. The existence of the dragon egg greatly shocked the Lord of the Night, who was studying parenting recently, and made her understand a little bit about the diversity of species. When talking about his own dragon eggs, the expression on the face of the Dragon King of the West Sea suddenly became a little subtle, but he still smiled on the surface and said, "Isn't it a good thing for the child to be more lively? If it is restrained all day to release its nature, how sad life will be for the child." He explained the dragon eggs and changed the subject faintly. "Let's stop chatting here. Let's go to the door to welcome the 3 old friends, and sit in the Dragon Palace for a while to drink some tea, so as not to affect the wedding banquet celebrating the return of my wife the day after tomorrow." The original intention of the Dragon King of the West Sea to hold a banquet was to celebrate, but he thought about the actions within the Dragon Clan for a while, so he simply set up a small internal banquet before the banquet to discuss the matter of the Earth's return to the ruins with all the guests. "Let's go!" the Black Dragon King said, raised his hand, and activated the power of controlling objects to capture Su Yen in the lobby of the inn, and also took him into his arms, and walked out the door together. "Grandma, where are we going?" Su Yen, who was pinched by the Black Dragon King, felt pressured when he saw all the celestial beings walking out, especially when he followed the Black Dragon King. Su Yen would unconsciously feel nervous, pick up the people, and wait for the feast in the Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon King explained lightly. The leaders of the 5 states, and the Four Seas only had the Emperor Wushing of the Central State, the Taoist Tai of the Eastern State, and the Great Tree Demon of the Northern State, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Except for the Black Dragon King and the White Dragon King. The Red Dragon of the South Sea and the Azure Dragon of the East Sea had already arrived at the Dragon Palace City. The Black Dragon King should have gone directly there. But because Su Yan was here, she came to the inn to communicate with Su Yan. Waiting for someone, Su Yan murmured. And the celestial beings had already opened the space doors one by one. And directly from the courtyard with bright sunlight, they came to a giant city emitting a faint blue light in an instant. A terrible pressure and extreme cold emanated from all around. This is the Dragon Palace City. A city located thousands of miles under the sea that can directly overlook the void. The extremely cold and high-pressure environment can be used to train the dragon race's already strong physique, and can also accelerate the speed of the formation of Dragon Balls. Dalyu, the Dragon King of the West Sea, just walked out of the space gap, looked at the void in front of him, smiled and greeted, saying, "It's been more than 30 years since we last met. How are you?" The door above the void opened, and the Emperor Wushing in a yellow robe walked out of the void. The expression on his cheek was not as indifferent and cold as when Jiuyo left. But there were some subtle movements of human nature. Wushing walked out of the void and appeared not far in front of the Black Dragon King. He raised his hand and pinched the mouth of the little fox held by the Black Dragon King, and said seriously, "He signed a contract to sell himself to me." Chapter 431 Heavenly People. Su Yan has already sold himself to the court. Wushing, who was wearing a yellow robe of 3 colors, black, yellow and red, came to the front of the Black Dragon King when he appeared, raised his hand, pinched Su Yan's fox mouth and said slowly, "I just hope that the grudges between you will not harm our interests. Because of Sister Shi." Wushing slowly expressed a point of view to the Black Dragon King. The matter between Ao Renlin and the Dragon Clan, and the matter between Su Qing and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, belong to the internal affairs of the clan, and we really have no right to ask you to deal with it. But it's different for Su Yan. He himself is not directly involved in the cause and effect of his parents. Instead, he sold himself to Princess Wuxi early because of his poor life in Xiaoyu. In terms of ownership, Su Yan belongs to Xiaoyu. Wushing pinched Su Yan's short fox mouth, raised his arm slightly, and exerted force, intending to pull Su Yan out of the Black Dragon King's arms and take him into his own hands. What you said does make sense. But he shouldn't leave before sorting out the grievances of his parents. The Black Dragon King hugged Su Yan's chest and tightened his arm slightly, and directly rejected the request of the Immortal Emperor. Woo woo woo. The Immortal Emperor pinched Su Yan's mouth and pulled him forward, and the Black Dragon King locked Su Yan's chest tightly. The leaders of the two forces pulled each other, causing Su Yan to stammer. "Leave it with me for now. You can talk about your affairs in private." The Lord of the Night saw Su Yan's face was uncomfortable, walked between the two of them, stretched out his arms, carried Su Yan out, and slowly said, "Others are watching, each representing a force to attend the banquet. I hope you can put aside your personal grudges for the time being." The Dragon King and other celestial beings who were originally watching the show on the side saw the Lord of the Night come out to persuade them to stop fighting, and immediately looked at the Lord of the Night with surprise, including the Jiaochong ancestor, who was about to step forward to persuade them to make peace, and also looked strange. The Lord of the Night, who had experienced the loss of her husband and son, was a well-known resentful woman in the upper echelons of the cultivation world. She usually had a stern face and exuded a difficult aura. Unexpectedly, she actually became a peacemaker. Wow! Su Yan, who had just escaped from the tug-of-war between the Emperor Wushing and the Black Dragon King, took a deep breath and looked around in the silent triangle formed by the Emperor Wushing, the Black Dragon King, and the Lord of the Night with a nervous look on his face. "Your Majesty the Emperor Wushing." Su Yan looked around a few times, pondered for a while, and a look of surprise appeared on his cheeks. He raised his little fox hands and opened his arms to the more familiar humanized Emperor Wushing. The Emperor Wushing reached out and took Su Yan from the arms of the Lord of the Night and put him on his shoulders. "TSK, TSK, TSK, TSK. As long as I sell myself fast enough, the grievances of my parents' generation can't catch up with me." The Lord of the Day looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but say in amazement, "Perfect. Shocking. Empress Xia, you actually competed with the Dragon King of the North Sea for a fox man in public." The Bliss Fairy saw that the funeral was not a big deal, so she used the crystal in her hand to record the scene just now. She was very happy, shook the crystal in her hand, and said, "Please believe me. I Clang! A white sword shadow pierced out from the gap in space. The crystal just collided with the sword shadow that predicted the parabola trajectory of the crystal when the Bliss Fairy threw it up. A long-haired woman in a white dress with a black sash tied around her waist, with a cold face, slowly walked out of the gap in space, looked at the Bliss Fairy with wide eyes and said, "Believe? I don't believe it. Old woman, what are you doing?" Jai-Lection looked at the torn crystal, and his originally happy mood was torn apart. He immediately glared at Tai Taoist and said, "Do you know what is recorded in the crystal? That is the famous scene of two people fighting for a little fox demon. Do you know what the content means to the world of cultivation? That means that male cultivators with low strength can change their fate by relying on their characteristics. And that there are shortcuts in the path of cultivation. Your sword directly ruined the new era of young men in the world of cultivation." However, Tai Taoist ignored Jai-Lection and raised his hand to greet Wu Xingdi, then turned around and walked alone into the Dragon Palace city. From beginning to end, Tai Taoist only said one sentence when he mocked Jai-Lection, and did not say much. How can this be? Jai-Lection's energy exploded into a ball of black mist, and a handsome young man with the same appearance walked out of the mist. The real body of Ji Lucian looked at the back of Taoist Tai, turned around with a smile on his face, spread his hands, and said to the heavenly beings, "I hope everyone can understand that these old women from famous and upright families have been suppressing their temperaments for many years, and their personalities are extremely strange, and they can't stand others doing well. Well, you can live well, but don't live better than me. She can't stand me doing well. Are you going to fight?" Great. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by Ji Lucian, an old man with a long beard as white as snow and a cane slowly walked out of the void. He looked at what happened just now with a smile on his face, and moved a little bit in the void with the cane on his face with a sigh. All done. When the Dragon King of the West Sea saw the ancestor coming out, he shook his head and went forward to carry the dead old man on his shoulders, and invited everyone to sit down in the Dragon Palace city together. The old man with a long beard is the leader of the northern state, and the people call him the plant monster of the big tree. It is the legendary tree that reaches the sky, and has an incomprehensible lifespan and vitality that even the true immortals cannot comprehend. But precisely because of the endless lifespan, the leader of the northern state uses slow motion to waste his life unless necessary. The Dragon King of the West Sea is waiting for someone else, or for the leader of the northern state to come and carry the old man to his shoulders and carry him directly to the palace. Otherwise, if this old man walks to the palace by himself, he will not be able to enter the gate of the Dragon Palace city in 3 to 5 years. Is it different from what you think? The Emperor Wuxing turned his head and looked at Su Yin, who was lying on his shoulder in a daze. In the eyes of outsiders, the 9 heavenly and powerful people who are high above and reign over the 5 continents and 4 seas should be beings that can intimidate all living beings when they walk. And their every word and action reveals the great terror of supreme majesty and majestic pressure? But the answer is no. Although the celestial beings who rule the world are all born extraordinary, they have also gradually cultivated to the peak, and have their own 7 emotions and 6 desires and different causes and effects. Like Tai Taoist and Jai-Lection, one is the leader of the famous family in the cultivation world, and the other is the supreme master of the magic way. The 2 have been fighting each other since they were young, but neither of them has been able to kill the other completely. So they stopped fighting. But the disciples under his command still fight non-stop. The Lord of Daylight is like the king of the naughty children, but although he has a mature mind, he is a chatterbox. The Lord of Night is mature and stable, which complements each other. The 2 are collectively called Yin and Yang immortals to manage the affairs of the demon clan. The sinister and wicked West Sea Dragon King, who has great self-control, will be defeated if he encounters the longevity immortal of the northern state, and he has no intention of wasting his life with this dead old man. Rather than dawdling with the dead old man, it is really better to turn around and go home to hug his wife and travel around. Emperor Wuxing has a good relationship with Taoist Tai, and can chat with Yin Yang and Yin Yang. In addition, his ancestors had a deep relationship with the North Sea Dragon clan. Therefore, when he spoke earlier, he seemed to be more straightforward, without any pretense or confusing words. The Black Dragon King is indifferent to most affairs, and he doesn't like socializing very much. He has a strong sense of responsibility. It seems that he is a creature that is isolated from time, watching the passage of time with cold eyes. My seniors are very individual, Su Yin said slightly euphemistically. To be honest, this time is really the first time Su Yin has seen a celestial being scolding and directly touching. Su Yan watched the whole process with fear, fearing that the big guys would get upset and attack each other, directly blasting a state or sea area into nothingness. Because they are too lazy to pretend, said the proud insect ancestor who was traveling with the Emperor Wushing with a chuckle. The celestial beings gathered in the Dragon Palace City are the most tyrannical and domineering existences in the world of cultivation, or celestial beings with complex and entangled backgrounds and relationships. They can do whatever they want, and the creatures in the world of cultivation basically revolve around them, and nothing can affect their will. Chapter 432 Being held down and fed by the Wushing Emperor. The Dragon King of the West Sea carried the Immortal of Longevity and walked in front, leading everyone to the main hall of the Dragon Palace City. A banquet hall had already been set up inside. A large round table was placed in the empty banquet hall. Some real dragons temporarily served as servants to arrange the food on the table. As the real home of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Palace City has no outsiders or cultivators who can come here. In addition, the main purpose of Dragon Palace City is to assist the Dragon Clan in practicing, and there are no recreational facilities arranged here. Therefore, some real dragons and dragons who have free time temporarily served as servants, serving tea and water to the leaders of the cultivation world and replacing the dried fruits on the round table. Before the celestial beings came to the main hall, the Red Dragon King of the South Sea with gorgeous red long hair and the Green Dragon King of the East Sea with black hair and a gentle smile on his face had already sat in the wind and rain corridor outside the main hall of the Dragon Palace City, chatting. It's been a while since I last saw you, fellow Taoists. The Azure Dragon King looked at everyone and greeted them with a smile. When the Red Dragon King saw the arrival of the Wushing Emperor, the smile on his cheeks gradually disappeared, and he looked a little gloomy, although the matter of Grandmaster Jean was in the past. When he saw the Wushing Emperor again, the Red Dragon King still felt a little uncomfortable. Ao Jean fled from the South China Sea very early. At that time, he followed the Xiaoyu Emperor to conquer the world. He was definitely one of the heroes in the late founding of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, when the Red Dragon King asked Ao Jean to return to the South China Sea Dragon Clan to fulfill his obligations, he was strongly rejected by the prosperous Emperor Wushing Emperor. Moreover, Ao Jean himself was unwilling to return to the South China Sea Dragon Clan to marry a wife. No matter what the Red Dragon King said, the Wushing Emperor's attitude was to protect Grandmaster Jean. If Grandmaster Jean was unwilling, even if the 4 Sea Dragon Kings gathered together to fight and fought until the mountains and rivers were broken, they would never think of letting the Xiaoyu dynasty make any compromise. A country that can't even protect its founding heroes and its own subjects has no need to exist. At the beginning, the Red Dragon King and the Emperor Wushing had a very bad relationship. So naturally, every time they met, both sides were not in a good mood. Master Jean is not only thick-skinned and black-hearted, but also has a strong execution ability and is proficient in the art of balance. He is also a powerful cultivator who can step into the realm of heaven and man at any time. It's just that due to public opinion and the maintenance of the unshakable position of Emperor Wushing, Master Jean has not yet passed the tribulation and promoted to a real heaven and man. He has talent and planning ability. But if Emperor Xiaoyu hadn't helped him at the beginning, Master Jin's cultivation in the future would naturally not be so smooth. He has already highly bound himself to the Xiaoyu dynasty, and naturally, he will not do something that may harm the interests of Xiaoyu, because Master Jean knows that his own ideas are not important in the framework of Xiaoyu's power. If the Xiaoyu dynasty produces another heaven and man, some ambitious people at the bottom or above the court who cannot further advance in the court may have some inappropriate thoughts. The fact that Emperor Wushing had not given birth to a child had always been a problem that was criticized in the court of Xiaoyu. Once Grandmaster Jean was promoted to a celestial being, even if Grandmaster Jean knew what he was thinking and Emperor Wushing knew that Grandmaster Jean would not harm Xiaoyu, some suspicion would inevitably arise between the court and the lower classes. After all, Grandmaster Jean had so much power that he was only second to Emperor Wushing and above millions of people. The more outstanding Master Jean is, the more he can attract the Red Dragon King to have evil thoughts. He has always wanted to trick Master Jean to the territory of the South China Sea Dragon Clan and find 100 or 80 female dragons to make him so miserable. But Master Jean firmly opposed it. And Emperor Wushing also chose to protect Master Jean and respect his choice. The Red Dragon King and Emperor Wushing looked at each other with black faces for a while. The West Sea Dragon King carried the Longevity Immortal into the hall, threw the dead old ghost on his shoulder onto the high-back chair at the round table, and said to the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas, I specially changed the long table to a round table. It doesn't matter if you sit anywhere. There is enough wine on the table, the West Sea Dragon King said. And then he sat down casually and stretched his waist, assisting his wife to hatch quickly. But it took the West Sea Dragon King a lot of effort. After the meeting, the West Sea Dragon King was ready to go home and hug his wife to sleep. As the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas sat down, the dragons in the hall quickly withdrew. And by the way, closed the 2 bronze doors of the Dragon Palace City Hall and raised the formation, completely sealing the space inside the hall, blocking any possibility of eavesdropping or peeping. As the formation was activated, the hall fell into silence. Russell, the Wuxing Emperor, who put the little fox on his legs, did not care about the eyes of the surrounding heavenly people. He took out an oil paper bag from his storage ring, making a series of rustling sounds, and took out the dried meat with his green jade-like fingers and swung it in front of the little fox. The banquet of the heavenly people lasted a long time. Even if today was not a formal banquet, it should take 1 or 2 days to last. After all, the wedding banquet of the Dragon King of the West Sea would not be held until 2 days later. The Dragon King of the West Sea had calculated everything, and he should be able to finish his speech on the topic of Guishu in 2 days. Su Yan, curled up on Wuxing Emperor's lap, was stunned when he saw Wuxing Emperor handing the dried meat to his mouth, and subconsciously raised his head to look at Wuxing Emperor. Wuxing Emperor had no expression on his face. He just shook the dried meat in front of Su Yan, so that this little guy who had not reached the home level could eat something, so that he would not have to endure the boring and dull topics of hunger. Then, Your Majesty, I will not be polite. Seeing that Wuxing Emperor was not fishing, as if he was really ready to feed himself, Su Yan tentatively extended his long tongue to touch the dried meat, turned his head, carefully avoided Wuxing Emperor's fingers, and took the dried meat into his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and chewed quietly. Su Yan ate the food fed by Wuxing Emperor, and the mana in his body increased slightly. And on the table inside the hall, there was still no celestial being who spoke first. They were all drinking, or closing their eyes to rest, and peeling the fruit of the spiritual fruit. The topic of the small circle gathering is about Guishu, and the space tunnel inside Guishu that leads to the fairyland. But the people in the heavens know all these things, and the content that needs to be discussed in the small circle gathering is obviously not this. What really needs to be discussed is the choice made after entering Guishu, and what attitude the cultivation world should have when it really returns to the fairyland and combines into the original fairyland. Should we sneak into the fairyland in advance? Is it necessary to obtain the spirit of the fairy spirit to awaken the Holy Spirit or the god of our own tribe? What attitude should the cultivation world have towards future neighbors? The leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas have already had a bottom line in their hearts for these issues, but no one has said it. The reason for the small circle gathering is that the 4 sea dragon kings are ready to break this window paper and raise the topic, and wait for everyone to make a decision at the heavenly banquet next year. Since no one wants to be an ugly person, I will speak out what you think in your heart. The Taoist Tai, who closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and looked at the 4 sea dragon kings who should have spoken, but were distracted and seemed to have no intention of speaking at all. He slowly stood up and said, "My suggestion is, centralize and kill." Chapter 433 2 Days in the Silent Hall. My suggestion is centralized slaughter. Tai Taoist spoke slowly, saying what everyone was thinking but had not said. There are history books in the world of cultivation. Although those books are so old that most people in the world of cultivation have forgotten the text of the fairyland, the long-lived celestial beings have studied this aspect. They all know very well where the world of cultivation, as one of the original fairyland puzzles, will be located after it returns. The most urgent ones should be the Dragon Kings, because after the world of cultivation returns, the Endless Sea will become a corner of the underground water system along the coast of the original fairyland, and the dragons will not live at the bottom of those broken stone beaches. After the world of cultivation returns, the dragons should be the group that wants to reoccupy a piece of land the most. If you want to reoccupy a piece of land, you naturally need to compete with the natives. After the return of the cultivation world, the 4 continents in the east, south, west and north of the 5 continents are facing a change of connecting with other regions, facing different cultures, different customs, and contact with different forces. Only the central continent does not need to communicate with other puzzle fragments. The leaders of the 4 continents and the 4 seas actually have very simple thoughts in their hearts. That is, slaughter. To completely eliminate the strong people in the world bordering them, so as to prevent the other side from taking the initiative and clearing a buffer zone. block the possibility of war in their own territory, and prevent the tragedy of the chaos of the 10,000 races from happening again. The effect of others' death and destruction of the Taoist lineage is better than the death of their own family and destruction of the Taoist lineage. TSK. A famous and upright sect. Ji Lixian said with a sarcasm on his face. Centralization and slaughter. Tai looked at Ji Lixian and said lightly, if you have any insights, you might as well speak out directly. As long as the magic method is reasonable. It is not impossible to adopt it. No. I just want to mock you. I am very happy to do this. Ji Lixian said honestly. The proposal made by Taoist Tai was actually what most of the celestial beings present were thinking. But they all had their own concerns, and were not willing to speak up first. It is better for others to die than for oneself. If a conflict breaks out after the return of the cultivation world, it is best not to break out in one's own territory. Otherwise the power of the celestial beings can really destroy a continent, and even affect other states. And if there is a buffer zone at this time, it is a very wonderful thing for everyone. The so-called centralized and slaughtered leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas have already reached the top of the cultivation world. No matter how they practice, they have already stagnated at the realm of heaven and man because of the lack of immortal spirits, and have turned to study other things that can increase their strength. Those are the trump cards of the leaders. As long as everyone unites and cooperates. What is wrong with the greatness of the fairy world? There is no essential difference between the fairy world and the cultivation world. But because of the lack of immortal spirits in the cultivation world, the realm of the cultivators can only reach the realm of heaven and man. As long as they obtain the immortal spirits, the celestial beings in the fairy world are still the masters of a place. After the Taoist Tai finished speaking, he sat back on the high back chair and closed his eyes to rest. Not speaking anymore. Don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Sitting on the high back chair, Emperor Wuxing saw Su Yan chewing dried meat with his ears erect, clearly eavesdropping on the leaders at the table expressing their proposals. Emperor Wuxing said calmly, everyone's opinions may be relatively unified, but the only point of unity is that they agree to go to the fairyland to obtain the spirit of the fairy and break the world's constraints on our realm. But after that, everything is completely different and irrelevant. Some information is not known to be good, and the worst situation is to know only half of it, but think that you are the whole picture of the matter. Emperor Wuxing is warning Su Yan not to trust the words of the people at the table. The leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas have different positions, different backgrounds, and are planning different things to enhance their own strength. It is best to forget it after listening, unless he can fully understand everyone's position. Behind Tai Taoist and Zhao Xianzong, there are 2 human saints. Behind Emperor Wuxing, there is an alliance of 9-tailed foxes, golden crows, moon rabbits, and arrogant insects, led by the Queen Mother of the West. And the Queen Mother of the West was once the Lord of the West in the original fairyland. Although the ancestor of the dragon clan died, the 4 dragon gods had anticipated the possibility of their own death before going out. So they left some things for their clan before going out. Centralized slaughter is just shouting slogans. Before obtaining the fairy spirit, everyone was in step. But after obtaining the fairy spirit, the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas are expected to go their separate ways to find the things left by the ancestors, and use their own methods to defend the interests of themselves and their groups. If a rookie like Su Yan, who has just entered the world of martial arts, trusts these old-timers in front of him and really thinks that the leaders are shouting on the table that they will work together to protect the cultivation world, and really treat their forces as their own people, I am afraid that they will be sold to the brothel by those disciples, and don't know what will happen. Well, the meat jerky is really delicious. Su Yan, who was reminded by Emperor Wuxing's pat on the butt, drooped his fox ears that were erected high, raised his head, and looked at Emperor Wuxing and slowly spoke, praising the taste of the meat jerky. Emperor Wuxing looked around the round table. None of the celestial beings had any intention of continuing to speak, so she didn't speak. Taoist Tai had said everything he wanted to say, and the window paper had been completely broken. He said that he would form a temporary alliance to explore the fairyland to obtain the fairy spirit. The leaders had nothing to say. The real time to speak would be at the heavenly banquet next year. This period of time was the time for the leaders to think. After chewing the dried meat given by Emperor Wuxing, Su Yan poked his head out from Emperor Wuxing's legs, glanced coquettishly around the silent hall, stretched out his fox claws to hook the white jade wine pot on the table, opened his fox mouth to hold the slender mouth of the pot, and sucked the wine. The big men from all over the world didn't say anything, nor did they touch the high-end goods on the table. Su Yan quietly began to drink the wine. although he didn't know the origin of the spiritual wine in the wine pot. The wine that could be used by the Dragon King of the West Sea to entertain the leaders was naturally not some trash that was not presentable. After Su Yin drank 2 big mouthfuls, he slowly loosened the fox claws that were holding the table, curled up into a ball, and nestled on the legs of the Wuxing Emperor to enter the state of cultivation, and began to refine the huge spiritual power that the spiritual wine released rapidly in his stomach. After the refining was completed, Su Yin quietly climbed onto the table and took 2 big sips from the mouth of the pot, and at the same time opened his fox mouth to hold a spiritual fruit and drilled back into the arms of the Wuxing Emperor. After 3 cycles of this, the little white fox's fur was covered with a layer of pink. Su Yin, who stood up, turned on the legs of the Wuxing Emperor, and fell to the ground with a pop, with little stars in his eyes. Drunk, the immortal emperor looked at Su Yin, hooked his finger, activated the power of controlling objects to pick up Su Yin, and said lightly, "The Lord of the Night looked at the immortal emperor's legs. These things on the table are not prepared for children." The Dragon King of the West Sea smiled and said, "My fellow Taoists, time is running out. If there is nothing to supplement, let's go to the Bihan Villa to drink a pot of tea and have a simple meal." Chapter 434 Wedding Banquet. Burp. The Wuxing Emperor stood up from his chair. The drunk Su Yin was picked up by the Wuxing Emperor, who put him on his arm and turned around to leave the hall. A few words on the round table were actually equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. The leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas had their own positions and relationships behind them. Even if everyone knew something, they couldn't speak first. Without speaking first, the tacit understanding in the heart was a tacit understanding, not an agreement. Generally, when such things happen, someone else needs to speak up. If the Dragon King of the West Sea spoke up and broke the window paper, then in the next action, he would definitely play the role of an important person who contributed money and effort and took the blame for the failure of the action. There is no way to make concessions like this. So the leaders at the round table did not speak first. Even if they felt urgent about returning, they would never speak. The reason why Taoist Tai spoke up was because she was not in a hurry and would not get deeply involved. The Luoxing city Taoism originated from the human race's worship of the stars, and it was one of the earliest Taoisms within the human race. The human race ancestor who founded the astrology Taoism was in the fairyland and did not pass away with time. Taoist Tai did not encounter any crisis when he returned to the upper realm, but rather returned to his ancestors. The reason why she participated in the sneak run was just to accumulate her own strength so that when she returned to the upper realm, her cultivation level would only be in the middle of the sect. She spoke up to match the leaders of various states just to quickly settle the sneak run and obtain the fairy spirit. 2 days passed in a flash, and the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas walked out of the Dragon Palace Hall and went to the upper level of the winter resort to attend the wedding banquet held by the Dragon King of the West Sea to celebrate the return of the Dragon Queen of the West Sea to the Dragon Clan after more than 20 years. "It's so lively." Su Yin was slightly surprised when he was led out of the space gap by the Emperor Wuxing. Because of the reception of guests, the formation covering the manor was cancelled, and all the water recreation facilities in the manor were opened. The Dragon Clan controlled the facilities and provided them to the guests who visited here. Moreover, Su Yin also saw a large number of dragons, who were not the 9 sons of the dragon appeared in the manor. There are more than 9 sons in the 2nd generation Dragon Clan. The 9 sons have a special status and have made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Clan. They were included in the family tree when they were born and have a noble status. There are more than hundreds of 2nd generation Dragon Clans, but their ancestors are not like the 9 sons. In ancient times, they participated in the battle against the 9 heavens mysterious woman and had great merits. The 2nd generation Dragon Clans, who are not the 9 sons, need to be good enough to come to the elders of the Dragon Clan to authenticate their identities. After being recognized by the elders, the non-9 sons of the Dragon Clan can also be recorded in the family tree. Therefore, on the opening day of the winter resort, Su Yin saw all kinds of dragons and sub-dragons, all gathered in Yuanhai City, wanting to see the style of the Dragon King. It is extremely difficult to meet the Dragon King without being a real dragon or the blood of the 9 sons, let alone approach him to talk. "Let's go sit at the table with the children." Just as Su Yin was looking at the winter villa, Sister Sheer suddenly came out from behind the Emperor Wuxing and greeted Su Yin, who had just returned with a smile on her face. "Sister Sheer?" Seeing Sister Sheer appear, Su Yin, who was a little uncomfortable because of being drunk, suddenly felt nervous and hurriedly escaped from the arms of Emperor Wuxing, fearing that he would be beheaded by the Emperor Wuxing. "Wuxiang, Wenyan, if he walked a step slower. The Emperor Wuxing wearing Jiuyo is not the same as the Emperor Wuxing without Jiuyo plug-in. Su Yan dared not jump in front of the Wuxing Emperor. No. He will sit at the same table with us later. The Black Dragon King looked at Sister Sheer and said, if I am not wrong, there will be guests later. Sit at your table? It's too boring. Sister Sheer's face gradually showed a look of disgust. The celestial being sat at the front of the banquet hall, with a large screen on top, isolated from the outside world. The old ghosts inside were not eating, but basically sat there drinking tea and wine and chatting about some things. Therefore, Sister Sheer did not like to sit at the celestial banquet. Sister Sheer, Su Yan, who fell to the ground, was taken back into the arms of the Wuxing Emperor. Su Yan did not dare to look at the Wuxing Emperor. With tears on his face, he stretched out his foxy little hands, signaling Sister Sheer to rescue him from the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. He did not want to sit on the legs of the Wuxing Emperor to eat. No. He might not even be able to get on the table. And he might be tied to the door later. You guys chat. I'll go to the children's table. Sister Sheer waved her hand and disappeared. Seeing Sister Sheer running away, Su Yan, whose forehead was gradually oozing with cold sweat, looked at Grandma and Jiaochong Patriarch. Suddenly, Su Yan felt that being held in the hands of Grandma was not something that he could not accept. Dead old ghost. The celestial beings were all moving forward slowly, and Chang Shuxian took the lead and walked in front, leaning on a worm-infested cane and moving slowly, blocking the way for others. The Dragon King of the West Sea, who was behind Chang Shuxian, cursing. The Dragon King of the West Sea took action directly, carrying the Immortal of Longevity on his shoulders, and strode into the palace. The patience of the Dragon King of the West Sea would only be used for things he thought were worthwhile, and he would not waste his life dawdling here with this dead old ghost. He was already eager to find his wife, but because of the hospitality, he could not just leave the other leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas here. The Dragon King of the West Sea carried the Immortal of Longevity and walked away, striding towards the palace. You are the child of that kid Ao Renlin, right? The Azure Dragon King with long black hair deliberately lagged behind 2 steps, and came to the side of the Emperor Wuxing and the proud insect patriarch, smiling and saying, speaking of which, I have known the big fox of the Yusu family, but I didn't expect them to hide your news. They should like you very much. The Azure Dragon King with long hair had a warm smile on his cheek, but his smile was a bit strange, and it should contain some information that Su Yan didn't know. Although the 9-tailed foxes live in the eastern state, they live in a relatively independent environment and do not interact with other demon tribes on weekdays. The foxes of the Qingqiu clan are even more isolated from the world and never pay attention to other demon tribes. Su Yan, who has the blood of the dragon clan, should be an alien that the 9-tailed foxes want to get rid of as soon as possible. But there is no news from the Yusu clan. The Qingqiu clan and the Tushan clan only know that the Yusa 9-tailed fox has captured Su Qing and brought her back to Guanshan to reflect on her mistakes. As the elder of the Yusu clan who captured Su Qing, it is impossible for him not to know that Su Qing and Ao Renlin have a child. But they did not make it public. They chose to keep it secret, and did not tell the Qingqiu clan and Tushan clan. The Azure Dragon King also learned about Su Yan's existence after receiving Ao Zhao's invitation and reading the letter. Therefore, he was particularly curious about what kind of deal Su Yan's mother had made with the 9-tailed fox clan to make those xenophobic 9-tailed foxes acquiesce in Su Yan's existence. Although the Yusa clan cannot be called extremely xenophobic, the Qingqiu clan will not allow Su Yan, a heretic, to exist. Does the Yusa clan like me? Su Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly when he heard this, and his face was full of hesitation. In his mind, the scene of the day when his old house was razed to the ground suddenly appeared. The elder of the Yusa clan looked at him seriously, took out a pair of large scissors from the storage ring, and said, just cut it. I feel that they should dislike me very much. Chapter 435 Guests with Empty Hands. Hack! Mother! Come and see. Our father's backers are really strong. Hu Li, who was originally strolling in the winter villa with his mother, accidentally glanced at the water-shaped corridor that was heavily guarded and left empty for guards to disperse the idlers, and saw a furry white fox in the arms of a woman. Although Hu Li did not know the Wuxing Emperor, he had seen the Dragon King of the West Sea and the Dragon King of the South Sea. Beings who could walk on the same road with him must not be inferior in cultivation or status. And in such a heavy lineup, Hu Li actually saw his father in it, which immediately made Hu Li look shocked, and hurriedly pulled up the sleeve of his mother beside him to let her see his father's highlight moment. Dad is a real dad. A bigger dad than my biological dad, Hu Li said excitedly. Hu Lian glanced over and saw Su Yan in the arms of a woman in a red, yellow and black robe, walking deep into the winter resort. A look of shock gradually appeared on Hu Lian's cheeks. Emperor Wusheng? The one holding Su Yan in his arms, if Hu Lian remembered correctly, should be the emperor who performed martial arts in front of the Xiaoyu dynasty every year. And the tall man next to her with a gentle smile, as if he was saying something. Wasn't he the Dragon King of the East Sea in the Eastern State? Hu Lian looked over and saw the leader of the famous family, Tai Taoist, the demonic High Sky Jilection, as well as the Dragon King of the South Sea and the Dragon King of the West Sea, who could stomp their feet and shake the cultivation world 3 times, all in the corridor. And Su Yan was in the arms of Emperor Wusheng, opening and closing his mouth as if he was talking to the Dragon King of the East Sea. Hu Lian took a look and quickly retracted his gaze, not daring to continue looking at the beings in the corridor, for fear that they would cast their eyes on him. Is Su Yan's background so terrifying? Hu Lian was secretly surprised. In the past, she could understand the 3-legged golden crow ant, the ant of the arrogant insect clan, and the dragon clan's Jiazi bloodline. But now Su Yan and the existence behind him really made the head of Wanhua Valley. Hu Lian, completely confused. What kind of immortal is Su Yan? His family background is so strong that it is against the sky. I'm afraid that all the people in this cultivation world were born from your family. Wait. Jiazi? The Jiazi bloodline seems to be composed of the father of the dragon clan and the 4-legged beast. And Su Yan is a fox-shaped Jiazi. Hu Lian thought about it for a while. And when she saw Wusheng holding Su Yan, a thunderclap exploded in her mind, almost shaking her legs. That fox, could it be the illegitimate child of Emperor Wusheng out of boredom? The more Hu Lian thought about it, the more shock she felt. She could never have guessed that Su Yan's true identity was the hand-warming fox. After all, Emperor Wusheng seemed kind. But that kindness was only on paper. The female emperor who sat high in the sky and watched the martial arts performance in front of the emperor coldly was Hu Lian's deep impression of Emperor Wusheng of the Xiaoyu dynasty. For a fairy like her, Hu Lian didn't think she would just hug a fox she picked up. Son. Aw? How about you put up with it? Become a grandson? According to Hu Lian's fantasy, Su Yan's identity is really a bit out of reach. The illegitimate son of Emperor Wusheng is a bit difficult to deal with. It is also the first time for her to know such a terrifying background. It is really difficult to maintain a normal mentality to treat him. So Hu Lian herself can't help but complain. How can she be so worthy that she can meet such an excellent male beast in Chunri Street? The complaints of Hu Lian and her son did not hinder the opening of the banquet in Bihan Mountain Villa. Time gradually came to noon and the banquet officially opened. In front of the main palace of Bihan Mountain Villa, there is a long table covered with a red festive tablecloth. 2 servants of the Dragon Clan sat in front of the long table to register the guests, registering the names of the guests and the congratulatory gifts they sent. Western State. Qizong, Taoist Yu Zhan, congratulates the return of the West Sea Dragon Mother and presents a spiritual instrument gauze, wishing that the benevolence of the West Sea Dragon Mother can spread throughout the Western State. The cultivators from Qizong who came to attend the banquet presented a big gift to the Dragon Queen on behalf of Qizong. Without the protection of the West Sea Dragon Mother, the prices of seabed minerals and sea beast materials purchased by the West State can fly to the sky. Seeing the return of the West Sea Dragon Mother, the cultivators of the Qizong gave her a big gift with tears in their eyes, hoping that she could continue to manage the business of the West Coast, so that the Qizong could purchase cheap and affordable seabed minerals and materials here. Otherwise, if they had to buy or at sky-high prices every year, the cultivators of the Qizong would feel that they would be poor to death. Elder Hu Lian of the Southern Province, Wanhua Valley, wishes the West Sea Dragon Mother a long life, and sends the Yin-Yang Harmony liquid, wishing the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen to give birth to another son soon. Seeing another precious gift appear, the dragon servant who was registering guests at the front desk turned around and shouted the name of the precious item, the name of the visitor, and the blessing words to the banquet hall, so that the cultivators inside would know. Why are you looking at me? After the dragon servant shouted loudly, he turned around and looked at the ant and the ant who were standing behind Hu Lian. The younger ant slowly typed a question mark, and the older ant said calmly, I'm not familiar with them, and I don't plan to give them gifts. The 2 servants in charge of registration at the front desk slowly had a question mark on their heads. But after the supervisor standing behind them saw the younger and older ants, he leaned over and whispered to the servants at the front desk, The question marks on the heads of the two servants suddenly turned into exclamation marks. And they quickly searched under the table, found 2 red envelopes, and handed them to the younger and older ants in a proper manner. Please come in. The immortals of the proud insect tribe. The servant at the front desk smiled, and quickly bowed to invite the 2 fierce bandits in the cultivation world to sit down and drink tea. The proud insect tribe knows everything. Moreover, their ancestors were invited by the Dragon King of the West Sea, so it is natural not to give gifts. The supervisor whispered just now to let them prepare red envelopes to give to the 2 bandits as reimbursement for their travel expenses, in order to avoid the collapse of the front hall of the main palace when the load-bearing pillars were moved away by the proud insects halfway through the banquet. The celestial beings sat in the inner hall of the main palace. The earthly immortals sat in the front hall according to their clans, cultivation, and status, and other cultivators sat in the outer areas. The large round tables filled the inside and outside of the main palace. But it did not seem narrow. My hands are almost broken from writing. The front desk servant saw that all the guests had entered, put down the charcoal pencil in his hand, shook his hands, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and complained, "There are too many people. I am afraid that I have written tens of thousands of names in half a day. I almost broke my hands. We will prepare for everyone after the guests have eaten later." What's with your expressions? Although the servant was called a servant, his real identity was a member of the 2nd generation of the Dragon Clan. He was just a temporary helper in the Cold Mountain Villa due to the shortage of manpower. He was no different from the supervisor and other banquet management behind him. So he naturally seemed a little arrogant when he spoke, as if he completely ignored the social class of both parties. But halfway through his words, he saw that the supervisor and other servants were frozen in place, with their pupils constricted as if they saw something extremely terrifying. A deep cold surged from behind, causing goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head slowly and stiffly, and saw a male monk who was not tall, wearing a black robe and had an indifferent face, walking out of the space gap. The face of the visitor was so familiar to the dragon servants that he couldn't be more familiar. He had many names. In the Dragon Clan, most people would call him a dragon traitor or a rebel. There was no good word. "Can you go in without a gift?" Ao Renlin looked at the servant, who was frozen in place, and was responsible for registering the guests, and said, "Anyway, the ancestor has everything he needs, and the gifts he sent will just be thrown into the warehouse. So it's better not to send them." Ao Renlin. "The Dragon Clan traitors came to our door empty-handed." The servant looked extremely terrified, and habitually shouted loudly to the Beyond Mountain Villa. "Huh?" Ao Renlin showed a strange expression when he heard this. "You talk strangely. Which cultivator would come to the enemy's headquarters empty-handed? Moreover, they specifically chose people to hold banquets, and came to our door when there were many people." Chapter 436, The Last Meal of Execution? Just a casual meal. Dragon Clan traitor. Ao Renlin came to the door empty-handed. When the Dragon King of the West Sea was entertaining the world, Ao Renlin suddenly came to visit. The servant in charge of registration at the door didn't know about the immortals. So when he saw the Dragon Clan traitor Ao Renlin coming to the door, the servant naturally regarded Ao Renlin as seeking revenge. After all, he just walked out of the space gap. Manipulating the power of space is the exclusive ability of the gods. This is a well-known common sense in the world of cultivation. The servants in front of the door shouted loudly with trembling voices, which were transmitted far away inside and outside the main palace, causing a big commotion among the guests attending the banquet. "Boy, you have to bring gifts to the banquet." The figure of the Dragon King of the West Sea slowly emerged from the void, standing in front of the main palace on the steps, looking at Ao Renlin, who came to the banquet empty-handed, and said, "A small gift is meaningless. And I don't like a big gift. I think the ancestor doesn't need my 2 copper coins." Ao Renlin looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea, chuckled, and started to tease the wealth of the 4 sea dragons. A small gift is not suitable for the identity of a dragon father. After sending a big gift, the Dragon King of the West Sea also threw it into the warehouse. So it is better not to send it, and save 100%, and keep it as a wedding gift. What a flattering speech for eating and drinking for free. The Dragon King of the West Sea was slightly stunned when he heard it. It was the first time he saw someone eating a banquet without gifts or red envelopes. And he said it so confidently and arrogantly, which made the Dragon King of the West Sea couldn't help but exclaim, "Sit inside." The Dragon King of the West Sea was full of emotion and invited Ao Renlin to sit inside. Although Ao Renlin was a little speechless, he didn't care too much about those things. Ao Renlin's visit now was definitely not for the banquet. He came here because he said last time they met that he would give a satisfactory explanation to the high-level members of the Dragon Clan when he returned next time. Ao Renlin should have come to discuss some things with the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, because everyone was present. Therefore, although the Dragon King of the West Sea felt that Ao Renlin's attitude was very improper, he didn't care too much. However, the Dragon King of the West Sea did not choose to walk with Ao Renlin in the main palace of the Beyond Mountain Villa, but turned around and pushed open a space door and walked directly through it, returning to the front of the hall where the celestial beings were, and walked out to the banquet hall again to appease the guests, who were in chaos in the lobby. Before Ao Renlin and the Dragon Clan reached an agreement, the Dragon King of the West Sea naturally could not walk with Dragon Dad in public. This would easily send out the wrong signal. So the Dragon King of the West Sea chose to return through the space gap. Dragon Dad didn't care about it. He walked up the steps slowly like an ordinary person. Walked through the silent hall at the moment. Walked to the front of the hall. Bypassed the screen that blocked the sight and vision. And came to the box where the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas were sitting. Ao Renlin greets the Black Dragon Ancestor. Ao Renlin came to the box. Glanced at the leader sitting inside. Looked at the leader of the North Sea Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon King, and bowed. The Black Dragon Ancestor has a cold personality and doesn't mind his own business. He only cares about his own cultivation on weekdays. But the word responsibility seems to flow in his blood. When Ao Renlin was in the Dragon Clan, he was often instructed by the Black Dragon King. Therefore, Ao Renlin was very respectful when he met the Black Dragon King. "Let's eat first." The Black Dragon King raised his hand and pointed to the only empty seat to the side, indicating that Ao Renlin should sit down and eat first, and other things would be discussed after the banquet. "Father!" Su Yan, who was not tied to the door, saw his father coming in from outside the door, and quickly stood up from Wuxing Emperor's lap and waved his little hand to greet him. At the banquet of the heavenly people, although Su Yan was not tied to the door, he did not have his own seat because of his cultivation and age, and could only lie on Wuxing Emperor's lap and hope that Wuxing Emperor would feed him. Facing the delicious dishes, Su Yan did not dare to eat a single bite, for fear of dirtying Wuxing Emperor's battle robe. Oily dishes are different from dried meat. If you eat them on Wuxing's legs, more or less, oil will splash out and stain Wuxing's clothes. Su Yan didn't want to find excitement, so he kept lying down and pretended to sleep until he heard Lomba's voice, and then poked his head out. Ao Renlin looked at Su Yan and nodded, indicating that Su Yan should stay there for the time being and not move around. He would pick him up later when the deal was settled. "You are a brave boy." When the Lord of Daylight saw Ao Renlin sitting down, he immediately said with a happy face, "There are at least 8 people present who want to hold your collar. Ji Lishian is now ready to set up the crystal for recording. You are still in the mood to eat. Aren't you afraid that this meal will be your last meal?" Although Lomba didn't have many enemies, the ancestors of each enemy were sitting here, ready to question him. The enemies of the Dragon Clan include the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, while the enemies of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan include the Lord of Daylight, the ancestor of the Arrogant Insect Clan, the Emperor of No Life, and the Lord of Night, not counting the 2 heroes of Qingqiu, the Tushan Clan, and the Yusa Clan who were not present. The fox that Ao Renlin harmed came from the Yusa Clan, and the mother of the Emperor of No Life also came from the Yusa Clan. If the Nine-Tailed Fox really started a fight, the Emperor of No Life would also come forward because of blood relationship and alliance. Surrounded by enemies, Ao Renlin could still eat and drink tea calmly, not worrying whether this meal would be his last. The Lord of Daylight really didn't know whether Ao Renlin was bold or confident. "Fight! I'll pick up one if you die, and then ask the old ghost to refine some souvenirs. And fight." The face of the Bliss Fairy was full of joy, sitting back with his feet on the table, trying to move his figure as far away as possible, holding the crystal in his hand to record the expressions of the leaders in the audience. "When the time comes, I will sell the photos of you fighting each other for 10,000 gene each, and then launch a collector's edition for 200,000 gene of spirit stones, and give you a material that dropped when you fought. When the monsters fight, it is quite common for some materials to drop randomly, and this place is close to the western state. And then I can find the leader of the weapons sect to refine some souvenirs. A home-cooked dinner can't take my head off. Ao dare not say how strong I am." Ao Renlin raised his hand to pick up a chopstick of food, looked at the Lord of Daylight and said, "But the ancestors? If you want to keep Ao without revealing some cards, I'm afraid you can't keep me." Ao Renlin dared to appear here when the Dragon King of the West Sea held a banquet. Of course, the so-called confidence here does not mean that he can challenge the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas alone. But he has the confidence to look at the leaders at eye level, and can come and go freely without being coerced by them. If he really prepares to go to war, Ao Renlin does not think that he can withstand the strong attacks of these old monsters. Under the condition of locked cultivation, these old monsters are using other means to improve their combat power. Ao Renlin is not clear about the trump cards of other old monsters, but on the side of Emperor Wushing, if a true immortal in his prime wants to invade the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty, it only takes one sword to really piss off Emperor Wushing, and the true immortal will disappear. These powers are not cheating, but it is more appropriate to describe them as heritage. It is the power that Emperor Xiaoyu left to Xiaoyu and his descendants to defend the interests of the Xia people before his death. Even in the fairy world, those heritages are very high in things, not something that a casual true immortal can touch at will. There are 13 people in the world of cultivation who are as cruel as Wushengdi. They are the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas among the celestial beings, as well as some people who watch the development of the world of cultivation. However, before the arrival of the immortal spirit, it takes a price to forcefully drive those forces. Ao Renlin has the confidence to sit here and eat because he knows this. This meal is just a casual meal. It won't kill him. Chapter 437 Death-Oriented. Crack, crack, crack. Invited by the Black Dragon King, Ao Renlin really started to feast on the table. The table, which should have been silent, was filled with the subtle sound of white jade chopsticks colliding with soft jade bowls. Universe. At the moment when Ao Renlin put down his bowl and chopsticks, the space behind the Black Dragon King gradually twisted and deepened. An eternal glacier world came from far away, covering Ao Renlin and the Dragon Kings together, and moving to other places. The next matter involved the secrets of the Dragon Clan, which was not suitable for other cultivators to participate in. If the negotiation failed, Ao Renlin would definitely be executed. If the negotiation was successful, the 4 Seas Dragon King would stand on the side of Dragon Dad. Father. When Su Yan saw Dragon Dad being taken away, he subconsciously wanted to jump onto the table and follow him. But the immortal emperor behind Su Yan raised his left hand, pinched the back of Su Yan's neck with his thumb and index finger, stopping him in front of the table, and not being able to jump onto the table. Be quiet and wait, Wushing Emperor said slowly. Su Yan couldn't follow him. If Ao Renlin failed in the negotiation, he would be captured and brought back to the Dragon Clan to give birth to cubs. If Su Yan followed him, wouldn't he be caught in one fell swoop? Su Yan not only had the blood of the Dragon Clan, but also the blood of the 9-tailed fox. If the foxes knew that Su Yan joined the glorious birth of the Dragon Clan, they would go crazy. Wushing Emperor only saved Su Yan, and he was not interested in expanding the private affairs between the 2 clans into a clan war. Su Yan, who was held in the hand of Wushing Emperor, looked at Wushing Emperor with a frustrated look and moaned twice. At the same time, in another space, the figures of the 4 Seas Dragon King and Ao Renlin emerged and landed in a quiet courtyard with dim scenery. The sound of the gurgling stream spread all around. The creatures that looked like ice crystals hid in various places in the quiet courtyard as if frightened when they saw strangers coming. Let's sit down and talk. There's no need to yell at each other with your teeth bared and claws bared. The Black Dragon King landed in the courtyard, crossed his legs, and sat on the place where he usually practiced. He raised his hand to signal the Dragon Kings and Ao Renlin to find a place at will. Since Ao Renlin came to him and said that he wanted to repay the Dragon Clan for his cultivation, the Black Dragon King believed that Ao Renlin had made all the preparations. Next, let's see what Ao Renlin has to say. If he can't convince the 4 Seas Dragon King, he should know what the outcome will be. Therefore, there is no need for both sides to get angry and yell at each other to see who has the loudest voice. And the loudest voice is not necessarily right. Ancestor is wise, Ao Renlin complimented. Found a place to sit down and said, I believe that all the ancestors have known from the letter of the West Sea Dragon King that I have now obtained some of the power of the dragon of Ingda. When it comes to Ingda, whether it is Ao Renlin or the other 3 Dragon Kings, they subconsciously look at the West Sea Dragon King, who is sitting on the carpet mat with his legs erect. Go away. What are you looking at me for? The Dragon King of the West Sea waved his hand to indicate that he should get down to business and not talk about himself. The power of the nightmare suppression method is meaningless, and can even be said to be a trap. I have personally witnessed the soul of Emperor Xiaoyu decompose in front of my eyes. The Black Dragon King spoke lightly, denying the theme pointed out at the beginning of Ao Renlin's words. If the Dragon Clan needs to use the nightmare suppression method, the method of fusion of the three clans used by Ao Renlin is not very advanced. The North Sea Dragon Clan has a stronger and more terrifying nightmare suppression method. But the Dragon Clan does not need this power to spread. And the method of nightmare suppression can only be a backup. Ao Renlin's enlightenment of the method of nightmare suppression was learned from the North Sea Dragon Clan. He could only say that he was just showing off his skills in front of an expert when talking about the method of nightmare suppression in front of the Black Dragon King. The ordinary method of nightmare suppression is naturally meaningless. But as I just said, as Ao Renlin spoke, he raised his hand and pulled open a corner of his clothes, revealing his chest, and a golden array pattern engraved on his fair skin. I only obtained a part of the power of the Dragon of Time and Virtue, but not the power of time and virtue. The golden array pattern on the chest, under Ao Renlin's control, slowly untied like a ribbon, revealing the blood-red rotten flesh covered and entangled by the dense golden array pattern. The rotten flesh lost the restraint of the array pattern and suddenly became alive, waving in front of the Four Seas Dragon King like a tentacle. And inside that pile of rotten meat, a golden light flashed deep in the chest, and with a golden ribbon on the chest, an octagonal cage was constructed, slowly extracting a transparent dragon ball from Ao Renlin's body. This is part of the power I mentioned. The dragon ball separated from the body, and the little black dragon that remained in the dragon ball flew around the low table, looked at the body of the dragon ancestor who had lost his driver and lowered his head, and said lightly, "All my efforts are just to make compensation to my wife, but not to show off in front of the ancestors." The soul that had been shown to the Four Sea Dragon Kings, which had not been polluted by the method of nightmare, returned to the chest of the dragon ancestor's body. The golden ribbon slowly wrapped around the surface of the dragon ball and placed it back in the octagonal cage formed in front of the chest. As the octagonal cage retracted into the body of the dragon ancestor, Ao Renlin, who had originally lowered his head, regained his spirit and slowly raised his head to look at the Four Sea Dragon Kings. The golden ribbon on his chest also began to wrap around the budding rotten flesh, pressing them back, and the big hole on his chest also returned to its original state, except for the golden array pattern on his chest. No other strange phenomena could be seen. "Your technique is interesting," the Azure Dragon King pondered and said. "It seems that there are some traces of Moon Rabbit's blood and flesh medical skills inside. The main body is the method of the Nightmare Town in the Central State, and I have exchanged some techniques with the Fairy of Medicine." Ao Renlin did not hide it, and answered the question raised by the Azure Dragon King, saying, "The path is the path of forced integration of the method of the Nightmare Town in the Central State. It is very normal to have traces of blood and flesh medical skills inside. And there is a malice of death inside the method of the Nightmare Town. Everything I do is to study how to isolate this death. In this case, you should also know that the method of the Nightmare Town is not a human technique," said the Black Dragon King. Ao Renlin nodded silently, indicating that he had some understanding of that aspect. The true source of the nightmare suppression method was not created by the great human beings. Humans should be the first group to realize the true meaning of nightmare suppression and use it. The true source of the nightmare suppression method should come from the mysterious netherworld in the legend. For hundreds of years, Ao Renlin never missed the time of Baizay's patrol, and the patrol time of the other 10 witches of the undead country. Through their deaths and Baizay's ability to answer questions, he gradually came into contact with the truth of the nightmare suppression method and created a method of isolation. Every time he thought of this, Ao Renlin couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of fate towards Baizay. Baizay had never practiced Nightmare Town, but because of his magical power of knowing everything in the world, it was inevitably polluted by the will of the netherworld, and thus went completely crazy and was surrounded and killed by the powerful people of the human race at the foot of the East Sky Mountain. Baizay was called the auspicious beast by the human race, and had a high status in the human race because Baizay had helped the newborn human race with knowledge and let the human race know the wildness of the world. He also taught the human race to open up the medical way, and know the terrible power of the demon race and how to avoid it. But as the battle between all races intensified, it eventually turned into a beast of disaster, forcing the powerful people of the human race to surround and kill this old friend at the East Sky Mountain. Chapter 438. You have no problem. But I have a big problem. The method of Nightmare Town has the nature of death, and the most external manifestation is that it infinitely magnifies desires, which inevitably makes those who practice this method gradually develop unrealistic ambitions. The creatures in the world of cultivation can only trace the source of death at most, which may be related to the legendary Netherworld to some extent. As for the specific situation, Long Dad did not find out. And he did not care about these things. He only cared about whether he could research the method of isolating Nightmare Town. Fortunately, after many risks, Long Dad forcibly held down the 10 witches of the undead country. And combined with Baize's ability, he created a Taoist method that can isolate the temptation of Nightmare Town. The isolation method is only applicable to the Dragon Clan, and it requires cultivators at the level of Earth Immortals to use it. Ao Rinlin looked at the Black Dragon King and said, "There is no perfect method. Although this can isolate the influence of the Nightmare Law, it also makes it impossible for me to exert the full power of this body now. And I don't want to exert its full power." Ao Rinlin briefly talked about the disadvantages of the isolation method. He is not actually in his body now, but has retreated into the Dragon Ball, using his magic power and consciousness to control this fake dragon ancestor body that integrates the power of the 3 clans and can fly freely in time and space. If you really want to fully burst out the full power, then the soul left in the Dragon Ball must come out and merge with the dragon ancestor body to reach consistency, so that you can really burst out the terrifying power of manipulating time and space. But Dragon Dad is not stupid. The reason why he works so hard is just to accumulate the capital to marry Fox Mom. And he is not ready to die heroically for the Dragon Clan. So he will not be stupid enough to completely merge with the dragon ancestor body and become a real nightmare. So, are the ancestors satisfied? Although the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn have become extinct, there is no shortage of their ancestral tombs in the upper realm. After Ao Rinlin finished speaking, he looked at the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and asked them if they were satisfied with his explanation. The dragon ancestor that he has transformed into now may not be as powerful as the foundation held by the Dragon Kings. But if he is really ready to fight to the death, what kind of divine power can he burst out by completely merging with the body of the dragon ancestor? Are you satisfied with this foundation as an explanation? It's known, the Black Dragon King said calmly. No objection. Do you have any ideas? Don't be too partial to your own juniors. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at Ao Rinlin and said, "Your method is the same as the old thing that nurtured the Holy Mother of all spirits. The real value of this method lies in the isolation method. If we can find enough blood, we can make this forbidden power a universal power for our Dragon Clan." Your words are indeed very tempting. But I need to ask you 2 more questions. First, the logic of the blood fusion method is to forcibly absorb rare blood for one's own use. And the 10-headed phoenix and the 5 elements Kirin have long been exterminated. Can the remains of those tombs really fuse 1/10,000th of the power of the dragon ancestor? Second, nothing is absolute in the world. What about the success rate? Seeing that the Black Dragon King was taking sides, the Dragon King of the West Sea directly asked 2 key questions. The method of blood fusion is not rare, so don't make it seem like the Dragon Clan can't get it. The Dragon Clan is not unaware of the synthesis formula of the dragon ancestor's blood. It's just that the Dragon Clan does not have the isolation method mastered by Ao Rinlin. Therefore, after performing the method of blood fusion, the Dragon Clan that uses this method will inevitably face the death trap of Nightmare. This routine was originally one of the countermeasures developed by the Dragon Clan in the past. The purpose is that when returning to the Fairyland, if the enemies in the Fairyland seek revenge and are ready to exterminate the Dragon Clan while the Dragon Clan is weak, the Dragon Clan will activate the Dragon Ancestor Fusion formula to drag all the enemies to death together, and detonate the original Fairyland ground veins that have just been fused. Who doesn't want to give the Dragon Clan a way out? Then don't expect to live comfortably. The ground veins will be cut off for you. Ao Rinlin got the fusion formula and made optimizations on it that the 4 Sea Dragon Kings have not completed. Not all bloodlines can be fused. The bloodline consumables I selected all have their origins. Ao Rinlin said, but there is no need to worry too much about the success rate. It only concerns power, not other aspects. Long Dad's words were slightly euphemistic. The bloodline consumables used in the dragon ancestor body he fused now were all powerful people in the Fairyland, who followed the Holy Spirit when they were alive. The power they can exert is naturally not comparable to that of a crooked melon or a jujube. Otherwise, Dragon Dad wouldn't be able to sit here so calmly and talk with the ancestors. As for the success rate of blood fusion, it depends on how you define success. There is no such thing as failure in the blood fusion method. After failure, at most there will be a tumor on the body, which will make your appearance a little uglier. But this tumor still contains some residual magical power. Ao Rinlin certainly knew that the success rate mentioned by the Dragon King of the West Sea meant a great success like his own. But how could Ao Rinlin guarantee this? He also used the method of blood and flesh medicine and the power of national destiny to enhance his luck and improve the success rate to perfectly synthesize it. The success rate depends on whether you are willing to spend the cost. If you are like Dragon Dad, who doesn't care about the cost, even stealing a country in the universe and stealing the luck of a country, and briefly gathering it on yourself to increase your luck, there is naturally no possibility of failure. It's the same as not saying anything. The Dragon King of the West Sea couldn't help but complain. He asked Ao Renlin if there was any way to reduce costs and increase efficiency and improve the success rate of blood fusion. After all, the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn have been completely wiped out, and the blood of the little guys cultivated by the Dragon Kings is not pure, so they should not be used. As a result, Ao Renlin talked a lot and threw the question back to himself. If I can solve it, do I need to ask you? He gave a perfect answer. I don't have any questions. The Azure Dragon King looked at the West Sea Dragon King and chuckled, shaking his head with a strange look on his face. This guy is really greedy. The answer given by Ao Renlin is very perfect. He optimized the original method of burning the boats and dragging the back to the point that it can be used to enhance the standing strength. If there is really no other way, he can also unlock the isolation method, burst out the power of the dragon ancestor, and perish with the powerful enemies. Such an excellent and perfect explanation really left the Azure Dragon King speechless. I don't have any questions either, but I feel a little uncomfortable when I think that I may need to leave the graves of my former comrades in the future, said the Red Dragon King. The wealth of the Dragon Clan is simply immeasurable. The Red Dragon King has never done these dirty jobs since he was born. If a spiritual weapon falls into the mud, the most likely thing the Red Dragon King will do is to spit out a mouthful of fire and cinder the mud into glass as if nothing happened. It was impossible to pick it up. It was so unmannerly that the Red Dragon King would rather pretend that he didn't see it, and he didn't want his elegant manners to have any flaws. I don't have any problems either. The Black Dragon King made a statement, and looked at the other 3 Dragon Kings, who looked at each other. Then, the Black Dragon King looked at Ao Renlin with a little reluctance and said, "We have no problems now. What about you? Do you have any problems now? I want to marry my wife and bring her home, and hold a grand banquet to invite all the monks in the world to reunite with my family." The 4 Sea Dragon Kings had no problems, so Ao Renlin spoke about the problems and troubles he faced. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings. As expected. Chapter 439. It's settled. It has to be the 9-tailed fox? The Dragon King sat in a quiet courtyard, negotiating with Ao Renlin. Ao Renlin explained his contribution and responsibility to the Dragon Clan, and put forward a small request to the Dragon Kings. After hearing this, the Black Dragon King was silent for a moment, and then asked Ao Renlin why he was so persistent. That's right. Those 9-tailed foxes are famous for being exclusive among the land monsters. If you want to marry a fox girl home in glory, I'm afraid you'll run home crying after flying on a sword. The Dragon King of the West Sea complained. How about this? Let's set a precedent for you. We will immediately match you up with any dragon girl from the 4 Seas Dragon Clan except my wife. 1 or 2 doesn't matter. If you are willing, we can also match you up with 11 or 12. Ao Renlin's face was slightly moved. His handsome face, which used to be calm and indifferent, showed a touch of shock. He looked at the Dragon King of the West Sea with an incredible face. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not care about Ao Renlin's gaze. Instead, he looked as if he had suffered a great loss. After all, the real Dragon Clan is monogamous, and allowing Ao Renlin to marry at will is also a pioneering initiative. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want it. Ao Renlin looked deeply at the Dragon King of the West Sea, slowly exhaled the foul air that was choking his chest, and turned his eyes to the Black Dragon King, the Blue Dragon King, and the Red Dragon King. Forget it. The Red Dragon King shook his head helplessly and said, "Since we have already said it, Renlin has also handed us a perfect answer. It doesn't matter if we make some concessions on face and interests. It is not difficult to negotiate with Su and Tushan. But the Qingqiu clan is not so easy to compromise. It's hard to get them to agree with it." Hee hee. The Blue Dragon King chuckled twice to express his difficulty. Ao Renlin's request seemed to be intended to marry Su Qing back to the famous family in a grand manner. But what is a formal marriage? And it also needs to be grand? It means that the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas and the 3 nine-tailed fox clans all agree to this marriage, and attend the banquet held by the 2 to give their blessings. This is more troublesome than going up the mountain to rob people directly, especially when facing the Qingqiu clan. They are famous for being stubborn. Emperor Wushing put the knife on their necks. But they still stubbornly opened their mouths. It can be considered a reasonable exchange. Seeing that Ao Renlin still insisted and did not say anything else, the Black Dragon King said, "Since you think you are right to insist, I, the ancestor, have nothing to say. Let's go back and wait for news. We will negotiate with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan." After the Black Dragon King finished speaking, he stopped talking and had already said that he wanted to drive him away. Seeing this, Ao Renlin stopped pestering and stood up to pay his respects to the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, saying, "If you need Renlin, you can come at any time. Goodbye first. The Dragon Kings of the North Sea and the South Sea have already agreed, and the Green Dragon King of the Eastern State expressed his willingness to support. But his support is limited to what he can do. If the Qingqiu clan really stubbornly opens its mouth and cannot be persuaded, there is nothing he can do." The Dragon King of the West Sea was not very supportive and tried to persuade Ao Renlin to change his request, saying that foxes are very troublesome. The ancestors have roughly agreed. They should discuss what to do next. Right. Ao Renlin walked out of the manor without looking back. Just when he was about to open the space door to leave, he saw a black dragon hanging upside down on the coral branch, looking half dead, and as if he was about to die at any time. "What are you doing squatting here? It's quiet, and no one is here," the little black dragon lying on his back said, as if it was a matter of course. The manor in front of him is the place where the Black Dragon King meditates. On weekdays, there are basically no creatures walking here. It is definitely a rare quiet place in the territory of the North Sea Dragon Clan. "It's much cuter than your father," Ao Renlin said and stepped into the space gap. Compared with the chattering black dragon father, the sad and gloomy Wanli Ningzhenjuan, who exudes boredom, can be said to be a very delicate and quiet little cutie. The cold evil dragon? The little dragon girl, who was hanging upside down on the coral branch, had met the dragon father once. At that time, Ao Renlin attacked in the Xiaoyu Imperial City and beat her father to the bed for half a month. Therefore, the little dragon girl had a deep impression of Ao Renlin, the dragon traitor. "Uh-huh. I knew you were hiding here. Come with your father quickly. Let's go for a drink later. Your uncle will introduce you to two handsome little dragons." The black dragon father was full of joy. He poked his head out of the coral reef and looked at his daughter, who seemed to be bored and hanging upside down on the coral branch. The little dragon girl raised her head slightly and glanced at the black dragon father. He turned sideways and hugged the branch tightly with his limbs. He exuded a cold atmosphere of rejection all over his body. But the black dragon father seemed to not understand. He raised his hand and held the little dragon girl in his hand and carried her away. Alas! Xiaolong sighed deeply, closed her eyes, and activated her spiritual power, and said to her mother, who was chatting with other ants in her house, "Mother, I saw the dragon traitor. He just walked out of the ancestors' courtyard." And then, he raised his hand very casually to push open a space door, smiled at me, walked into the space gap and left. Although he is not tall, he reveals a sense of quietness like a valley after rain. And Dad is pinching me now, smiling and saying that he wants to take me to drink. I remember that Dad seems to be not much different from Uncle Ao Renlin in generation. Right? I really should let Dad learn well, Xiaolong reported with a cold face, ready to let her mother come out to hold Dad down and break all his fantasies of drinking in the afternoon. Before Ao Renlin defected, I don't know how many North Sea Dragon women's dream lover he was. The lover in the dream is not only handsome, but also has a high level of cultivation that can return to the Dragon Clan. The wine man in the family drinks wine every day with a happy face. Ao Sheng. A huge black shadow covered the light in the sky. A low dragon roar rippled in the air, causing the black dragon father below to stiffen. He turned back with embarrassment and looked at the lady who was blocking the sky and said, "Madam, do you have anything to talk to me about? I just wanted to go to my uncle to reminisce about the past." "Go to do business." The black dragon raised his hand to pinch the black dragon father, and the black dragon father held the little dragon girl in his hand. The family of three swam back to their own mansion, preparing to do business, hoping to quickly get the birth subsidy for the second child. Hoyulu, the little dragon girl, ignored the creaking of the bed board behind her, flew out of the house with a calm face, and found another secluded place to continue to sink into the dream and sleep. On the other side, the dragon father returned to the winter villa in Yuanhai City through the space gate. Drunk? When Dragon Dad returned to the heavenly banquet hall, he saw Su Yin lying on the legs of the immortal emperor, exposing his belly. The whole fox was limp, but he didn't forget to cover his little bell with his tail. How is it? The immortal emperor looked at Ao Renlin and said lightly. Chapter 440. Don't be too honest when being a fox. How? The emperor Wuxing raised his hand and patted Su Yan's belly. He habitually stroked the fox's fur and slowly looked sideways at Ao Renlin, who had returned to the banquet hall, and asked. The ancestor said that they might need to negotiate. Ao Renlin looked at the emperor Wuxing and replied. In that case, see you next year. Everyone. The emperor Wuxing learned the news from Ao Renlin, picked up the fox in his arms, and handed it to the Jiachong ancestor beside him, stood up and turned into the space gap, and returned directly to the Xiaoyu dynasty without staying here for too long. She was entrusted by Xi to persuade them to stop fighting. Now that it has been confirmed that there will be no fight for the time being, the Emperor Wuxing naturally has no point in staying in this banquet hall any longer. What? There's no fight? As the Emperor Wuxing left, Ji Lixian, who confirmed that there was no excitement to watch, let out a huss sound and untied his feet on the table. He held the crystal in his hand and fell backwards into the gap in space, and took the chair of the Dragon King of the West Sea with him. Goodbye. The enemy who likes to stir up trouble has left, and the situation in the banquet hall should not get out of control. Taoist Tai said softly, and his figure dissipated into nothingness. Let's go! The Lord of Daylight, who looked like a red boy, saw everyone leaving, and looked at the Lord of Night beside him. No. You need to go back to handle official business. The Lord of Night looked at the Lord of Daylight and interrupted his delusion. The more careful Lord of Night is usually responsible for managing the internal affairs of the demon clan, and some external affairs and matters that need to be dealt with are under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Daylight. As soon as the Lord of the Night saw the Lord of the Day's expression, he knew that this old bird wanted to skip work and go out to play. So he calmly advised him to save some face for himself and not force himself to scold him in public. TSK. Just destroy it. The Lord of the Day said with a displeased look on his face. I worked hard and fought my way out of the sea of blood and corpses, and my cultivation was amazing. Just to become a civilian after I achieved the right result? The Lord of the Night nodded and agreed. Okay. Don't. I'm just complaining. I envy other celestial beings who are relaxing and happy. Don't get angry. Building the 10,000 monster city is much harder than killing enemies when I was young. The Lord of the Day cursed and didn't want to go back to the 10,000 monster city to handle government affairs. He just wanted to play. But when he saw that the Lord of the Night seemed to be preparing to strike, he was immediately shocked and hurriedly followed the Lord of the Night back, fearing that the Lord of the Night really skipped work to rest. The demon race is different from the human race. The number of demon races is as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are some flying in the sky, running on the ground, digging in the soil, and swimming in the river. In addition, there are insect demon races and plant demon races. Not all demon races can live harmoniously together. It is impossible for demons to not have conflicts with each other. What is really scary is that after the conflict, they go home and shout, calling friends to join the fight. And the conflict between individuals directly rises to the fight between tribes. If the Lord of the Night really goes on strike to rest, and there are some conflicts here, he will have to deal with it. The Lord of the Day is very comfortable, and he doesn't want to make himself unhappy at all. Therefore, when the Lord of the Day saw that the Lord of the Night seemed to have an angry expression, he immediately admitted his weakness, and quickly followed the Lord of the Night back to the city of 10,000 demons. Me? My legs and feet are not in good condition, so I have no plans to go back for the time being. I am going to eat some shrimp here. The celestial beings in the banquet hall had almost all left. Ao Renlin and Jiao Chong Patriarch, who remained in the banquet hall, looked up at Chang Shuzian, who was peeling shrimp ls slowly. Chang Shuzian laughed and said that he had no plans to leave for the time being. If you have any private matters to discuss, go to the side hall next door. The old man is still going to eat a few bites of seafood before he dies. Ao Renlin saw that Chang Shuzian had no plans to leave, shook his head and looked at Jiao Chong Patriarch and said, I'll ask the senior to take care of the little fox. I need to prepare the gift money now. As a black dragon from the North Sea Dragon clan, Ao Renlin knows the character of the Black Dragon King better. Since she can promise to persuade the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, then the probability of success must be very high. If there is something he is not sure of, the Black Dragon King will never easily let go and say he agrees to others. There should be some secrets here, but Ao Renlin cannot find out the inside. The world of cultivation is different from the universe and the starry sky. In the universe, the bigger the fist, the more important the rule. In the world of cultivation, if you want to get information, especially related to the immortals, You can't get it without connections. Even if you have a mountain of spiritual stones, you can't get any information. But since the Black Dragon King agreed, the Dragon Clan must have a way to persuade the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. And taking advantage of this period of time, Ao Renlin also has to prepare some gifts in advance to offer to the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. The wedding banquet that year was extremely simple. Just simply inviting close friends and Taoist partners to come, which was completely inconsistent with the status of the two newlyweds. Ao Renlin is going to reorganize a grand marriage for his wife. Before holding a wedding banquet, spiritual stones are needed. A huge amount of spiritual stones, and a large number of rare treasures and precious ingredients that cannot be purchased with spiritual stones. After Ao Renlin finished speaking to the proud insect ancestor, he pushed open the space gap and left directly to busy himself with his own affairs. After Ao Renlin left, only the longevity immortal and the proud insect ancestor were left in the banquet hall. The immortal Changsho looked at the old ancestor Jiaocheng deeply, picked up his favorite dishes on the table, and ran to the side hall next door with extremely nimble legs and feet. The old tree king jumped and ran with the immortal Changsho. As a big tree demon, the immortal Changsho always felt that it was not appropriate to stay alone with an insect demon, because many insect demons have the habit of chewing tree bark and sucking the essence of the sun and moon in the spirit tree. Even though the immortal Changsho knew that the arrogant insects were carnivorous, it felt very wrong and uncomfortable for the two to stay alone. Therefore, the old ancestor Jiaocheng cured the old problem of the immortal Changsho in a short time. In the drunken state, Su Yin felt that the thigh he was resting on seemed to be a little different from before. So he opened his eyes and looked at the person holding him. Ancestor? Where are the other immortals? Su Yin saw the old ancestor Jiaocheng holding him, and there was no one else in the banquet hall. He shook his slightly dizzy head and asked, "The music is over and everyone is going their own way," said the proud insect ancestor, and at the same time pulled Su Yin, who was trying to continue crawling onto the dining table, down and said, "You can't continue eating. If you continue eating, it may cause the meridians to become blocked." But Su Yin looked at the dishes and wine on the table, and said with a tangled look, "They are really useful. Whether it is the wine in Dragon Palace City, or the heavenly banquet in Bihan Mountain Villa, the ingredients and wine on the table are the top things in the world of cultivation. They were taken from Dragon Palace City by the servants ordered by the Dragon King of the West Sea. The food used to entertain the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas is not ordinary at all." Even if Su Yin felt that most of his spiritual energy was wasted after drinking a mouthful of spiritual wine, it was more effective than his normal 2 months of cultivation. Therefore, even if Su Yin drank until he passed out, he would continue to eat quietly when he woke up and saw an opportunity. If you eat more, you will hurt your body. I suggest you pack it up while no one is around. Just now, the Bliss Fairy has packed a chair and taken it home. And the Lord of the Day also took the meteorite wine pot of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The Jiaocheng Patriarch looked at Su Yin and taught him not to be so honest when doing things as a demon. Is this really possible? If you can't finish it, you can take it away? Su Yan's face was full of shock. He never thought that in such a solemn banquet, you could take away food. And the things you can take away are not limited to ingredients. You can even take away furniture and tableware. If you can attend Tianrenjian banquets frequently, you will gradually get used to their habit of taking souvenirs. They can take souvenirs when they go to the Juchong tribe. What else can't those evil creatures do? The Juchong ancestor said with a face full of complaints. Chapter 441. The Mentality Squad. Just pack the dishes. The Lord of Daylight and the blissful immortal have already started to pack the furniture. The prideful insect ancestor waved his hand, indicating that Su Yin did not need to care about the secular rules when attending the heavenly banquet. Pack all the dishes you think are delicious. After packing, we will sit outside. Su Yin heard this, squatted at the table, stood up, and opened the storage ring channel to start packing the dishes and drinks on the table. The dishes here look like dishes, but for Su Yin, they are all tonic elixirs. After eating and drinking a table of dishes and drinks, Su Yin felt that he could save more than 10 years of detours. If the ingredients of the dishes were used for alchemy, it would be easy for Su Yin to save hundreds of years of detours on the road of cultivation. However, all those spiritual plants and beasts were cooked. The luxury of the immortals is so simple and unpretentious. Su Yin sighed at the extravagance of the Dragon King in his heart. He quickly started to pack the dishes, then jumped onto the shoulder of the Jiaocheng Patriarch, shaking his fox tail and following the Patriarch to go out to find his aunt. They are really bad enough, Su Yin and Jiao Chong Patriarch left not long ago, and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas returned to the banquet hall. The West Sea Dragon King saw the scene in the Tian'an banquet hall, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. If there is nothing, they really shouldn't be invited to the banquet. There should have been 11 rattan chairs placed next to the round table woven with spiritual vines. But now one is missing. And in a set of wine utensils on the table, the most important meteorite crystal wine pot disappeared. And the 3 calligraphy and paintings written by the West Sea Dragon King on the wall disappeared, replaced by 3 pieces of rice paper hanging in the original picture frame. Although these items are valuable, they are just some items for the Dragon King of the West Sea, and it is not worth him to be angry about them. After all, there are often naughty kids taking souvenirs at the heavenly banquet, and the Dragon King of the West Sea has known them for a long time, so he naturally knows. What really makes the Dragon King of the West Sea angry is that those guys really know how to choose things. The rattan table and chairs are a furniture set, and now there is one chair missing. The wine set has lost the wine pot, and the calligraphy and painting that I picked up are lost. If you want to take souvenirs, take them all away one by one. What's the big deal if you take some or not? Chang Shuxian? Why haven't you left yet? Ah, my legs and feet are not in good condition. I plan to stay with you for a while and eat some seafood. The geology of the northern state has a neck pain from sleeping too long. The Dragon King of the West Sea. The Dragon King of the West Sea rubbed his face and invited the other 3 Dragon Kings to the courtyard of the main palace to reminisce about the past. He went back to the front court with a pot of wine, hugged the waist of the Dragon Queen of the West Sea with a smile on his face, and showed his love everywhere. Why do I feel that your smile is a little forced? Seeing that her husband's face was not right, the Dragon Queen of the West Sea asked him if he had encountered anything. Nothing happened. Just some things that should not be lost were lost, and some things that should be lost are still sitting upright in the back. The Dragon King of the West Sea smiled and said, "My husband? It's just that my Tao heart has been slightly shaken. It's not a big deal. As long as I can hug you. It's like holding the universe." The guests and hosts in the banquet hall of the former dynasty were all happy. The Dragon King of the West Sea held his wife's waist and showed affection everywhere. When the guests saw the Dragon King of the West Sea come out in person, they were all terrified and almost knelt on the ground before they dared to toast the Dragon King of the West Sea. But the Dragon King of the West Sea didn't care about these at all. The main purpose of his banquet was to let everyone come and see his beautiful and kind-hearted wife. "What are you doing?" The hall was full of guests drinking. Su Yin had eaten a lot earlier, and the spiritual power of the spiritual wine had accumulated in his body and had not dissipated. After a brief conversation with the Jiaochong Patriarch and his aunt, Su Yin ran directly to the outside of the main palace, ready to exercise a little to consume the spiritual power accumulated in his body. But as soon as Su Yin went out, he saw a table of particularly strange guests. They sat at the edge of the banquet hall. Other Dragon Clan members frequently toasted them, but they didn't move their bodies. They just moved their eyes slightly and glanced at them as a greeting. Such a strange scene aroused Su Yan's curiosity. Dong! 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 Just when Su Yan stood up and looked, he suddenly felt a familiar chill coming from behind him. Su Yan subconsciously did a backflip on the spot to avoid the dragon egg that suddenly attacked him from behind. "Why aren't you in the banquet hall?" Su Yan, who had done a backflip, fell into the white jade dragon's palm before he could land on the ground. Ao Jin looked at the fox lying on his palm and asked, "Everything has been resolved. The ancestor and the ant are drinking over there." Seeing the dragon egg and Ao Jin, 3 black lines appeared on Su Yan's fox face. No wonder he felt a familiar feeling. It turned out that the dragon egg was preparing to attack him. After Su Yan complained in his heart, he looked at Ao Jin and said, "What about you? Aren't you going to eat?" "We ate in the backyard," Ao Jin said with a slightly strange look on his face. "Master has a good appetite." He drank 3 nurses in a row before he was satisfied. Although Longdan was not born yet, he knew how to find milk to drink. The process was not convenient to show. So when the banquet started, Ao Jin and Longdan were arranged to eat in a more secluded room. Ao Jin ate the dishes on the table, while Longdan began to select nurses from various dragon tribes on a daily basis. It should be because of the lively today. Master Longdan had a particularly good appetite, and ate 3 bowls in a row before he was full. "I see." Su Yan nodded, and then looked at Ao Jin with curiosity and asked, Oh, did you see the table on the left-hand edge? Will they really not be beaten by other dragons if they are so scornful?" The table on the left-hand edge was the one Su Yan had just stood up and looked at. The guests on the seats were solemn and motionless. When other dragons came to toast them, they didn't even move their eyelids, and their faces were stern. Su Yin was a little curious about the origins of such arrogant guests. Left-hand edge. Ao Jin looked over and saw the guests, who Su Yin had mentioned about their strange behavior. He saw a group of more than 20 people, and they really scorned others, as Su Yin said. They are Miyun, one of the branches of the dragon clan. When Ao Jin saw the people on the seats, the gloom on his cheeks disappeared immediately, and he explained to Su Yin with a helpless expression. They also belonged to the second generation of the dragon clan, the offspring of the real dragon and the mountain spirit. They usually stay still, but when they move their bodies, a lot of heat will evaporate from their bodies. If their clan moves, the guests sitting outdoors will have to open umbrellas in a while. Don't you see that Miyun is also very uncomfortable? Miyun is born of the dragon clan and the mountain spirit. Once his body moves, because of the interaction between his rock body and the dragon clan's water control power, rain clouds will begin to accumulate in the sky. Miyun has a calm personality, but because of his talent, he doesn't like to join in the fun. However, today is the West Sea Dragon King's banquet to invite all dragons to the banquet, and Miyun is also invited by the West Sea Dragon King. Miyun can only tense up and choose to sit in the outermost area of the banquet hall, with a stern face, for fear that a heavy rain will accidentally flood the banquet hall. True Dragon Father and Mountain Spirit Mother. After listening to Ao Jin's explanation, Su Yan's blue eyes set off a big earthquake, and his face was full of disbelief. Mountain spirits speak in plain language. And it's a mountain. The real dragon masters are really fancy. Chapter 442, Reorganizing the Ancient Customs of the People in the Coastal Areas. Little Fox, why don't you go inside to eat? The banquet in the winter resort was gradually coming to an end. The Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of the West Sea walked out of the hall. When they came to the Dragon Egg, the Dragon Queen of the West Sea smiled and greeted Su Yin, who was lying on Ao Jin's shoulder. Replying to the senior, the elders at home are drinking. I just sobered up, and I won't join in the fun. Su Yan's face was full of leisure. He raised his fox paw to show his meat pads, and greeted the Dragon Queen of the West Sea. Really a rare little Jiaozi. The Dragon Queen of the West Sea looked at the furry Su Yan, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Su Yan's seemingly fleshy cheek. Su Yan, who was in the shape of a little fox, was not very appropriate to be described as cute, but there were shadows on the corners of his eyes and mouth, similar to eyeliner and lip liner, which made Su Yan seem to be smiling all the time. Especially when he smiled, he looked even sweeter and more innocent. The words sweet and pure are probably the first time that the West Sea Dragon Queen has used them to describe the Jiaozi tribe. The West Sea Dragon King's adjective is really appropriate. A group of particularly sticky Jiaozi. The West Sea Dragon Queen sighed in her heart. The child is here, ready to go home. The West Sea Dragon Queen stroked Su Yan's head slightly, praising Su Yan's cute and sweet appearance, and then looked at her own dragon egg that had climbed up the tree and was ready to pounce. The dragon egg has already reached maturity, but the little white dragon inside seems to be reluctant to be born for some reason, and has been sleeping under the protection of the egg shell, so that the dragon egg has a different kind of intelligence similar to instinct. Previously, the West Sea Dragon Queen was busy with the matter of returning, and she couldn't take time to deal with the child's affairs. Now that the banquet has been set up, the West Sea Dragon Queen first thinks of her own child's affairs, and plans to go to the West Bank after dealing with them to deal with the people's affairs. The dragon egg was a little unwilling, silently moving its gaze away from Su Yin, looking at its own mother, and floating down from the tree into her arms. Madam, you go back to hatch the eggs first. The other brothers and sisters are still in the palace. I will go back later. The Dragon King of the West Sea kissed the lady's cheek gently, raised his hand, and pushed open a space door, so that the Dragon Queen of the West Sea could go directly home to hatch the evil dragon in the egg shell. Watching the Dragon Queen of the West Sea and the child leave, the Dragon King of the West Sea restrained the smile on his cheek, looked at Ao Jin and Su Yin on the side and said, Little Fox, don't say that the ancestor knows how to harm your family of three all day long. Now there is a lucrative job in your hands. It depends on whether you can accept it. Su Yin has now recognized his ancestors, but there are still some small things that have not been settled. Therefore, when the Dragon King of the West Sea talked to Su Yin, he changed from calling himself this king or I to calling himself in the Dragon Clan. After Madam hatches the demon dragon again, she will definitely go to the west coast to visit her followers. Although I don't care much about what those guys think, I can allocate some power to you now. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at Su Yin, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, quietly eliminate those who disobey, complain, and the evil beasts that occupy the mountains and seas. Even those who are subordinate to the sub-dragons, and think that the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. What the ancestor doesn't want to see. Don't want to see. Do you understand what I mean? Grandpa. What do you mean? Let me lead the West Sea Dragon clan, and use the name of the West Sea Dragon Mother to eliminate village tyrants, bandits and sea beasts. And everything I get from killing and setting fires will belong to me. Su Yin pondered for a moment and asked. Yes, the ancestor doesn't care about those things, said the West Sea Dragon King. Although Su Yin has no strength, the West Sea Dragon King knows that Su Yin has a good relationship with the West Coast Mountain God and the mermaids in the coastal city. In the West Coast area, he is considered a local snake. Therefore, the West Sea Dragon King deliberately gave Su Yin a small task, asking him to use the name of the West Sea Dragon Mother's compassion for the people to show kindness to the people and residents on the West Coast, so that the West Sea Dragon Mother can be welcomed by the people of the West Coast when she goes out next time. Also, repair the Dragon King Temple, and don't make it so shabby. The task of the Dragon King of the West Sea is not difficult. It just requires Su Yin to make some connections so that the Dragon Army can directly enter the West Coast to show favor and sympathize with the people. For these things, the Dragon King of the West Sea can actually tell the father and mother of the mermaids sitting in the banquet hall. And the mermaids can get things done. And then, they will respectfully offer the benefits with both hands. But the Dragon King of the West Sea did not do that. Instead, he chose to take a detour and let Su Yin do things for him. There are naturally reasons inside. But the Dragon King of the West Sea did not say it so bluntly. Instead, he said in a slightly teasing tone that it was a benefit for Su Yin. As the Dragon King of the West Sea, his words and deeds will affect the dragons under his command. If he talks with the mermaids, it is hard to guarantee that those mercenary mermaids will take favors and make the dragons in the coastal city of the West Coast do some awkward things. This is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that he really doesn't want to interfere too much in the affairs on the land of the Western State, so as not to see the leader of the Cheese sect who is full of surprise. That is, the leader of the Cheese sect is the only leader of the Western State who did not attend the banquet when the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas of the Dragon Palace gathered. The Cheese sect is an absolutely neutral sect. It will not participate in the discussion of major events unless there is something wrong. On weekdays, the leader of the Cheese sect leads his disciples to study the attainments of refining weapons. But the elders of the Cheese sect cannot manage the Western State. So the leader of the Cheese sect has always been thinking about letting the Dragon King of the West Sea take over the Western State for him temporarily, so that he can lead his disciples to study the forging method of immortal weapons, and think about how to make spiritual weapons have the potential to be comparable to immortal weapons without the spirit of immortals, and can be advanced accordingly. However, the Dragon King of the West Sea was too lazy to pay attention to him. There were a lot of things in the West Sea, and he also had to catch birds, so he had no time to pay attention to that crazy guy. For the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas, the territory is not the bigger the better. The land that can be covered by their own thoughts is truly their own. If there were no special precious resources in the territory outside the divine consciousness, the leaders of the states would not bother to take it. The Dragon King of the West Sea did not want to earn favors from the mermaids, nor did he want to meet the nagging leader of the weapons sect. So he directly gave the bandit suppression plan worth tens of millions of kilograms of spirit stones to Su Yin, who was still one of his own people. In the past 20 years, he was annoyed to death. It's settled. Aogene, you select a few elite dragons and follow the little fox to suppress the bandits. The Dragon King of the West Sea extended his right hand, pressed Su Yin's head and rubbed it. And it was considered an agreement. Su Yin looked at the back of the Dragon King of the West Sea with a confused face, and then looked at Aogene's face beside him, and said, Grandpa, are you giving me a red envelope? Why do I always feel like there is some conspiracy? Is there any big trap here? Sister Aogene? Based on Su Yin's understanding of the Dragon King of the West Sea, the Dragon King of the West Sea does not seem to be a good person. Is it really that cheap? Trap? Aogene was slightly stunned when he heard this, with a murderous look on his face, and said, in the territory of the West Sea Dragon Clan, you want to harm our members of the West Sea Dragon Clan? Who has the courage to do this? Run slower. The skin will be peeled off, and even the soul will be taken out to light the lamp. Chapter 443 The Proud Insect's Uninvested Profits. If you dare to offend the Dragon Clan in our dragon territory, I will peel off its skin, pull out its tendons, and sprinkle salt on its skinless flesh to light a soul lamp. Ao Jin's face showed a murderous look, and he gently held the long sword in his hand and said indifferently that in the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan, the sinners who offended the West Sea Dragon clan would have the due fate. If the thief ran 2 steps slower, his whole family would definitely die. Su Yin was speechless for a while after hearing this, and his understanding of the Dragon clan's scornful people deepened a little. I'll go and inform a few of my fellow tribesmen. You wait here for a while. Ao Jin put Su Yin down from his shoulders, looked at Su Yin, who was shaking with a little confusion on his face, and asked after a little hesitation, "Can you hold the sword? I feel that you don't look murderous enough now. That is, you don't look like our Yazi." Although Su Yin is from the North Sea, Su Yin has the blood of Yazi flowing in his body. Thinking that he will need to introduce Su Yin to other colleagues later, Ao Jin felt a little worried in his heart. If such a tender Yazi is taken out, other dragon colleagues will probably laugh at Yazi for 200 years. Especially thinking about those big mouths who mock the wind. Ao Jin's head hurts a little. Try to look fierce. Su Yin, who was held in front of him by Ao Jin with his hands under his armpits, had black lines on his cheeks and whimpered, No. You should kick my cheeks with your feet. The fierce and weak are not intimidating. Kill it." Ao Jin put Su Yin down with a helpless look on his face, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, "Why didn't you inherit your father's style?" Although Ao Jin was not present, she also knew some things that happened in the previous dynasty from her colleagues. Ao Renlin was extremely fierce. He walked in upright and swaggered to the private room of the immortals to eat. After eating, he could walk out upright and swaggered. His self-assured look was even more relaxed and comfortable than visiting a brothel. Why didn't Su Yin inherit some of his father's style? He just followed those foxes and didn't learn good things. What's the use of being beautiful? You can't eat? Aunt. Ao Jin held his forehead and went to look for his colleagues, ready to execute the order issued by the Dragon King of the West Sea, asking Su Yin to stay where he was and wait for him for a while. But when Ao Jin turned around, Su Yin ran to the banquet hall, jumped in front of the ant who was jumping along the hanging tablecloth, stood up with his hands on his hips with a proud face, and said, "Aunt, I have negotiated a good business, which can subsidize our family's household expenses again." "What's good news?" Aunt burped, raised her hand, and poked the little fox's cheek with a proud face. "I got an imperial decree from the Dragon King, and we can legally kill and burn people on the west coast and near the sea." Woo 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 woo. Su Yin was full of pride, raised his little fox face, and talked to the ant about good business as if to seek credit. For business such as robbery, he must ask the ant for advice. But before Su Yin finished speaking, the ant who had triggered the key word sobered up immediately, and quickly reached out to cover Su Yin's upturned little fox cheeks. "Oh!" The proud insect ancestor sitting next to the ant, and the eldest ant sitting next to the proud insect ancestor, pricked up their ears. Go! 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 What are you doing here? My nephew has come to honor his aunt. Go! Go! And he covered Su Yin's mouth and looked at the old ancestor and the eldest ant, who were eavesdropping with their ears perked up. Jiao Chong is a famous bandit in Pingfeng Mountain. Mountain spirits who pass by Pingfeng Mountain are forced to dig for 2 years in the mine vein. Phrases like murder and arson are simply trigger words that can directly hit the excitement points in Jiao Chong's heart. What Su Yin said just now. Jiao Chong's old ancestor and the eldest ant, who were originally playing finger-guessing games and drinking, did not hear clearly. They only heard, by order, legal, murder and arson, looting the west coast and the coastal area. Looting by order and legal? Is it true? Is it such a hearty and thorough carnival? The ant looked at the ant and the ancestor, who were perking up their ears, but pretending not to care, and then looked at Su Yin, who was covered with his mouth and looked confused, and sighed helplessly. In the future, if there is such a good business, you can quietly pull my skirt, and we should go directly outside to discuss it. You see, we should have eaten our fill. But in the end, we had to share a piece of the pie with the 2 old bugs for no reason. Ant, I haven't finished talking yet. Su Yin said unhappily to the ant, "What the grandfather said about plundering by order means that I will lead the dragon army to the west coast and the offshore area to kill all the notorious evil beasts and evil demons. And all the proceeds from the seizure of property will belong to us." The ancestor of the arrogant insect heard this, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his cheek. It turned out to be such a legal robbery. That is to say, why is the Dragon King of the West Sea so generous and open his border area to other cultivators to rob at will? I thought it was really possible to rob at will. I have already thought about notifying Ping Feng Shan and asking them to bring those little guys here to practice and get some experience of house raiding," said the proud insect ancestor with a little disappointment. The proud insect tribe has recently experienced a birth boom. A bunch of hungry and inexperienced insects are holding knives and forks, looking at the elders of the tribe with expectation, hoping that the elders can lead them to do a business outside the tribe without any investment and making a lot of money. No investment and making a lot of money. The highest realm of businessmen. What about me? What about me? The ant looked at the little ant, raised her finger and pointed at her cheek with a smile on her face. The ancestor looked down on these petty profits. But the ant was very interested in this business and asked the little ant if she would bring herself along. She hadn't experienced such a legitimate house raiding feeling for a long time. "You have no share. I'm earning spiritual stones for my nephew to beg for women. You have the nerve to come and share a share." Faced with the unreasonable request of the eldest ant, the youngest ant refused without a second thought. If it was to plunder the entire west coast, without finding some helpers, the people in the south, west and north might all disappear without a trace after plundering the east. But according to the intention of the Dragon King of the West Sea, he should just want to restore order. It may also be that he wants to give Su Yin some pocket money. After all, this little fox is called Grandpa, so it is reasonable for the Dragon King of the West Sea to give him some New Year's money. However, "You are so heartless?" The eldest ant looked at the youngest ant with a sad face, and angrily scolded with a look of heartache, "You have no conscience." However, the youngest ant turned her head calmly, put her legs together, put the little fox on her knees and warned Su Yin. "Little fox wants you to remember that when you are a bandit, there are also categories among bandits. People like your aunt and me who are unlucky usually rob people directly. And the more they rob, the more they count. Bandits who love gambling are called mahjong. And my aunt is called Flower Boy, who is best at controlling people with sweet words. And the robbery method is euphemistic, and may cheat you for life. Although Jiachong has been doing business without capital for generations, everyone calls themselves businessmen. But businessmen are different from each other. Businessmen like my aunt, who are not very lucky, are most annoyed by their careful planning. Therefore, businessmen like my aunt will take as much as they can rob, and will not care too much about the subsequent profits. And my aunt is a flower boy. She either does not rob or robs people quickly, making sure that not a penny is left for the victim. They are best at using sweet words to control people's hearts. In addition, they are also the best at pretending to be an identity and painting a pie, and the mistrickster who relies on gambling and arithmetic. In short, the arrogant insect tribe is a den of thieves. The bandits have the lowest technical content, but also the largest number of people. The remaining few schools are all engaged in technical business. Don't talk to strangers when you go out. The little ant touched the fox's head, and from time to time, she glanced at the big ant to warn Su Yin not to believe the big ant's evil. If you believe the big ant's lies, you will be wrong for the whole year. Chapter 444. Back to the Sea City. The night deepened, but the lively atmosphere in the main palace of the Bihan Mountain Villa seemed to be no less lively than before. The screen in the box where the celestial beings were originally seated was open to build a stage. The handsome men of the Cheonyo tribe played music, and the beautiful women of the Cheonyo tribe wore plain clothes and held a fan with a long tail in their hands. The fan was as flawless as white jade until the end gradually turned into a touch of azure blue. The Cheonyo dancers, without using any water control ability, used their superb dancing skills and the gradually turning azure blue fans in their hands to reenact a corner of the ocean's magnificent waves and ecological scenery on land. At this moment, Ao Jin returned to the banquet hall and found Su Yin sitting in his aunt's arms, watching the performance of the Dragon Sisters with a happy face. "We are all here." Ao Jin looked at Su Yin and raised his hand to introduce him to the two Dragon tribe colleagues he had found, Ao Yubai from the Chaofeng tribe and Ao Bulo from the Paleo tribe, and Ao John from the Cheonyo tribe on the stage. Ao Yubai from the Chaofeng tribe, although his name is delicate, is a man with long blue and purple hair, slightly thin and tall, with a smile on his cheeks. Ao Bulo from the Paleo tribe is not tall, about 1.6 meters tall, looks a bit like a girl next door, with chubby cheeks. The two of them are the helpers that Ao Jin found. The Dragon tribe already has 2 combined Earth Immortals and a half-step refining Earth Immortal lineup, which can already flatten the near sea. Not to mention Ao Jean, who is eloquent on the stage. The lineup that Ao Jin has assembled is quite luxurious. If it is matched with a refining cultivator, it can chase the Red King and fight him in the Red King's fiefdom. Are we going to set out to suppress the bandits now? Ao Jin introduced the people he was traveling with to Su Yin, and asked Su Yin for his opinion. He was the commander appointed by the Dragon King of the West Sea during the bandit suppression trip. Although the monks were not as good as the second-generation dragons, Su Yin's opinion was dominant because of his status as the commander. So fast? Su Yin looked surprised, and looked at his aunt who was drinking and the mermaids beside him. How about we go again tomorrow morning? Everyone seems to be drunk. The mermaid mother and father had already walked around the field several times with wine jugs, intending to get to know the dragons, and find a few little dragons, who were greedy for money, to go to the mermaids, to attend the winter festival. The two were now drunk, and Jiao Nanwu and several mermaid girls, who accompanied them, were taking care of them. The Earth Immortals in the coastal city were similar. It was rare to have a meal at the same table with so many West Sea overlords. So they naturally tried their best to make friends with these big men with noble bloodlines and identities. If they could get some advice from the Dragon Clan, they could avoid taking a detour for thousands of years. Most of Su Yan's connections on the west coast were drunk under the table. Among the other local tyrants he knew, there was only one seriously injured old man from the Red Land Mountain God. The Red Land Mountain God seemed to have been stabbed and seriously injured. But the old glutton did not tell Su Yan in detail about the personal grudges. As a result, Su Yan was not sure whether the lone shark Redland old man was dead or not. Therefore, Su Yan suggested that everyone talk about it tomorrow morning. His connections were temporarily paralyzed now, and it was not certain that he could do anything by going to the coastal city now. Okay, I'll come to you tomorrow morning. Ao Jin glanced at the mermaids. The mermaids' parents were indeed drunk and fell to the ground. After a moment's silence, he directly agreed to Su Yan's plan. The drunkenness caused by spiritual wine is not the drunkenness caused by ordinary brewed wine, but the spiritual power congestion caused by excessive intake of liquid spiritual power in a short period of time. The spiritual power congestion caused by drunkenness does not need to be dredged by a doctor, but it takes time to resolve. I am also going to go back. The Jiaochong patriarch glanced at the time, then looked at the ant and said, "You should pay attention to yourself. If you encounter any unsolvable problems, ask for help. The ancestor will solve all your enemies for you." Su Yan's matter came to an end for the time being. The Jiaochong patriarch had no intention of staying here any longer, so he said goodbye to the ant and Su Yan directly when the night banquet was halfway through. "Grandpa, please take me with you," Andy said quickly. "I still have to go to Xiaoyu City to participate in the sale of stolen goods at Wanlinghui. You can just throw me to Xiaoyu City. Those Xiaoyu barbarians are particularly perverted. There is no teleportation array in their homes. Xiaoyu City only has a one-way teleportation array, and there is no teleportation array directly to the main city of Xiaoyu." And he was going to Xiaoyu to sell stolen goods. Seeing that the ancestor was about to leave, she asked casually, "Wanlinghui? Will it open in Xiaoyu City this year?" The auntie asked after a slight pause. "By the way, do you have anything to sell? I can help you sell it." Annie looked at the auntie with a smile on her face. But the auntie's words caused the auntie to roll her eyes. "If the things are sold by you, can I still get the spirit stones? See you later. The little fox and I will go back after solving the things on the west bank. You don't need to worry about it." The auntie waved her hand to signal the auntie to leave quickly, and she would not keep her. "Let's go!" The ancestor of Jiaochong opened a space door, pushed Annie in, and then opened another space door that led directly to the Jiaochong clan. "Ancestor! Auntie! Wait for me." Hua Yu, who was drinking and talking with her fellow sect leader, Hu Lao Lian, on the edge of the palace, saw the ancestor of Jiaochong and Annie Jiaochong walk into the space door and disappear. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face, and she shouted while running, "Take me with you. Life without Jiaochong Yang is like the netherworld." Hu Lian, wake up! From top to bottom, our Wanhua Valley has never been able to capture the hearts of Jiaochong. Don't dream unrealistically. Isn't the font of the Jiaochong fraud warning booklet in our class big enough? You? Be careful not to be cheated of everything by Jiaochong. Su Yan stayed temporarily outside the Bihan Villa. When he slept at night, he always felt that something was missing. He slept a little unsteadily all night, and his sleep state was not as good as before when he could sleep until he woke up naturally. Previously, Su Yan was often in the range of the Lord of the Night's calming mantra at night. Every night, he was in a deep sleep state. His physical body was sleeping soundly, and his spiritual body was in a dream with Sister Sierra. Without the Lord of the Night's calming mantra, Su Yan could not easily enter a deep sleep as before. Su Yan, who was in a shallow sleep state, rolled around on the bed, always feeling that something was missing. But no matter how Suyin rolled, it was useless. Because the Lord of the Night knew that the 4 Seas Dragon Kings were all there. So he did not come to visit tonight to wait for the Queen Mother Su. An old woman sneaked into the dormitory of a young man in the middle of the night. What kind of rumors would it spread? Time gradually came to the morning of the second day. When the sun rose, Suyin got up from the bed early and prepared to return to the coastal city to carry out the task assigned by the Dragon King of the West Sea. After a night of hard thinking, Suyin felt that the reason why he couldn't sleep well was that he was used to his bed. When he came to Yuanhai City, he didn't sleep in the bed much because he was studying the sacrificial knife and practicing. He usually practiced in the courtyard or slept on the lawn. I didn't sleep well last night. It must be the fault of the bed. Auntie. Nan was sister. Good morning. Hurry up and have breakfast. They have been sitting here waiting for you all night. The auntie sitting in the lobby of the inn looked at the dragon sitting in a row beside her, and nodded, indicating that these guys ran over in the middle of the night. Ah? Suyin walked down the stairs and saw Ao Jin and his group sitting in the lobby, with solemn faces and upright figures sitting on chairs with a murderous look. It's okay. It's just our habit. Ao Yubai smiled and said to Suyin, after all, when we are carrying out a mission, we always race against time to complete the mission, and never waste any time. This is the first time for us to experience a mission with such ample time. As soon as Chaofeng opened his mouth, Suyin and Ao Jin suddenly felt a strange emotion in their hearts. Chaofeng scolded the two of them in one breath. One was in a hurry to kill the whole family. The other was slow and leisurely, afraid that the enemy would not run away. Chapter 445. The Kind Mountain God Who Eats Vegetarian and Chant Taoism. Facing Chaofeng, who always speaks in a sarcastic tone. Ao Jin seemed to have gotten used to it. He took out a thigh meat of an unknown creature from his storage ring and stuffed it directly into Ao Yuebai's throat, asking him to shut up. Suyin, who was walking down the stairs of the inn, was stunned when he saw Ao Jin stuffing the half-meter wide thigh meat into Chaofeng's 2-inch mouth. This was the first time he saw the physical version of the silence technique in the cultivation world. Can this be stuffed in? Suyin touched his tight throat, and felt a little tight and painful in his throat, as if he felt the same way. He hurried to the lobby to have breakfast with his aunts, and planned to go to the coastal city to participate in the anti-bandit operation immediately after eating. Seeing Suyin sitting down, the mother of the merman tribe gently kicked Jiao Nanwo's leg under the table. Ah? Jiao Nanwo looked at her mother with confusion, not quite understanding why her mother kicked her. Aren't you a couple? Didn't you see that his arms are not long enough to reach our food? The mother of the merman tribe said in a speechless voice. Yesterday's diplomatic action completely failed. Now we are counting on Suyin, who is also a dragon, to call friends to bring extra benefits to the merman tribe for the winter festival. How can you, a stupid child, not greet Suyin well? It's rare to have a dragon tribe willing to be associated with mermen. Oh. After receiving the mother's voice transmission, the face of the merman Nanwu showed a sudden realization. After picking up a meat bun from the long table and handing it to Suyin, she said, "Eat meat bun." Okay. Thank you. Suyin, who was drinking fish porridge, was not shy. He took the meat bun handed by Sister Nanwu and bit it. Suyin and his party had breakfast in the inn. They did not go to the front desk to handle any bills. They packed up their things and walked out of the inn directly, preparing to take the teleportation array to the edge of Yuanhai City and return to Jihai City. In the winter resort next to the inn, there were still sounds of music, dancing, and toasting. The banquet in the main palace was not just for one day. Such a grand banquet usually lasted for 3 days, and it was common for it to last for a year or two. Some of the more lively banquets would even be held until everyone was drunk and completely unable to get up. Near Sea City, Far Sea City, Suyin stood on the second-floor terrace of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, looking at Yuhai City, which is called a city but is as large as a country, looking at the sea beasts coming and going on the streets. He couldn't help but show a touch of emotion and said, "If time is not urgent, I really want to see the scenery of Deep Sea City where the 4 seas meet. The Deep Sea City teleportation array can't go there. It is located in the Deep Sea current area and keeps moving. If you want to go there, you need to use a special compass to locate it before you can chase the fast-moving city from the sea surface." Ao Bulo, the dragon lady of the Paleo tribe, poked her head out from the stairs, answered Suyin Sai, and said, "The pass has been processed, and it's time to go to Near Sea City to suppress bandits. Near Sea City is a city built along the land, And Farsi City is a city in the core area of each of the 4 oceans. Dragon Palace City is the exclusive city of the Dragon Clan. A paradise that non-dragons and invited guests cannot set foot in. Deep Sea City is a city that moves rapidly and irregularly in the endless sea along the deep ocean currents. Because Deep Sea City is always moving, the teleportation array cannot lock the coordinates of Deep Sea City. If the celestial being does not mark the coordinates when he climbs up Deep Sea City, he needs to deduce the current location of Deep Sea City if he wants to go to Deep Sea City again. Moreover, Deep Sea City does not have anything. It is mainly a gathering place for scholars of the Sea Beast tribe, as well as the academy and the historical library. Some Sea Beast tribes will send their children there for general education, or the sea tribes who want to go to the land to develop will go there to study. Generally speaking, the presence of Deep Sea City is not as good as that of the coastal cities and distant sea cities in various parts of the Endless Sea, because the coastal city is the commercial capital, and the distant sea city is the power core occupied by the Dragon Clan and the overlord of the sea. Deep Sea City is just a city of knowledge. Teleportation square next to the city lord's mansion in Farsi City. Old Red Mountain God? Su Yin had just come out of the teleportation array and shook his head to get rid of the dizziness caused by the space transfer. But when Su Yin opened his eyes and saw the scenery clearly, his expression suddenly froze. He looked at the very familiar back at the door of a charity hall and shouted. Hearing someone calling him, the Red Mountain God turned around and saw Su Yin leading a large group of strong men, all staring at him intently. The Red Mountain God immediately shrank his neck and shuddered all over. What's the matter, Master Su? The Red Mountain God showed a smile that was uglier than crying, looked at Su Yin and directly called Su Yin, who was in the Gened End stage. Grandpa, let me make it clear that none of you are allowed to hit me. Last time, my fish scales were scraped off, and I lost 100 pounds of flesh. Now I can't even sit steadily on a chair. The knife of the Xiantong Holy Mother was not easy to withstand. Su Yin was protected by the Dragon King of the West Sea at that time, and only suffered skin injuries, so his injuries recovered very quickly. However, the Red Earth Mountain God did not have such good luck as Su Yin. So far, his lost flesh and blood have not grown back. It will take at least 3 years to fully recover. I'm happy to see you're not dead. I want to ask you for help with something. Su Yin looked at the old man in Chitty with emotion and said, I'm really curious that the snake monster didn't kill you. A lone shark. It would be better to kill me. The mountain god of Chitty walked to the door of the charity hall, opened his arms in front of Su Yin, and let the sea beasts who were collecting spiritual beast meat relief supplies behind him become the background. He said with a face full of grief, that vicious snake monster is bleeding me, trying to torture me to death slowly, tearing open my flesh and blood, raising a hammer to smash my bones, and inserting a bamboo tube into my bones to suck my bone marrow. The old glutton used the method of nightmare to bind the mountain god of Chitty's own luck to the land, and the wealth he could obtain to the happiness index of the people. If there is a geological disaster on the West Bank, if the mountain god Chitty does not take care of it, but chooses to stand by and wait for the natural disaster to make money, his luck will fall. And it is normal to encounter angry people when he goes out. If the people of the West Bank and the coastal city complain about something and Chitty Lousy doesn't care, his storage ring will be inexplicably stolen. Once all the spirit stones on his body are reduced to 0, it will be the end of Chitty Lousy's death. Lao Tao transformed Chitty into the shape of the West Bank, and his life and death are tied to this land and its residents. Like the previous business of trafficking people to demons, lending, gambling and brothels, he couldn't touch any of them. It would cause public resentment and he would lose as much as he earned. And it would also cause trouble. Chitty Lauer had never seen such a vicious snake monster. If he had known this, he would rather die honestly in the hands of the Holy Mother Xiantong. But if Chitty Lauer wanted to commit suicide, he didn't have the courage to do it. At most, he would complain to acquaintances. Puff. Su Yin, who received the message from Chitty Lauer, couldn't help but laugh. This time, it was really true that evil people would be punished by evil people. At the beginning, you led money and crushed the spirit of the little white snake, making her blacken into the Holy Mother Xiantong. Now her son casts a spell to force you to be good every day and give away money to report peace. Let's not talk about your shitty things. My dragon brothers and sisters want to know about the bandits and bullies and evil beasts near the west coast and the sea. Please lead us to the way, Old Man Chitty. Bandits and bullies, evil beasts? Old Man Chitty pointed at himself and said with a bitter smile, the biggest lenders and smugglers on the west coast are now opening charity halls here. paying attention to the nutrition of small fish and shrimps. There are no bandits and bullies covering the sea and evil beasts. They are all forced into prostitution by the snake monster. I sell in the sea. Huang Laoyao, Duo Luo, Qingyan Laoze, and others sell on the ground. And even the evil old Taoist digs in the seabed to fill the sea and create land for the people on the west coast. Bully? Where are their bullies? This west coast is now a fairyland. Where can mortals be served by 4 or 5 earth immortals in turn? Where in the world of cultivation can such a reversal of the heavens happen? As Old Man Chitty spoke, he cursed and covered his face and cried. The purpose of practicing Taoism is to be free and at ease, to follow one's heart and nature, without any restrictions or constraints. Now, it is directly enslaved by the snake monster. All the bullies and fierce beasts on the west coast of Cholera have become slaves. Su Yin and his aunt looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 446. No evil on the west coast. Evil people? Where are the evil people? Now all the evil monsters on the west coast have reformed and are kind and generous. The Red Earth Mountain God covered his face and cried, not afraid of Su Yin and his group's jokes, telling the atrocities committed by Lao Tao on himself and other Taoist friends. Is it so evil? My aunt was full of disbelief. She took 2 steps forward, raised her hand in front of the Red Earth Mountain God, and said, give me some, or I will flood your land for 2,000 miles a night, and drown all the crops on the land on the west coast. The Red Earth Mountain God looked at my aunt's palm, and his crying expression was stunned. A trace of surprise gradually appeared on his cheeks, and he said in surprise, did people say that? I am so miserable now. And you are robbing me? It's not me who is miserable. Anyway, you say you want to pay 200,000 kilograms of spiritual stones now. Do you want to pay or not? If you don't pay, I will immediately call a flood to flood your west coast. My aunt said with a sneer on her face. I don't have that much spiritual stone cash. The Red Mountain God tightly covered the storage ring, retreated repeatedly, and hurriedly refused the aunt's request. Little fox, come and teach him a lesson. Seeing the Red Mountain God running away, the aunt sneered and turned back to look at her precious nephew. The lucky fox. Sister Ao Jean, don't let that local snake run away. He has to know everything on land. Su Yin raised his hand and pointed at the Red Mountain God, who jumped up and seemed to be ready to escape through the escape technique, asking Ao Jean and other dragon colleagues to intercept him. Ha! At the moment when the Red Mountain God turned into water mist, Ao Bilo, who looked like a girl next door, opened his little mouth and spit out syllables to form an invisible impact, causing the Red Mountain God's body to turn into water mist and burst violently. And the escape method was directly interrupted, and the body was revealed. The old mountain god runs pretty fast. Chow Feng smiled, raised his arms, and yanked in the air in front of him. All the water in the coastal city area condensed into a layer of water film, which was pulled by Chow Feng and instantly turned into a high-speed rotating water tornado, sweeping the Red Land Mountain God to the center of the tornado, and spinning hundreds of times in one breath. The Red Land Mountain God fell to the ground, making a big hole. He was still in shock, and quickly got up, took off the storage ring on his hand, and shouted, please spare my life. My dear, I didn't know that the dragons were so fierce. There are still 250,000 spirit stones, and some herbs in the storage ring. I give them to you heroes to drink and have fun. Although the Red Land Mountain God has been distributing money to ward off disasters recently, there are still more than 200,000 kilograms of spirit stones in the storage ring. Therefore, when my aunt asked him for 200,000 kilograms of spirit stones, he reacted so violently. Why are you fighting here? Just when Ao Jean was about to draw his sword and cripple the limbs of the Red Mountain God, a figure over 4 meters tall, completely covered in a black robe to block detection, fell from the entrance of the coastal city into the city, and came to the teleportation array square next to the city lord's mansion, with bursts of laughter in the square. Taoist. When the aunt saw the newcomer, she raised her hand and simply greeted her old classmate. Old classmate, what are you doing? Taoist landed on the teleportation square and asked. This guy said he turned over a new leaf, but we didn't believe him, so we wanted to test it. The aunt glanced at the Red Earth Mountain God and briefly explained what happened. She also brought the order of the Dragon King of the West Sea. I see. The old glutton nodded with a look of realization on his face, looked at the dragon envoys and said, it's just that you are a little late. The Red Earth Mountain God didn't lie. Because of my body size and mobility, I didn't take care of the west coast and the offshore area, which led to the people of Nightmare Town making trouble here, and destroying the offshore city under my jurisdiction. Anyway, I thought that since I had gotten up, I would tie up all the bullies on the west coast and the offshore area and beat them up on the ground. Those sea tyrants and mountain tyrants were beaten up and behaved better than grandchildren. The old glutton smiled and told about the transformation of the surrounding environment of the offshore city during the time when the ant and the others went to the far sea city for a feast. All the disobedient people had been turned into refining materials and sold to the weapons sect. The sea tyrants and mountain tyrants, who stayed on the west coast, were all slightly more sensible. They were cursed by Lao Tao, so that their survival was tied to the west coast. And Chitty was the key target of care. He not only needed to keep the land in good condition, but also needed to help the people who had been oppressed by him. You raided the homes of those mountain tyrants? What about their property and land? The ant asked Lao Tao with a look of surprise. Property? Lao Tao was stunned when he heard this, and said, I set all the land they occupied to the abbot of the Dragon King Temple in the name of the Dragon Mother, and let the poor families divide it up. As for the property of the mountain tyrants and sea tyrants, I took 80% of them, part of which was used to purchase crops within a radius of 10,000 miles, and part of it was used to purchase high-quality seeds and agricultural tools produced by the Xiaoyu dynasty, as well as to introduce a large number of spiritual beasts and tools for production. All the remaining was donated to the Dragon King Temple, and used to help the poor in the name of the Dragon Mother. Lao Tao not only robbed the mountain tyrants and sea tyrants, but also spent all his and his mother's wealth, buried it in the land on the west bank, and used those spiritual stones to maintain the fertility of the soil. Of course, all the aftermath he did was done in the name of the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. Are you going to resign? Ao Jin looked at the tall Lao Tao and asked with a frown. What Lao Tao did was really too pure, and no normal cultivator would do such a thing without knowing the previous situation. The reason that Ao Jin could guess was that the city lord of Near Sea City, Lao Tao, should be ready to resign, so that he could manage everything in a short time, so that it would be more convenient for the next city lord to take over. Yes. Lao Tao nodded and said, the destruction of Near Sea City is ultimately due to my ineffectiveness, which allowed the Nightmare Town sect to cause chaos here. I really have no face to stay in Near Sea City and eat for free. Regarding the resignation, I have already talked to Lord Dragon King, and someone should take over my position in a while. Lao Tao spoke logically, as if there was nothing wrong. But Su Yin, who was standing aside, knew that Lao Tao in front of him was just an external incarnation, and once the spiritual power in his body was exhausted, he would completely dissipate into the invisible. He is now dealing with his own affairs, cleaning up the mess left by his mother, and then taking himself and the body of the Holy Mother Xiantong. He will go to the universe to find an uninhabited place in the starry sky to seal the body of the Holy Mother Xiantong. Although the Holy Mother Xiantong died in the dead end of the Nightmare Town, she has indeed stepped into the realm of heaven and man. If the body of the Nightmare Town, with the initial divine power of heaven and man, is found by the disciples of the Nightmare Town, it is likely to set off a catastrophe affecting millions of lives. Hey, let's not talk about my dereliction of duty. I am extremely ashamed to say it. I will take you to the current West Bank for a tour. The head covered by the old gluttonous black robe shook and sighed for a long time, then smiled and invited the dragon envoys to stroll around the newly renovated West Bank. After saying that, Lao Tao looked at his aunt and said, by the way, old classmates, you have come all the way here, and I don't have much to give you as a gift. I will go get the remaining 20% back for you as a gift later. Ha ha ha. You know, I am Lao Tao, just like my name suggests. I love to eat. I spend all my monthly salary and gray income on food. Lao Tao smiled and walked in front to lead the way for everyone. Chapter 447, Advice Before Departure. Under the leadership of Lao Tao, the crowd came to the arch bridge connecting the pier through the high-altitude entrance of the coastal city, and looked at the West Bank that had regained its green vitality from afar. Why is the face of that fish so strange? Standing on the stone arch bridge, Su Yin saw at a glance that there was a Hiluo fish with a head as high as 100 meters near the pier near the land. That is, an octopus, moving quickly on the edge of the shallow sea, and its 8 tentacles seemed to be digging something in the seabed. What surprised Su Yin the most was that the cheeks of this Hiluo fish were actually white, while the cheeks of ordinary Hiluo fish were usually numb and had many holes. The octopus tentacles of the Hiluo fish in the god transformation stage were in Su Yin's storage ring. So when he saw this Hiluo fish, he felt something was wrong. Are you talking about Duo Luo? Lao Tao said calmly, let him stay near the sea as a sea-suppressing beast for 100 years, and let him off the hook for his dirty deeds in the past. He was reluctant, so I pulled out the mucous membrane on Duo Luo's body. Lao Tao had no water affinity, so he looked at his old classmate and asked his aunt to help him summon a sailing water boat. He led Su Yin and the dragon envoys to 2 miles in front of He Luoyu and introduced his work to the envoys. The He Luoyu's tentacles were in the seabed, and what they were feeling was nothing but some fish. Duo Luo picked up the fish, selected them, and pasted them all on the stone piers. He used his status as a demon king to force the fish to stick to the stone piers, and used their LS to reinforce the dozens of rubber piers. The method of using the sticky properties of fish in daily life to reinforce underwater buildings is still a feature that was passed from the human area to the west coast. In this way, the long bridge of the pier, which used to shake frequently, can be stabilized, and fish can be cultivated as an economic crop. The price of seafood in the cultivation world is not cheap. If a cultivator wants to go out to sea for sea fishing, he needs to hire a master of the god transformation stage to protect him. The move of Lao Tao is to let Duo Luo Taoist open up a new way to get rich for the people on the west coast. After getting familiar with the big brother of sea beasts near the sea, more farms can be opened with the pier as the starting point. Although this method has just been implemented, the breeding industry has already formed a scale in the Xiaoyu dynasty. The people on the west coast can also take this as an example and gradually cultivate fish on the coast to gain wealth. Lao Tao smiled and explained to the dragon envoys the breeding technology he introduced from the Xiaoyu dynasty, and then led everyone to the next place. That is, in a mountain forest behind the offshore market, there was a big fisherman who was more than 300 meters tall and leaning on crutches, digging the mountain. Duo limped and dug the mountain, and from time to time, he took out his crutches to measure the slope of the mountain, and pressed the excess soil to the coast, so that the soil just moved would be permanently fixed on the coast. The Dragon King Temple was a bit old. It was built by voluntary donations from the people, so it was not beautiful or exquisite. I now let the evil Taoist priest transform this place into the Dragon King Temple, so that the Dragon Mother will have a place to stay when she goes to the west coast to enjoy the scenery in the future. Lao Tao explained the planning here to everyone. The Dragon King Temple is only the first phase of the project, and the foundation was compacted to lay the foundation for the second phase of the Seaview Manor. This is the manor given to the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. From here, you can see the verdant mountains and forests, and you can also have a panoramic view of the sunset horizon. The setting sun gilds the azure sea surface with a layer of golden color. After Lao Tao introduced everyone, he raised his hand, just like he did with Taoist Duo Luo, and reached out to the evil old Taoist who was working with a depressed face, and confiscated the 20% of his property in the storage ring. Why? I promised to be a sea-suppressing beast and guard the west coast for 100 years. No reason. Facing the evil old Taoist who tried to resist, Lao Tao did not say anything more. He raised his arms covered with fine white phosphorus, as if he was going to lift his hood. Suddenly, the evil old Taoist was so scared that he threw the storage ring to the ground and hid behind the ridge that was being transformed. Although Lao Tao is kind, his cultivation as a fierce beast in the refining void period is real. Su Yin, who borrowed the power of the nine-tailed fox, couldn't even break Lao Tao's defense. It took Sister Seer to personally kill Lao Tao's incarnation. So, when the evil old Taoist saw Lao Tao about to lift his hood to kill him, he was so scared that he threw his crutches and storage ring to the supervisor Lao Tao. He was afraid that he would kill him, and then sell his body to the Cheese sect as a material in exchange for spiritual stones. Lao Tao bent down to pick up the storage ring, and at the same time, he pinched a corner of the giant tree's crutches and smashed it on the head of the evil old Taoist, indicating that he should quickly sort out the land dedicated to the Empress. There's nothing left to see. Lao Tao threw the storage ring to his aunt, shook his head, and led everyone to the gathering place of the people on the west bank. Seeing the Huang Lao Yao in the mouth of the Red Earth Mountain God, he was originally a desert snake living by the sea, but after being attacked by Lao Tao's energy breath, he honestly changed into the clothes of a gentleman and gave general education to the children of the people on the west coast in the Dragon King Temple Charity Hall. The green-faced old demon is a jellyfish, and it is a jellyfish with a very unique 3-layer umbrella structure. It can spit out poison that corrodes flesh and blood tissues. But after Lao Tao's hard persuasion, she came to the Dragon King Temple and honestly prepared agricultural drugs for the people. Before setting off to the universe and the stars, Lao Tao did his best to find a way out for the people on the West Coast. Although it is not perfect, and has not been able to find a suitable Demon King-level doctor for the people on the West Coast, it has solved some of the livelihood problems and allowed Huang Laoyao, who has studied in Deep Sea City, to educate the people. Although this cannot make up for the damage caused, Lao Tao has no way to deal with the dead lives, and can only compensate the families who were implicated at the time with money. Are you really going to resign? What a pity. After walking around the West Coast and seeing how Lao Tao managed the place, and how he attracted merchants to the people, and how he paid for agricultural tools for the people out of his own pocket, Ao Jin couldn't help but ask for his resignation with a look of regret on his face. Lao Tao's management level is really online. And he also has the cultivation of the void refining period, which is enough to suppress any emergencies in the West Coast and the coastal city. No, I'm not so thick-skinned. And I really can't face the people of the West Coast. Lao Tao quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying, on the one hand, I can't face the people, and on the other hand, because my cultivation bottleneck has loosened a little, I want to find my own opportunity. Lao Tao. As Su Yan knew the whole story, he showed his true form as a little fox, lay on his aunt's shoulder, looked at Lao Tao and whispered, Are you really not going to take the Red Mountain God with you before you leave? At that time, Red Mountain God? Lao Tao was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes hidden in the black robe slightly turned toward Su Yan, and said with a smile, The past is over. It is meaningless to kill the Red Mountain God. Keeping him here may bring out his value, and make up for the evil deeds he committed by relying on his status as a mountain god. Moreover, although the Red Mountain God lends money, he is also a businessman for his own interests. If I really want to blame someone, I can only blame my mother for her stubbornness and honesty. Before the cultivation level of the Red Mountain God fell, although he had the cultivation level of the peak of the fusion period, but the White Snake from Yuanhai City also has the cultivation of a half-step Earth Immortal. If it weren't for the White Snake's honesty and stubbornness to repay the loan, all the following events would not have happened. If the White Snake had a smoother and more shameless personality, the Red Earth Mountain God would really have no way to deal with it. After all, the White Snake has a father of the Dragon Clan. For a few hundred kilograms of spirit stones, he beat up this lonely pregnant woman. It would be a miracle if the Dragon Clan didn't skin him. After all, the White Snake has dragon blood. Who do you think you are to come and bully a lonely pregnant woman? If the White Snake could be more tactful and shameless, instead of being so stubborn and obstinate, those things are over. There is no need to hold on to them. The Tao looked at Su Yan and said, There is no need for our affairs to affect your way of looking at the world. The world is so vast and boundless, and the creatures living in it are naturally good and bad. We are just unlucky, and don't know how to distinguish between evil spirits. Next, the nobles we meet along the way are naturally evil spirits. When you sense danger, the evil spirits behind you are pushing you to move forward, and you can never look back. Discrimination is what you need to learn. The West Coast is just a corner of the world. A very small corner. The Tao had warned Su Yan through voice transmission. Let's stop here for the inspection. I specially ordered people to set up a banquet in the city to entertain everyone. Of course, the Tao's excellent business level received a high score from Ao Jin. Faced with the invitation to a banquet from the Lord of Nearsea City, she naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, the gourmet didn't need to bribe. So Ao Jin had a clear conscience to eat this meal. Chapter 448 Xia Yu. I'm back. After having dinner with Lao Tao, Su Yan stayed in the coastal city for about 3 more days to digest the spiritual power accumulated in the Dragon Palace and the banquet. He kicked open the threshold of the late Jinden stage and came directly to the state where Su Yan's eyes were dark. Cultivation starts from the body refining stage to refine the bones and muscles. Lay the foundation for gas refining. Use the abundant blood and qi to open up the meridians in the body to prepare for receiving spiritual energy. And the cultivators who start the foundation building stage have the initial power of the cultivator's magic. But the foundation building stage is just the beginning. And it is necessary to start building the golden elixir in the body. The golden elixir in the body is constantly circulating and breathing in and out spiritual power, allowing the cultivator to perform the 5 elements magic to form a magic bombing area. And the sustainability is unprecedentedly improved. In the eyes of ordinary people, a cultivator in the foundation building stage who can soar into the air and cast spells to kill enemies can already be called a god. And a cultivator in the Jinden stage who can cast spells to destroy the mountains and forests with a raise of his hand is even more of a fairy among fairies. But in the eyes of the sects with a solid foundation and the clans, cultivators before the nascent soul stage are all young people. And all their efforts and struggles are preparing for the nascent soul stage. For cultivators who cannot step into the nascent soul stage, no matter how powerful their talents have been in the past, it is all in vain. The nascent soul stage cultivator is a stage of qualitative change for cultivators. Just like the transformation of the spirit stage cultivators to become earthly immortals. And even better, the advancement of the tribulation stage cultivators to the heavenly beings who control the universe. The promotion from the Jinden stage to the nascent soul stage is the first watershed that cultivators encounter on the road of cultivation. Su Yin has now broken through to the late Jinden stage, and his mana value is unprecedentedly strong. The volume of the Dragon Ball being nurtured in his body is further compressed, and his surface is gradually showing signs of a smooth feeling. But what should I do next? Su Yin did not feel any bottleneck. He felt that after his spiritual awareness was improved, he felt like he was in a vast sea with fish leaping and birds flying freely. However, there was no movement in the mana value in his body. Your cultivation level hasn't improved? I suggest that if you don't have anything to do, don't practice. The ant sat in front of the stove, counting the treasure seized from the bullies in the storage ring, and recording how much value she could turn into. She looked at Su Yin, who was running beside her, and said, "You don't need to practice in the late Jinden stage. The only thing you need to do is to control it. Use your spiritual consciousness and magic power to diffuse into the surrounding space. Forcibly turn the surrounding spiritual power into your own use. And let the spiritual energy that has been integrated with your magic power form spells to defend against the enemy. The spiritual energy of the world is very coquettish. When you can't control it, it will flirt with you. If you touch it, it will immediately summon the Yuaning stage Thunder Tribulation to open your eyes. Before you are ready to deal with the Thunder Tribulation, the ant doesn't recommend you to flirt with it. When the cultivation level reaches the late Jinden stage, the human race may still need some elixir assistance. But the demon race can accommodate more spiritual power because of its strong physique. As long as it can diffuse its spiritual consciousness and magic power, it can be ready to break through to the Yuaning stage at any time. Of course, there are also some cultivators and demons who cannot diffuse their spiritual consciousness and magic power, and can never master the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. So they stop with hatred. But my aunt never considered that Su Yin would have such a problem. The blood in his body determines that Su Yin will not stop before the nascent soul stage. There are nine-tailed foxes and black dragons in the world that cannot break through to the nascent soul stage. There are bloods that are incomplete and have gradually withdrawn from the world in the natural evolution of the demon race. In my aunt's imagination, Su Yin wants to break through the nascent soul stage. It should be easier than breaking the melon. Therefore, when Su Yin said the problem, she suggested that he should not practice for the time being, and use the practice time to temper his other weaknesses or prepare for the tribulation. To break through from the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage, you need to go through the test of 3 Thunder Tribulations to be recognized by the law. If you cannot pass the test of Thunder Tribulations, you are naturally not qualified to master the spiritual power of one side. It's time for us to prepare to go back. The ant put away the magic weapon on the table, looked at Su Yin, who was squatting on the table, and said, "I originally came here just to deal with Nanwu Girl's family. But unexpectedly, I was involved in the revenge of the West Sea Dragon King, and even exposed your little fox's little bell. In previous years, during the Mermaid Winter Festival, the atmosphere on the west coast was very lively, and even the magic cultivators from the southern state would come here to join in the fun and see the beauties, and buy some creatures from the big fish tribe to take back as sacrifices. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the western state saw the opportunity to unite with the disciples of the Nightmare Town in the southern state, and deliberately set up a grand gathering for magic cultivators in the coastal city Dirty Shot, attracting a large number of magic cultivators, causing chaos on the west coast, resulting in a large number of Sea Beast tribe strongmen being summoned by the city lord to come to the coastal city to assist the old glutton in managing the order in the city. As a result, the leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the western state almost caught them all and squeezed them into dried beast meat. Fortunately, the Dragon King of the West Sea was behind and suppressed the Nightmare Town with thunder. In less than a month, the ups and downs made my aunt, who was used to the leisurely life in Xiaoyu City, suddenly feel very helpless. If it were Xiaoyu, the moment the Nightmare Town sect made a move, the Emperor Wushan could jump out of the palace and kill the whole family of the Nightmare Town sect. How could the people fall into the trap? On weekdays, it was the Nightmare Town sect that fought with the ministers, and usually it would not harm the people. After leaving the Xiaoyu dynasty, every time I went out, I could really meet the Nightmare Town sect's collective carnival. My aunt was not a rookie when she was traveling with her sisters in the past. Although she saw the Nightmare Town sect making trouble, the number of Nightmare Town sect at that time was far less than now, and their strength could not be compared with the current Nightmare Town sect. Now the Nightmare Town sect in the cultivation world can be described as flooding. Although my aunt no longer cared about the affairs of the martial arts world, she just wanted to find a quiet place to practice. But she could also feel that there should be some changes in the upper echelons of the cultivation world. Otherwise the Yinjin sect, which had always been excluded, could not have become big. At least it should not have been big enough to see several Yinjin disciples, who could be called the leader of the sect in the tribulation period. Ahem. After my aunt decided to return, Su Yin immediately ran to the tribe of the mermaids, and was reluctant to say goodbye to Jian Nanwu. After a round of sticking, Jian Nanwu mistakenly thought that she wanted to have sex in broad daylight, and took Su Yin to the dormitory. Su Yin realized that Jian Nanwu did not say that she would stay in the tribe. She really brought Su Yin back to the tribe to register. If she really wants to go home, she will bring Su Yin back with her when winter comes. On the side, Hu Lian, who witnessed the whole process of Su Yin and Jian Nanwu misunderstanding each other and entering the dormitory, could not help but cough lightly, suggesting that Su Yin should not worry about the lack of wealth, but the inequality. However, because Su Yin's status was really too high for her to reach, Hu Lian could not flirt with Su Yin like before. The little fox has really grown up. Seeing Su Yin walk out of the dormitory with a rosy face and a smiling face behind him, and Su Yin and Jian Nanwu laughing and playing in the courtyard, Hua Yuzhenren, who was sitting at the same table with Hu Lian, couldn't help but sighed, thinking back then, there was no such thing as a time. About 2 years ago, I took off his pants and left lipstick marks on him. The little fox was blushing but couldn't get up. Now he has tasted the taste. I don't know where my destiny insect is playing hide and seek with me. Hua Yuzhenren sighed that fate was playing tricks on him, and looked at the ant who followed Su Yin with a hint on her face. I have a little fox, and I don't need your 2 spirit stones. The ant replied to Hua Yuzhenren with a happy face. Hua Yuzhenren and Hu Lian, who were from the same school, winked at the aunt and nephew frantically. But the aunt and nephew seemed to be blind and really ignored them. Su Yin came here to say goodbye, without any other thoughts. He thought they were really going to part. So they went to the dormitory in a daze. It's not that Su Yin didn't see Hu Lian's hint. He just didn't want to pay attention to it. Chapter 449 Feng Shiqi's Distress. Well, take good care of yourself when you get there, and communicate more with your father when you encounter problems. After learning that they were going to return to Xiaoyu, Jian Nanwu led Su Yin to the Wash district, found the mother of the merman tribe, who was busy rearranging the formation, and told her that she was going to return to Xiaoyu. The mother of the merman tribe smiled at her golden son-in-law, and had no intention of retaining Jian Nanwu. She squatted down and raised her hand to pat Jian Nanwu on the shoulder to encourage her to work harder. Su Yin is the most precious among the golden turtles. If Jian Nanwu does not follow Su Yin back to Xiaoyu, the mother of the merman tribe may sweep Jian Nanwu to Xiaoyu with a broom. Don't you know the meanness of female beasts? Those guys can do anything for a spirit. Let Su Yin return to Xiaoyu alone. Who knows what shameless female demon he will meet on the way back. Go and keep an eye on him. Don't let other fairies take him away. It doesn't matter whether you come back or not during the winter festival. Just bring Su Yin with you. However, Jian Nanwu did not understand the plan in the heart of the merman mother. She simply thought that her mother respected her choice. So she hugged her mother with a touching face, and expressed her reluctance and longing in her heart. See you later? In the city lord's mansion, Lao Tao, who was busy making a coffin with isolated spiritual power, received a reminder from the servant outside the door that the ant and Su Yin and his party had arrived. Lao Tao roughly guessed the reason for the ant's visit, so he put down the things he was busy with and went to the lobby to have a small gathering with a group of people. Lao Tao smiled and sent everyone to the teleportation array, and told the staff to give all the old classmates free meals. In terms of returning to the Xiaoyu dynasty, the aunt did not choose to take the boat when she came. The reason why we chose to take a boat was because my aunt felt that Su Yin would like to experience the feeling of flying over the waterfall in a boat. So she took Su Yin to take a boat trip to play the mountain boat. But it turned out that Su Yin was not interested, but was surprised by the low price of the boat. Therefore, in terms of the way to return, my aunt directly chose the more popular teleportation array. Although it could not be directly teleported to Xiaoyu City, that short journey was just a matter of a moment for the earthly immortals. Please show us your valid household registration certificates, or the pass recognized by Xiaoyu. After the light of the teleportation array faded, Su Yin saw the familiar dressed spearmen. The soldiers in the Xiaoyu dynasty guarded the teleportation array and asked for identification from everyone in the teleportation array. The creatures in the teleportation array came from all over the world. In some states and seas, there were some death zones that were difficult for ordinary creatures to enter. It might be miasma or other reasons that did not matter to them. But it did not mean that it did not matter to creatures with weak cultivation. Therefore, when they were teleported to the Xiaoyu dynasty, they would inevitably see soldiers asking for proof of identity. If they could not provide valid proof, they would need to be isolated in a room for some basic poison tests. Su Yan and his group had all lived in Xiaoyu City. They took out the certificate issued by the Xiaoyu court and walked out of the military camp very smoothly, arriving outside a town that provided supplies for vendors and monks. Go home. The aunt didn't pay attention to the town. She raised her hand and waved to take everyone with her. They all turned into streams of light and returned to the main city of Xiaoyu without any intention of stopping there. Finally, I can sleep comfortably. Su Yan, who was lying on the shoulder of the ant, looked at the huge city getting closer and closer to him, and unconsciously felt relieved in his heart. Su Yan had not been to other cities in the Xiaoyu dynasty and didn't know much about the situation. But when it came to the main city of Xiaoyu, Su Yan's heart would naturally come up with words such as hospitality, liveliness, and sense of security. As long as you abide by the laws set by Emperor Wuxing and don't provoke the power of the government for excitement, then anyone staying in Xiaoyu will be very comfortable. Su Yan, who has been a little insomniac recently, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the main city of Xiaoyu, and felt a little happy. After returning home later, I will have a good sleep to relieve the pressure of the western state. Su Yan's foxtail began to shake unconsciously. Huh? The ant led everyone and flew directly from the fourth-floor windowsill of Ruchuang Garden to the house. Su Yan, who was on her shoulder, could see the situation in the lobby at a glance. Ruchuang Garden Horse Racing Hall was not open now, but there were already several customers sitting in the lobby chatting. Moreover, there were two people inside who were Su Yan's acquaintances. Shichi, Xingya. Su Yan jumped out from the ant's shoulder and landed on the tea table where the ant usually made tea. He waved his fox hand to the two friends in the lobby and greeted them with a smile. Why are you here so early? Our horse racing hall only opens in the evening. The ant opened a brothel. Obviously, the talented women were excellent in piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, makeup and appearance, but because of the policy of the Xiaoyu dynasty, or because it was too plain, no matter how it was marketed, it couldn't become popular. Instead, the Fox Fairy Temple, chess and card gambling house, repair, and clothing store sideline businesses took root here, and a trend was faintly set off to spread to Xiaoyu City. Now, both Su Yan and his aunt had forgotten their main business of the brothel. Little Fox. Feng Shiqi's eyes lit up when she saw Su Yan, and she quickly stood up from her seat, raised her hands as if to hug him, and motioned Su Yan to jump over. After the outing at the Red Prince's mansion, Feng Shiqi's way of addressing Su Yan had changed greatly. From the beginning, she always called Su Yan Young Master Su, to calling Su Yan Little Fox in private, but still called him Young Master Su in public. Su Yan didn't think too much, and jumped directly from the tea table on the fourth floor, using his little tail to protect his belly, and spread his limbs like a flying squirrel to control his balance, and fell directly into Feng Shiqi's arms, giving her a fox hug. Boo! 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 Su Yan fell into Feng Shiqi's arms, and suddenly, a series of fox screams rang out from under the table. Su Yan then discovered that there was a fox under the table. Its fur was black, but its 4 feet were snow white. It was banging on the door of the pet cage frantically, giving Su Yan a verbal warning, asking him to stay away from his owner. Otherwise he would be punished. Your fox is so rude. Su Yan retracted his upper body and nestled in Feng Shiqi's arms with his belly facing up, complaining about the little fox that Feng Shiqi raised. This black cloud stepping on snow fox is really similar to Feng Shiqi. Su Yan still remembers that when he first met Feng Shiqi, this girl was so sharp-tongued that when Ju Tong was so angry that he squatted with his head in his hands and trembled all over. You mean Li Zi? Oh, I'm so worried. Feng Shiqi glanced at her fox. with a helpless look on her face. It's all this bad Li Zi who made trouble at home, making my mother furious and kicked us all out. By the way, this is my father, and that's my eldest brother and second brother. Feng Shiqi, with a sad face, raised her hand and introduced to Su Yan in her arms his father and brother, who were kicked out by his angry mother because they protected him. Is the family so neat? Su Yan looked at the three muscular men with slightly exposed collars and muscles inside, and complained slightly in his heart. Su Yan used his foxy little hand to push Feng Shiqi slightly, and then he distanced himself from her, not seeming so close. Then he looked at Feng Shiqi's father and brothers, who suddenly changed their demeanor, and said, "Hello, uncle and brothers. I am Su Yan from the Southern State Fox Clan." Chapter 450, Fox House in Xiaoyu City. I'm so worried. When Su Yan asked about the chestnut, Feng Shiqi said helplessly, I was busy breaking through the Jinden stage some time ago, and I didn't have time to carry the chestnut to the grass for exercise. As a result, it took advantage of the maid's inattention to run into my mother's workshop and scared the golden autumn silkworms that were spinning silk and making cocoons. Feng Shiqi said, sighing, it takes 6 years for the golden autumn silkworms to cocoon from birth. After being scared by the chestnut, they won't cocoon for 3 or 5 months. The Feng clan where Feng Shiqi belongs is the craftsman clan used by Emperor Xiaoyu at the time. It is also one of the earliest clans that followed Emperor Xiaoyu to fight in the central province. It has forged a large number of magic weapons to help Emperor Xiaoyu suppress demons. The arrow that shot the sky-covering beast, the bash, came from the hands of the former ancestor of the Feng clan. Of course, with the passage of time and development, the Feng family, once a royal weapon forging family, has also changed with the trend of the times and is no longer limited to weapon forging. The only thing that remains unchanged is that the Feng family has always been the royal craftsmen of Xiaoyu. The reason why Feng Shiqi's mother was furious was because Feng Shiqi's pet fox, Li Zi, ran away and disturbed the golden autumn silkworms in the clothing workshop, causing them to suspend the changes of cocooning. Moreover, the silk of golden autumn silkworms is generally used to make clothes for the royal family and high-ranking figures. But for the Feng family, the silk of golden autumn silkworms is not precious, and there are thousands of golden silk cloths piled up in the warehouse. What really made Feng's mother angry was that although the trouble caused by this fox was insignificant, what if this fox ran into the weapon workshop and mixed a stray hair into the well-proportioned metallurgical liquid, causing the weapon to fail to achieve the expected effect? The weapons forged by Feng clan must be used by the royal family and the royal family. If there is any mistake, it may lead to the death of a royal family member, and it may even cause a short-term defeat in a local war. Who will be responsible? The furious Feng Mu ordered Feng Shiqi to send the fox away or castrate it, so that it would not make trouble in the Feng clan land with vigor every day. And it is not limited to Feng Shiqi. All pets in the Feng clan land, as long as they are not intelligent, will be sterilized to make them quiet. While Su Yan heard this, and subconsciously clamped the small bell covered by his tail, he looked at Wu Yun Takshu in the pet cage under the table with pity and said, So, your little Li Zi is guilty of a heinous crime. A fox caused trouble and harmed the foxes in other Feng clans. Boo! Boom! Boom! The little Li Zi, who was criticized by Su Yan, was quite dissatisfied with Su Yan's criticism because of the language. Of course, because of its immature intelligence. It could not understand too complicated things. It only knew that Su Yan should be grinning at it. So Li Zi immediately fought back. So, I made an appointment with Qingya to ask if there are any side effects of sterilizing foxes. If there is no big problem, then sterilize it. If not, I can only find a good family for Li Zi. Feng Shiqi continued with a helpless look on her face. Well, as far as I know, sterilization is not bad for foxes. After sterilization, there is no need to worry about foxes lifting their legs and urinating randomly during the estrus period. According to the records in Xiaoyu's medical collection, most male foxes will become docile and well-behaved to a certain extent after sterilization. Qingya, the medical consultant invited by Feng Shiqi, flipped through the medical book and explained to Feng Shiqi. After Qingya finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yan with a strange look on his face and added, Of course, the cases recorded in the above medical books are all for foxes whose intelligence has not yet been fully opened. If the intelligence of a fox has been opened, doctors usually do not recommend you to sterilize it, because The doctor and the two of you are very likely to be beaten by fox demons when walking at night. If you encounter fox demons who have read books, you may even be hit by lawyers in serious cases. Xiaoyu advocates fox fairy culture. There was a period of time when pure foxes were rampant in Xiaoyu. Later, an old dragon offered advice to Emperor Wusheng and established a series of after-sales service industries for pet foxes. Since then, when the pure fox clan wanted to cheat for food and drink, they had to consider whether their bells were heavy enough. No one knew whether the medical records were true or not. But the page about foxes was really full of castration. The pure fox clan was shocked when they saw it. Wouldn't sterilizing the demon clan mean their death? Okay. Take Li Zi to the fox house. Feng Shiqi looked at Li Zi under the table, and then looked at Su Yan, who was squatting on the table with his eyes slightly narrowed. His little fox mouth turned to one side, and his face full of strange colors, and said, "Don't vacate our dormitory for the time being. After returning from the fox house, we may have to stay for a few days." The encounter between Feng Shiqi and Su Yan was not completely coincidental. Feng Shiqi, who was not allowed to walk around in the Feng clan before being ordered by Feng Mu to solve the fox problem, wanted to find Su Yan to hug and relieve his depression. If Li Zi was replaced by Su Yan, there would be no trouble and no hair loss. As a result, Feng Shiqi came up empty-handed, because Su Yan was still in the western state at that time. "Well, can you take me with you?" Seeing Feng Shiqi stand up, Su Yan pondered for a long time and asked with an embarrassed face. Xiaoyu's fox house. Su Yan had heard of its name for a long time, but his aunt was not interested in Fox House Street, and Su Yan had no need to go to Fox House for anything. In the past, if he really felt uncomfortable, he would ask Qian the pharmacist to treat it. His aunt would never take Su Yan to Fox House to see a veterinarian. Therefore, Xiaoyu Fox House was really just a thing that existed in legends for Su Yan. Seeing Feng Shiqi and the others preparing to go shopping, Su Yan's gossipy heart suddenly rose in his heart, and he also wanted to go. "Little fox, are you really going?" Feng Shiqi asked with surprise. "Look over there." Feng Shiqi pointed to the three Fengs, the father and son, whose muscles seemed to be white. When they saw Feng Shiqi raised his hand and pointed at them, they all looked strange and waved their hands to indicate that they did not want to go shopping, although they are not fox demons. As males, they feel cold in their crotches when they pass by the archway of Fox Street, as if they are in the palace of castration to punish lechers. How could they go to the fox house for excitement when they have nothing to do? Only girls and women like to go to the fox house to tease the little foxes. "You go. Dad is old and has a backache, so he won't go there if there is nothing to do." "We are the same." Feng Shiqi's eldest brother and second brother clasped their hands and said goodbye to their younger sister. "What's wrong?" Feng Shiqi looked at her father and brother with a frown on her face. "Qingya, help me get some chestnuts. I'll hug the little fox and go with me. I'm afraid that Master Su will be wandering alone on the ground with a fox and let the thieves run away. This year's Xiaoyu trend. I like this little white cloud-like fox." Chapter 451 Wanlinghui. Su Yan once won the championship of the fox tasting meeting and received praise and caress from the Emperor Wusheng. A little fox like him, who is as fluffy as a cloud, is absolutely the most popular in the Xiaoyu dynasty this year, and will definitely be one of the main foxes in the fox house in the next few years. Therefore, when she saw Su Yan going out, Feng Shiqi did not show her human form. She directly picked up Su Yan and held him in her arms for fear that the fox would be picked up. After going out, Feng Shiqi and Qingya each carried a fox and ran to the southwest area of Xiaoyu City. Why do I feel that there seem to be many new faces in Xiaoyu City? Su Yan was browsing the scenery in the city, but there was no change in the city. The street scenery was just like when he went to the flower area and the western state, but there were monks with very inappropriate clothes on the street. Xiaoyu is a typical hot summer, and you can see blizzards in winter. Therefore, the people of Xiaoyu wear thick clothes and cloaks in winter, and they are absolutely cool in the hot summer. Ordinary people can keep themselves cool as they like, while men with a little bit of wealth usually wear a single-piece base coat and a thin silk coat. Girls even wear a chest-bearing dress with the neckline open, which is called a bare-chested dress. The neck is completely exposed, but only part of the chest is exposed. The bottom is usually matched with a long skirt with excellent breathability. Therefore, Su Yan, who has lived in Xiaoyu for a while, can conclude that Xiaoyu seems to be very lively recently by observing the pedestrians on the street. A large number of cultivators from all over the world have come. Su Yan has also traveled around the country and can recognize the costumes of the southern state and the western state. The western state is really a bikini, but it is covered with a split-type gauze dress, and a lot of pure gold ornaments are worn on the body, and herringbone straw sandals are worn on the feet. It is an outfit that you can't forget after seeing it once. While the southern state demon cultivator is really very free, it is not uncommon to wear a coat on the upper body and briefs on the lower body. The biggest feature of the southern state is the mix and match of clothes. All kinds of ethnic clothes from all over the world are put on the body, which is very strange. There are many new faces in Xiaoyu City. It's normal. The Wanlinghui, held every 60 years by the Jianbao Pavilion, is held in Xiaoyu City this year. It's not surprising to see new faces. Feng Shiqi thought for a while and answered Su Yan's question. The Jianbao Pavilion is a giant commercial guild engaged in appraisal, recycling, and sales. It spans the 5 continents and 4 seas. Behind it is a celestial boss and several partners. The business is spread all over the 5 continents and 4 seas, and the network of people is very powerful. The so-called Wanlinghui is a grand event held by the Jianbao Pavilion every 60 to 100 years, with the golden signboard of the Jianbao Pavilion as the leader. The monks who come here are given free appraisals of magic weapons and elixirs that they don't know, and the exact recycling price and auction estimate are given. The most important point is that the Jianbao Pavilion does not charge any fees. Not only is the appraiser fee free, but the handling fee of the auction items is also free of charge except for the fixed tax. Of course, the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion is not doing charity. The reason why it took the lead in organizing the free big sale is partly to reduce the backlog of funds and to take out some things that can be called treasures to benefit those who are destined to receive them. But the most important thing is to recover funds, and all other things are just gimmicks. Well, there's nothing to see in Wanlinghui. My mother scolded the people in Jianbao Pavilion before, saying that they kept the real treasures in the inner city for tasting, and those big shots didn't like the things so they flowed to the outside world. Feng Shiqi simply explained the origin and purpose of Wanlinghui. It's just that this year is a little strange. In the past, Jianbao Pavilion thought the taxes in Xiaoyu's main city were too high, so it was usually held in those remote cities in the central province, or directly built an auction venue in the mountains and forests. This year, it was held in Xiaoyu City for the first time. The central province is located in the middle of the original continent, and the distance for cultivators from all over the world to come here is not particularly different. Wanlinghui is therefore held in the central province. But the reason why Xiaoyu City was not chosen, in addition to the tax issue Feng Shiqi just mentioned, is that Xiaoyu City belongs to the administrative center of Xiaoyu, and there is no teleportation array that can be directly teleported here, so the distance is not very convenient. Moreover, if Wanlinghui is held here, the Xiaoyu dynasty will charge the Jianbao Pavilion an additional entrance fee, as well as a series of fees such as security and city cleaning fees. If there is one less, the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion won't even think about getting here. Su Yan's face showed a slightly strange expression, and he started to complain. I think I can probably guess why the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion chose to hold the Wanlinghui in Xiaoyu this year. Su Yan told Feng Shiqi and Qingya about his small experience in the western state. For example, one of the grand events in the southern state, stolen photography, was used by the people of Nightmare Town to form a big conspiracy. A place like the Wanlinghui where a large number of cultivators gather. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no people in Nightmare Town who will be tempted, or they may directly hold a bloody carnival sacrifice for a while, and directly make a big thing in the Wanlinghui for fun. And if you want to make trouble in Xiaoyu City, you really have to consider whether your life is strong enough. The Wuxing Emperor of the Central State, who is all black, gray and white in the physical sense. The Wuxing Emperor in front of people, the nurturing Saint Mother behind people, can mobilize the 9 nethers to act when he is not in the picture. Therefore, it is extremely reasonable for the Appraisal Pavilion to specially choose the main city of Xiaoyu to hold the Wanlinghui this year. Spending some spirit stones can ensure safety and ensure that its golden signboard will not be smashed. You actually encountered the Nightmare Town when you went out for fun, Feng Shiqi said with a little surprise. Are you not injured? No. I was just a little tired from running for my life. And by the way, I saw the West Sea Dragon King take action. Su Yan complained about the West Sea Dragon King without any scruples. With a bang, he suppressed the leader of the Western State Nightmare Town sect, and then looked at my body majestically and said, "This king. I have never seen a fox that looks so sticky." He might as well say that I am fat directly. The word sticky is more hurtful. Ha ha ha. Su Yan's resentful complaints immediately caused Feng Shiqi and Qingya to laugh softly. You know, when Su Yan was in the Flower City, wearing the county magistrate's uniform and holding the official seal, all the powerful merchants bowed their heads. Any business in the flower market would not work if Su Yan did not nod. Even if the merchant had the Red King behind him, it would not work. After the division and disintegration and the reformation of factions, the power was exercised under the rules tacitly approved by Master Jean. The power of the Flower County Magistrate expanded unprecedentedly. Although the three immortals of the Flower City admitted defeat to the Red King, the nature of the flower area belonging to the autonomous region would not change. At least, it would not change before the Emperor Wuxing nodded to agree to the annexation. Therefore, when Su Yan complained about his experience in the western state, Feng Shiqi and Qingya really couldn't help laughing at the great contrast. Who would have thought that one day, Master Su would be certified as Nwoji by the most authoritative creature in the West Sea, or Nwoji, referring to Jiaozi, that had never been seen before. The contrast is so great. You know, a month ago, whenever Su Yan went out on the street, the people respected him as master. Chapter 452-3 or 5 Fox Ladies Gather Together. The Fox House is located in the southwest of Xiaoyu City. Originally, the street mainly sold various rare animals and various exotic flowers and plants to cultivate sentiments. However, because the fox business was too profitable, combined with the profit-seeking nature of merchants, the former flower, bird, fish, animal, and pet street directly became the famous Fox House today. Girl, is the fox in your arms male or female? We buy male foxes at a high price. Passing by the plaque with the words Fox House, Su Yan and his party came to the Fox House street. As soon as they entered the door, the young men in plain clothes, who were squatting by the flower bed and board, suddenly brightened their eyes and hurriedly shouted to Feng Shiqi to ask her if she would sell the cloud-shaped fox in her arms. They were all employees of the Fox House shop. Under the instructions of the shopkeeper, they squatted on the street to attract customers and recycle high-quality foxes. The fox in Feng Shiqi's arms was a very high quality, and it was also the most popular category this year. If it is a male fox, 30 or 50,000 gene of spirit stones can be easily sold, and 80,000 is not impossible. Don't block the way. All of you, get out of the way. Feng Shiqi didn't even look at them, and directly scolded the dealers who blocked her way, asking them to get out of the way. Don't be anxious. Girl, we want it sincerely, and the price is negotiable. We will give you 8,000 for the purchase. If you don't want to sell the fox for breeding, will you consider it? If there is really no problem with the appearance and disease after inspection, it will start from 1,000 spirit stones. The young men who were scolded immediately understood that this woman should not be a fool. So they made way and followed Feng Shiqi, asking her opinion with a smile on their faces, and subconsciously glanced at Qingya. Although Qingya wore a gauze scarf and a hat, the fluffy fox tail shaking behind her showed that the girl in front of her should be a girl from the Fox clan. If we can get in touch with this girl, wouldn't it be equivalent to having another channel for purchasing goods? Climb. Okay. Feng Shiqi glared angrily, and the moment he pulled out the double-edged longbow from the storage ring, the young men in coarse cloth immediately scattered like birds and disappeared without a trace. Shameless guy. Feng Shiqi spat, put the double-edged longbow back into the storage ring, and complained. Merchants pursue profit. Su Yan, who was lying on Feng Shiqi's shoulder, smiled and said, You can't do this business if you don't have thick skin. And the conditions they offer are quite interesting. One shot, 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones, which is enough for ordinary cultivators to practice normally for more than 10 years. Their shopkeeper offered such a high purchase price, and he really wasn't afraid of going bankrupt. It's just a bluff. They say 1,000 here, but they may only give 100 in their store. They may also say 1,000 for each mating. But in fact, the owner may do dozens of matings without knowing, or even refuse to pay the money on the grounds that they have never been able to match. Qingya said lightly, It's not that easy to make money here. Huh? Su Yan and Feng Shiqi turned their heads and looked at Qingya with surprise. How do you know so much? A colleague from the Imperial Medical Bureau gritted his teeth and borrowed money to buy a fox like Su Yan, hoping to make money by mating. But he didn't make much spiritual stones. The fox was tired and had kidney deficiency. I asked casually during the consultation. Qingya said. The information she knew was all first-hand information from the fox. And it was absolutely true. Foxes are seasonally in heat. But Qingya's colleague gave the fox a tonic every day to make it fierce. which eventually caused it to be unable to take the tonic. Now it is still lying in the family building of the Imperial Medical Bureau to recuperate. Moreover, the fox was thinking that if its owner forced it to sell itself again, the tonic might be used on the owner next time. I, the white fox, am not a good person. I have already repaid the kindness I did before. If you continue to force the fox, don't blame me for being unreasonable. While chatting and laughing, Feng Shiqi led everyone to the fox shop where they bought chestnuts. The shop covers a large area, with 3 floors. The first floor is full of display cabinets. The environment is bright, and you can see the foxes in the cabinets. The cuteness is everywhere. And the second and third floors are reception areas. There is also a large courtyard behind the building. This fox shop should be doing a big business. Shopkeeper, come and castrate the fox. Feng Shiqi came to the lobby and said to a middle-aged woman wearing a red skirt, holding a round fan in her hand to cool off, and chatting with other customers. Such a pretty little fox needs to be castrated? The middle-aged woman turned around and saw Su Yin lying on Feng Shiqi's shoulder at first glance, and selectively ignored the chestnuts in Qingyao's hand. She was shocked and persuaded, Miss Feng, why are you so depressed? If you don't like it, you can sell it to me. It's a pity not to keep such a beautiful white fox. The one who was chopped off was Wu Yun treading snow, which has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me. Su Yin noticed that the shopkeeper was looking at him, and quickly fell from Feng Shiqi's shoulder and turned into a human form, raising his hand to point to the cage Qingyao was holding. Oh! The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and said, it's all Miss Feng's fault for not speaking in full. Besides, why do I feel like you? Mr. Fox, look a little familiar? I feel like I see you often. The owner of the fox shop looked at Su Yin and always felt like he saw him often somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Oh, right. I remember where I saw you. The middle-aged woman frowned for a long time, slapped the fan, and took out a glass jar from her storage ring. The jar was filled with colorful chewing gum, and the product name was printed on the glass bottle. There is a trademark in the upper left corner, and a fox painted by a painting is giving a thumbs up with a smile on his face. The winner of the Fox Tasting Conference Grand Prize, the general under the command of Princess Wuxi Fox Face Show. The middle-aged woman remembered where she had seen Su Yin, and immediately spoke about his origins and nicknames. Are you Su Yin? Mr. Su? The shopkeeper of the fox shop looked at Su Yin with shining eyes and asked. Su Yin looked at the shopkeeper with a question mark on his face, and said in surprise, how can you recognize it like this? How can it be impossible if you can't recognize it? We deal with foxes every day, and our eyesight is comparable to that of the fox tribe to identify foxes of the same color and style. The shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward and took Su Yin's arm, and shouted to the second floor, girls, come out quickly. The distinguished guest has come to the door. Give him a full set of shops. Here I am. Shopkeeper. The girl's bare feet, rosy white, tiptoed on the red steps of the stairs, and her figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The fox-haired girl, who looked more and more pure as she looked at her, trotted downstairs. Shopkeeper, where is the distinguished guest? 3 or 5 fox girls ran out from the second floor and came to the shopkeeper with doubts. They raised their hands and pointed at Lizzie, asking, do you want to give it a full set? No. That's just the one who will be castrated later. This young man is the one you should serve well. Ah? But shopkeeper, we are all real pure foxes. Chapter 453 Little Fox. What have you done? You are the real pure fox family, and we are still a real fox shop. The middle-aged Su Nyang rolled her eyes and said, I mean to ask you to entertain Mr. Su, this fox demon from the southern state. But he is a general under the command of our Princess Xia Yu Wuxi, and he is also the handsome little fox who won the grand prize of the fox tasting meeting this year. So, what are you thinking about? You want to match me, but you don't have the spirit stones to pay for it. The foxes who can win the fox tasting meeting are all flying in the sky, and this year's grand prize winners are praised and touched by the Wuxing Emperor. To a certain extent, Su Yan's body has won the favor and love of the Wuxing Emperor. The average price of seeds of the grand prize winners of the fox tasting meeting in previous years is about 60,000 gene of spirit stones, and Su Yan's value will only be higher than the previous average price, and will not be lower than 60,000. 5 fox girls need 300,000 gene of spirit stones, and they want to be the shopkeeper but don't want to pay the spirit stones. The shopkeeper is not specialized in fox breeding, and the risk of rashly asking Su Yin for seeds for breeding is too great. Take Mr. Su to get a proper full set. I won't pay for other paid items. The middle-aged woman waved her hand to signal the Fox girls to take Mr. Su to play. We don't want to sell yet. The Fox girls took advantage of the shopkeeper's back and stuck out their tongues and made faces. The Fox girls, who have already transformed, are all monks in the Jindan stage. Not wild foxes. They work in the Fox house because the salary is high and the work intensity is not high. Sir, please show your true form. We will take you to the bath to clean your body, and then take you to experience our Fox house's special medicinal liquid massage. The Fox girl took Su Yin to the backyard and past a room that looked like a dressing room. The Fox girl thought for a while, looked at Su Yin and asked, by the way, do you look more like a human or a demon? What's the question? Su Yin, who showed his true form, stood up, put his hands on his waist, and looked at the Fox girls curiously. If you are more like a human, we will bring you a pair of temporary pants like this. The Fox lady took out a rectangular silk cloth with 3 holes from the storage compartment beside her and said, if you are like the demons and have a wild temperament, you probably won't need it. Take it with you? When Su Yin saw the Fox pants, he was surprised. He never thought that there were such items designed specifically for foxes in the Fox shop. Su Yin tried to put on the swimming trunks, and his long and fluffy tail was fully stretched out and swayed behind him. The Fox ladies looked at the swaying tail and immediately showed envy. The tail of a fox is very important. It can show its health in daily life, and the tail can show its masculinity during the estrus period. Su Yan's tail is colorless and smooth, and there is no hair that seems to fall off and clump on it, whether in the aesthetics of the human race or the fox race. Su Yin is a stunning little fox. Su Yan's tail is so beautiful that you can tell at a glance that he is a little fox from a wealthy family. For maintenance and nutrition are very expensive. Is the water temperature suitable? The Fox girls brought Su Yin to the low wooden barrel and asked him whether the water temperature was suitable. After washing Su Yin, they went directly to the big bath. Why do I feel familiar? Are you copying Princess Wuxi? Su Yin sat in the arms of the Fox lady, standing up, with his hands, feet, and tail facing outward. The other 4 Fox ladies came forward. 2 of them held Su Yan's hands and began to rub them, using a small brush to clean Su Yan's knee pads. The other 2 Fox ladies came in front of Su Yin. One handed Su Yin juice, and the other washed Su Yan's belly. Such a scene made Su Yin feel familiar. Such an emperor-like service was only experienced once at Princess Wuxi's house. Unexpectedly, there is also one here in Hufang Street. Plagiarism? We don't know either. The Fox lady shook her head and said, maybe it's because they all belong to foxes, and they have similar habits, which cause such a coincidence. Although the 9-tailed fox is not a fox, the cultivators in the cultivation world still like to count the Fox clan together, because the 9-tailed fox is really very similar to the fox. The only difference is the innate power and tail, and other habits are exactly the same. Even when excited, they like to use their tails to entangle and caress. When the fox is in estrus, the first step is to jump to the fox they like, sniff, and then use their tails to try to tease the partner's tail. If the partner agrees, they will also respond with their tails. If they disagree, they will not respond with their tails. Therefore, the massage service similar to the Wuxi County Lord's Mansion can be experienced here in the Fox house. It is just a coincidence, and there is no plagiarism. In the later stage of washing, because Su Yan answered that he was more like a human, the Fox girls dragged Su Yan's tail and combed it with a comb. Su Yan's tail has never been touched by anyone since he was a child, and there is no fox to teach him how to be a fox. He didn't know the special meaning of the tail. After being washed by the Fox girls, Su Yan kept moaning and felt very comfortable, which attracted the female foxes and Fox girls, who were washing in other pools, to come over and watch Su Yan, who was enjoying the service of 5 Fox girls. Moaning? The female fox in the next pool looked at the Fox girl behind her and asked with a moan, Mississippi, I'm afraid what you said is not very good. The fox boy next door is also a customer. You can't run to the next door to attack him when you are in a good mood, even if that fox boy is really handsome and his cry is charming. The Fox girl hugged the female fox in her arms and complained, this is a shop on Fox Square Street. The Fox girl in her arms is here for beauty care, and the boy next door is also here for beauty care. The Fox girls don't want to see one customer riding another customer. Moaning. The female fox moaned slightly disappointedly, indicating that the Fox girl should take her to the cold water pool, and she wanted to be quiet. However, Just after Su Yin had finished enjoying the tail care service, ripples appeared on the anti-slip floor of the granite slab beside him. A Xiaoyu soldier wearing a general's armor slowly rose from the ground and looked at Su Yin and said, "Master Su, Princess Wuxi wants to see you. Please tidy up your appearance. The princess's carriage will come to pick you up in a while." "What?" Su Yin, who was wiping his body with a white towel, looked at the soldier who suddenly appeared with surprise. "I remember you. Aren't you one of the soldiers hiding underground to protect Princess Wuxi's safety? How did you know I was here?" "We went to your house. And your aunt said that you went to the fox house to see the fox basket," the guard said with a slightly strange look on his face. "Why would I go to see those?" Su Yin complained with a face full of dissatisfaction. "I'm not interested. Princess Wuxi is here." Just as Su Yin was complaining about the general, a low warning sound came from outside the fox house lobby, and rows of Xiaoyu soldiers began to clear the area, isolating all the people in the fox house from contacting or seeing Princess Wuxi's face. Princess Wuxi, who was in the form of a girl, came to the bathing pool with a group of people holding up a curtain to cover her, and came to Su Yin, who had just bathed and was wiping himself. The curtain surrounded Princess Wuxi and Su Yin, isolating all the noise from the outside world and preventing any sound from coming out. "What did you do when you went to another place?" Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin with interest and asked about the thing she cared about most. "A letter about you was sent to the palace. And then His Majesty ordered my grandfather and the 8th prince to be forcibly transferred back to the imperial city. Tell me quickly, what did you do when you went to the western state?" Chapter 454 Letter from the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Little Fox, what are you doing in Shizhou? How did the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas write a joint letter, asking the Great Ant to act as a middleman to negotiate with the 3 tribes of the Nine-Tailed Fox? After the curtains were closed, Princess Wuxi asked Su Yin with great interest. 2 days before Su Yin came back, the 3 princes of the Xiaoyu dynasty and the 8 kings of different surnames all received summons and rushed back to Xiaoyu City from the border areas. Princess Wuxi also learned from her grandfather that the reason why the Great Ant wanted to recall the Frontier Development Forces was entirely because of the joint letter from the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The content of the letter was nothing special, but it asked the Wuxing Emperor to act as a middleman to mediate the negotiations between the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Xiaoyu dynasty was related to the Nine-Tailed Fox and had an unclear relationship with the North Sea Dragon clan. It was actually very reasonable to let the Wuxing Emperor act as a middleman to mediate the talks. Emperor Wuxing agreed to the Dragon Clan and conveyed the information that the Dragon Clan was going to negotiate with the Kingdom of Qingqiu. The content of the negotiation was naturally the marriage problem of Dragon Dad and Fox Mom, as well as Su Yan's status. The Qingqiu clan, which heard the news, was in an uproar, and the clan leader ran to the Yusa clan and cursed. It was just a little short of the 2 clans fighting directly. All this information was learned by Princess Wuxi from her grandfather yesterday. Therefore, as soon as she knew that Su Yin had returned from the western state today, Princess Wuxi couldn't wait to find Su Yin and ask him what he had done in the western state. How did he provoke the Four Seas Dragon Kings to jointly write a letter to ask Emperor Wuxing to mediate the negotiations? The most important thing is that the Great Ant also agreed to go to the Kingdom of Qingqiu to persuade the Nine-Tailed Foxes to attend the meeting. So, Princess Wuxi was very curious about what Su Yin had done in the western state. "I was originally going to have a feast, but I almost became the feast myself." Faced with the questioning of Princess Wuxi, Su Yin had nothing to hide, and told her everything about how he signed in at the western state, but encountered the attack of the Holy Mother Xiantong, and was arrested by the Dragon King of the West Sea. Princess Wuxi helped Su Yin, and even arranged for the 3rd prince to assist Dragon Dad behind the scenes, providing intelligence and unquantified materials to help Dragon Dad greatly reduce his plan of merging the blood of the 3 clans and becoming an incarnation. In front of Princess Wuxi, Su Yin did not need to hide anything about himself. "Father has already negotiated with the Dragon Clan and reached some consensus that I don't know about yet." Su Yin jumped back 2 steps, shook his whole body to get rid of the water drops stuck on his hair and said, "And my father's only condition is to let the Dragon Clan come forward to negotiate with the Nine-Tailed Fox, marry my mother home in a grand manner without damaging the harmony, and achieve the result of the whole family reunion." How did Dragon Dad negotiate with the Dragon Clan? Su Yin was drunk on Wuxing Emperor's legs at that time, curled up in a ball, and didn't pay much attention to the negotiations over there. But Dragon Dad and the Dragon Clan have reached an agreement. And now the Four Seas Dragon Clan is also abiding by the agreement and meeting Dragon Dad's conditions. So, As long as the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan reach an agreement, you can be completely free? Princess Wuxi pondered, analyzing the information revealed in Su Yan's words, and said with surprise, "Generally speaking, this understanding is fine." Su Yan said with hope, "As long as we can reach an agreement, I don't have to worry about the Nine-Tailed Fox picking the bell. Nor do I have to worry about being held hostage by the Dragon Clan, forcing Dragon Dad and Fox Mom to make an unwilling compromise. You have a lot of experience, kid." Princess Wuxi smiled and looked at Su Yan, who was using the power of water control to clean the water stains on his body, and said, "You can encounter so many complicated things when you go out to attend a banquet. I really don't know whether I should say that you are lucky or too unlucky. Everything has two sides. For cultivators, everything is a blessing and a curse. The Son of Heaven and the Son of Heaven rejection are only separated by a thin line. Those who survive disasters and absorb nutrients to become stronger are the Son of Heaven. Those who die in disasters and become nutrients for others are naturally the Son of Heaven rejection, who no one cares about." Su Yan's luck is really great. The last time he went out for a banquet, he was chased and chopped by the Nightmare Town in the tribulation period. And this time he went out for a banquet and signed in, and he was chased and chopped by the tribulation period cultivators. Afterwards, he even met a leader-level celestial being. Princess Wuxi didn't know whether to envy Su Yan's happy life or be thankful that this guy could come back alive every time and jump around in front of her with a smile on his face. Forget it. Let's not talk about those things. Let those leaders tear them apart on the table. Princess Wuxi waved her hand, signaling the guards, who held up the curtain to form a band to remove the curtain. What she said next would not involve any secret matters. "I'm happy today, little fox. Tell me if there is anything you want. I will reward you." The complicated grievances behind Su Yan, after Long Dad got the power to break the situation, were gradually untied from Su Yan's body like a tangled thread, and would not continue to bind Su Yan's hands and feet. Seeing this, Princess Wuxi was very happy, and realized that Su Yan's cultivation had reached the late stage of Jin Dan. So she asked him if he needed anything. She might not have spiritual satisfaction here, but material things were inexhaustible. "What reward? I don't lack anything." Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Before the change, I might feel that I lacked magic weapons. But now, I hold one in each hand and one in my mouth. Let me think about it." But Princess Wuxi ignored Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan's face and fell into deep thought. After a while, she showed a hint of joy and said, "By the way, there is something that should be very interesting to reward you now," Princess Wuxi said, holding Su Yan from the ground and holding him in her arms, saying, "As for what it is, don't ask me for now. I will take you to decide later. I promise you will love it." "Princess, there is really no need. I really have everything now." Puff. Princess Wuxi couldn't help laughing and said, "It's not that you don't lack anything, but you haven't broadened your horizons yet. There is no paradise, no palace in the downtown area, and no 800 guards and attendants around me when I go out. Wealth, friends, law, and land. What do you have to do with them? Facing the rich lowly chasing after him to feed him. He hoped to fall into material life. Su Yan really couldn't refute it. In front of Princess Wuxi, his entire fortune might not even cover a month's monthly salary. Princess Wuxi didn't need to bring a purse when she went out in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Whenever she bought something, the store owner would give it away for free. Or she would record it in the account book and go to the Ministry of Revenue in the Imperial City to settle the account at the end of the month. With reasonable spending, plus the several gold mines she controlled, Princess Wuxi had financial resources that were almost divine in Xiaoyu City. "The problem is, I really don't lack anything," Su Yan muttered in a low voice. Chapter 455, The Way of Showing Off Skills of the Weapons Sect. "Go. Ask the madam to call all the girls with good skills up to me. Rest here for a while, and then go to the treasure appraisal pavilion later." Princess Wuxi walked out of the bathhouse holding Su Yan, raised her hand and ordered the female official to negotiate with the madam, asking her to call all the girls with first-class skills out. And she and Su Yan planned to rest here, and then go shopping in the treasure appraisal pavilion after dinner in the evening. "Then Princess, we are serious." The middle-aged shopkeeper of Fox Market hesitated and explained in a low voice. However, after hearing this, the Fox girls shook their heads like rattles, and did not agree with the shopkeeper's words. Facing the extremely powerful Princess Wuxi, the Fox girls, who were proficient in human nature and good at verbal communication, dared not refute Princess Wuxi's address to themselves. Whatever you say. I will immediately make it for you. The female official looked a little subtle, looking at the white-haired fox coiled in Princess Wux's arms. Princess. That's eating for free. If you really want to stay with me, please send him to the doctor for a checkup. Princess. Princess Wuxi carried Su Yan up to the second floor, and was about to go to the windowsill and find a place to sit down. But suddenly, there was a greeting behind her. Feng Shiqi and Qingyao were sitting in front of a private room. When she saw Princess Wuxi coming, Feng Shiqi smiled and greeted Princess Wuxi. Your foxes are really miserable. When she saw Feng Shiqi, Princess Wuxi showed a strange expression on her cheek and said, the little fox's life fun was originally only 2 or 3 inches. But now all the fun is gone. The Feng clan's affairs and the Golden Autumn Silkworm's affairs were not a big deal. But they could not resist the order of Feng's mother to castrate all male foxes. So a large number of veterinarians ran to the Feng clan's land. After a while, gossip about the Feng clan naturally spread in the court. Princess Wuxi teased and glanced at the door of the private room. There is a large area on the door leaf, and the original wooden material is replaced with glazed material, so that people outside can also see the whole process of confiscating the bell. In this way, customers can know where their spiritual stones are spent, and it can also directly prove that Husi is a conscientious Hufeng store. Seeing that Su Yan seemed very curious, Princess Wuxi also lifted Su Yan to the front of the glazed tile, letting him see Li Zi, who was unconscious after inhaling paralytic drugs, with his legs spread apart, and the operation of confiscating the bell was being performed. Su Yan took a breath and his face, which seemed to be full of smiles, became a little subtle. I have to say, it's quite humane. Su Yan retracted his gaze and said, what I saw in the southern states before was that they would grab the bell with one hand, then smash it with a stick, and then tie a knot until the bell necrotized and fell off. Seeing Li Zi's tragic experience, Su Yan couldn't help but feel some pity for the fox. But he had to say that the methods here in the fox house are much more merciful than those in the southern states, and they are already at the level of sterilization in pet shops in the previous life. Take your time. I'll take the fox to wash its feet. Princess Wuxi shook her head and didn't continue to pay attention to the gossip of the Feng clan. She took Su Yan to the recliner near the windowsill, sat on the chairs one by one, and showed her true form to let the fox girls come to serve. By the way, don't come to my house recently. My old man seems to have some thoughts about you. You'd better stay away if nothing happens. Enjoying the fox lady's back massage with plant essence, Princess Wuxi seemed to remember something and looked at Su Yan and gave him a special reminder. The third prince was very interested in Su Yan. His understanding of Su Yan was all one-sided from Princess Wuxi. He had never seen Su Yan in person. So the third prince was very curious about what kind of magic Su Yan had that made Princess Wuxi guarantee her reputation and force herself to use a huge amount of resources to solve the troubles behind Su Yan. After hundreds of millions of spirit stones were thrown down, 2 earth immortals of the nightmare sect in the fusion stage died, and 1 in the refining void stage was severely injured, almost causing the fusion in the body to go out of control. With so many resources spent, the third prince was naturally interested in Su Yan from his granddaughter's mouth. In particular, he happened to be in Xiaoyu City now, and the third prince felt a little sorry for his efforts if he didn't see him. However, Princess Wuxi didn't want Su Yan to meet her picky old man. The third prince wants to see me? Su Yan asked in surprise. Do I need to prepare any gifts? What does the prince like? I'm not asking you to see him, but to stay away. Don't brainwash my old man, Princess Wuxi said with a serious face. He is the best at fooling people. He will tame you through words and means. In the end, you will crawl at his feet like a loyal dog. Su Yan had an exclamation mark on his head, and said in his heart with a look of surprise, Master Ppua? The fox girls, who were massaging Princess Wuxi and Su Yan's back, swallowed their saliva silently. Are the things you said really something that we ordinary people can listen to at will? You won't be beheaded afterwards, right? Or don't you just stop talking? We are afraid of death. Su Yan and Princess Wuxi rested in the fox stall for about half an hour. The sky was slightly yellow, because there was no place to park the van in front of the door. The van circled on the street and returned to the door of the fox stall. Have you contacted the elders of the Qi sect? Princess Wuxi, who was sitting in the carriage, looked out the window at the commander who was responsible for her safety and asked. I have already greeted them. The elders of the Qi sect and the owner of the appraisal pavilion are waiting for your arrival. The commander of the personal guards reported in a low voice. Okay. Princess Wuxi nodded slightly and lowered the bead curtain of the carriage again to block the outside eyes and sounds. The princess really doesn't need it, Su Yin said with a little helplessness. The gifts you gave me before were basically sold secondhand. And the cruising ferry boat has never been driven. I really appreciate the princess's kindness. Then throw away that garbage. Princess Wuxi smiled and said, when I was promoted to the nascent soul stage, my great-aunt ordered the elders of the weapon sect to come to the imperial city to take my blood and spiritual power, and customized a ferry boat for me. That is a very unique ferry boat, which belongs to the unique weapon refining method of the weapon sect. I will also give you one, and we can race together when we have time. The construction process of large ferry boats is extremely complicated. Only big forces can make them in the world of cultivation. This not only tests the level of craftsmen, but also the materials involved and the reserves of various formations. On top of this, the Qi Zong has created a unique custom-made giant immortal boat in the world of cultivation. Before refining, the user's blood and mana need to be collected and melted into the core of the immortal boat. The user only needs to use his own mana to sacrifice the core of the immortal boat. And then, the immortal boat can be hatched like a pet. This is a very unique method of refining. The immortal boat refined is not so much an immortal boat, as it is a living creature in the shape of an immortal boat. It can even use the master's mana to bless it, and exert the master's magical powers. This method of refining immortal boats is extremely magical. But such immortal boats are just a way for Qi Zong to show off their skills, and are not sold to the public. Only the leaders of major forces, the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas, and the direct descendants of the leaders can obtain such treasures from Qi Zong. Others can't buy it no matter how much spiritual stones they spend. At the beginning, when Princess Wuxi was promoted to the nascent soul stage, Emperor Wuxing gave her a boat. Now Su Yin is about to be promoted to the nascent soul, and Princess Wuxi is also preparing to give him a boat. Chapter 456. Do you understand the value of the 9-tailed Jiuzi? Tat-a-tat. 6 celestial horses with shoulder heights of more than 2 meters, carrying the yoke connecting the carriages, pulled the carriage in front, carrying Princess Wuxi and Su Yin to the treasure appraisal pavilion. Although the name of the celestial horse monster contains a horse, they are actually creatures that look like cheetahs, with a body as white as snow, and black cheeks and tails. They are 4-legged dogs. When running at full speed, even a newly born celestial horse that has not been weaned can walk in the air. As the celestial horse's cultivation level increases, the celestial horse running at full speed can even ignore some formations and prohibitions. It is one of the top mounts in the world of cultivation. Don't hit me. Okay? If I scratch you, I won't be able to chop off my 9 heads. The leader who was riding a monster and following the carriage, who was responsible for the safety of Princess Wuxi, had 3 black lines on his cheeks and looked at Hong Yuzhanjian beside him. You should sit in the car now, instead of running to compete for my protection responsibility. Hong Yuzhanjian looked like a demon with an evil spirit. She was so spiritual that she had an independent consciousness. She didn't like living in a dark storage ring, nor did she like to be ordered around. But she had no resistance to the 9-tailed fox, and claimed to be the most loyal sword servant of His Majesty Wuxing Emperor. Now that Princess Wuxi was traveling, Hong Yuzhanjian, as a female 9-tailed fox sword servant, should feel that she should be stationed by the window of Princess Wuxi's carriage. So she was now arguing with the leader of Princess Wuxi's personal guard. Hong Yuzhanjian wanted to push the leader aside and take on the task of protecting Princess Wuxi's safety. However, the red jade hairpin sword's move made the commander look hesitant. He naturally knew the origin of the red jade hairpin sword, and admitted that the red jade hairpin sword was very powerful in the spiritual weapon column. And it was also blessed by the mysterious aura of the Emperor Wuxing. And it was one of the national treasures with commemorative significance in the Xiaoyu dynasty. But the red jade hairpin sword is not held now, and the spiritual weapon without the owner cannot burst out the full power of its heyday. That is to say, considering the high status of the red jade hairpin sword. Otherwise the commander of the guards would have kicked this troublemaker twice. On the street outside the appraisal pavilion, Manager Huang learned that Princess Wuxi was going to visit the appraisal pavilion, and led the appraisal pavilion guys to clear a space outside the door early to welcome Princess Wuxi's arrival. The appraisal pavilion recently held the Wanlinghui, and the whole street was filled with large and small monk stalls, and countless monks were wandering around the streets. In addition to welcoming Princess Wuxi, the important customer, shopkeeper Huang ran out to welcome her. He was also worried that the monks from other places would not know the rules, and would contradict Princess Wuxi, which would cause trouble for the treasure appraisal pavilion. The organizer. Hey! The important customer is here. Hurry up. Carry the sedan chair to the side of the princess's carriage. Don't let the princess suffer. 2 miles away. Shopkeeper Huang saw the princess's carriage and hurriedly called the shop assistants to clear the way. Pushing away the monks crowded on the street to allow the carriage to pass. Shopkeeper Huang. Princess Wuxi walked out of the carriage, glanced at the cordon on the street beside her, and the assistants, who pushed the monks, who were originally strolling on the street to the eaves, and said lightly, "I am just bringing friends to stroll around. Not a formal trip. There is no need to show off. Remove all the assistants. Go ahead and lead the way. It's really lively here." Su Yan, who felt a little hot, showed up in human form and came out of the van. He saw the big and small stalls on the street, and a large group of monks glaring at him and Princess Wuxi. In the past, ordinary vendors were setting up stalls on both sides of the street in the appraisal pavilion. But now all of them have become monks selling medicinal materials, or various magical instruments, and 3 no elixirs. "Brother, do you want some powerful pills? I guarantee that every pill here is powerful." Su Yan stepped down the wooden steps from the van and walked into the appraisal pavilion under the protection of the guards. The stall owner next to him saw that the group of people were so grand and couldn't help but start selling his products. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Su Yan waved his hand at the vendor who was calling him. "I'm too young to use it. These street stalls, in the words of Fox Mom, are like this. Does the stall owner know you well? Or has he saved your life before? You actually bought elixirs and magic weapons at such a stall. You would rather believe in the character of the stall owner than believe that I am the Emperor Wusheng? These stalls often sell fakes. Or the goods are fine, but are made of inferior raw materials." Fox Mom had repeatedly warned Su Yan not to buy elixirs at street stalls, as such behavior was equivalent to handing over his life to a stranger. "Lao Tao, the princess is here." Shopkeeper Huang walked in front and led the way, taking Su Yan and Princess Wuxi to the 3rd floor of the treasure appraisal pavilion, and came to a private treasure tasting room. He pushed open the soundproof and visually obstructed box door with a smile on his face, and shouted to the female cultivator lying on the animal skin bench inside. "Disciple of Qizong, Tao Hong greets the princess." The female cultivator saw the main master coming, and led the 2 disciples following her to pay a salute to Princess Wuxi. Although Tao Hong claimed to be a disciple, her real identity was one of the 9 elders of Qizong, mainly responsible for the creation of robes and accessories. She once used the sewing technique to weave a set of robes that could rival the immortal artifacts. "Senior Tao Hong, don't say polite words. Those things are boring." Princess Wuxi sat at the table and said to Elder Tao Hong, "This time, I asked Manager Huang to invite you here mainly to order a custom-made immortal boat produced by your Qizong for my friend. Just don't know what Senior Tao Hong thinks. Do you want to buy a custom-made immortal boat?" Tao Hong looked at Su Yan, who was pointed at by the princess, and frowned slightly, saying, "As for the immortal boat, the manufacturing technology of the Xia Yu dynasty is not inferior." Cough cough cough. Seeing Tao Hong speak, Princess Wuxi coughed lightly to remind Elder Tao Hong, "Stop beating around the bush. If Xia Yu could really make a custom-made immortal boat, I wouldn't come to you." "Okay, I'll be frank. I can't sell it," Tao Hong said helplessly. "Custom-made immortal boats? We in Qizong have always been selling at a loss. The intention is to make friends in the world, not real goods. Those who can own custom-made immortal boats are either the leaders of major forces or the direct blood relatives of the leaders." Faced with the abrupt request of Princess Wuxi, Elder Tao Hong refused without thinking. Although the custom-made immortal boat is called a commodity, it contains a strong political color. It is a gift for Qizong to make friends with the leaders of major forces. If the custom-made immortal boat is really sold as a commodity, then the custom-made immortal boat will lose its unique meaning. How can something without style be a gift? My friend's identity is naturally not simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you about this. Princess Wuxi grabbed Su Yan's arm, patted Su Yan's chest with one hand, and said, "It may not be convenient to reveal his identity now, but I promise you in the name of the princess that in 2 months, I guarantee that you will all be shocked. The 4 Seas Dragon King has already exerted his strength and joined forces with Emperor Wusheng to negotiate with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, hoping to settle the matter between Dragon Dad and Fox Mom without hurting the relationship between the 2 sides. The Dragon Clan knows that the Nine-Tailed Foxes hate the unlimited reproduction of their own tribe, but the Dragon Clan can actually arrange a peace meeting with Emperor Wusheng as a witness, and naturally has absolute confidence in convincing the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. By then, as the first Nine-Tailed Jiaozi born from the marriage between the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, The gold content is so high that a mere customized ferry boat can't afford it. Tao Hong, princess. You told me not to beat around the bush. Why are you beating around the bush again? Chapter 457 Routine Bureau. My friend has a great status. You won't lose money on the sale of your immortal boat. Princess Wuxi pulled Su Yin over, patted his chest, and assured the elder of the Qi Zone confidently. Who has seen the nine-tailed Jiuzi before? Don't you Qi Zone give some expression? This is the first time that the crystallization of the nine-tailed fox and the dragon clan has been born. Not to say that it is awe-inspiring, but at least it is extremely fierce. Tao Hong looked at Princess Wuxi with a black face, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. You said you wouldn't fool me. And you wouldn't be around the bush? Why are you fooling me? Su Yan's identity is not convenient to be announced for the time being, before the nine-tailed fox and the dragon clan reach an agreement. Princess Wuxi is not convenient to speak out about Su Yan and the relationship behind him, so as not to cause other tribes with different intentions to use shady tricks in secret to prevent the peace talks. Therefore, Princess Wuxi could only use her own name to guarantee Su Yan that the customized immortal boat sold by Qizong would not be sold at a loss, and would not lower the price. Tao Hong looked thoughtful, thought for a moment, and slowly said, since the princess said so, I am embarrassed to continue to refuse. But I need this little Taoist friend to prove it. If it is really as powerful as the princess said, then the little Taoist friend should be able to show extraordinary characteristics. Right? Tao Hong, the elder of Qizong, had to give face to Princess Wuxi when facing her as a neutral force. Qizong is a neutral force in name, but as long as you live in the world of cultivation, there is no absolute neutrality. Xiaoyu dynasty and the third prince often take care of Qizong's business and directly open the door for Qizong disciples in the central province. With this layer of affection, Tao Hong couldn't say anything too harsh. But the customized immortal boat was a gift from the Qizong to make friends with fellow Taoists. Its preciousness was not comparable to spiritual weapons, and it could even be said that in a sense it was comparable to a broken immortal weapon. And a broken immortal weapon that still had its immortal spirit in it fell into the hands of the elders of the Qizong, and they could forge a semi-finished immortal weapon on this basis. It was especially obvious what a customized immortal boat meant to the Qizong. Therefore, Elder Tao Hong directly threw the question to Princess Wuxi and Su Yin. And Su Yin proved himself that he was indeed worthy of the Qizong to spend hundreds of millions of spiritual stones and a large amount of non-renewable refining materials to build an immortal boat for him without verifying his capital and identity. Elder Tao Hong was very cunning. When she asked Su Yin to prove himself, no matter how Princess Wuxi and Su Yin continued to say. In fact, Tao Hong had already grasped the criteria for judging and the initiative. How to prove yourself. The criteria for judging whether one is qualified are not clear, and whether one is qualified or not is a matter of Tao Hong's thoughts. In this way, Tao Hong can refuse the commission of Princess Wuxi without hurting the feelings of both parties, and put all the responsibilities on Su Yin's head. The opportunity is given to you, but you can't grasp it. Hey everyone, come and have tea. Just when Tao Hong just put forward the conditions and asked Su Yin to prove his talent to Qizong, the shopkeeper Huang, who was brewing tea and didn't say anything, smiled and opened his mouth and brought the hot tea to everyone, saying, I heard you talk about some special qualities. For the demon race, there should be nothing that can prove their strength better than the talent for fighting. Right? If you want to fight, there is a fighting platform on the roof of our treasure appraisal pavilion. You also know that we are in the business of buying and selling. We often encounter multiple customers competing for goods. Generally, when there is a dispute of opinion, I suggest that they go to the roof to fight and see who is right. Shopkeeper Huang served tea with a smile on his face, and at the same time, he intervened to take sides and find momentum for the princess. Tao Hong frowned and glanced at Shopkeeper Huang. As soon as Shopkeeper Huang spoke, he materialized the originally abstract evaluation criteria, directly shattering the trap hidden in Tao Hong's previous words. Princess, our treasure appraisal pavilion does not have any precious tea. Please forgive the rough tea here. Shopkeeper Huang smiled and served tea to Princess Wuxi. Princess Wuxi nodded slightly and looked at Tao Hong. Want to fight? Su Yin showed some reluctance, thinking that fighting was troublesome. When Elder Tao Hong said that he needed to prove his talent, Su Yin was ready to take out a table from his storage ring and put it in front of the elder of Qizong, and bet with her for hundreds of millions. Su Yin was not very confident in other aspects, but he was very confident in his gambling luck. If Princess Wuxi put the princess seal on herself before the gambling, she would get a small amount of Xiaoyu dynasty's national fortune. Su Yin was confident that he could make the treacherous and cunning Elder Tao Hong cry and walk back to Qizong. Or Qizong would bring a customized immortal boat to redeem her. As a result, Manager Huang intervened and set the topic of self-proving characteristics in advance. Okay. Let me see for myself what characteristics the little Taoist friend you admire so much has. Tao Hong looked at Manager Huang, then looked at Princess Wuxi, and was silent for a moment. It was hard not to doubt whether the two were setting a trap to trick her and open the topic. Elder Tao Hong felt that she was being set up. But there was nothing to say now. Tao Hong was ready to go on stage and shatter all the fantasies of the little Taoist friend. They set up the trap for her first, so she couldn't blame herself for being unethical and bullying the weak. Business is coming. Shopkeeper Huang saw Tao Hong agreed, and smiled as he walked out of the tea table. When he came to the corner of the stairs, he told the waiter beside him, "Open the platform and sell tickets at the door. Just say that the champion of the fox tasting meeting, the underage fox, is ready to challenge the plump and beautiful elder of the Qizong in a physical fight. You know what I mean, kid?" "I know. How vulgar it is. Attract more people to buy tickets. Right?" The waiter waiting at the stairs was originally cultivated by the shopkeeper. After a little thought, he realized what the shopkeeper meant, and said with a look of enlightenment, "You know how to do things. Go." Shopkeeper Huang smiled and asked him to sell tickets, and secretly opened a commission handicap for everyone to place bets. Although he didn't know Su Yan's origins, judging from the respect that Princess Wuxi had for him, this nephew of fellow Chong Daoist should have some things. As for how much, the shopkeeper naturally didn't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened a commission plate, but directly opened a betting plate to harvest a round of gamblers. As everyone in the box walked out of the box, jumped onto the terrace and onto the roof of the treasure appraisal pavilion, an invisible barrier spread out on the ground for nearly 2,000 square meters. After the invisible platform was unfolded, it quickly turned into a completely different black color, blocking the prying eyes below. "Come on, little Taoist friend." Elder Tao Hong flew hundreds of meters away, turned around and looked at Su Yan and said lightly, "I will lower my cultivation to test you. I hope you can show the characteristics that will make our Qizong look at you with new eyes." "Senior, wait a moment." Su Yan looked at the princess with encouraging eyes, indicating that he would go up to do Tao Hong, and looked at Elder Tao Hong again. There was a slight annoyance on his cheeks, and he sighed helplessly. "Give me half a cup of tea," Su Yan said, put his hand on the collar belt around his waist, and began to untie the collar belt. On the side, Princess Wuxi looked surprised. She didn't expect Su Yan to be so serious. When the immortal secret art takes shape, although it will not suppress the user's control of the spell, the immortal secret art has the defect of suppressing the physical strength of the demon race. The physical strength of the demon race is a very comprehensive influence. Not just the power that can be used, but also contains various recovery powers, mana capacity, and most importantly, momentum. Therefore, when seeing Su Yan take off his shoes and preparing to untie his collar, Princess Wuxi knew that Su Yan should really be ready to attack with all his strength. This is a very rare thing. Princess Wuxi has never seen this cute little fox attack with all his strength, including when performing martial arts in front of the emperor. Su Yan has never been exposed to the suppression of the demon body by the immortal secret art, and he fought from the first day of the Lunar New Year to the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. We love to watch this. The two female disciples of Elder Tao Hong saw that Su Yan seemed to be ready to take off his clothes, and their eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at each other with lustful eyes, and continued to look at Su Yan, who was untying his collar and walking towards the ring. Chapter 458. Su Yan's adult body. "What are you doing?" Elder Tao Hong, who was already standing opposite, saw Su Yan take off his shoes and socks as soon as he stepped onto the edge of the ring, and began to untie his clothes and ties, and threw his hair crown aside, which made her face full of question marks. But Elder Tao Hong thought about it again. This is not the Western state where she often lives, but the Xiaoyu dynasty that advocates fox fairy culture. The little fox demon in front of her is likely to use charm in the next battle, although those ordinary pure fox charm methods are ineffective against her in terms of her cultivation. Elder Tao Hong has no intention of dissuading her. Instead, she looked at Su Yan, who was folding his ties with interest. "Okay." Su Yan put his things away, slightly loosened the thin belt of his inner shirt, turned around and looked at Elder Tao Hong, who was looking at him with interest, and said, "My aunt is poor because of her hobby, but she really doesn't know how to be frugal when spending money on Su Yan. She bought the cloth that cost 8,000 kilograms of spirit stones, and used it to make new clothes for Su Yin. A cloth is more than 30 meters long. Although Su Yin is about 1.6 meters tall while maintaining his immortal secret body, he needs 9 to 13 meters of cloth to make a set of clothes. A set of seemingly ordinary clothes requires more than 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Rather than clothes, it is better to say that it is a robe that can resist magic damage to a certain extent. Ka. After Su Yin untied all the laces of his clothes, his original 1.6 meter figure began to grow taller, but no hair appeared on his body. It was not a manifestation of entering the body of a demon orc, but simply growing taller. Su Yin's slightly round cheeks have become thinner, and his face looks more three-dimensional, with a pair of silly fox eyes. Now, when I first saw him, because of his face shape, Su Yin's eyebrows and eyes showed a sharp feeling. Su Yin raised his left hand and opened the space channel of the storage ring on his left hand. A stone handle that was neither copper nor iron appeared. However, Su Yin knew that he could not pull out the sacrificial knife even if he stretched his arms wide. So he clapped his hands together to shake the sacrificial knife out. After Su Yin shook out the sacrificial knife, because of the blood contract he had signed with Su Yin, it was driven by Su Yin's power of controlling objects and circled around Su Yin. It landed on the side of Su Yin's left hand so that the owner could hold it with one hand. Su Yin's arm grasped the sacrificial knife, and the sleeves without the collar revealed Su Yin's arm, because of the special nature of the rope. No one saw that when Su Yin's arm grasped the sacrificial knife, the blood vessels and flesh tissues inside connected to Su Yin's arm, forming a dark red connective tissue that exuded black and red spiritual power. Everyone only saw Su Yin's figure rise, from a young boy to a handsome young man, holding a stone sword that did not fit his figure, and in his hand, a wave of waves surged, turning into a white sword with black lines. I love watching these. The two female disciples of Elder Tao Hong saw Su Yin change from a little brother to a little brother, and his clothes were open, which seemed very lewd. Suddenly, peach hearts appeared in their eyes, and they began to praise the handsome fox man. Isn't my left protector powerful? On the side, Princess Wuxi heard the two girls under Tao Hong's seat praising him, and her face was immediately full of pride. But the female official next to the princess had dense black lines on her cheeks. Su Yan's move was not bad. As a woman, she couldn't look away. However, the princess was followed by such a lewd and knowledgeable little nine-tailed fox. Is it really a good thing? Senior, please teach me. Su Yan raised his hand and tapped the sacrificial knife on the ground, looking at Tao Hong, who was still staring at him with interest. The specialty of the Xia Yu dynasty is really good. Elder Tao Hong chuckled in her heart, raised her hand, and cast a spirit response seal. Inside the hair ornament, a black iron-colored bell made a sound, and a red furnace was spit out from the bell and fell heavily on the stage of the treasure appraisal pavilion. The red furnace fire illuminated the night sky, and the orange-red flame soared into the sky. Several ferocious molten flame dragons crawled out of the furnace with their fangs and claws, squatting in front of Elder Tao Hong and roaring at Su Yin. Play with my little Taoist friend for a while. Tao Hong smiled, raised her hand and pointed. The molten flame dragons around her leaped up, locked onto Su Yin, and opened their burning and ferocious mouths. And the 8 molten flame dragons turned into 8 orange-red streams of light and pounced on Su Yin. Boom! Su Yin turned his arm and began to step forward in the direction of Elder Tao Hong in front of the sacrificial knife. He did not show any strange color when facing the dragon that pounced on him. When the molten flame dragon bit Su Yin, it seemed to touch something spherical. With just one contact, its whole body exploded into a ball of fireworks and disappeared. The posture of the jungle. The sacrificial knife twisted its blade. Su Yin tapped it on the ground and flicked it gently. The sparkling color that originally condensed on the tip of the knife turned into a wave, and in the wave evolved a large number of curled leafless dead trees, densely layered sharp resins, like an unavoidable nail wall that suddenly fell and killed the other 7 molten flame dragons. The forest is changing into various forms. Su Yin lowered the sacrificial knife and stirred up a rolling wave on the black barrier again. The little beasts rode the wind and waves to absorb the water vapor between heaven and earth, gradually transformed into vicious beasts several meters tall, and rushed towards Elder Tao Hong under Su Yan's command. Ding! Su Yin walked slowly outside the war zone, driving the sacrificial knife to stir up waves on the ground as a test. The innate power of the dragon race? Seeing that the little beasts were still absorbing water vapor from heaven and earth to grow after leaving the group, and using water vapor to supplement their missing bodies, Elder Taohong recognized in an instant that what Su Yin used was not an ordinary water-based method, but a unique dragon-based magical power of gathering water with spirit, using his own spiritual power to pry the water vapor of heaven and earth. He increased the power of his own water-based method. But that's all. Elder Taohong raised her hand and waved it gently. The furnace behind her roared like a steam engine. The terrifying heat gushed out and forcibly dispersed the water vapor around, leaving only the anger that was extremely unfavorable to Su Yin. This woman is really insidious. Seeing Taohong's actions, Princess Wuxi showed a trace of contempt on her cheek. Is this called lowering cultivation? The ability to control the surrounding spiritual energy can only be done by Yuanian cultivators. And Yuanian cultivators can only control it and cannot perform such a refined dispersal operation. Now, there is no water spiritual power about the appraisal pavilion. This old woman's dispersal operation cannot be done without the power of earth immortals. Then your fox is a gened on-stage cultivator? Tao Hong's apprentice heard this, and immediately jumped out to accuse Princess Wux's friend of cheating first. Su Yan's routine was too old. Not to mention that the two disciples of Qi Zong could not understand it. Even Tao Hong herself could not see through how Su Yan forcibly invalidated his own molten flame dragon at the beginning of the trial. The fire dragon that exploded into fireworks was not damaged by any attack, but exploded directly. Tao Hong said that she would lower her cultivation level. And she really lowered her cultivation level. She did not use her magical powers and divine consciousness to skin Su Yan at all. The mana she used now was only the power of the Yuanian stage to the Huashan stage. Zizizizi. The roaring and rolling furnace radiated a dry wave to forcibly evaporate the magic performed by Su Yan. A large amount of high-temperature water vapor diffused in the void and quickly dissipated without a trace under the action of the furnace. Clang. Su Yan, who was hidden in the mist, held the handle of the sacrificial knife with both hands and slashed from bottom to top. The dark red magic power wrapped around the blade and went straight to the head of Elder Taohong. But Elder Taohong, who was floating in the air, didn't care about Su Yan's sudden attack at all. There was no water vapor between heaven and earth that was driven by the dragon clan's innate magical powers. So Su Yan's water method was no different from other water cultivators. The iron rule of water cultivators is that before their cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, they cannot use a range of water methods to form a big trend to crush the enemy. Therefore, Elder Taohong could predict that if Su Yan couldn't use the water method, he would definitely take a dangerous melee approach to confront him. The blade slashed with a roar, but Elder Taohong didn't move at all. A large amount of hot orange-red iron juice was gushing out from the furnace behind him, forming a half-enclosed hot iron wall to block Su Yan's sword. But the next scene made Taohong, who had been calm, look surprised. The moment Su Yan's long sword touched the iron wall, a steel lock suddenly spewed out from the furnace behind Elder Taohong, binding Elder Taohong's waist without any defense, and even without his spiritual sense, and pulled him into the furnace. A dark red sword light of 100 meters long cut through the fire in the night sky. Chapter 459 Nine-tailed Juzi, Zizi. Zizizizi. The blade wrapped in dark red light collided with the iron barrier spewed out by the furnace. The furnace spirit noticed something was wrong and spit out a steel cable from the furnace mouth, dragging Elder Taohong, who had no defense awareness, into the furnace. The next moment after the furnace dragged Elder Taohong away, the sacrificial knife seemed to cut tofu. And in a burst of metal and iron, it chopped the nearly 1-meter iron wall apart. The dark red knife light and blood shadow of the blade slashed past the position where Elder Taohong had stayed for a long time before, forming a slashing wave of nearly 100 meters. The dark red light curtain broke through the orange-red sky curtain, cutting a hole in the fire energy lingering in the sky. Su Yan held the hilt in front of the knife with his left hand, and held the end of the hilt with his right hand, which was fused with the sacrificial knife. After the knife light was missed, Su Yan's body shape did not change. He held the hilt tightly with both arms and pressed forward. The blood-red shadow formed a swallowing sword force, piercing directly to the red furnace containing Elder Taohong behind the iron wall. The furnace, which sensed the source of the crisis, no longer stood still like a rock. A large amount of scorching hot torrents, like huge waves, spewed out from the furnace mouth, temporarily intercepting the long knife that Su Yan was chasing, and then grew legs and moved from the original position to 100 meters away. Su Yan's magic was not a threat, but the threat and pressure of the sacrificial knife were materialized as the hard blade forged by the 3 external incarnations of the Holy Mother of Xiantong. Su Yan could not fully release endless sword lights and sword shadows to kill the enemy, but with the sharpness of the sacrificial knife, as long as it could touch the earth immortal, The sacrificial knife in his hand could hurt the Earth Immortal's Dharma image. The sacrificial knife in the hands of the Holy Mother Xiantong scraped the scales of the Red Earth Mountain God with such smoothness. So the sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hands can still reproduce the famous scene at that time, and can cut off the flesh and blood of the Earth Immortal with just one touch. Therefore, Elder Taohong Ronglu, who had forged countless weapons and hairpins, realized that this sacrificial knife was not easy to deal with the moment he came into contact with it, and immediately pulled away his confident and stupid owner. Otherwise Su Yan would have almost cut off Elder Taohong's head just now. Although it was only a minor injury, Ronglu still took action to pull Elder Taohong away to avoid her embarrassment later. Huh? The Elder Taohong who fell into the furnace swam out of the boiling iron liquid in the furnace as if nothing had happened. He placed his hands on the edge of the furnace pool, looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression on his cheek and said, "Your knife is not very decent. It has grown tentacles and pierced into your body. Aren't you worried that the magic knife in your hand will bite you back?" The sacrificial knife originated from the sword cultivation school. And the sword cultivation school was born when the human race just appeared, and it was a branch of the school before the formation of a large unified school. Therefore, Elder Taohong did not recognize the origin of the sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hand. But in the world view of the current cultivation world, weapons that have flesh and blood life and are far more powerful than their masters are generally called magic weapons. It is not uncommon for magic weapons to devour their masters and enslave their masters into weapon slaves or even surname slaves. Therefore, when Elder Taohong emerged from the furnace, he did not care about Su Yan's slashing knife light, but looked at Su Yan with interest and asked, "Whatever is worth fighting for, even if you have to use magic weapons, you must pass your own test. It doesn't matter whether the blade is decent or not, as long as I am decent as the user." Su Yan spoke slowly, looking at Elder Taohong who was still standing in the furnace pool. And then in front of Elder Taohong, he changed the shape of the white phosphorus sacrificial knife into a short knife. Su Yan's face was solemn. He raised his left hand to open the door of the storage ring, put the tip of the sacrificial knife into the storage ring, and began to devour the spirit stone. As the devouring power of the method of snatching life and plundering life was exerted, a large amount of spirit stones fell into the snake mouth of the sacrificial knife. The spirit stone does not contain resentment and residual souls. Su Yan controls the sacrificial knife to perform the method of snatching life and plundering life in his storage ring, and will not be affected by the method of nightmare. As long as Su Yan does not use the sacrificial knife to kill, the plundering monks will not be affected by the method of nightmare. But Su Yan was still distressed at this moment. The spiritual stones in the storage ring were all his wife's money. If this battle was not related to the face of Princess Wuxi and the matter of the customized ferry boat, Su Yan would have turned around and went back to drink tea after confirming that the first round of attack was useless. Fighting with the enemy knowing that it was absolutely impossible to win was simply asking for trouble. It's not like fighting or killing the enemy. So why do you show your trump card with great interest? Opportunities are easy to find, but life-saving trump cards are hard to find. The more you expose your strength, the more you know about yourself in the eyes of those who are interested. But who made Princess Wuxi trust him so much? Su Yan had to do something that he thought was useless. Red jade hairpin sword. Su Yan slowly drew out the sacrificial knife, let its length return to normal, raised his left hand, and spoke in a deep voice to call the red jade hairpin sword that was paddling. The sacrificial knife swallowed a large amount of spiritual stones, and the spiritual power accumulated inside was Su Yan's wife's money. Su Yan summoned the red jade hairpin sword with resentment in his heart, and held the hilt with his left hand, distributing the spiritual power devoured by the sacrificial knife evenly to the left and right blades, and the remaining part was all retained on himself. With the influx of a large amount of spiritual power, the red jade hairpin sword, which felt the breath of the big fox, also began to work. The gorgeous sword guard like a hairpin began to wriggle, and the single eye on the sword guard emerged with a touch of scarlet color. The metal wire was wrapped around Su Yan's arm, and a nine-tailed ghost figure like a shadow emerged from behind Su Yan. After Su Yan gave it a boost, the red jade hairpin sword gradually revealed one of its abilities as a magic weapon. As a former weapon of the Wuxing Emperor, the red jade hairpin sword was not a magic weapon at first, but after bathing in the blood of countless ancient natural and natural monsters, it gradually gave birth to a sense of evil thoughts. As a killing weapon, the reason why the red jade hairpin sword was eliminated and became one of the national treasures in the exhibition hall is not that the red jade hairpin sword is not strong enough. It was that the weapon held by Wuxing Emperor was too strong. So strong that Hong Yu hairpin sword had no intention of competing for favor. She was even afraid of appearing in front of Wuxing Emperor and being bullied by the magic weapon held by Wuxing Emperor. A magic knife. A magic sword. This guy's physique and Tao heart are really strong enough. Elder Tao Hong couldn't help but take a breath when she saw Su Yan summoning weapons again. But she was not shocked by Su Yan's strength, but admired Su Yan's Tao heart and physique. Magic weapons are usually mentally twisted and malicious spirits. It is difficult to keep your mind clear and fight against the enemy when an evil spirit harasses and attacks the sea of consciousness. Su Yan was possessed by two evil spirits. His expression seemed to be quite relaxed, as if he could hold another magic weapon in his mouth to fight. A cultivator who could withstand two magic weapons at the same time was either a stubborn person with a firm heart, or an ultimate demon whose mind was more perverted and twisted than the magic weapon, and who would call the police if the magic weapon saw the contents of the spiritual sea. No matter which type Su Yan belonged to, Elder Tao Hong wanted to strangle Huang the shopkeeper to death. Whether it was a stubborn donkey or a demon, ordinary cultivators would avoid him. Huang the shopkeeper, that dangling man, actually introduced himself to such a guy, looking at Su Yan's revealing and coquettish appearance. This guy should not be a sex maniac. Right? Senior. Please teach me. Su Yan held a sword, and a dark red bloodlight was in front of him, like a poisonous snake that was choosing a person to bite. Behind him was a nine-tailed fox demon with black and gray body and red eyes, and the grinning mouth was revealing a bloody light. Coupled with Su Yan's fear of his clothes bursting, he untied all the sashes and laces, stepped barefoot on the ground, and his inexplicably horny figure, and his strange and subtle behavior of smiling and speaking politely. Tao Hong felt that Su Yan was a twisted and perverted demon. This hangman, could he be a product of the Daoyu family? Huh? Su Yan slowly exhaled a foul breath, raised his hand, and gently knocked the ground with the sacrificial knife, and waves like rippling water rippled on the black barrier. On the rooftop arena of the nearly 3,000 square meters of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, azure blue water began to emerge, and the azure blue water light gradually began to dry and rot into yellow and black pus, forming a highly toxic and rancid juice. Twisted creatures crawled out of the black and yellow pus, and a distorted forest of various forms was constructed step by step. Su Yan, Princess Wuxi, who had been watching the fight, was startled when she saw the unexpected scene on the stage. She quickly called out to Su Yan, worried that something might happen to Su Yan, who was holding two magic weapons. Princess Wuxi's call rang in Su Yan's ears and in his heart. Su Yan turned around and looked at Princess Wuxi and nodded gently to indicate that he was fine. The sacrificial knife was not a magic weapon, and the red jade hairpin sword would not harm anything related to the female fox. Su Yan was in very good condition now, but his purse was a little painful. Forget about the instructions. Elder Tao Hong looked at the twisted forest rising from the ground, and the gray-black fox shadow wandering in the jungle. He suddenly felt a sense of resistance in his heart, and didn't want to start the second round of competition with Su Yan. In the test round and the confrontation round, Su Yan had actually shown his own characteristics. He is a fox-shaped dragon. Dog-shaped dragons are collectively called slaughtering demons in the dragon clan. Su Yan can hold two magic weapons without being affected at all, whether he is a man with a heart as solid as steel or a madman. It can prove that as long as Su Yan is given time, he can quickly break through to a higher level without dying. In the world of cultivation, the stubborn and the mad are both creatures with extremely fast cultivation speed. The purity of their state of mind makes them break through faster than those guys with meticulous and complicated minds under the same resource conditions. With the testimony of Princess Wuxi, there was indeed something about Su Yan's identity. So Elder Tao Hong planned to directly admit that Su Yan had passed his assessment. Of course, the most important thing here is that Elder Tao Hong really didn't want to provoke the stubborn donkey and the crazy demon. The former was annoying to death, and the latter really wanted to die. Looking at Elder Tao Hong, who was carrying the furnace and running away, Su Yan showed a look of surprise on his cheek. Senior, don't run. We are still in the trial. In order to release the sacrificial knife and the red jade hairpin sword, he spent a full 130,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Although these spiritual powers are still stored in the sacrificial knife, it is not a waste. It can be used to open a powerful spirit gathering array in the future, or to increase the power of his own magic. But Su Yan rarely releases the ability of the red jade hairpin sword. And Su Yan also wants to try the red jade hairpin sword, which claims to be a murderer, to see how powerful it is. No. I think you're done. Seeing that Yazi still wanted to continue to pester her, Elder Tao Hong waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that it was not necessary, and that she was already great. Su Yan showed helplessness on his face, watching Elder Tao Hong take back her furnace and run back to her apprentice to really finish the test of the characteristics. Su Yan sighed for a long time, and it was not easy to say anything to persuade Tao Hong to stay. After all, Elder Tao Hong was an elder of the Qi sect, not an ordinary earthly immortal, and it was very likely that she was a strong man who had reached the realm of refining emptiness. She was just abiding by the agreement and suppressing her cultivation to test herself. If you blindly provoke Elder Tao Hong, it would undoubtedly be a very stupid thing. Su Yan would not offend people for nothing, and he would offend a refiner with a wide network of contacts. Seeing that Elder Tao Hong really had no intention of fighting, Su Yan let go of his left hand and let go of the red jade hairpin sword, and then let go of his right hand holding the sacrificial knife. And the sacrificial knife that lost its owner turned into a stone-like long sword again. Su Yan took back the sacrificial knife and reactivated the secret method of immortality, shrinking his 1.73 meter figure back to 1.60 meters, the same height and figure as Princess Wuxi. Su Yan reorganized his clothes, picked up the collar on the ground and tied it around his waist again, sat on the ground to attract water to wash the dust on his feet, and put on his shoes and socks. We don't like to see this. The two girls beside Elder Tao Hong were surprised when they saw Su Yan's figure shrinking, and disappointed when they saw him start to tie his clothes again. When they saw Su Yan put on his shoes and socks without showing his white and clean feet, they looked decadent and couldn't help but speak out their displeasure. That's right. We don't like to watch this either. Go back to being the undressed and benevolent young man you were before. After Elder Tao Hong announced the end of the trial, the barrier above the appraisal pavilion became transparent again. On the street outside the appraisal pavilion, there was a group of female monks wearing magic tools similar to glasses, and they also complained like Elder Tao Hong's two disciples. Su Yan looked at the crowd below. His mouth slightly widened as he looked at shopkeeper Huang beside him, with a look of shock on his face. Shopkeeper, are there so many people watching the game? Why didn't you tell me in advance? If you had told me, I would never have dressed so casually just now. At least tie the inner shirt so that you don't expose your belly to others. Although Su Yan's focus was a little strange, what Su Yan was really concerned about now was indeed his own body. There was no obvious special effect when the double complete method was performed. The existence of the sacrificial knife originated from the sword cultivation lineage. Su Yan's trump cards all belonged to the ancient emperor calendar. Those who could be recognized were all peerless old monsters that Su Yan could not afford to offend. And Su Yan was not afraid of being seen by those who could not be recognized. So Su Yan naturally did not pay attention to those things, but cared about his belly being seen by strangers. Undress and do good deeds. The real lord. Seeing Su Yan's surprised and stunned expression, the girls on the street shouted instead, asking Su Yan to show his teenage body again and untie his collar. Su Yan thought about it, and showed the fox form, and even did not show the human form to the audience. I really didn't misjudge you. Princess Wuxi picked up Su Yan from behind and put him on her arm. She rubbed Su Yan's belly with her other free hand, making Su Yan laugh comfortably. You've made me proud. Next time the old man asks me about you, I can use what happened today to fight back. Princess, it's windy here. Let's talk in the box. Shopkeeper Huang saw that the matter had been settled and slowly called everyone to the box to talk. As for the audience on the street, Shopkeeper Huang didn't care too much about them. The real purpose of giving them tickets to watch Tao Hong's test battle against Su Yan was to let these audiences be witnesses. Tickets and handicap pick up spirit stones. The guy even received spirit stone rewards. Can't you ask the handsome young man above to take off his coat? Now that Tao Hong recognizes Su Yan's qualifications, the witnesses downstairs are naturally useless. And the princess doesn't need to show up in front of those people. Therefore, Shopkeeper Huang hurriedly greeted her, fearing that his plan would affect the princess' mood. Chapter 460. Why is your immortal boat so outrageous? You are worthy of being the left protector that this palace has chosen. When the time comes, this palace will directly establish a school with a fox sword servant in the left hand and a rabbit doctor in the right hand. Everyone came down from the roof of the treasure appraisal pavilion. Princess Wuxi was full of excitement and lifted Su Yan up and rubbed him hard. In fact, the princess has never had an accurate concept of Su Yan's strength. After all, Su Yan has never had any conflicts with others. The princess's judgment of Su Yan's strength has always been the recognition of blood. As a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, no matter how bad his strength is, it will not be too bad. But in the previous confrontation between Su Yan and Elder Tao Hong, the strength shown by Su Yan was completely beyond Princess Wux's expectation of Su Yan's strength. Su Yan, who was holding 2 magic weapons, was really strong. In front of Su Yan in the liberation state, ordinary Yuanying stage cultivators were really porcelain dolls that would break at a touch. Only cultivators at the God transformation stage and above could suppress Su Yan in the dual liberation state. Although the 2 magic swords account for a particularly high proportion of Su Yan's combat power, weapons are originally one of the props used to increase the combat power of cultivators. Therefore, when looking at Su Yan's strength, the 2 magic weapons cannot be thrown away. Princess, don't do this. Ha ha ha. Itchy. Su Yan opened his fox mouth and whimpered. He was scratched by the princess until tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes, and he begged for mercy. On the other side, Elder Tao Hong and her 2 disciples had different expressions. Elder Tao Hong looked at the little fox, who looked like a cute cloud-shaped white ball, with a black face. It was really difficult for her to connect the little fox in front of her, who kept begging for mercy with the young man on the roof before. When she saw the young man Su Yan, Elder Tao Hong could really feel the oppressive power emanating from him. Similar to the Juzi, it's not murderous or malicious, but a sharp intention emanating from his body. His eyes are full of indifference, without any negative emotions or joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. When swinging the sword, you can feel that he has no malice, but just wants to send you to death. With the 2 magic weapons as a foil, it's no problem to say that Su Yan just came out of a sea of blood and corpses. Elder Tao Hong really couldn't imagine what the connection was between this cute glutinous rice ball and the thugs, and the 2 disciples of Elder Tao Hong, because they didn't face Su Yan directly. Naturally couldn't feel the fierce targeting emanating from his ancestral blood. The 2 of them are very disappointed now. Not all human beings are as cold and indifferent as the Xiaoyu people. Compared with the beautiful and cute white snow fox, they still prefer Su Yan in the period of undressing and doing good deeds. Take it. I have a ferry boat core that should have been sent to Luoxing City. Elder Tao Hong rummaged in her sleeves and took out a turbid sphere that looked like glass, placed it on the table, and motioned Su Yan to come over and drip blood and inject spiritual power into it. Elder Tao Hong originally needed to send this ferry boat energy core to Luoxing City, but the little Taoist friend was in seclusion and would not come out so quickly. Then Elder Tao Hong received a message from the sect, asking her and Zhu Zhan to go to Xiaoyu City to protect an exhibit. So she did not return to the Qi sect and ran directly to the Xiaoyu dynasty. She happened to have an energy core on her, so she was willing to accept the loss and directly gave this core to Su Yan. The energy core of the custom-made immortal boat is not too precious to the elders of the Qi zone. The truly precious things are the materials for the keel structure when building the immortal boat. Since Princess Wuxi said that Su Yan's identity is temporarily inconvenient to be revealed in the past 2 months, then let Su Yan temporarily sign a contract with the core, and then go back to prepare the construction materials after the Wanlinghui is over. The immortal boat is not something that can be built just by saying it. It takes several months to prepare the materials alone, and it takes another period of time to actually assemble them. During this period, pay attention to Su Yan's news. If he is really a descendant of a great immortal as Princess Wuxi said, give the prepared materials directly to Su Yan. If it does not meet the review standards of Qizong, then Su Yan's custom-made immortal boat may have to wait until Qizong is not rushing to work before the keel can be built. Is it time to drip blood again? Su Yan looked at the turbid crystal on the table, with a hint of helplessness on his cheek. He raised his left hand, pinched a hole on his thumb with his index finger, and pressed it on the turbid crystal on the table. Inject mana into it. Keep injecting until the building inside is formed or your mana is weak. Elder Tao Hong raised her hand and cast a seal to help Su Yan build his own ferry boat blueprint. Under the influence of the 2 mana, the gray liquid inside the originally turbid round crystal gradually began to show signs of separation and transformed into thousands of colors. And under Su Yan's gaze, it built a ferry boat. What is this thing? After 3 cups of tea, the originally turbid round crystal became crystal clear and bright white. Elder Tao Hong couldn't help but show a look of surprise at the ferry boat built according to Su Yan's subconscious and preferences. If the ferry boat in the round crystal ball is placed in reality, the overall length is 380 meters. The width is about 83 meters, and the height is about 72 meters. In terms of size alone, Su Yan's customized ferry boat should be the largest of all customized ferry boats. What really surprised Elder Tao Hong was not the huge size of the immortal boat, but the facilities inside. The immortal boat has a total of 5 floors in AU shape, and in the hollow area is a huge hot and cold water bath. which extends directly to the bow. The stern is a round glass cover, which covers an ecological garden inside. The lush branches and leaves inside can vaguely see some traces of formations. There are 3 openings on each side of the hull, about 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. And the bottom of the boat is completely built of glass. This should be an underwater viewing point. You built a city on the immortal boat? Princess Wuxi walked to the table and looked at the immortal boat in the crystal ball with a face full of doubts. This immortal boat gives people the feeling of a small city that can accommodate at least a few thousand people. And you can also see a large number of various entertainment settings. Princess Wuxi had seen battle-type immortal boats, retreat-type immortal boats, and even custom-made immortal boats with cannons. But this was the first time she had seen an immortal boat that looked like a city. This is a cruise ship. Su Yan was stunned when he saw the appearance of the immortal boat, and subconsciously muttered in his heart, "It's no wonder that I always thought about eating, drinking, having fun and enjoying life. But now the immortal boat has become a cruise ship." As Su Yan injected his magic power, the entire ferry boat in the crystal ball lit up everywhere. The edge of the swimming pool even emitted green, red, and purple lasers, as if swaying regularly in a rhythm. In the symmetrical rectangular openings on both sides of the hull, a large number of water columns with colors like the night sky were spurted out. The red lips on the bow that were originally painted slowly opened and spit out some red objects from the muzzle. Little plane? When Su Yan saw the muzzle of the bow spitting out some orange gold objects similar to airplanes, he was really shocked and jumped up. "Are you an aircraft carrier? 3 lights divine water?" Elder Taohong was also shocked when he saw the starlight waterfall and the sunlight shuttle. The composition of this fox is really complicated. The water flow that is being spit out from the ferry boat is one of the top magical powers in the waterwalking magic power. The starlight and sunlight in the 3 lights divine water that integrates offense and defense. Of course, what the ferry boat shows can only be said to be a possibility. But since the immortal boat can be displayed, it means that Su Yan has the potential to possess the power of the 3 lights divine water. In simple terms, Su Yan has now mastered the method of practicing the 3 lights divine water. Otherwise it would be impossible to show something too abstract on the immortal boat. The shock or surprise of the outsiders did not affect the immortal boat in the crystal ball. The water columns on both sides of the immortal boat formed clouds and sailed above the starlight. A family of orange gold small planes hovered above the immortal boat chasing the laser light, as if they were light balls reflecting colorful lights, and the pool party below. The whole immortal boat was shaking back and forth, just like the audience in a concert. Very happy. Now on the immortal boat. It should be the pool party mode? It's a pity that no sound can be heard outside the crystal ball. Otherwise, there should be heavy metal music coming.